Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 1714 to Chapter 1788. However, he was unable to do so. In the face of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he was unable to do anything. Only now did he truly experience the terrifying power of this super divine tool. Not only did that peerlessly sharp energy exist within the halberd, but it also existed within his consciousness. It was like an ice-cold and sharp cage, imprisoning everything within it. At this moment, there was only one name in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Xianxia, his body has been possessed. Xianxia is dead for sure. The Holy Lord won't let them go. Also, Dad and Mom. No, I can't let this happen. Even if I die, I can't let him have his way. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness struggled with all its might. Even if he could only awaken his body for a split second and make it self-destruct, it would still be better than being possessed by the Holy Lord. No, don't. All of a sudden, the Holy Lord's voice changed, and in that split second, he seemed to have reverted back to Bai Xiaoxiao. His body stiffened for a split second, and a hint of incredulity appeared in the Holy Lord's eyes. What level was Bai Xiaoxiao's consciousness at? It hadn't even reached the super god level. However, his consciousness was that of a true half-step god monarch. The gap between these two levels was like an insurmountable chasm. However, in that instant, Bai Xiaoxiao's voice rang out from his mouth. What was going on? Right in the next instant, Bai Xiaoxiao's body suddenly began to change. The sky-blue light radiating from her body increased drastically, and the body that the Holy Lord was controlling began to tremble violently. She had once been a great white demonic shark. She had lived happily in the deep sea with her parents. The deep-sea demonic whale monarch had destroyed her home and killed all of her family members. It was the figure that had taken Jinlong and Wang Guanghui to avenge her. After 100,000 years of cultivation, she had finally become an adult. At that time, the first thing that she wanted to do was to repay her debt of gratitude. She was a soul beast. She was Dong Qianxiu. She was Bai Xiaoxiao. Her body and bloodline had evolved, and she was no longer just a great white demonic shark. She was a human with the bloodline of the engulfing ice dragon. Her debt of gratitude had become love. He had always protected her very well, and as long as she followed him, she would become a fool. She didn't have to think too much, and she would naturally become more powerful and continue to advance forward. He was very smart and responsible. He would always help everyone around him. He hoped that his companions could grow with him. He had always been by her side to protect her. Of course, he by Xianxia. Of Xianxia. Of the Shou their love was like water flowing when the conditions were right, and there were never too many ripples. Unknowingly, she had already fallen deeply in love with him. Regardless of whether it was her or his companions, in their hearts, they all felt indebted to him. Because he had always been the one working hard to do everything for everyone. She had reminded him that it was not good to be like this all the time. Everyone should contribute more. He listened to her, but he couldn't help it. He still carried the heaviest burden, even the burden of his parents' bloodline. He became stronger step by step, and he could always do so many incredible things. But he was actually very tired, and his heart had never truly relaxed. She only hoped to be able to protect him and do something for him. He told her that as long as she was by his side, he wouldn't hesitate and would always be firm. Him was going to be destroyed because of the problems in her body. How could this be? How could this be? She was his lover, his partner, his dragon, and the contractor of his master-slave contract. He couldn't die. No matter what, she wouldn't allow him to die. Her divine sense was far from being a match for that bad guy. However, her persistence and love had nothing to do with divine sense. This was her body after all. At this moment, she no longer wanted the bloodline of the engulfing ice dragon. She didn't want to be human. She just wanted to be a soul beast. Sacrifice for him, icy blue light proliferated, and everything in the surrounding area congealed, regardless of whether it was the Holy Lord, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, or Lan Xuanyu's body. In the world of soul beasts, there had never been a soul beast that had reached the transcendent god grade. Even Bai Xiaoxiu herself didn't realize that when she reached the transcendent god grade, she was already making history in the world of soul beasts. Even the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python had only been bestowed with the power of a second-grade true god by Tang San in the divine realm. Tang San's wife, Xiao Wu, had become a transcendent god-grade true god, but that was only after she became a human. At this moment, she had finally completed a breakthrough and reached the transcendent god grade. Her bloodline had reversed, and she had become a soul beast again. A massive azure halo converged to form the appearance of a great white shark in the air. She had given up everything, her bloodline, her body, and her life, all for this moment. She was going to use everything she had to give him a chance at life. She was the first transcendent god-grade soul beast in the history of the Douluo continent. The Holy Lord's spiritual sense was at the level of a half-step god king, but he didn't have a body, so he still had to rely on Bai Xiaoxiu's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to trick Lan Xuanyu into giving him the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Without the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, there was no way that he would have been able to break through Lan Xuanyu's defenses. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiu had sacrificed everything to finally solidify the powerful half-step god king's spiritual sense. A faint smile appeared on Bai Xiaoxiu's face. At this moment, her hand was still deeply embedded in his chest. Her hand began to relax, and she gently stroked his heart. Tears flowed from her eyes, and they were filled with boundless reluctance. Xianyu, I love you. I'm already wearing your ring, and I'm your wife. Goodbye, husband, I love you. She carefully and slowly withdrew her hand, and the sharpness of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd began to quickly recede. The boundless reluctance and longing in her eyes were instantly replaced by determination. No. The Holy Lord's frenzied voice reverberated around her. A dark purple projection suddenly emerged from her body. If it didn't break free, it would be destroyed along with her. The crimson projection suddenly accelerated. Even though it was no longer able to completely control its spiritual sense, it still had to barge in and attempt to possess Bai Xiaoxiu's body. However, the person he was facing was the resolute Bai Xiaoxiu. Brilliant sky blue light blossomed with an incomparably dazzling brilliance. A gigantic sky blue pillar of light rose from the ground, forcibly pulling the dark red figure into it. This was the burning body and spiritual sense of a super divine grade being, as well as her determination to save her husband at all costs. Amid a howl of anguish, the Holy Lord's spiritual sense was being eroded in a frenzy, and Bai Xiaoxiu was finally able to control her hand. Under the azure light, she slowly withdrew her hand from Lan Xuanyu's chest. The Holy Lord's blood-curdling cries reverberated through the air, and as the hand with the ring completely withdrew from Lan Xuanyu's body, all of the sharpness also faded. Roar! A blood-curdling cry erupted from Lan Xuanyu's mouth, and his aura erupted in a frenzy. Dazzling nine-colored light suddenly erupted, and the entire dragon realm welcomed their king back. The dragon chi within the dragon realm converged toward Lan Xuanyu in a frenzy under the guidance of his aura, transforming into a dazzling nine-colored flame that swept toward the crimson projection in the air, which was attempting to break free from the azure light. The sky-blue pillar of light seemed to have become an accelerant for the nine-colored flames, instantly illuminating the entire sky. Meanwhile, the crimson figure was also incinerated by the flames. The Abyss Holy Lord's consciousness was completely annihilated by the combined attacks of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiu. The ruler of the plane, who had almost brought a calamity to the human race 10,000 years ago, was finally completely annihilated. Not a single shred of his consciousness could be left behind. Xiaoxiu! Lan Xuanyu let out a shrill cry as he opened his arms and hugged Bai Xiaoxiu. However, he hugged nothing but air. Bai Xiaoxiu's body had already become illusory, and the sky-blue light was fading away. Her beautiful eyes were gently looking at him, and there was a look of relief on her face. However, her eyes were filled with endless reluctance. Her red lips opened and closed as if she was saying something. Through the shape of her lips, Lan Xuanyu could vaguely make out that she seemed to be saying that she was very regretful that she hadn't truly become his wife. She slowly raised her right hand in an attempt to grab his hand, but the illusory light could only pass through it. Lan Xuanyu frantically channeled his dragon power into Bai Xiaoxiu's body in an attempt to save her extremely fragile life. However, from the moment she chose to sacrifice herself, everything was already irreversible. Only by sacrificing her cultivation that had just broken through to the transcendent grade could she obtain the power to break free from the Abyss Holy Lord. Only then could she freeze and burn the consciousness of the Abyss Holy Lord, who was a half-step God King. How could she not pay a price for such an outburst? The price she had to pay was her own life. She had to burn herself to save him. I love you. Bai Xiaoxiao's red lips moved slightly as she repeated these 3 words over and over again. It was as if she wanted to tell him what she truly wanted to tell him in the depths of her heart over and over again. However, no matter how many times she said I love you, she couldn't express all of her love. Furthermore, her body was still gradually fading away irreversibly. Xiaoxiao. Lan Xuanyu had already burst into tears. At this moment, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't pull her back to his side. The sky blue light suddenly retracted and turned into a sky blue halo that enveloped Lan Xuanyu's body. The dazzling sky blue halo surrounded his body and fused with the golden soul rings that appeared. A cold, filled with love instantly surged into Lan Xuanyu's body. The dark blue ring in the air slowly fell from the sky, but at this moment, it had already turned sky blue. When Bai Xiaoxiao sacrificed her life, she had completely cleansed the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd of the aura of the abyss, leaving only her aura. It was also at that time that the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd truly recognized her as its master. As her master and servant, this superdivine weapon was naturally under Lan Xuanyu's control. The ice-cold ring landed in his hand, and there seemed to be some residual warmth on it. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu didn't have any despair in his eyes. Instead, it was boundless despair. Everything had happened far too abruptly. The Abyssal Holy Lord had suddenly erupted and taken his beloved wife with him. Lan Xuanyu's aura was fluctuating in an extremely unstable manner, so much so that the entire dragon realm was trembling unstably. At this moment, a figure suddenly and silently appeared behind Lan Xuanyu. A palm silently pressed toward his back. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was immersed in intense grief, and he didn't sense this sudden presence at all. But at this moment, the surface of the huge skeleton of the dragon god suddenly emitted a 9-colored halo, causing the 9-colored light on Lan Xuanyu's body to suddenly erupt. The palm behind his back instantly accelerated, and the completely golden red palm slammed toward him. Boom! Amidst the violent roar, Lan Xuanyu's body was instantly sent flying, but the 9-colored light behind him emitted circles of ripples, neutralizing most of the impact. But an incomparably hot feeling still surged into his body crazily, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were burning, as if his entire body was about to combust. I'm not too late. A low voice echoed, and Lan Xuanyu had already turned around. The figure that appeared behind him, the existence that suddenly attacked him, wasn't it the current ruler of the Tenryu star, the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang? Jiang Weiqiang looked coldly at Lan Xuanyu. Should I call you brother or sister? I really didn't expect your original appearance to be like this. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were a bit blank, and he struggled to stand up, a trace of blood already flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Weiqiang's attack just now had injured him in the end. And at this moment, Jiang Weiqiang stretched out his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, a glittering 9-colored crystal emitted a dazzling brilliance. And in the midst of this brilliance, the entire dragon realm seemed to have solidified, and even the skeleton of the dragon gods no longer emitted any brilliance. This is the core of the dragon realm, and also the core of this small world. When we truly controlled this place, we obtained it. It was also it that gave us the dragon transformation of the Tenryu star, and allowed us to possess the bloodline of the dragon race. Unfortunately, even if I obtained the core of the dragon realm, I still couldn't control the energy within the skeleton of the dragon gods. Our previous heads were all unable to obtain its approval. We all know that whoever can obtain the approval of the core of the dragon realm will become the true ruler of the dragon race, and the true creator of the divine realm. We have always been working hard in this direction. Lan Xuanyu looked blankly at the palm of his hand, and in the palm of his hand was still that dark blue ring. He seemed to have not heard Jiang Weiqiang's words at all, and only silently looked at his palm. Xiaoxiao was gone, and Xiaoxiao died for him. At this moment, there was only this thought in his mind. Actually, your disguise is really good. Jiang Weiqiang seemed to have not noticed Lan Xuanyu's current state, and continued to narrate tirelessly. Unfortunately, the older the ginger, the spicier the spicier. Mother still saw through you. When you fought side by side at the last moment, she discovered that there was something wrong with you. She told me that I must find a way to obtain your bloodline, and only then could I solve everything and lead the dragon race to recreate the dragon realm. At that time, I already knew that you were a human. At this point, Jiang Weiqiang couldn't help but reveal a cold smile, laughable human. Regardless of whether you're plotting and scheming, or just so righteous, you actually helped us resist the Crimson Mother. But how do you know that we've already understood the dragon realm for thousands of years? Every single change here is within my perception. I, who control the core of the dragon realm, am actually the master of the dragon realm. Of course, with the bloodline of the dragon gods, you won't be suppressed by the dragon realm, but I can also completely prevent the dragon realm from helping you. I'll make the dragon realm your burial ground. When I deprive you of your bloodline, then I can use your bloodline to complete my transformation, and become a true dragon gods. Although I deeply detest the Crimson Mother, there's one thing that she's right about. She'll do anything to achieve her goal. As long as I can obtain your bloodline, I'll use the Tenryu star as the foundation to create the god realm, and absorb the energy of the entire Tenryu star, and even Tianma star. At that time, what's the Crimson Mother's god realm? Only I, the dragon race, will be the true master. This is also what we've been pursuing all this time. I've only told you so much to stall for time. After all, the power of your bloodline is too strong, and it has too great an impact on the dragon realm. With this period of time, I can let the core of the dragon realm control everything here, so that you can't use the dragon realm's power. Xianxia is dead, Lan, you can also die. As he spoke, a golden-red flaming saber gradually formed in Jiang Weiqiang's hand. In reality, he hadn't arrived early. He had arrived when the Abyssal Holy Lord had perished. The moment the Abyss Saint controlled Lan Xuanyu, the dragon world was actually forcefully sealed by his divine sense. None of the aura here would be exposed. However, Bai Xiaoxiu's sacrifice broke through this control. The dragon world was connected to the Tenryu star. The head of Tenryu had been paying attention to the situation here. Naturally, he could clearly feel it and quietly came to check. Then, he saw the scene of Bai Xiaoxiu's final death. He could clearly feel that Lan Xuanyu's bloodline had completed its evolution. That incomparably pure bloodline was what he yearned for. How could he let go of such an opportunity? As the head of Tenryu, the controller of the dragon world's core, coupled with his powerful strength, he had absolute confidence in defeating Lan Xuanyu. As long as he could deprive Lan Xuanyu of his bloodline, then he would be able to become the dragon gods. For so many years, the dragon race had been making countless attempts, hoping to find the possibility of becoming a divine king and establishing a divine realm so that they could live forever. For this, the dragon race had paid a huge price. Therefore, Jiang Weiqiang knew no less than the Crimson Mother about how to become a divine realm. He had also made his preparations and was waiting for such an important opportunity. And at this moment, the bloodline in Lan Xuanyu's body was his chance. He could feel that although Lan Xuanyu's cultivation had reached the transcendent grade, his overall realm had not continued to increase. He was only at the early stage of the transcendent grade, and there was still an insurmountable gap between him and the peak of the transcendent grade. When he used the dragon world's core to seal this place, all the aura here would not be exposed. At the same time, the pressure on the bloodline would be weakened to the minimum because of the seal of the dragon world. Under such circumstances, how could Lan Xuanyu defeat him? Blazing golden-red flames rose, turning everything around him golden-red. The crimson gold mystic flames continued to rise. Although he did not have the help of other dragon knights, at this moment, in the dragon world, with the feedback and amplification of the dragon world's core, Jiang Weiqiang's cultivation had risen to the level of a half-step divine king. He was not weaker than when he fought the Crimson Mother. Seeing Lan Xuanyu in such a daze, a cold light flashed in the depths of Jiang Weiqiang's eyes. When he saw that Lan Xuanyu had transformed into a male, his first reaction was actually ashamed and angry. And under his mother's suggestion, he was really moved by Lan Xuanyu. He had even thought that if he could marry her and have children with her and pass on his bloodline, that would be acceptable. This could be considered a bloodline plunder. There was no need to forcefully seize it. Back then, Zhang Chujia had used the plane's core to seize Karen's bloodline, causing her son's bloodline to evolve. She had used some special methods to complete the bloodline transformation. This method had naturally been passed down by Jiang Weiqiang. Therefore, if he could marry Lan mystic flames, he could naturally use the same method. In addition, if he could bear children, it would be double insurance. However, when he saw Lan Xuanyu for the first time today, he was first stunned. What was going on? Where was Princess Jinlong? Why was there such an existence that looked so similar to Princess Jinlong, but was actually a man? However, he was smart enough to quickly understand the situation. Previously, he had only guessed that Lan Xuanyu was a human through the will left behind by his mother. However, he did not know that Lan Xuanyu was actually a woman disguised as a man. They were both men. Then there was nothing more to say. He could only kill him and take his bloodline. Jiang Weiqiang took a step forward. The energy in his body instantly exploded to the extreme. Intense golden-red flames instantly rose, brazenly slashing towards Lan Xuanyu. The enormous golden-red sword light seemed to split the entire dragon realm, enveloping Lan Xuanyu within. Under the stimulation of the blazing crimson gold mystic flames, Lan Xuanyu's dragon's repulse automatically exploded. He slowly raised his head and looked at Jiang Weiqiang in a daze. Xianxia is dead, he muttered. From the day he started cultivating, he had experienced countless obstacles, many of which were brought about by his bloodline. However, he still advanced step by step, growing step by step. In the end, he stood out from the Shrek Academy and became the #1 person of the younger generation, the leader of the new Shrek 7 monsters. He had an intelligent mind and astonishing courage. With his intelligence and strength, he was always able to turn danger into safety. He was always able to find opportunities amidst danger, allowing himself to grow rapidly. The last time he was in such pain was when his mother was struck by the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and almost died. At that time, he had been trying his best to tell himself that his mother was still alive, and that she still had a chance to be saved. Later on, it was with the help of his father and the Federation's fleet that he really managed to save Guyuna. However, this time, the blow to him was unprecedented. Xianxia was dead. The woman he loved the most was dead. She died for him. She died right in front of him. Even her body had turned into his soul ring. He knew that she was really dead. Even the slightest bit of luck didn't exist. Xianxia was dead. His Xianxia was dead. At this moment, his only thought was that he was completely disheartened. Everything had become unimportant because of her departure. Without Xianxia, it was as if he had lost the entire world. It was at this moment that Jiang Weiqiang's saber slashed down from above, right in front of him. Lan Xuanyu didn't want to resist at all. At this moment, his heart was filled with a deathly stillness. He wanted to follow his wife, but it was also at this moment that a sky-blue color burst forth from the 9-colored dragon aura. A clear and cold aura swept outwards, causing the pure gold profound flames to weaken a little. That clear and cold aura instantly drilled into Lan Xuanyu's divine sense, causing him, who was deathly still in his heart, to shudder. He raised his hand almost subconsciously. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss ring in his hand had already reacted under the immense pressure and transformed into the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, blocking in front of him. Boom! Lan Xuanyu's body was sent flying. His entire body was enveloped by the crimson gold flames. Even the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand became boiling hot. Jiang Weiqiang's dragon race saber was also a super divine weapon. After flying for thousands of meters, Lan Xuanyu crashed into a hill. Xianxia, it was Xianxia. The soul ring that Xianxia transformed into. Lan Xuanyu instantly woke up. He couldn't die. Xianxia sacrificed herself to save him. If he died like this, how could he face her? At this moment, the blazing crimson gold saber slashed down again. It was the law of fire, causing the entire world around him and even his sea of divine sense to burn. However, this time, Lan Xuanyu had completely woken up. The deathly stillness in his heart was replaced by incomparably deep hatred. The 9-colored flames on his body instantly rose to the extreme. Roar! An impassioned dragon roar suddenly burst out from his mouth with incomparable fury. Jiang Weiqiang had already gone all out with his second slash. How could he not see that Lan Xuanyu was not in a good state at this moment? He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him in order to achieve his ultimate goal. However, that dragon roar made Jiang Weiqiang feel as if something had exploded in his sea of divine sense. The crimson gold profound flames on his body instantly dimmed a little. He was shocked to discover that his cultivation base had been weakened from the half-step divine king level to the peak of the transcendent god level. How was this possible? He had clearly used the core of the dragon realm to seal off all the aura here. How could he still be suppressed so much? The power in the dragon realm was clearly unable to be mobilized. Of course, he knew that in terms of bloodline, he was definitely inferior to Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, from the beginning, he had never thought of using the core of the dragon realm to mobilize the power of the dragon realm to target him. I won't let you use it, and I won't use it myself. That should be fine, right? However, he did not expect that Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar would still suppress him. Although he had sent Lan Xuanyu flying with that slash just now, he could clearly feel the powerful resistance. At this moment, the dragon's roar filled his heart with shock. At the same time, he also became excited. Only such a powerful bloodline could help him become a true divine king. This was a good thing, but in the next moment, he saw a sky-blue halberd. Clang, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd collided with the dragon race saber. Blazing flames erupted crazily, but the sky-blue halberd only stabilized. There was only one true characteristic of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, and that was that it was indestructible. Even the dragon race saber, which was also a super divine artifact, was left with a mark under this attack. In Lan Xuanyu's eyes, sky-blue flames rose, and there was only a sky-blue halo around his body. His aura began to erupt crazily. The dragon roar no longer came from his mouth, but resonated around his body. The blood in his body was boiling, and 9 colored dragon scales covered his entire body. His aura was rising rapidly. Jiang Weiqiang was even more shocked to discover that the core of the dragon realm in his hand began to tremble violently, as if it was about to break free from his palm. How was this possible? Why was this happening? One could imagine the shock in Jiang Weiqiang's heart. Was the power of this bloodline so powerful? But at this time, he had no way out. Only by defeating Lan Xuanyu could he achieve his ultimate goal. The divine dragon armor on his body emitted a blazing light, but the pure gold profound flames on the dragon race saber began to shrink rapidly on the surface of the long saber. Jiang Weiqiang shook his body and actually turned into 9 figures, all of them attacking Lan Xuanyu at the same time. At the same time, the flow of time in the surroundings suddenly sped up, so much so that the 9 figures almost instantly appeared around Lan Xuanyu and attacked him at the same time. Humph! Lan Xuanyu let out an angry snort. The skeletons of the dragon gods in the distance instantly lit up again. The suppression of the core of the dragon realm was actually broken in an instant. A gigantic 9-colored dragon-shaped figure rose into the air. Wrath of the dragon gods. This was the legacy of the true dragon gods. Accompanied by Lan Xuanyu's angry snort, a terrifying scene appeared. 8 of the 9 figures that Jiang Weiqiang transformed into shattered in an instant. Only 1 figure still attacked Lan Xuanyu. The effect of the wrath of the dragon gods was somewhat similar to that of Tang Wulin's forbidden technique of the Dragon Emperor. It could instantly break all illusions, laws, and domains. This was one of the unique skills of the dragon gods, the former strongest divine king. Lan Xuanyu had obtained the dragon god's inheritance during his days of cultivation and learned the ability that truly belonged to the dragon god. It was an ability passed down from one bloodline to another. This was the inheritance of a supreme divine king. Although he was not yet a divine king, with the help of his completely stabilized bloodline, he could already display the true power of a divine king. Although the power could not be compared to that of the dragon gods, it was still the true power of the inheritance of the supreme divine king. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd drew a circle, mysterious circle of heaven. Jiang Weiqiang only felt that the dragon race saber was pulled by a huge force and instantly lost its target. Lan Xuanyu was already in front of him. The black sphere of heaven had been passed down to the first-generation sea god, Tang San. Tang San was also a supreme god king. Even if he was not as powerful as the dragon god, who had once been at his peak, he was not too far off. After all, he was the lord of the divine realm, the chief divine king of the divine realm committee. The mysterious circle of heaven was passed down to his son by him. And this legacy came from the previous sea god. After Tang San's comprehension and cultivation, its power was even greater than before. At this time, when it was used by Lan Xuanyu, it had already obtained the profundity of the mysterious circle of heaven. Even if Tang Wulin was here, it would only have the same effect. Lan Xuanyu did not have the sea god's trident, but the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand was not much inferior to the sea god's trident. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand had an indestructible characteristic. The wrath of the dragon gods also had another effect, which was to instantly suppress all the bloodlines of the dragon race. As the ruler of the dragon race, how could the wrath of the dragon gods be resisted by the other dragon race? Therefore, when that angry snort appeared, Jiang Weiqiang felt as if his consciousness and bloodline were about to explode. It was an incomparable pain. And the core of the dragon realm in his hand disappeared without a trace and reintegrated into the dragon realm. The originally silent dragon realm once again had fluctuations and changes in its aura. Low dragon roars trembled in the wrath of the dragon gods like whimpers. Jiang Weiqiang's biggest mistake was to choose the wrong battlefield. If it wasn't in the dragon realm, even if Lan Xuanyu had inherited the power of the real dragon gods, it would be impossible for him to be defeated so easily. But this was the dragon realm, the real home of the dragon gods. The core of the dragon realm was obtained by his ancestors because the purpose of the existence of the dragon realm was to give birth to the inheritor of the dragon race, or even the real dragon gods. The dragon gods were divided into two back then, and the last inheritance left behind was the dragon realm. This could be said to be the graveyard of the dragon race, but it could also be said to be the future hope of the dragon race. The control of the core of the dragon realm would naturally be left to the existence with the hope of inheriting it. That was why it fell into the hands of Jiang Weiqiang's ancestors. But now, it was different. The existence with the real bloodline of the dragon gods had returned. The real dragon gods had already moved in. Although he hadn't become a divine king yet, the transcendent dragon gods were still dragon gods. This was the world of the dragon gods. Everything here could be said to belong to the dragon gods. Under such circumstances, how could Jiang Weiqiang control it? Here, how could he suppress the real dragon gods? Since it was impossible, then everything was about to end. Rings of light bloomed from the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Under the suppression of the wrath of the dragon gods, Jiang Weiqiang's crimson gold mystic flames were suppressed to the surface of his body and couldn't be released. He felt the danger and didn't hesitate to reveal his true form and transform into the Fire Dragon King. But it was too late, those rings of light quietly wrapped around his body. Each ring of light was a mysterious circle of heaven, and when all these mysterious circles of heaven were combined, it was sea god Tang San's signature skill, Unpredictable Storm. Yes, Unpredictable Storm. 10,000 years ago, the Holy Lord of the Abyss had been defeated by the sea god Tang San's unpredictable storm within the sea god's trident. The Holy Lord was trapped within the sea god's trident, and in the end, he was slain by the planar ruler. At this moment, Unpredictable Storm reappeared. Under the suppression of the wrath of the dragon gods, Jiang Weiqiang had no chance of breaking free. Rings of light wrapped around his body, sealing everything about him. At this moment, Jiang Weiqiang, who was holding the dragon race blade, was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine that things would develop to this extent. He was actually suppressed like this. He didn't even have the chance to show his true strength before he was imprisoned by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu stared at him coldly. The dragon race will only be defeated under your leadership. As the head, you are so selfish that you can sacrifice the entire Tenryu star and sacrifice everything to achieve yourself. You don't deserve to be the leader of the dragon race. You have always been demanding from the dragon world, but have you ever given it anything? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and the dragon race saber in Jiang Weiqiang's hand flew out. The moment it flew out, the super divine weapon tried to struggle. However, with another angry snort from Lan Xuanyu, the wrath of the dragon gods erupted once again, and the dragon race saber trembled and stopped in midair. The dragon race saber was refined by the new dragon race after the dragon transformation by combining the various dragon powers obtained from the dragon world with many heavenly and earthly treasures. It was an imitation of the dragon race's blade of law. The real dragon race saber was refined by the dragon gods with their own horns. The reason why it could intimidate 10,000 dragons was because it contained a trace of the wrath of the dragon gods. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was the real dragon gods, and the wrath of the dragon gods he emitted was the true wrath of the dragon gods. How could this fake dragon race saber contend against it? The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd drew a brilliant blue arc of light and instantly struck the dragon race saber, accompanied by a violent boom. The dragon race saber instantly exploded, turning into countless resplendent rays of light that burst out in the air. After all, this was a super divine weapon. Lan Xuanyu actually used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to directly destroy this super divine weapon and turn it into origin energy. Under his guidance, this huge amount of energy fused into the dragon world, instantly making the entire dragon world more stable. This pseudo-dragon race saber contained an extremely huge amount of energy. Not only did it come from the dragon world, but it also came from the energy that the dragon race had painstakingly absorbed through various methods before finally reaching the super divine level. At this moment, it was detonated by Lan Xuanyu, and all of it became nourishment for the dragon world. Jiang Weiqiang looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock. Under the seal of the indefinite storm, he couldn't even speak. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since you obtained your power from the dragon world, then you should return it to the dragon world. Lan Xuanyu stared at him coldly. At this moment, Jiang Weiqiang felt an endless majesty from him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it was too late. The indestructible heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd easily broke through the defense of his divine dragon armor and pierced his chest. Jiang Weiqiang's jaw dropped. As the head of Tenryu and the leader of the Ryuma Federation, he had died just like that? He really couldn't accept it. He didn't even understand what he had done wrong. Why didn't he even have a chance to fight back? Lan Xuanyu was clearly only a transcendent. Not even a half-step divine king. The sky-blue light on the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd instantly became denser. The first thing to collapse was the divine dragon armor on Jiang Weiqiang's body. Cracks gradually appeared on the divine dragon armor, and the cracks quickly spread. In the end, it turned into countless rays of light that were devoured by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Jiang Weiqiang's body also began to become transparent. His dragon power core and sea of consciousness began to disintegrate under the incomparably sharp aura at this moment. I will lead the dragon race and rebuild its glory. This was the last thing Jiang Weiqiang heard. In the next moment, his body exploded. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand, and the Jinlong spear shot out. The energy that had just been absorbed by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, as well as the dragon power torrent formed by Jiang Weiqiang's self-destruction, was instantly absorbed by the Jinlong spear. The Jinlong spear shot into the air as if it had been nailed into the entire dragon world, disappearing without a trace. The dragon aura in the dragon world became denser. After Jiang Weiqiang, who was extremely close to the half-step divine king level, died, all of his dragon power, his super divine weapon, the dragon race saber, and his divine dragon armor were all integrated into the dragon world by Lan Xuanyu. Just as he said, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. What was obtained from the dragon world had to be returned to the dragon world. His body slowly landed on the ground. Looking at the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand, a beautiful figure seemed to be faintly discernible on the blade of the halberd. The coldness on Lan Xuanyu's face gradually turned into endless sorrow. He would rather not have the inheritance of the dragon gods, not be powerful, and not control the entire dragon world. He also wanted her to come back. Shosho, he murmured, his body trembling slightly. It was also at this moment that three figures suddenly appeared in the dragon world at the same time. When these three figures appeared, the dragon world instantly trembled, as if it had sensed something. Even Lan Xuanyu felt a desire from the depths of his bloodline. He turned around and the first people he saw were his parents. They were Gu Yuna, who was wearing the silver dragon dance Xianxia battle armor, and Tang Wulin, who was wearing the Jinlong Moon Xian Huanyu battle armor. Mom, seeing his parents, Lan Xuanyu's voice instantly choked up. In the next moment, Gu Yuna had already arrived in front of him and hugged him. Lan Xuanyu could no longer control his emotions and cried bitterly. Following his cries, the entire dragon world seemed to be sobbing. Tang Wulin slowly walked forward and sighed softly. This is all fate's arrangement. the Abyss Holy Lord actually didn't die. This is something we never expected. The problem we left behind caused you to bear this sorrow. I'm sorry, son. Lan Xuanyu could only weep bitterly. How could he blame his parents for Xiaoxiao's death? What his parents had endured in that era was definitely no less than what he was experiencing now. Gu Yuna gently patted Lan Xuanyu's back to comfort him. The person who had arrived with Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin wanted to say something, but Tang Wulin cut him off with a meaningful glance. At a time like this, it was best for his son to vent his emotions. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how long he had been crying. Only after all of his tears had dried up did he gradually calm down. His eyes had become a little hollow, and the warmth of his mother's embrace warmed his heart slightly. Gu Yuna wiped the tears from his face with a sympathetic expression, and said in a gentle voice, "Xianyu, you have to learn to be strong. No matter what kind of situation you face, you have to learn to be strong for the people who love you and need you. Do you understand?" "Yes." Lan Xuanyu nodded gently. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Gu Yuna's beautiful face. "Actually, there will be a chance." Lan Xuanyu was stunned. At this moment, his ability to think had been washed away by his sorrow, and he couldn't understand the meaning behind his mother's words. Gu Yuna said, "I'm saying that there will be a chance. Xiaoxiao sacrificed himself for you. Back then, your grandmother also sacrificed herself for your grandfather. Do you remember?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, but immediately after, his body began to tremble involuntarily. His grandmother sacrificed herself for his grandfather? His grandfather was Tang San, and his grandmother was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was also a 100,000-year soul beast who cultivated into a human. During a great crisis, she sacrificed herself for Tang San and became his soul ring. Later, Tang San went through untold hardships, and didn't hesitate to lose his arm to revive Xiao Wu. This was how the legend of the two of them becoming gods came about. Hearing his mother mention his grandfather and grandmother, Lan Xuanyu instantly understood what his mother meant. You mean?" His voice trembled. "Is there a chance for Xiaoxiao to come back to life?" But Xiaoxiao is a transcendent god. When she sacrificed herself, she burned everything she had. All of her life aura has been extinguished. Just because her life aura has been extinguished doesn't mean it's gone. Didn't she leave behind her soul ring? This soul ring contains her life origin and divine sense. It's just that she has lost her consciousness. Now, there's still time." A voice came from behind Tang Wulin. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu noticed that there was another existence behind Tang Wulin. When he saw this person, he couldn't help but be stunned. This person had already gracefully arrived in front of him. Wasn't this the former plain master of Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, Long Tianyang? She was still as beautiful as ever, but her life force aura had been severely repressed by the dragon realm. After all, this was not her realm. "Long Tianyang, are you saying that you have a solution?" Long Tianyang nodded in response. "The dragon realm is essentially a parasite on my body. I can't control everything here, but that doesn't stop me from knowing what's going on here. Hence, when the Holy Lord of the Abyss suddenly appeared and attacked you, I already sensed that something was amiss. I immediately notified your parents and guided them to the Tenryu Star." Lan Xuanyu faltered slightly upon hearing this. But his parents didn't appear right away. Otherwise, perhaps Xiaoxiao would have. His eyes were filled with bewilderment with this in mind, but he didn't question his parents as he believed in their love for him. To Xiaoxiao, this was a calamity, but it was also an opportunity. "It's the same for you. We were also persuaded by Tianyang, so we didn't come right away," Tang Wulin said. A wry smile appeared on Long Tianyang's face. "It's not that I didn't want to bring them to your rescue, but by the time I discovered this, the Holy Lord of the Abyss had already attacked you, and it was already too late. He wanted to kill you, and none of us could have stopped him. He sealed off the dragon realm, and I couldn't enter it, so I could only sense what was going on inside. It was only after Xiaoxiao sacrificed himself that he broke the seal on the dragon realm. I'm sorry for not being able to help you right away." Lan Xuanyu waved a dismissive hand. "Let's not talk about this anymore, Dad." "What do you mean? Can Xiaoxiao still be saved?" Long Tianyang replied, that's right, she can be saved. On top of that, there's no harm in doing so. She signed a master-slave contract with you, and in my opinion, there's actually something wrong with the master-slave contract of the dragon race. Although the existence of this master-slave relationship allows the two of you to fuse better, your bloodline is too powerful, and your improvement is too fast. Every time you improve, she will have a strong feedback. That's why she can break through so many realms in such a short time and even reach the transcendent grade. In fact, her body's endurance hadn't reached that level yet. Or rather, she could barely reach it this time. But have you ever thought about what would happen if you really broke through to the God King level and her body couldn't handle your reverse nurturing? At that time, it would be truly troublesome. Even if there was a master-slave contract, the energy brought by you becoming a God King was too great. It was possible that you could directly destroy her body and soul. And when you broke through, you wouldn't even know, let alone be able to stop it. But this time, the sacrifice will remove this contract. Last time, you signed a contract to cultivate the dragon race secret technique, but as long as you don't cultivate it in the future, there won't be any problems. With your dragon god's bloodline nurturing her, she will grow up sooner or later. Lan Xuanyu cut her off, and said, no, that's not important. I just want to know how to bring her back to life. Long Tianyang smiled and said, the soul ring that she gave you contains her own divine sense and bloodline imprint, as well as her obsession and longing for you. These things won't dissipate. As long as there's enough life energy, and you're willing to give up this soul ring, it's still possible to bring her back to life. Lan Xuanyu looked at her with an intense gaze, and asked, can you do it? Long Tianyang looked at him with a deep look in her eyes, and said, I can. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. All of a sudden, he took a step forward and knelt down like Long Tianyang. Please, help me save Xianxia. I don't care what you want, as long as it's within my power. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire dragon realm began to shake violently. Deafening rumbles of thunder rang out, and the entire dragon realm was filled with countless streaks of colorful lightning. Get up quickly, are you crazy? Long Tianyang hurried forward and pulled Lan Xuanyu up. A strange scene happened. When Lan Xuanyu was pulled up from the ground, the thunder in the realm suddenly subsided, and the skeletons of the dragon gods not far away also became dim. Lan Xuanyu was also shocked. He didn't know what happened, and why the dragon world suddenly erupted. In that instant, he even felt that the dragon world was about to explode. You are the ruler of this place, and you have truly inherited the bloodline of the dragon gods. In this dragon world, you are the supreme ruler, so even the head of Tenryu couldn't last long in your hands before he was killed by you. How can you kneel down and worship other life forms here? Do you want the dragon world to kill me? Long Tianyang said with a wry smile. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded, and said, I didn't expect it to be like this. Right now, I only want Xianxia to be resurrected. Long Tianyang took a deep breath and looked at him with a burning gaze, and said, I can help you resurrect by Xianxia, don't worry. But before that, there are some things I need to make clear to you. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna stood to the side and didn't interrupt, and only watched them communicate. Speak. Lan Xuanyu calmed his mind. When he heard that Bai Xiaoxiao could be resurrected, the ecstasy in his heart instantly washed away the extreme sadness from before. Under the great joy and sorrow, the bloodline aura in his body was a little unstable. Long Tianyang said, for you, I actually have to pay a huge price for my help this time. This is because it's not easy to resurrect a transcendent expert, even with the existence of divine sense and life imprint. I need to use a higher level of life energy than the transcendent level, which is the life source of the Longma double star, to complete this resurrection. Okay, I understand. Of course, Lan Xuanyu knew that it was not easy to resurrect a transcendent expert. Otherwise, he would not have been in so much pain before. He was definitely a top existence among transcendent experts. If it was easy to do, he would have done it himself. It was precisely because he could not think of any way to revive Bai Xiaoxiao that his heart collapsed. This was something that was completely beyond his control. Long Tianyang said, there are 3 conditions for me to revive Bai Xiaoxiao for you. First, when you become the dragon gods and start to build your own divine realm, you can't sacrifice Tenryu star and Tianma star. These 2 planets can be said to be my body, but at the same time, there are thousands of living beings on these 2 planets. They are closely related to me, and they are living beings in this universe. Please don't sacrifice them. Without a doubt. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, if I have to sacrifice the lives of 2 planets to become a divine realm, then there's no need to do so. In fact, I only want to defeat the Crimson Mother. I'm not that interested in whether or not to build a divine realm. As for how to become the dragon gods, I don't know what will happen after that, but I'm sure that if I can become the dragon gods, I'll do my best not to harm any lives in the process. Long Tianyang said, no, you must still build a divine realm. Otherwise, your position as the godly king will be unstable. In fact, when a transcendent expert breaks through to the godly king level, they will have their own divine realm. Even if it's just an inch of land, it's still a divine realm used to bear their position as the godly king. As the godly king of creation, the divine realm itself will become a part of your power. My second condition is that when you become a divine realm, I hope that the Longma double star can be the foundation star of your divine realm. Foundation star? What does that mean? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Long Tianyang said, the foundation star is the first to stabilize your divine realm, and the first to provide energy and faith to your divine realm. Just like the Douluo star from before, it should be the foundation star of your original divine realm. On the other hand, a divine realm can cover a very large area. The number of planets it can cover, the size of the galaxy, are all important factors that determine the future growth of the divine realm. I firmly believe that our Longma double star has the qualifications. At the same time, as the foundation star, the benefit we can obtain is that when an expert from the Longma double star breaks through to the divine realm, they will have the qualifications to obtain the godly king position in your divine realm. This is what I want. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly and said, yes, that's what I was thinking. You're right, the Longma double star is qualified. Long Tianyang said, after Bai Xiuxiu is resurrected, she might be slightly different from before. Due to the influence of the Longma double star's life source, she might have more thoughts and ideas than before, but generally speaking, the changes won't be too big. My third condition is that no matter what, you have to treat her well and help her become the second divine king of the god realm that you founded. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. This condition didn't sound like it would do him any harm. Xiuxiu was his wife, so how could he not help Xiuxiu? I don't quite understand what you mean, Lan Xuanyu said doubtfully. Long Tianyang suddenly smiled. You don't need to understand too much. This is also a bit of selfishness on my part. After all, after Bai Xiuxiu is resurrected, she will carry the life core of my Longma double star. But don't worry, she's still your wife. If you're willing to agree to these 3 conditions, then I'll start to resurrect her. This will take some time, but I guarantee that by the time you become the divine king, she'll have been resurrected. I need to bring her consciousness imprint and life imprint to the Longma double star's life source to help her resurrect. Okay, I promise you, Lan Xuanyu agreed without much hesitation. To him, there was nothing more important than resurrecting Bai Xiuxiu. As long as Bai Xiuxiu could be resurrected, he was willing to pay any price. However, he was a little puzzled because Long Tianyang didn't mention herself among the 3 conditions. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Long Tianyang had helped him so much, so how could he not treat her well? Even if he had been wary of her before, as long as she could resurrect Bai Xiuxiu, he would naturally not be wary of her. Alright, give me your soul ring then. Long Tianyang revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes, and he seemed to be relieved as he heaved a huge sigh of relief. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at his parents. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna both nodded at him. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and the dragon power in his body surged. At this moment, he was the true ruler of the dragon world. Mobilizing his own strength was equivalent to mobilizing the strength of the dragon world. Jiang Weiqiang's biggest mistake was to underestimate the close relationship between the dragon gods and the dragon realm. If they were fighting in the dragon realm, even the current Lan Xuanyu could display the strength of a half-step divine king. At this moment, Jiang Weiqiang's energy and the energy brought about by the shattering of the dragon race blade had completely merged into the dragon realm. The entire dragon realm seemed to have become brighter. Dragon shadows flashed in the sky from time to time, and slightly fluctuating energy circulated in the air. Clouds of dragon power floated quietly, emitting a dense energy aura. A 9-colored halo rose, and the sky blue soul ring emerged from Lan Xuanyu's body once again. Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate to cut off the connection between him and the soul ring. He groaned, and his aura instantly dropped. A miraculous scene appeared at this moment. In the dragon realm, the dragon power surged, and streaks of colorful halos rushed in from all directions like ribbons, quickly entering Lan Xuanyu's body. Almost in an instant, his aura was raised back to its original level and stabilized. The sky blue soul ring gradually shrank under Lan Xuanyu's guidance, and finally landed in his palm. He used both hands to hold the soul ring that was more important than his life to him, and walked in front of Long Tianyang. Please. Lan Xuanyu bowed slightly to Long Tianyang. Don't worry, I will definitely return you a healthy Bai Xiaoxiao, and it will only be better than before. Long Tianyang took the soul ring, and a milky white light shone from his body, enveloping the soul ring that Bai Xiaoxiao had transformed into and concealing its aura. Then, she turned to Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, bowed deeply, and said, "The two of you, I will take my leave first. Everything from now on will be in your hands. Xianyu, Jiang Weiqiang is dead, and the dragon race is without a leader. Now that you have complete control of the dragon realm, it is time to take control of the dragon race. After the dragon race stabilizes, you must try to break through to the godly king level as soon as possible. This is because no one knows when the Crimson Mother will return. When she returns, it is very likely that she will have reached the godly king level." "Yes, I will," Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. After knowing that Bai Xiaoxiao could be revived, his emotions had gradually stabilized, and he naturally had to face the various problems at hand. Long Tianyang nodded slightly to him, then floated up and turned into a milky white light, drifting away. Seeing her leaving figure, Lan Xuanyu had a strange feeling in his heart. The dragon race's restrictions on her are gone? Gu Yuna said, "Of course not, and this is all thanks to you. Jiang Weiqiang was in charge of the dragon race's control over her. Jiang Weiqiang was killed by you, so the control over her naturally disappeared. Of course, only half of it disappeared on this side, the other half is with the head of Tianma." Lan Xuanyu said doubtfully, "But, in her conditions, she didn't ask me to go find the head of Tianma and let her go." Tang Wulin said, "There's no need for that anymore. Just as she said, although she brought us to the Tenryu star immediately, at that time, Xiaoxiao had already begun the sacrifice, and it was irreversible. At that time, she told us that Jiang Weiqiang had already gone to the dragon realm. It was probably the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She told us to prepare to save you, and she had a way to save Xiaoxiao. At that time, we were also burning with anxiety, but she told us that this was an opportunity for you. Because if Jiang Weiqiang didn't take the initiative to attack you, it would be very difficult for you to take the initiative to attack him. Xiaoxiao completed the sacrifice, and your crisis was basically resolved." Hearing his father's words, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Long Tianyang was right. If Jiang Weiqiang hadn't taken the initiative to attack him, it would have been very difficult for him to attack Jiang Weiqiang when the Ryuma Federation and the human race had already formed an alliance. That would inevitably destroy the alliance, and it would be very disadvantageous for the upcoming war against the Crimson Domain. However, it was different if Jiang Weiqiang took the initiative to attack. He was completely defending and counterattacking, and he only killed him in order to protect himself. "Also, I'm afraid you didn't understand her real purpose," Tang Wulin continued, "think carefully." "How did she say to revive Xiaoxiao?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned, and he instantly recalled the 3 conditions Long Tianyang mentioned and the method to revive Bai Xiaoxiao. Previously, he was only thinking about reviving Bai Xiaoxiao, and didn't think much about anything else. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly realized some details. Life core. Life core? The Longma double star's life core, isn't that? Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened, and he seemed to understand a little. Gu Yuna sighed softly and said, "These ancient beings who created this plane are definitely top-notch in terms of intelligence. Actually, we can understand her worries. The dragon gods are even higher than the supreme ruler. If you can become one of the dragon gods, you can almost dominate everything in this galaxy." When that time comes, you can do whatever you want in this galaxy. No one can stop you, not even her, because there's still an external existence that can threaten the Longma double star at any time, the Crimson Domain. Compared to the Crimson Domain, you becoming a supreme ruler and creating the godly realm will be much less harmful to her. However, she will also be worried whether you will take away the Longma double star, and whether she, the creator and life core of the Longma double star, will also become nutrients for the dragon world you create. This is the greatest opportunity for her. QQ Group 934068640, read in advance every month, non-free group, read up to 30 volumes of Douluo is still free in one go, Douluo's latest update, Q Group 913924192. You mean, she will? Lan Xuanyu's breathing quickened. Now that he thought about Long Tianyang's third condition, he somewhat understood. Yes. She wants to use herself as the foundation to revive Bai Xiaoxiao, so that Xiaoxiao can come back to life. The influence she's talking about is the influence she may have on Xiaoxiao's emotions and personality. But she promised us before that she would give up everything as much as possible. With Xiaoxiao as the leader, she will only appear when her personality is needed. Also, there may be some other changes. She didn't say much, but we believe that she must have a better way for herself. But she will definitely revive Xiaoxiao for you. Because this is the only way you will have a good impression of her. Even after you reach the godly realm in the future, you will still treat her and the Longma double star well. Lan Xuanyu gasped. Long Tianyang's scheme had reached such a level. This was indeed something he hadn't expected. But he had to admit that this was a situation he couldn't resist at all. Because he couldn't give up on Xiaoxiao's revival no matter what. She was scheming openly, and she had to pay the price of her own life core. But he didn't know what the final situation would be after she did this. He could only wait until Bai Xiaoxiao was revived to see what would happen. Lan Xuanyu's expression suddenly became a little complicated, and there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. After all, he wasn't that familiar with Long Tianyang. In a sense, both sides could be regarded as an amalgamation of interests. Tang Wulin said, "Xianyu, you don't have to think so much now. Since it can't be controlled, let it develop on its own. What we need to ensure is that Xiaoxiao can be revived successfully. As for the rest, you may have a way to deal with it after you create the godly realm. Even the Long Tianyang doesn't know how powerful the god realm is. We don't know either. With the divine world, as a divine king, many things will be under your control. I can still clearly recall that after the war against the abyssal plane, your great-grandfather, who is also the planar master of our Douluo star, was able to revive a large number of powerful beings who had perished in that war by devouring the energy of the abyssal plane. He was only the master of a plane, not the master of the god realm. If you can become the master of the god realm, many things won't be too difficult to handle." I understand. With his parents' explanation and persuasion, Lan Xuanyu gradually relaxed. No matter what, Xiaoxiao should be able to be resurrected. This was also the reason why Long Tianyang had negotiated with him. She was definitely confident. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to make a trip back to the Tenryu star and inform the other dragon knights of the dragon race about the situation here. After that, I'll continue to cultivate and try to break through to the godly king level. I'll first become a true dragon god and solve the problem of the Crimson Mother." What's the situation in the Crimson Plain right now? He still didn't know what was happening outside. Immediately, Tang Wulin explained the situation of the battle with the Crimson Mother and the Crimson Plain in detail. After listening to his explanation, Lan Xuanyu realized how serious the situation was. The Crimson Mother had become an existence that could break through to the godly king level. Once she became a godly king, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist her. This was the biggest problem. Time is tight. "Dad, Mom, I'll return to the Tenryu star first," Lan Xuanyu said. Gu Yuna asked with concern, "Do you need us to go with you?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head. The halo around his body had already begun to change, and he returned to his female appearance as Princess Jinlong. "I'll go back by myself. It won't be good for you guys to go. Right now, the most important thing is to stabilize the Ryuma Federation. My identity shouldn't be exposed for now. Jiang Weiqiang just died, and I'll explain everything as Princess Jinlong." It'll be easier for them to accept it. Guyuna nodded and said, "Son, don't be too nervous. No matter what, your father and I will still be here. We'll definitely help you buy enough time. You have to be careful too. Don't take risks in the process of breaking through." "I understand. For you guys, for Xiaoxiao, I'll be careful too. Don't worry. I'll definitely become stronger as soon as possible. Only by becoming stronger can I truly control everything. I won't be troubled by losing control anymore." Lan Xuanyu clenched his fists tightly. Bai Xiaoxiao's sacrifice had greatly affected him. It was precisely because they hadn't discovered the existence of the Abyss Saint that the other party had such an opportunity. They hadn't been able to discover the existence of the Abyss Saint because they weren't strong enough. At his current level, he was already standing at the peak of most creatures. However, the more he was in such a situation, the more he desired power. If he had been a little hesitant about whether to become a supreme god before, he no longer had any doubts now. Through his understanding of the inheritance of the dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu understood that when he became a supreme god, whether his body could withstand the breakthrough wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem would come from the impact on his divine sense. When the dragon god was already the supreme divine king back then, there was already a split in his personality, which eventually led to the extinction of the entire dragon race, let alone the current him. He was really worried about what would happen to his personality when he became a dragon god. However, under such circumstances, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. He had no chance to hesitate at all, and he couldn't shrink back. Only by moving forward bravely could he protect all the people he wanted to protect. Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin quietly disappeared under the encirclement of the silver light. In the dragon realm, only Lan Xuanyu was left. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at the huge skeleton of the dragon gods. His eyes flickered, and his gaze gradually became firm. He subconsciously touched his chest. He couldn't forget the stimulation of his heart by the incomparably sharp aura of the sacred heavenly splitting abyss halberd. He also couldn't forget the feeling of Bai Xiaoxiao gently caressing his heart at the last moment. "Xiaoxiao, wait for me. I'll wait for you too." Taking a deep breath, the nine-colored light on his body surged. Lan Xuanyu shook his body and stood up. Thousands of dragon roars instantly rang out in the dragon realm. As if they were worshipping their divine king, all the dragon power clouds automatically turned into a vortex in the direction Lan Xuanyu was flying. They only gradually dispersed when his figure disappeared into the horizon. There was a flash of light, and when Lan Xuanyu appeared again, he was already on the rising dragon platform. In the sky, the huge colorful vortex slowly disappeared. The connection between the dragon realm and the Tenryu star was temporarily sealed. Standing at the top of the rising dragon platform, or rather, the rising dragon pillar, and looking down at the land in the distance, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. He could still clearly remember everything that had happened when he first arrived. And now, he was about to become the ruler of this land. Roar, he raised his head, and a long dragon roar rang out. Dazzling multicolored light instantly spread out from his body. This dragon roar was like a torch being lit. It instantly lit up the entire rising dragon pillar. With his body as the center, the colorful light first appeared in a circle and expanded outwards. It quickly spread to every corner of the rising dragon platform. Then, the colorful light quickly descended from above and dyed the entire rising dragon pillar in 9 colors. Against the incomparably dense dragon power fluctuations, Lan Xuanyu could feel the enormous energy that belonged to the dragon god's marrow. This was the true essence left behind by the dragon gods. It was also the most important thing that helped him become one of the dragon gods. Boom! A huge pillar of dragon power shot up into the sky. The pillar of dragon power shone with 9 colors as it shot up to 1,000 meters away in an instant. Lan Xuanyu's body gradually enlarged under the support of the pillar of dragon power, until he was 100 meters tall. An extremely dense dragon aura spread out rapidly with his body as the center. The entire Tenryu star shook. Even in outer space, one could clearly see the existence of the huge pillar of dragon power. A feeling of shock appeared in the hearts of every member of the dragon race. Every member of the dragon race felt the huge fluctuation of dragon aura coming from the direction of the rising dragon arena. The blood in their bodies boiled violently, and their own aura skyrocketed. Roar! 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 A series of dragon roars sounded in the rising dragon city. One by one, the members of the dragon race in the rising dragon city walked out of their rooms and came to a spacious area. They raised their heads and roared in the direction of the rising dragon arena. Looking at the 9-colored pillar of light rising, they slowly prostrated themselves on the ground. Then, this scene began to spread into the distance. In the main cities of the dragon race, all the members of the dragon race who sensed the aura of the rising dragon arena responded with dragon roars. In an instant, the entire dragon race seemed to have been ignited. The high-pitched dragon roars reverberated across the surface of the entire planet. One after another, huge figures rose into the air and flew quickly in the direction of the rising dragon arena. At this moment, the dragon race members who could fly were at least god tier and above. They seemed to be able to hear the existence of the dragon roars in their souls. Moreover, they could also tell that the voice did not belong to the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. It was more like the dragon realm was calling them. All the powerhouses of the dragon race who were god tier and above had been to the dragon realm before. They had at least one chance to go there. They were full of reverence for the place that had once brought them great opportunities. At this moment, was there a call from the dragon realm again? Although they did not know what was going on, all the members of the dragon race, including the dragon knights, had moved out and headed in the direction of the rising dragon arena. Standing on the draconic pillar, he looked down at the planet and felt the rich life energy of the entire Tenryu star. Lan Xuanyu gradually calmed down. Above his head was the dragon realm, and beneath his feet was the dragon pillar. And this world was the place that the dragon race wanted to dominate. And this was his new starting point. It did not take long before a series of huge silhouettes streaked across the sky and arrived around the rising dragon platform. The first to arrive were naturally the dragon race of the rising dragon city. When they caught sight of that gigantic dragon pillar that was 1,000 meters tall, they could not help but be stunned. Especially when they saw Lan Xuanyu standing at the top of the dragon pillar with his hands behind his back, all of them lowered their heads respectfully. Lan Xuanyu did not say anything to them either. He just silently sensed the enormous energy inside the rising dragon platform. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just how powerful were the dragon gods in the past? Even the energy that had been preserved for so many years was so enormous that it was far from what he could compare to now. Coupled with the entire dragon realm, it was truly unimaginable. The rising dragon city was basically located in the center of all the dragon race cities. If a divine level being flew at full speed, their speed would still be extremely fast. Not to mention transcendent level beings who could travel through space. With a flash of silver light, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the rising dragon platform. It was the second seat of the Tenryu, the Dawn Dragon Knight, Xianxia. Xianxia's consciousness was number one in the dragon race. When Lan Xuanyu let out a dragon's roar on the rising dragon platform, he was actually the first to sense it. Immediately, he moved out in shock. That dragon's roar was something that he could sense that was different from the other dragon race members. It was precisely because of his strong consciousness that he could clearly sense the majesty of that dragon's roar. That was definitely not something that any dragon race member could let out at the moment. Even though he had a hunch in his heart, when he truly appeared beside the rising dragon platform and saw Lan Xuanyu standing on the dragon power pillar at the top of the rising dragon platform, he could not help but feel a strong sense of shock from the bottom of his heart. 1,000-meter-tall dragon power pillar. At this moment, the entire rising dragon platform had become a foil for her. She could actually mobilize all the energy in the rising dragon platform. Moreover, he could also sense that Lan's aura was now stronger than his under the dragon power pillar. It was even stronger than the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. Although the dragon realm above her head did not appear, it was as if both the dragon realm and the rising dragon platform were one with her. His arrival finally caused Lan Xuanyu to open his eyes again. He looked at him and nodded at him, but still did not speak. The Dawn Dragon Knight, Xianxia, also bowed slightly to greet Lan Xuanyu. He could vaguely sense that something was about to happen. However, since he was already here, why was the first seat not here yet? It did not take long for the Dragon Knights to arrive one after another, arriving around the rising dragon platform. What they saw shocked them as well. They exchanged glances with each other, vaguely sensing that something big was about to happen. When all the dragon knights except for the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, arrived, hundreds of god-tier powerhouses of the dragon race from the nearby cities were already surrounding the dragon pillar. After Lan Xuanyu's gaze swept past these dragon knights and their dragons, he raised his head and let out a long dragon's roar. Suddenly, with his dragon's roar, the color of the entire sky changed. A nine-colored light illuminated the entire sky, and the vague image of the dragon realm appeared. The huge nine-colored dragon's image was projected high up in the sky. Its aura faintly enveloped Lan Xuanyu's body, making his aura even more powerful. Half-step Divine King. Zhong Zicheng was shocked to discover that at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation was clearly at the level of a half-step Divine King. Although it seemed that this was only possible with the help of the Dragon Realm and the Dragon Pillar. However, to be able to reach this level with his own strength, he was the first in the Dragon Race. Even Jiang Weiqiang had to rely on the help of many Dragon Knights to temporarily use this level of power. Moreover, the bloodline aura that Jiang Weiqiang was releasing now was far from what he could compare to. With this dragon's roar, almost all the Dragon Race members present felt their bodies sink. They fell 10 meters uncontrollably before they could stabilize their bodies. They could not help but look at each other in shock. Their bloodline aura had clearly been suppressed. The strength of such a bloodline had already caused them to be unable to feel any other emotions other than respect. Since the Dragon Knights are already here, let us begin. Lan Xuanyu's voice rang out. In his voice, there seemed to be a special law that belonged to the Dragon Race. Every word he said would cause the bloodline aura of the Dragon Race members present to fluctuate. This level of strength was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that no one in the Dragon Race could think of resisting. Everyone should know me. I am Lan. Today, I have gathered everyone here to announce two things. First, Jiang Weiqiang suddenly launched a sneak attack while I was cultivating in the Dragon Realm. He wanted to steal my bloodline. He was killed by me. He is already dead. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu waved his hand. A shadow appeared in the sky. Hearing this, many of the Dragon Race members present could not help but change their expressions. What? The head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, was actually dead? Killed by Lan. For a moment, many of the Dragon Race members were about to cry out in shock. However, at this moment, they heard a soft snort. Just this soft snort caused all the Dragon Race members present to fall 100 meters. Even the Dragon Knights were no exception. At this moment, their bloodlines seemed to have completely frozen. They could not help but look up at the sky in shock. At this moment, the huge shadow that appeared in the sky was the scene when Jiang Weiqiang attacked Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu in the image was already in the appearance of Princess Jinlong. With his control of the Dragon Realm, even if it was thought realization, he could still modify it according to his wishes. The general process shown in the image was real, but Lan Xuanyu's human identity was hidden. When they saw that Jiang Weiqiang was actually unable to resist Lan Xuanyu's hands at all, and under that powerful pressure, he was actually unable to retaliate before his chest was pierced by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, the breathing of all the dragons present became rapid. Jiang Weiqiang had ruled the dragon race and even the entire Ryuma Federation for more than 1,000 years. To the dragon race, he was the supreme and invincible existence. Who would have thought that the head of Tenryu, the leader of the dragon race, would die just like that? Then, they saw that the dragon race blade and even Jiang Weiqiang were turned into energy by Lan Xuanyu and integrated into the dragon realm. There were thousands of auspicious auras in the dragon realm, and thousands of dragons submitted. For a moment, they understood something. In the image, Lan Xuanyu finally returned to the huge skeleton of the dragon gods. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's voice sounded again. Jiang Weiqiang wanted to steal my bloodline for his own selfish reasons. He deserved to die. The reason was that, by chance, from the first time I participated in the Dragon Rising competition and obtained an opportunity on the Dragon Pillar, the bloodline in my body began to transform. Gradually, it became what it is today. It wasn't until this closed-door cultivation in the Dragon Realm that I truly understood that what was awakening and evolving in my body was the bloodline of the Dragon Gods, the true bloodline of the Dragon Gods. My seclusion this time allowed me to obtain the true inheritance of the dragon gods. It also allowed my bloodline to complete its final transformation, which led to Jiang Weiqiang coveting it. Unfortunately, he underestimated the significance of the bloodline of the dragon gods to our race. That was why he died in the end. As for his follow-up, I won't pursue it any further. Now was the time to fight the enemy together. From today onwards, I am the head of Tenryu. When I complete the final breakthrough and establish the god realm, I will become the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu's voice was not very impassioned. He spoke calmly, but no one present in the dragon race, including Tenryu's second dawn dragon knight Zhong Zicheng, could say a single word under his pressure. There was no one who objected. Under the immense pressure, and with the help of the dragon pillar and the dragon world, not a single voice could be heard. Lan Xuanyu's voice had already spread throughout the entire Tenryu star. This was the power of a half-step divine king. Zhong Zicheng looked at him deeply. Then, this dawn dragon knight slowly knelt on one knee on his dragon's back and bowed to Lan Xuanyu. Yes, he had chosen to submit. With him bowing, the other members of the dragon race naturally no longer had any reservations. They all bowed to Lan Xuanyu. The dragon gods, the true inheritance of the dragon gods. The possibility of establishing the god realm had actually appeared. Ordinary members of the dragon race might not understand what this meant, but for many supreme experts, this was what they desired the most. Only the appearance of the true god realm would give them a chance at eternal life. This was also what the dragon race had always pursued. For this reason, they did not even care about unifying the dragon horse galaxy. What Jiang Weiqiang had said before was true. It was not a perfunctory lie to the emperor and sky emperor. Lan Xuanyu looked at Zhong Zicheng. Next, I will go into seclusion to make the final breakthrough. All matters of the dragon race will be managed by the Dawn Dragon Knights. When I come out of seclusion, all demons and monsters will die. The second thing is that while I'm in seclusion, the Dragon Horse Federation must continue to cooperate with the human race, unite all races, and make joint preparations for defense. We will defend against the return of the enemy. But whether the enemy returns or not, the final outcome will not change. Yes. Zhong Zicheng could finally speak. He bowed respectfully to Lan Xuanyu again. Many of the dragon knights present had complicated looks in their eyes. Lan's rise was too fast. In just a few years, she had gone from a dragon race genius to the ruler of the dragon race. Even the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, had died in her hands. All of this seemed unbelievable, but it had happened. This new head of Tenryu might even be the future dragon gods. Could she really succeed in creating the divine realm? Could she become the divine king? The answers were still unknown, but one thing was clear. At this moment, Lan's rule over the dragon race could not be changed. This was the inevitable result of absolute strength. The dragon clan had always respected their bloodline. Who else had a bloodline that could compete with this one? This was the true bloodline of the dragon gods. It was the existence that the dragon race had always yearned for. Lan Xuanyu's gaze swept past the dragon knights one by one. Before he came back, he had already thought about it. If he wanted to complete the rule of the dragon race in the shortest time possible, it would be the easiest and the most time-saving way to suppress them with absolute strength. Perhaps some of the dragon knights were not convinced, especially those who stood on the side of the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. However, in the face of absolute power, especially the absolute suppression of bloodline, how could they oppose him? He did not need these members of the dragon race to be truly loyal to him now. When he could become the dragon gods, they would make the right choice. The dragon race was undoubtedly his foundation after he became the divine realm. No member of the dragon race could resist the temptation of the divine realm. So, as long as he continued to become stronger, all problems would not be a problem. There would not be too many hidden dangers if he suppressed them with strength now. Sir, should we inform the head of Tianma about this matter? Zhong Zicheng asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, of course. Inform all the members of the Federation. Everything will go on as usual. There will be no difference from before. Pass on what I said today to your allies. But the news must be sealed within the Longma double star. Before the problem of the Crimson Plane is resolved, no news from the Longma double star can be leaked out of the planet. Yes, Zhong Zicheng replied again. He also agreed with Lan Xuanyu's words. Although the Crimson Mother was probably the only ruler left in the Crimson Plane, they still had to prevent her from obtaining information. Once she learned that there was a possibility of becoming a divine king here, the Crimson Mother would probably arrive even earlier. What he did not know was that Lan Xuanyu had already predicted this. The Abyss Holy Lord was the Crimson Mother's son. How could the Crimson Mother not feel his death at all? So, time waited for no man. That's all for today. I will be cultivating in seclusion on the Rising Dragon platform. No living beings are allowed to approach the Spirit Ascension platform, Lan Xuanyu said to Zhong Zicheng and all the members of the dragon race present. Yes. All the powerhouses of the dragon race replied respectfully in unison. Disperse. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand, and the 9-colored dragon power pillar below him instantly bloomed, turning into a colorful halo that spread in all directions. Immediately, all the members of the dragon race present could clearly feel their bloodlines being ignited for an instant. The aura of their bloodlines rose, and the strength of their bloodlines seemed to have increased imperceptibly. For a moment, the members of the dragon race were even more respectful toward Lan Xuanyu. Although they still found it hard to believe that the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, had died just like that. However, the person in front of them right now was truly powerful. Moreover, even the dragon knights did not object. Naturally, the other members of the dragon race were even less likely to express any intention of resisting. Lan Xuanyu slowly landed on the rising dragon platform and sat down cross-legged. Only then did the members of the dragon race quickly disperse and return to their respective places. There was no doubt that Jiang Weiqiang's death would shock the entire Ryuma Federation. The fact that Lan Xuanyu had taken over as the head of Tenryu would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Federation. This was especially so when the great threat of the Crimson Realm was still present. End of chapter. Lan Xuanyu did just that. He used his fastest speed to take over the position with the force of a thunderbolt and also gave evidence that Jiang Weiqiang had attacked him. Most importantly, Lan Xuanyu's own strength and inherited the bloodline of the dragon gods. He did not shy away from telling them about the bloodline of the dragon gods. This was clearly telling the dragon race that he was the one who could lead the dragon race to a bright future. The dragon knights understood the meaning of his words as well. Divine King. Becoming a divine king. He also wanted to develop in the direction of becoming a divine king. There was no doubt that this was what the dragon knights wanted to see. The previous head of Tenryu, including Jiang Weiqiang, had been working hard in this direction, but no one had succeeded. No one had even reached the half-step divine king level. Lan Xuanyu's display of the bloodline of the dragon gods gave these dragon knights hope. Jiang Weiqiang was dead, and the one who had the potential to become a divine king had appeared. This stifled all opposition in the cradle. Especially with the support of the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, Lan Xuanyu stabilized the situation and smoothly became the head of Tenryu. It only took a short time for Lan Xuanyu to take over the dragon race. Zhong Zicheng did not say a word during the process of returning to Tenryu City. The other dragon knights did not return to their residence either. They silently followed behind him and returned to Tenryu City together. Second seat, shouldn't we discuss this? Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei asked in a low voice. After returning to Tenryu City, he finally could not hold it in anymore. Zhong Zicheng turned his head to look at the other dragon knights, nodded to them, and said, "Then come." In the large conference room, the dragon knights sat down one after another. The entire conference room was very quiet. No one spoke first, or it was more accurate to say that they did not know how to speak first. This sudden and huge change really made them feel a little uncomfortable. However, the facts were already in front of them. What could they do if they did not adapt? Were they really going to revolt? They had all seen the strength that Blue had just displayed. Blue was even stronger than Jiang Weiqiang in the past. It was not something that they could resist, especially the pressure that came from the bloodline. The ink. Dragon Knight Luo Lan's feelings were the most complicated. He was the first person to see Lan. Moreover, it was with his help that Lan stood out in the dragon race and walked to the peak step by step. However, he did not expect that Lan would be able to become the head of Tennu in such a short time. Lan's growth rate was really too fast. Of course, in his opinion, it was not a bad thing for Lan to become Sky Dragon's first seat. Thinking back to the bloodline Aura Blue had released before, that powerful and profound aura seemed to be able to extend endlessly. It was unbelievable. Was the divine king of the dragon race. If Lan could do it. Does anyone have any thoughts? Zhong Zicheng finally spoke, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the many dragon knights present. Lan Xuanyu Dragon could only smiled. What can we think? It's just that all of this happened too suddenly. Second seat, you are everyone's backbone. A dragon knight said with a wry smile. Zhong Zicheng said indifferently, no matter what the reason is, the outcome cannot be changed. What's more, the chief has already explained the situation to us in the way of thinking. You have all seen it for yourselves. The chief has inherited the bloodline of the dragon gods. We have all seen the remains of the dragon gods in the dragon world. We have all tried. However, who has received the feedback from the dragon gods? Lan has. This means that she is the chosen successor of the dragon gods. She is also the one who will lead the dragon race to glory. I am willing to support her. Also, we are at our wits' end against the Crimson Mother. If the Crimson Mother comes back as the Divine King, we and the humans will not be able to stop her. If our new chief can reach the Divine King level, we will have the strength to fight against the Crimson Mother. We may even defeat her and destroy her. This is our hope and opportunity. When that time comes, whether it is the Ryuma Federation or the Douluo Federation, who can resist us? We all know how difficult it is to reach that level. At least I know that I will never be able to reach that level in my life. I can't even touch it. Jiang Weiqiang is the same. That's why he wants to steal the chief's bloodline. He doesn't even know if he can succeed. You've all seen how they fought in the video just now. We are all familiar with Jiang Weiqiang. However, he can't even resist. This is absolute suppression of the bloodline. Be it me or you. Who thinks that their bloodline is stronger than Jiang Weiqiang's? When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment, and then he said in a powerful voice, this means that if we go against the head seat, we'll all die. Even if we join forces, we have no chance of victory under the suppression of the head seat's bloodline. This is the case for the entire dragon race. Those with the bloodline of the dragon gods are born to be kings of the dragon race. Under such circumstances, no matter how you look at it, we have no chance of opposing the chief. No matter who has a good relationship with Jiang Weiqiang in the past, I have to remind you to wake up and recognize the current situation. We have no other choice. The dragon knights listened to his words and couldn't help but nod. If they couldn't resist, there were benefits to supporting. There was indeed no need to resist. We support the chief. Luo Lan was the first to speak. Huang Liangwei, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, of course you support him. You were the one who discovered blue. At this time, no one would object. All the dragon knights expressed their support for Lan Xuanyu, the new head. Zhong Zicheng said in a low voice, pass down my orders. Call for a meeting of the Ryuma Federation. Invite all the transcendent great experts of the Ryuma Federation to attend. Say that we are discussing the Crimson Mother. The news of the chief's change must not be made known to the humans, in case they make the necessary arrangements. Also, inform all our people to keep everything that the chief has shown us a secret, including the fact that he killed Jiang Weiqiang. For the stability of the Ryuma Federation, we will temporarily unify our statements. When we announce to the various experts later, we will only say that Jiang Weiqiang gave up his position because of the chief's successful breakthrough. We will hide the news of his death and say that he went into seclusion in the dragon world. Yes. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhong Zicheng's arrangements were undoubtedly more mature than Lan Xuanyu's. Of course, this was also because Lan Xuanyu didn't care much about what the experts of the Ryuma Federation thought. The Dragon Knights had reached an agreement. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had officially started his cultivation. He felt the surging energy of the dragon gods in the dragon pillar. He didn't rush to absorb it. Instead, he quietly stabilized his mind. Bai Xiuxiu's death was a huge blow to him. The image of Bai Xiuxiu risking everything to save him at the last moment kept replaying in his mind. Xiuxiu. My wife, no matter what, you have to come back to life. Lan Xuanyu gently clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Under the influence of the dragon aura, the sky was cloudless. In the clear sky, he could feel the existence of the dragon world. It had become his dragon world. From now on, he would work hard to become a dragon god. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him, but it was also a huge risk. QQ Group 934068640, read in advance every month, non-free group. Read up to 30 volumes of Douluo is still free. Douluo's latest update, Q Group 913924192. When he received the inheritance of the dragon gods, he could feel how powerful the dragon gods were. Furthermore, the will left behind by the dragon gods was extremely complicated. It was obvious that something must have happened to the dragon gods when they fell. As a supreme divine king, who was once known as the strongest divine king, he actually suffered from schizophrenia, which ultimately led to the destruction of the entire dragon race. What exactly happened to him, no one knew except for the dragon gods themselves. And as he was about to ascend to the level of the dragon gods, he would probably understand the truth of what happened back then. The impact on him would definitely be huge. As for becoming a divine king, he already knew that it required an extremely large amount of energy. Even though there was still a lot of energy left behind in the dragon pillar, would it be the easiest for him to ascend to the level of the dragon gods? Lan Xuanyu did not know. There was no answer to this. No one knew how much energy was needed to ascend to the level of the dragon gods. Right now, he was on the Tenryu star. When the dragon realm descended, the dragon pillar pierced into the surface of the Tenryu star, bringing about the dragon transformation, which led to the appearance of the dragon race on the Tenryu star. Then, did the will of the dragon gods want to use the life energy on the Tenryu star to help him complete his breakthrough? He had personally witnessed the destruction of the Tenryu star. In the images that were transmitted back, the Tenryu star finally collapsed. All of this was simply too horrifying. Who knew how many Tenryu people died in that devouring? If he caused such destruction on the Tenryu star, then what difference was there between him and the Crimson Mother? Furthermore, there was still the Long Tianyang. The Long Tianyang was reviving Bai Xiuxiu. If he caused the Tenryu star to collapse during his breakthrough, then Bai Xiuxiu would undoubtedly die. This was also why the Long Tianyang chose to revive Bai Xiuxiu. She knew that he had to break through to the level of the Divine King in order to fight against the Crimson Mother, so she did this. The creator of the Longma double star, who had existed for God knows how many years, had definitely made the wisest choice. All of the pressure was now on Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, not only did he have to break through to the level of the Divine King, but he also had to face the unknown dangers of the dragon gods. At the same time, he had to ensure that he did not destroy the Tenryu star. The difficulty of this breakthrough was definitely higher than that of the Scarlet Mother. The risk was even greater than that of the Scarlet Mother. Most importantly, he could not stop, he had to move. No one knew how long it would take for the Mother of Crimson to break through. Only by completing his breakthrough as soon as possible would he have a chance to fight against her. Otherwise, the heavenly dragon planet would also be plunged into misery and suffering. Even his parents and friends would be in danger. There was no way out. He could only move forward bravely. Lan Xuanyu gradually straightened out his train of thought, and the look in his eyes gradually became firm. For his family, friends, and partners. For the millions of living beings, and for himself, he had to become the dragon gods. Only in this way could all the problems be solved. Since that was the case, let me make all the preparations first. In space, the 4 space fleets from the Douluo Federation were scattered and hovering in space. But if one paid attention, they would notice. The motherships of the 1st and 5th space fleets were not there. Because they were stationed separately, and these 2 space fleets were rather far away. Therefore, the Ryuma Federation did not know that these 2 space fleets had disappeared. The reason for their departure was very simple. They needed time to repair themselves, and could no longer unleash the power of their main cannons. If the Crimson Mother returned, they would not be able to play the same role as before. The Douluo Federation had already sent the 2nd and 4th space fleets over. When they arrived, the other battleships of the 1st and 5th space fleets would also withdraw. They would return to Douluo planet. Regarding this, the Douluo Federation did not inform the Ryuma Federation, and this was an internal decision. But this was already the Douluo Federation's full strength. The news of the Crimson Mother becoming a godly king had already been sent back to the Douluo Federation. The entire battle was also sent back. After the chairman of the Federation and many politicians saw this battle record, they realized that the Tangmen and Shrek Academy were not exaggerating. They could not imagine that the Crimson Domain could survive in the face of such powerful firepower from the Federation's space fleets. That was the simultaneous attack of all 4 space fleets. It was the strongest attack in history that the Douluo Federation had ever launched. But in the end, the enemy was not defeated. Furthermore, the enemy could return even stronger. How unbelievable was this, therefore, when General Bai Ling proposed to mobilize the other 2 space fleets, the parliament quickly passed the resolution. At this time everyone knew that there was no way out. If the Crimson Mother became a godly king, the first thing she would destroy when she returned would be the Ryuma Federation, and then the Douluo Federation. The politicians, who did not pay much attention to this matter, felt that their lives were in danger for the first time. Of course, some people could choose to escape. They could escape into the universe and find a place to live. But who would be willing to leave their home if they could? Leaving meant giving up everything they had. Under such pressure, the Douluo Federation did not have any objections. Now, everyone was praying that the Crimson Mother would not return. She had been completely annihilated by the huge cannon fire. Inside the golden-eyed Black Dragon God warship, Tang Wulin, Gu Yuna, Ling Zichen, and General Bai Ling sat in the conference room. The 4 of them not only represented the strongest fighting power of the current human race, but they also represented the major powers and the military. General Bai Ling sat at the end of the table. Although it was not his first time meeting Tang Wulin, it was his first time meeting him face to face after knowing his identity. Therefore, the number 1 person in the military was very respectful. The 3 people in front of him had lived for tens of thousands of years, and were heroes who had turned the tide for the Douluo Federation. Therefore, although he was the current minister of the military, he was born in Shrek, and Tang Wulin in front of him was his idol. Pavilion Master. The current situation is like this. Our 2nd and 4th fleets are expected to arrive here in 4 days to complete the change of guard. The motherships of the 1st and 5th fleets are returning at full speed. The Federation has already made preparations. After they return, they will immediately repair them. At the same time, the Federation has also made first-level combat preparations, General Bai Ling said respectfully. Thank you, Bai Ling, Tang Wulin said with a smile. General Bai Ling hurriedly said, it's not hard. This is what I should do. Pavilion Master, is the current situation really that bad? Can the Crimson Mother really return? Tang Wulin said in a deep voice, the possibility is very high. When I was growing up, I once looked up the process of us humans becoming gods. It was mainly because I looked up the process of my father becoming a god. In addition, I once communicated with him briefly. He told me that when he was recognized by the god realm and became a sea god, he took the 9 trials. In the end, he finally became a god. As for becoming a godly king, that was after he entered the god realm. Therefore, god-rank powerhouses who truly have a godly king have to go through trials. Therefore, becoming a godly king will undoubtedly be the most difficult trial. When the Crimson Mother resisted our collective attack, it was very likely that she could have resisted and been severely injured. However, she chose to devour all the energy that attacked her and was determined to risk her life. I suspect that she wanted to turn this into a test and opportunity for herself to become a godly king. She was naturally rejected by the laws of the universe. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for her to become a godly king. However, she used this method to make the impossible possible. Therefore, I think the possibility of her returning is very high. After all, she didn't die immediately. It's only a matter of time now. Bai Ling pondered for a moment, then said, Pavilion Master, if she really comes back, we don't have any power to stop her. Is there any follow-up plan? Before Tang Wulin could speak, Ling Zichen said faintly, "There is. The Federation already has a follow-up plan. This plan is called Rebirth. It was prepared when the first space fleet flew into the universe and began to explore and found the first planet suitable for our survival." Rebirth? Bai Ling looked at her in surprise. There was no doubt that this was a secret belonging to the Federation. Even Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna did not know about this. After all, they had been asleep for 10,000 years. Ling Zichen was a witness to the whole process. She had always been one of the top figures in the Federation. Ling Zichen said in a deep voice, "The reason for the rebirth plan is mainly because when we found other planets suitable for survival, we also found extraterrestrial creatures and resources." At that time, some scientists raised the question. Since there are other life forms in space, are there any powerful existences among them? The answer is obviously yes. And we can't tell how powerful these extraterrestrial creatures are. As explorers, we find and encounter other extraterrestrial creatures and colonize and expand the universe. There will definitely be wars and enemies. If the enemy is within our control, of course, it will be best. But what if an enemy we can't defeat appears? The reason why the First Fleet's main cannon was built to such an extreme degree was because of this assumption. At that time, I was in charge of the design of the First Fleet's main cannon. Hearing this, Tang Wulin couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the First Fleet's main cannon looked so familiar when it was fired. It was from you, the human cannon. Ling Zichen rolled her eyes. You're the human cannon. Don't interrupt me. Tang Wulin shook his head helplessly, but he kept silent. Gu Yuna couldn't help but smile. Although she was wary of Ling Zichen, she admired him from the bottom of her heart. Back when Ling Zichen had transformed into a human cannon and attacked the Abyssal Holy Lord without any hesitation, his heroic bearing had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all of the participants. Ling Zichen continued, while improving the combat power of the First Fleet, we also began to formulate a rebirth plan. What should we do when humans are on the brink of extinction? Therefore, in the reincarnation system, we mainly stored the human gene bank, as well as the egg and sperm incubator. Together with our human civilization and sufficient resources. These things will ensure that after the revival, the reborn humans will be able to obtain sufficient resources and pass on our genes. Then, they will be reborn and bring new opportunities to humans. So that we can pass it on. This plan is entirely made for the continuation of the human race. And if we really encounter an extreme situation, we will naturally be like the Tianhe race and try our best to escape with as many people as possible. However, the rebirth plan would fall on a special warship. This warship had a powerful ability to fly continuously. It can traverse at least several galaxies, bring our things to even further places, and reach unprecedented speeds. For thousands of years, we have been constantly improving the rebirth plan and adding more new technology and knowledge to it. Thus, the plan became more complete. Once the Crimson Mother appeared, the rebirth plan would be launched immediately. This was also the first stage of preparation for launch after the plan was confirmed. The rebirth plan was not in the hands of the Federation, but in the hands of the Tangmen. This was decided by the Parliament at that time. I was also the one who presided over it. Hearing her say this, General Bai Ling couldn't help but admire her from the bottom of his heart. Space exploration was really a dangerous thing, even though humans had become stronger day by day over the past thousands of years. But there were still stronger opponents. For example, the current Ryuma Federation was the most obvious example. Even though the human space fleet had such destructive power, they had never dared to truly go to war with the Ryuma Federation. This was because the individual strength of the Ryuma Federation was too strong. Tang Wulin was also surprised when he heard her words. The Douluo Federation was really well prepared. Even the rebirth system was prepared. Does the rebirth system include soul masters? Gu Yuna asked curiously. Ling Zichen said, of course it includes them. They even prepared many man-made soul rings. The technology for the creation of man-made soul rings was provided by the Spirit Pagoda. However, this is an encrypted file, and it will only be decrypted after the rebirth system is activated. The Spirit Pagoda is guarding against us. Tang Wulin couldn't help but laugh. The spirit pagoda has always been wary of us. Gu Yuna rolled her eyes at him and said, that's the meaning of the spirit pagoda's existence. Ling Zichen said, anyway, I've already given the order. Once the Crimson Mother appears, the rebirth plan will be executed immediately. Whether we can resist it or not, we have to execute it. Just in case. Gu Yuna said, what if we can resist it in the end? Ling Zichen said, it's not a bad thing for another human civilization to appear a few star systems away. It's naturally best if we can resist it. How's Xianyu doing now? How's the situation? Tang Wulin said, we'll do our best. None of us know what will happen when we break in that direction. Right now, he can only rely on himself. But at the last moment, when he needs our help, we'll help him. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Yuna's face disappeared. She frowned slightly and looked at him, but didn't say anything. If Xianyu doesn't succeed, then head of Tenryu is dead. None of us can resist the God King, right? Even if all 8 fleets come, plus the golden-eyed black dragon warship, we still won't be able to stop it. Ling Zichen frowned. Tang Wulin said, at that time, we can only try to stall for time. Gu Yu and I have a secret method. Hopefully, it can buy Xianyu enough time. You have a secret method? Ling Zichen looked at him in surprise. Tang Wulin nodded. We can at least try. Even if we can't reach the God King level, we should be able to resist for a while. Ling Zichen seemed to understand something. She fell silent. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll just have to bring out whatever trump cards we have. Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. Don't tell me you're preparing for a second round of cannonball? Get lost. Ling Zichen said exasperatedly. General Bai Ling listened from the side. In front of the 3 bigwigs, he was like an invisible person. But there was a strange excitement in his heart. This was the feeling of witnessing history. Even though he didn't know if this history could be passed down. But he felt very proud to be able to witness it. The Rising Dragon Arena. Lan Xuanyu's arms slowly spread out by his sides. He was already prepared. The final breakthrough. It was finally about to begin. Once this process began, there was no way to hide it any longer. A faint 9-colored halo began to rise from the surface of the Rising Dragon Arena. The entire surface of the Rising Dragon Arena was covered in a dense mist. The rainbow slowly spread downwards. Fine cracks began to appear on the nail-like stone surface of the Rising Dragon Pillar. A faint buzzing sound began to emanate from the Rising Dragon Pillar. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline began to tremble. This was a resonance with the Rising Dragon Pillar. End of chapter. When Lan Xuanyu had fully accepted the legacy of the dragon gods, it was as though the dragon pillar had become a part of his body. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. Throughout the entire process of assimilation, there were no other sensations. It was as though everything had already begun to assimilate. And he himself was that existence that connected the heavens and the earth. Below the dragon pillar, above the dragon world. The tremors began to grow stronger, and that soft buzzing sound began to turn into a low whimper. It was the whimper of a dragon. The soft whimper of a dragon seemed to be circling around the dragon pillar. On the surface of the dragon ascending pillar, as more and more cracks appeared, colorful halos began to seep out from the cracks, emitting a soft and gentle glow. At first, the citizens of the Rising Dragon City did not notice anything. But soon, some people noticed that the colorful light that had appeared a few days ago had appeared once more. It was just that it was not as intense as before. At the same time, there was no longer that powerful aura from before. The ones who paid the most attention were naturally the dragon race, especially the powerful beings of the dragon race who were deity level and above. They had already received a gag order to keep everything that they had seen on the Rising Dragon platform a secret. At that moment, the colorful light appeared on the Rising Dragon platform once more. Furthermore, they could vaguely sense the aura within it. Naturally, they would pay attention to it immediately. And report it to the Tenryu Society. Soon, as more and more cracks appeared, the rocks on the surface of the dragon pillar began to shatter. One must know that even though it looked like rocks, the dragon race had already tried to mine and destroy it. But to no avail. The rocks on the dragon pillar seemed to be tougher than any metal. Furthermore, they were protected by a special power. And now, these rocks were shattering apart just like that, and began to fall silently. What was even more mysterious was that as these rocks fell, they turned into dust in the air and dissipated without causing any damage to the ground. And the colorful light on the dragon pillar began to thicken even more. The strange colorful light reverberated in the air, giving off a dazzling feeling. It was not like the domineering aura of the dragon power pillar that shot up into the sky. Instead, it had a mysterious divine aura. It floated up, spiraling back and forth. Seeing this wonderful colorful light, many people in the dragon race couldn't help but sit down. They just looked at it silently, as if they could feel something from it. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was a special charm in that ethereal feeling. The multicolored light was growing stronger with every passing moment. As such, more and more citizens of the rising dragon city were able to see the changes that were happening to the dragon pillar. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, if it was just the top of the dragon pillar, it wouldn't be strange, but they noticed that on the surface of the dragon pillar, the entire conical body was glowing with a colorful light. This was unprecedented. At this moment, there were already orders from the upper echelons of the rising dragon city to seal off the surroundings of the rising dragon pillar. No living being was allowed to approach it. A quarter of an hour later, with Dawn Dragon Knight Xianxia in the lead, 6 dragon knights had rushed over. They stood guard below the rising dragon platform, protecting it. There had been no changes on the rising dragon platform for the past few days, and all of them found it strange. Why is there no movement at all? He didn't know what the new chief was doing. Now that there were sudden changes today, they naturally had to rush over to check it out. Everything else aside, the bloodline fluctuation that had appeared on Lan Xuanyu's body was extremely beneficial to them. Such a good taboo could not be missed out on. Furthermore, guarding him was also for the sake of the entire dragon race. Xianxia stood at the bottom of the dragon pillar and raised his head to look up. He looked at the colorful light that appeared like smoke and dust. He was now more and more convinced that Lan had inherited the dragon god's bloodline. And this inheritance must have started back then on the rising dragon platform. It was laughable that they had even given their blood back then, hoping that they could be like Lan and be acknowledged by the rising dragon platform, so that they could raise their own bloodline. By the looks of it now, the rising dragon platform must have truly acknowledged Lan back then and recognized her as the successor of the dragon gods. And right now, they could only hope that Lan would succeed. For the dragon race, this was definitely the most important thing. Xianxia tried to get closer to the bottom of the rising dragon platform. But when he walked within 100 meters of the rising dragon platform, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure in his heart. It was not a direct suppression of energy, but a kind of suppression of feeling. His own bloodline seemed to have deteriorated and was being suppressed crazily. It even felt like it was going to leave his body. He was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. The other dragon knights saw how flustered he was and immediately stopped in their tracks. No one dared to get closer. But they could clearly see that at this very moment, even at the bottom of the rising dragon platform, cracks had begun to appear. Fine stones were beginning to peel off, and a miraculous change was taking place. Faint multicolored halos also appeared as smoke and dust, and then rose upwards. Those wisps of smoke and dust gradually covered the entire rising dragon platform with a layer of faint colorful light. This was definitely an extremely strange scene. Should we seal off the space here? Make it so that no one can see from afar? Luo Lan whispered into Xianxia's ear. Xianxia immediately shook his head and said, "No. The chief's cultivation this time should be extremely important. At a time like this, let's not act rashly. Don't do anything. Otherwise, if we affect her cultivation, we will be sinners of the dragon race. We just have to keep watch here. Get everyone to come over to the rising dragon city. We will stand guard for the chief. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, alright." Lan Xuanyu silently sensed the changes in the rising dragon pillar. The rising dragon pillar that had been dormant for God knows how many years was slowly awakening under the guidance of his bloodline. This was the weapon of the dragon gods, a true super divine tool. He could feel how restless the energy inside was. And around his body, those wisps of colorful smoke and dust were gathering towards his body. They silently entered his body. His dragon power began to circulate on its own. The dragon core in his body had long disappeared when he inherited the bloodline of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu could now feel that his body was like a huge whirlpool, silently absorbing the surrounding dragon power. This was energy of the same origin. The moment it entered his body, it would be automatically absorbed by his body. It would become a part of his dragon power. This feeling was extremely comfortable. It was as though he was pouring water into a huge cave, and the water level was slowly rising. His body was like a bottomless abyss, absorbing everything. This was a process of accumulation, a process of quantitative change. The power of the dragon god's bloodline within the rising dragon pillar seemed to be endless as it poured into his body continuously. But after entering Lan Xuanyu's body, the dragon power disappeared without a trace, and no powerful aura leaked out. As for the citizens of the rising dragon city, as long as they did not get too close to the rising dragon pillar, they could only see that the rising dragon pillar had turned into 9 colors. It was as though there was a 9-colored smoke rising into the sky. That faint smoke was as high as 10,000 meters, giving off a dazzling sense of beauty. But compared to the riot not too long ago, the situation this time was not as shocking. The senses of the dragon knights were naturally much sharper than those of the citizens. They were surprised to find that the colorful smoke emitted from the rising dragon pillar did not leak out too much of its aura. It was as though it was just a beautiful smoke pillar, and did not bring about much of a sense of oppression. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could not get too close. Under Zhong Zicheng's command, the area within a radius of 1,000 meters around the rising dragon pillar was completely sealed off. No one could get close, and all the dragon knights were personally standing guard. The dragon knights all understood that at this moment, the golden dragon princess, the new chief, was very likely to be the existence that could ultimately resist the Crimson Mother. If the Crimson Mother did not die and came back, the chances of her becoming the Divine King were very high. When that happened, the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation would not be able to defeat her. They could only hope that they had someone strong enough on their side. They saw hope in Lan Xuanyu. Not to mention anything else, this person was able to kill the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and the aura he had displayed on the rising dragon platform. Coupled with the strength of his bloodline, it was enough to explain many things. Once he succeeded in his breakthrough, it meant that the Ryuma Federation would have their own divine realm. Or rather, the dragon race would have their own divine realm. All of their problems would be solved. Furthermore, this was their chance at eternal life. Therefore, at this time even the dragon knights who were on good terms with Jiang Weiqiang did not have any other thoughts. They just wanted to protect Lan Xuanyu as he completed his breakthrough. Deep in the universe, an unstable ball of light flickered. It looked very small, but it gave off a feeling that it contained endless energy. The surface of the ball of light was bumpy, and even the light emitted from different parts of the ball of light was different. It was obviously very unstable. The ball of light rotated slowly. Some parts of the ball of light suddenly lit up, while others dimmed instantly. There seemed to be a small world inside the ball of light that was constantly disintegrating and reforming. At this time, there was a star not far from where it was located. If one looked closely, they would see that the surface of this huge star was constantly bursting with flames. After these energies were emitted into the universe, they would naturally converge in the direction of the small ball of light. After an unknown period of time, the light emitted by the ball of light finally stabilized. The originally dim surface finally lit up, turning into a pure red ball of light that slowly rotated. At this time, a comfortable moan sounded from the ball of light. Have I finally endured it? That's great. It seems that the laws of the universe are not that scary. They did not chase after me and finally let me out. Just wait, my goal will be achieved. The Longma double star is mine, everything is mine, haha, ha 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 ha. His voice echoed in space, and in the next instant, the red ball of light suddenly accelerated and flew straight towards the star not far away. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light sank into the flames of the huge star and disappeared. The rare tranquility caused everyone to have a feeling of discomfort. The Douluo Federation used the fastest speed to complete the transfer of space fleets. Now, there were 4 space fleets stationed near Tenryu Star and Tianma Star. The defense systems of the two planets were also rapidly strengthening. Almost every 3 days, the higher-ups of the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation would meet and exchange information. In fact, the huge colorful pillar of light on the Tenryu star could be seen from space. The colorful pillar of light that was 10,000 meters tall was too bright. It was like a colorful needle that had pierced into the planet. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna knew that Lan Xuanyu had already started to cultivate. He had started to fuse the power of the Dragon Realm and the Dragon Pillar, and was working hard towards his final goal. In fact, their worries were far greater than their expectations. This was because they knew that it was not easy to become a dragon god. The process of becoming a god was almost different for different gods. The more powerful an existence was, the greater the test they had to go through in order to become a god, let alone becoming a god king. There were no records of becoming a god king on the human side, and neither did the Ryuma Federation. Although Guna was once a part of the god king, when she was cut out, she had already lost most of the memories that belonged to the dragon gods. She only had some instinctive consciousness left. After all, the dragon gods at that time, even their consciousness had been split into two. Some of the memories that belonged to the dragon gods had even been absorbed by the core of the dragon gods. The separated King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King were actually energy bodies that were separated from the original dragon gods. The remains of the dragon gods eventually became the dragon realm. Therefore, at that time, the dragon god was not divided into 2 parts. To be precise, it should be 3 parts. Whether it was Gu Yuna, Tang Wulin, or the remains of the dragon gods that created the dragon realm, they were all very powerful. Until now, Tang Wulin's Jinlong power had not reached its strongest state. From this, one could infer how powerful the dragon gods were in the past. They were the god kings of the god kings, the supreme god kings. Lan Xuanyu wanted to become such a god king, but it was definitely much more difficult than the Crimson Mother. The Crimson Mother used tens of thousands of years to gradually reach the level she wanted. How long had Lan Xuanyu been cultivating? At most, it was less than 20 years. Although he was talented and had a powerful bloodline, if he wanted to become the supreme god king of the dragon gods, he would definitely face great difficulties. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna did not know what to do. They could only pray for their son now. If it was not for the fact that the evolution of the bloodline was irreversible and their son would have to take this step sooner or later, they even hoped to take their son far away and give up everything. As long as their son was doing well, they would be satisfied. However, what had to be faced had to be faced. With the Dragon Realm and the Dragon Pillar, with their protection, and the abundant life energy of the Tenryu star, to Lan Xuanyu, this was the best opportunity to become a dragon god. Since he would have to face all of this sooner or later, he might as well do it at the best time. At least his chances of survival would be higher. At this moment, the various powerhouses were all tense. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were even more nervous, afraid that something unexpected would happen. They were constantly in the air, observing the changes at the Dragon Pillar. If anything bad happened, they would be the first to act. In fact, the couple had always felt that they owed their son. They were not able to raise him and instead brought him great trouble in his bloodline. If it were not for the coincidence that Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin discovered Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, he would probably have died because of his bloodline. In the process of cultivation, it was also because of his bloodline that Lan Xuanyu had experienced countless difficulties and obstacles. However, he had never complained about all of this, and he had gladly accepted it. He was very smart and very strong. As parents, it was easy to imagine how Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin felt that their child had to suffer so much because of them. Time slowly passed under such circumstances. The powerhouses of the 2 great federations gradually relaxed because the Crimson Mother had not returned. As the first month passed, their minds were much more relaxed. After all, the Crimson Domain did not take too much time in the heaven-devouring star and star, and a month had already passed. After the 2nd month, they became even more relaxed. The Crimson Mother still did not appear. The dragon pillar that appeared on the Tenryu star was gradually accepted by everyone. It had not disappeared and had always been there. Even the colorful light that rose from it was very stable. The Crimson Mother might have disappeared in some corner of the universe. This theory was gradually accepted by everyone. QQ Group 934068640, read in advance every month, non-free group, read up to 30 volumes of Douluo is still free, Douluo's latest update, Q Group 913924192. Otherwise, why hadn't the Crimson Mother appeared after 2 months? Or she had suffered a huge blow and needed a long time to recover. There were many people who thought this way. But no matter which one it was, the crisis for the two Federation was temporarily resolved. Some people even thought that this situation was for the best. Due to the fact that there was no telling when this blade would come down, the Dragon Horse Federation and the Douluo Federation could only be allies, not enemies. Of course, everyone hoped that the Crimson Mother had died and disappeared into the universe. However, no one had a way to confirm this. They could only wait for the two Federation to develop quickly. After the Ryuma Federation stabilized, Zhong Zicheng and the head of Tianma held a Federation meeting. At the meeting, they decided to focus on developing energy technology. After witnessing with their own eyes just how powerful the Douluo Federation space fleet was, they finally realized the technological disparity between the Dragon Horse Federation and the Douluo Federation. Even though both sides had many powerful beings, if both sides were to gather all of their forces in a direct confrontation, the Dragon Horse Federation might not be a match for the Douluo Federation. The Douluo Federation's powerful fleet had left a deep impression on them. Furthermore, the Douluo Federation had benefited a lot from the Ryuma Federation, especially in terms of resources. The Douluo Federation had also invested a lot in soul technology and developed a new type of space warship. The two Federation entered a strange honeymoon period because of the temporary disappearance of the Crimson Domain. Or rather, they were forced to enter a honeymoon period. Both sides began to cooperate to a certain extent. The Ryuma Federation used resources to exchange for some technology, while the Douluo Federation used this opportunity to obtain more resources to help improve their technology. This was a mutually beneficial thing for both sides. When the third month passed, the two federations' internal operations had returned to normal. The Crimson Mother had yet to appear, and the higher-ups of the two federation heaved a sigh of relief. It had been 3 months. The longer it took, the more likely the Crimson Mother would die. This was what they were looking forward to. At the top of the Dragon Pillar, Lan Xuanyu didn't even know how long he had been cultivating. The dragon marrow energy of the dragon gods within the dragon pillar seemed to be limitless. It kept pouring into his body as if it was charging him. The pure energy of the dragon gods' dragon marrow did not carry much of the consciousness of the dragon gods. As for him, who had truly received the inheritance of the dragon gods, after absorbing this energy, his bloodline would revolve accordingly, completely transforming this energy of the same origin into his own power, and not the power of the dragon gods. He wanted to become one of the dragon gods, not to revive the dragon gods of the past. Although from the inheritance of the dragon gods that he obtained, the original dragon gods did not have such thoughts, but he was still very cautious about it. Possession wasn't something that was impossible to achieve. Otherwise, the Holy Lord wouldn't have chosen to launch such a sneak attack in the first place. The Abyss Saint wanted to obtain his power. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu was very careful during the transformation process. When he absorbed this energy into his body began to subtly evolve, and he could feel how vast the power of the dragon gods was. In the inheritance that the dragon gods had given him, the most important cultivation method was called Hidden Dragon. Hidden Dragon's bloodline in one's body, turning it into one's purest power. This was a very strange cultivation method. It was to let the bloodline continue to stack, accumulating and compressing a huge amount of dragon power into every drop of blood. Through the cultivation of Hidden Dragon, Lan Xuanyu gradually understood why the dragon race's bloodline had always been paramount. This was because blood was the source of power of the dragon race. Every member of the dragon race had different blood energy, but if they were all inherited from the dragon gods, then they could be said to have inherited a part of the power of the dragon god's blood. Lan Xuanyu felt this during the cultivation process. Every drop of blood in his body was like a container, or rather, a dragon core. Under the cultivation of the Hidden Dragon technique, it devoured a large amount of energy, and these drops of blood continued to evolve in the process of absorbing energy, thus driving the overall evolution of his body. It was as if there was a dragon in every drop of blood, or it could be said that every drop of blood was Lan Xuanyu's clone. Lan Xuanyu gradually understood why the dragon gods were so powerful in the past, and why they could still lead the dragon race to fight against so many powerhouses at the divine king level. For the dragon god, with the hidden dragon technique, rebirth was really not a difficult thing. As long as there was a drop of blood that belonged to him in this world, he was immortal. And every bit of energy contained in the blood formed a small world of its own. Blood was born from the spinal cord, which was why the dragon marrow of the dragon gods was so important in the cultivation process. This process was very strange for Lan Xuanyu. His own blood was actually forming a cycle, constantly shuttling in his bone marrow. Every time it shuttled, it would absorb some dragon power and store it in the blood. This was very different from the normal cultivation method of humans. Human cultivation stored energy in the dantian, and eventually formed a soul core, which resonated with the power of heaven and earth in the outside world, forming a cycle again and again. And the cultivation of the dragon race was much more tyrannical. Cultivating hidden dragon was equivalent to cultivating one's own blood. When the blood was strong, it would naturally drive everything in the dragon race to become strong. Relatively speaking, the evolution of every member of the dragon race was the evolution of their bloodline, which was what they pursued. But because each individual was different, the bloodline that was passed down also had differences in strength. This was also why the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and the other dragon knights all wanted their own bloodline to become stronger. Most of the dragon race members' bloodline had limitations, and would automatically evolve as they grew. Cultivating soaring dragon was just to temper one's body as much as possible, to accelerate the evolution of one's bloodline, and even to increase one's own potential. Hidden dragon was different. It directly absorbed all the energy and turned it into one's own bloodline power, tempering every drop of blood as if it was a divine weapon. Normal dragon race members could not use this method to cultivate at all, as the huge amount of energy could easily cause one's body to explode. The energy of the dragon god's dragon marrow in the dragon pillars was equivalent to the core energy that the dragon gods cultivated using hidden dragon. This energy was extremely important to Lan Xuanyu, because it contained the bloodline of the dragon gods, which was also the level of power of the dragon gods. This kind of blood, every drop contained an extremely large amount of energy, and was also the most important wealth that the dragon gods had left behind for him. Absorbing the dragon power, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation process was very easy and stable. This would also become his most important accumulation. What was even more amazing was that the energy of the dragon god's dragon marrow was dispersed by the dragon pillars, which was equivalent to smaller molecules that were easier to absorb and transferred to him. In this way, Lan Xuanyu's bloodline was constantly purified in the process of cultivating hidden dragon, becoming purer and purer, and his body was constantly evolving along with the evolution of his bloodline. In a sense, when he started cultivating hidden dragon, Lan Xuanyu was no longer a pure human, but he was also not a pure member of the dragon race. Simply put, he could be considered a human with dragon blood. QQ Group 934068640, read in advance every month, non-free group, read up to 30 volumes of Douluo is still free. Douluo latest update Q Group 913924192. Time passed in this manner. Lan Xuanyu felt that his body was slightly bloated, and the blood in his body seemed to have entered a state of energy saturation. Only then did he awaken from his deep meditation. Nothing had changed in the outside world. This meant that although he did not know how much time had passed, he was at least still safe. He focused and looked inside himself. Under the perception of his powerful divine sense, he found that every drop of his blood seemed to have become a crystal clear body of energy. Every drop of blood had a strange color to it. The energy in his blood was so pure that it could be transformed into different types of energy according to his will. The dragon pillar seemed to have become a part of his body. He could still clearly feel that the dragon pillar still contained a huge amount of energy. Although he had absorbed a lot of energy, it seemed that he had only used up 10 to 20% of it. The hidden dragon technique was operating on its own. Every drop of blood was spinning. As it spun, the energy contained within it compressed the huge amount of dragon power, refining the blood even purer. Lan Xuanyu did not know what kind of state he was in. However, he was certain that his dragon power level had completely surpassed that of the normal dragon race. However, this was not enough. He had not truly merged everything into one. He could clearly feel the aura of the dragon realm in the air. Now, he felt like he was the ruler. However, if he wanted to become the divine king, he had to completely absorb the dragon realm and the dragon pillar's energy. He had to make them a part of him. Had it reached that time, Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. The blood in his body circulated, and he slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, his divine sense could clearly sense many familiar auras. These auras came from the dragon realm, from the dragon pillar, from various places on the Tenryu star, especially around the rising dragon platform. These auras varied in strength and were not the same. However, they were all auras of the dragon race. Yes, after his bloodline evolved again, he could now sense all the auras of the dragon race. Every aura of the dragon race was in his consciousness. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little guilty. He felt guilty for killing the dragon race. Those were his own people, or rather, the successors chosen by the dragon gods. The dragon race will definitely rise again. Lan Xuanyu looked up at the sky. With just a glance, the sky suddenly turned colorful. The entire sky was like a colorful cloud. The cloud quietly separated, revealing a huge entrance. The sudden change caused the dragon knights around the rising dragon platform to snap out of their stupor and look at the sky. They could faintly feel a mysterious calling, like the sound of breathing that was endless. Their blood couldn't help but boil. Roar! At the top of the dragon pillar, a dragon's roar that was not particularly loud suddenly rang out. The dense multicolored light spread out in an instant, spreading to every corner of the heavenly dragon star. The dragon race near the dragon pillar felt it the most, or rather, they were the first to feel it. They only felt their blood boil in an instant, and the dragon power in their bodies was ignited uncontrollably. Even the dragon knights were no exception. The Dawn Dragon Knight, Xianxia, who had been sitting here all this time, suddenly burst out with a bright light. For a moment, he was extremely shocked, but he did not resist. Other than Lan Xuanyu, he was the one with the strongest divine sense in the dragon race. He could feel the complex emotions contained in the dragon's roar, but most of them were kindness and pity. This was the mercy of the dragon gods. Soon, he felt the change in his blood. It was as if something in his blood was being burned. After being burned, his body became more and more transparent. This was clearly a sign that his blood was being purified. It was not just him. Every member of the dragon race around him had flames on their bodies. In these dazzling flames, their bloodlines were silently changing. Even more miraculously, they realized that their divine senses seemed to be guided by something. Lan Xuanyu stood at the top of the dragon pillar, his body emitting a bright colorful light. The colorful light turned into ripples that spread in all directions, finally covering the entire Tenryu star. Countless bridges seemed to be released from his body, connecting every member of the dragon race. They could also clearly feel their bodies transforming. The weaker the dragon race, the more obvious the feeling. The lower dragon race's bodies even expanded in this process. Their minds also became clearer, and they began to have intelligence that surpassed their original level. Evolution, this was clearly evolution. Although the current dragon race members, including Xianxia, were all existences that had been passed down for a few generations after the dragon transformation era, at this moment, they seemed to feel what it meant to be a dragon transformation. The biggest difference between this dragon transformation and the previous dragon transformation was that there was no risk. Yes, there was no risk at all. Every member of the dragon race's emotions gradually changed from shock and surprise to reverence. They could not help but kneel in the direction of the dragon pillar. In the Tenryu star, there were thousands of dragon race members. Not a single one was left out. They all received a gift from Lan Xuanyu. As for the one they were worshipping, his golden hair had already disappeared, and his beautiful face had also become handsome. The process of transformation was so miraculous. The first thing that appeared was a head of black hair. Gradually, the black hair turned into long blue hair. The long blue hair began to change again. It turned red, yellow, green, silver, gold, and purple. Finally, the long hair returned to its original black color. It was a deep black color, and the long hair fell past his shoulders. His eyes were as bright as the stars. They were dazzling, and they also turned black. The nine-colored halo around his body became more and more intense. In the next instant, the entire dragon pillar suddenly became incomparably bright. It exploded with a dazzling light. A huge nine-colored pillar of light shot into the sky, pushing his body into the sky and into the dragon world. The huge pillar of light was connected to the entire dragon world. On the surface of the Tenryu star, a large expanse of colorful halo expanded outwards, faintly showing a strange image. The image showed a barren world. Huge bone dragons slowly drilled out of the ground and bowed in the same direction. The nine-colored light illuminated everything, and dazzling nine-colored light erupted from the surface of a gargantuan dragon carcass. In the next instant, the entire image was covered by the colorful light. It was as if the surface of the Tenryu star was covered by a layer of nine-colored clouds. It made it impossible to see anything in that plane. In outer space, on the golden-eyed black dragon battleship. As soon as the dragon pillar changed, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna quickly came to the battleship's main control room to pay attention to the changes in the Tenryu star's direction. The humans were not the only ones who could see the changes in the dragon pillar. The Tianma star naturally knew about it as well. Regarding this, the dragon race did not have any explanation. QQ Group 9340686640, read in advance every month, non-free group. Read up to 30 volumes of Douluo is still free, Douluo latest update Q Group 9139244192. This sudden turn of events made both Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna instantly tense up. They understood that their son's breakthrough had reached a new level. And the closer he was to becoming the dragon gods, the more dangerous it would be. Son, you have to hold on, Dragon Realm. Lan Xuanyu's body slowly landed on the head of the dragon god skeleton. It was the place where he cultivated last time. He could feel the changes in his black hair and black eyes, but he didn't know why such a change had occurred. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the past, to the time when he was young. It was a feeling that he had never cultivated before. But his divine sense could clearly sense everything around him, every corner of the entire dragon realm. By the time he returned, he was already the master of this place. Within the dragon pillar, a huge amount of energy crazily poured into the dragon realm, causing the entire dragon realm to light up. The gentle nine-colored light was becoming more and more intense. It even felt as if it was full of vitality. The bone dragons that were kneeling down began to emit colorful light and shadows, and even began to have emotions. They were all calling for their former king. They were also urging and anticipating the return of their dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and his gaze became incomparably resolute. He had no way out, and could only bravely move forward. Let the dragon race regain its glory. He slowly raised his hands, and a nine-colored light gradually appeared in front of his palms. When this ball of light appeared, the entire dragon realm shook violently. The dragon god skeleton beneath Lan Xuanyu also slowly stood up. On the surface of the huge dragon skeleton, beautiful patterns began to appear, and an incomparably huge pair of wings spread out. At this moment, what appeared in Lan Xuanyu's palm was the dragon god's core. The final fusion was finally about to begin. The nine-colored light swirled. When Lan Xuanyu took out the dragon god's core this time, it was completely different from when he faced the dragon god's core in the past. When Gu Yuna gave him the dragon god's core, he felt that it was unfathomable. He could only feel that an indescribable amount of energy was nurtured within it, and it was closely related to him. At this moment, when he took out the core of the dragon god and faced it again, he only felt that the core of the dragon god seemed to be beating slightly in his hand. It was a kind of heartbeat that maintained the same frequency as his own heartbeat, as if it was a part of his body to begin with. This feeling was very strange. More importantly, the moment the dragon god's core appeared, Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had become the core of the entire world. The entire dragon realm began to tremble slightly as boundless dragon chi began to surge out from all directions. The bone dragons raised their heads again. They looked up in the direction of Lan Xuanyu, and colorful flames lit up in their huge skulls. Almost at the same time, excitement burst out from the soul of every bone dragon. The moment that they had been looking forward to, the moment that they had been waiting for who knew how many years, was finally coming. Lan Xuanyu had entered a wonderful state at this time. The dragon god's core in his hand began to gradually melt. Yes, it melted just like that. The 9-colored brilliant liquid flowed out from his palm and spread to every corner of his body. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu only felt that his body was burning, boiling, becoming huge, and sublimating. It was an indescribable feeling. It was painful, but it also seemed to be comfortable. It could be said that it was comfortable, but the sharp pain from the depths of his soul was still vivid. It was during this process of pain and comfort that his divine sense seemed to have been burned, becoming the 9-colored nourishment. And his whole body began to change subtly. Such a huge amount of energy. This was simply an energy that he could not imagine before. He only knew that the dragon gods were called the supreme divine kings, and were once the most powerful existences among the known divine kings. But when he really began to integrate the power left behind by the dragon gods, he could really understand how powerful this divine king used to be. It was even harder to imagine how difficult it was for the former dragon gods to cultivate to the divine king level. Because Lan Xuanyu could also be sure that the energy of the whole dragon realm plus the core of the dragon gods and the dragon pillars was far inferior to the former dragon gods. Otherwise, they would not have fallen and turned into bones. But this energy was already making him feel a little difficult to bear. The liquid formed by the core of the dragon gods quickly covered every corner of his body, and at this time, the liquid began to merge into his body through his pores. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu began to hear his body making cracking sounds as if it was collapsing. Whether it was his skin, bones, meridians or anything else, after the energy of the core of the dragon gods poured in, it began to quickly disintegrate. He had felt this disintegration before, but this time it seemed to be more thorough. What was even more amazing was that it was not just disintegrating. At the same time, he could feel that his cells began to change, constantly disintegrating and reforming. And at this time, the energy accumulated in his blood played a crucial role. The drops of 9-colored blood all emitted a bright light, providing a huge amount of energy to support his body's reconstruction and disintegration. Lan Xuanyu's body began to grow. At the beginning, he was just a human standing on the skeleton of the dragon gods, but as the core of the dragon gods' energy merged into his body began to soar, and soon reached a height of 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. And his body was still disintegrating and reforming. A huge amount of energy madly gathered towards him from all directions. It was the energy of the dragon pillars, the energy of the dragon realm itself, and the energy of the dragon god skeletons beneath him. The skeletons of the dragon gods were also disintegrating. The bones of the 10,000-meter-long body were constantly breaking. Every time a bone broke, the bones would turn into 9-colored light, and the strange bone powder would float into Lan Xuanyu's body, fusing with him, becoming a part of his body. Then it would be transformed and fused with by his own dragon power. Intense pain constantly filled Lan Xuanyu's consciousness, but at his level, his tolerance for pain was very strong. So, he could still maintain his consciousness at this time. And because he was awake, he could clearly feel how big the change was at this time. His body continued to expand because more energy had been absorbed into his body. His original body couldn't possibly contain this amount of energy. And at this moment, this energy was rebuilding a brand new body for him. This was the body of the dragon gods, and a body that only belonged to him. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, when his body expanded to 3,000 meters tall, Lan Xuanyu's tolerance for pain had reached a limit. But his eyes were still focused. When he was still young, he had walked all the way. Now, facing this, he had reached the most critical moment. Whether it was for himself, for his family, for his companions, for humanity, or for the Ryuma Federation, he had to hold on. He had to survive and become the dragon gods. Only then could he solve everything. His body was still expanding. The core of the dragon gods contained a huge amount of energy, but at the same time, it was like a medium to attract all the energy that belonged to the dragon gods. At this moment, the 10,000-meter-long skeletons of the dragon gods were almost completely broken, but the huge amount of energy it had turned into had not been completely absorbed by Lan Xuanyu. The entire dragon realm was trembling violently. Looking from the Tenryu star, it was as if a huge, looming nine-colored cloud of light had appeared in the sky. No one could get close to it. There seemed to be great terror and great majesty within it. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna held hands and floated in space, silently watching everything that was happening below. They could not sense the situation inside the dragon realm. At this time, the dragon realm seemed to have come alive and had become completely different from before. It was during this process of change that they became more and more nervous, because no one knew if Lan Xuanyu would be able to hold on. They could only sense that there was an extremely powerful being in the dragon realm, and the bloodline connection between them and this being was very clear. However, at the same time, it was also faintly discernible, as if it was being attacked by something. They were ready. When they were needed, they would rush in at all costs and help their son take the last step. When they were on the mother planet, Tang Wulin was eager to propose to Gu Yuna and fulfill their dreams because he did not know if they would be able to come back alive after the next battle. He and Gu Yuna were not willing to wait any longer. At least they could truly become husband and wife and have a life that belonged to them. During this period of time, whether it was before or after the war, they had always been inseparable. In fact, they had never discussed the problem of their son's final breakthrough, but they both knew of each other's decision. Just like back then, they both chose to sacrifice themselves at the last moment to help each other and ended up being frozen for eternity. They were the bravest beings in the world, and for their son, this bravery was incomparably powerful and terrifying. They were all waiting for the moment when there might be danger. But at least so far, everything was stable, and there was no dangerous situation. The two of them held hands tightly, and their bodies seemed to be connected together. They were excited and nervous. This moment had finally come. They were all waiting for the final result, just like a pair waiting for the judgment of fate. Inside the dragon realm, Lan Xuanyu's body was still expanding. After exceeding 3,000 meters, his body was constantly cracking, and rainbow-colored blood flowed out from every crack. That intense pain, even his divine sense seemed to have been torn apart. It was indescribable and extremely intense. He only felt that he could completely collapse at any time. However, he was able to maintain the clarity of his mind, allowing himself to remain in a clear-headed state from beginning to end. The more awake he was, the more pain he felt. But he clearly remembered that when the dragon gods gave him this inheritance, they told him that he had to be clear-headed. No matter what situation he faced, he had to work hard to keep himself awake and not lose his way. His father had once told him that the path to becoming a god required him to go through trials. Whether it was the Ryuma Federation or the Douluo Federation, these god-ranked powerhouses could not be considered true gods. It was not only because they did not have a god seat, but also because the lightning tribulations they had to go through were too light and not that difficult to pass. When the god realm existed, true gods had to go through countless tests. The more powerful a god was, the stronger the tests they had to go through. And now, in a sense, what he had achieved was not a simple god, but a true god. This was because a god king was a true god. A god king who had the ability to create the god realm naturally had a god seat as long as he stepped into that realm. All of this was given to him by himself. This was also why it was so difficult to become a god king. The dragon race had been explored for thousands of years without success. The Crimson Mother had worked hard for tens of thousands of years before she found a chance. They had put in a lot of effort. Lan Xuanyu had such an opportunity not because of his hard work, but because he was standing on the shoulders of giants and had inherited the power of the dragon gods. His current achievement was the process of the test. This intense pain was the result of everything he had experienced, including the dangers he had to face when he was young. But this was obviously not enough. It was not enough to be a test of the dragon gods. The most important hint the dragon gods gave him was to stay awake. No matter what, he had to stay awake. Therefore, staying awake was definitely the most important of these tests. His body was collapsing and being reconstructed. But Lan Xuanyu put all his energy into keeping himself awake. Now that he was sober, he could clearly feel every change in his body. His body was being completely reconstructed. All the power that entered him did not make him stronger. Instead, it made his body stronger and more capable of containing a huge amount of energy. This strengthening was not just a way of expanding the container, but also a way of forming a connection between him and the universe. The dragon world was currently providing all the power, but Lan Xuanyu could already feel that he was gradually gaining the ability to communicate with the energy in the universe. If he became the dragon gods, then he should be able to directly obtain energy from the universe. As for the position of God, he had not felt it yet. This was obviously not something he could have right now. He was not a real dragon god yet. Buzz, a buzzing sound rang out. A brilliant golden light soared into the sky and floated not far in front of Lan Xuanyu. It was the Jinlong spear. At the same time, in the distant Douluo planet. With a clang, a resonant dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the capital. Shortly after, a huge dragon's figure appeared. The dragon's figure immediately shot into the sky and tore through the sky. Even though many experts chased after it in an attempt to stop it from escaping, it was to no avail. The dragon's shadow speed increased rapidly. In the next instant, it had already escaped into the void and cut through space. The only thing left was that at the last moment when the dragon's shadow condensed and transformed into the shape of a long saber. Yes, this was a saber from back then. It was a saber that had once accompanied Tang Wulin in battle. Its owner, or rather, its original body, was once called the Wild Wind Saber. As for that blade, it was the true Dragon Clan's Law Blade. It was a real divine weapon forged from the horns of the dragon gods. At this moment, it felt a call from afar. It broke free from its shackles and went to find its owner. The entire dragon world shook even more violently. A bone dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a cheerful dragon roar. In the next instant, all the bones in its body suddenly exploded. It turned into a red ray of light and flew straight towards the huge giant standing at the center of the dragon world. With the first, there was a second. Another bone dragon exploded and turned into a yellow ray of light that flew towards the giant. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel all of this. The energy from these exploded bone dragons was surging towards him. They were using the last of their strength to help Lan Xuanyu. No! Lan Xuanyu roared in his heart. He was full of respect for these ancestors of the dragon race. These dragon race had also saved him before. He really didn't want these bone dragons to lose their last body and consciousness. Great King! At this moment, the entire dragon world resonated. This wasn't a single voice, but a combination of thousands of voices. It was the resonance of the souls of the bone dragons. Our existence is all to wait for your return. We have long been like a pile of yellow soil, without any meaning to exist. It is your power that has always allowed us to maintain the last trace of consciousness. It is our last wish to help you return, rebuild the dragon race, and restore the glory of our dragon race. Please grant us our wish, and please succeed. King, becoming a part of you is the best ending for us. Everything we have was given to us by you. It is our destiny to return. Please allow it, Wang Yunji. Boom, all the bone dragons exploded almost at the same time at this moment. The whole dragon realm shook violently, and cracks began to appear in the sky. And these exploded bones were completely irreversible. They were telling Lan Xuanyu with their firmest determination that they were really willing to help him become the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu let out a deafening dragon roar. At this moment, his impassioned emotions even suppressed the pain in his body. The dragon race, once the most powerful race in the whole world, had fallen to today's situation. All of this, he needed to help them regain it. Come. I will lead you to rebuild the dragon race. When my dragon race is re-established in the divine realm, it will be the time for you to be reborn. Lan Xuanyu's divine sense swept across the whole dragon realm. Suddenly, all the power of the dragon realm began to rush in his direction. At this moment, he had let go of everything. There was only one obsession in his heart, and that was, to become the dragon gods. Space was torn open, and the dragon-slaying saber appeared in a soundless manner. It only paused for an instant before surging toward the gargantuan body alongside the golden dragon spear. At this moment, the huge body had swelled to more than 8,000 meters. Its whole body was cracked, but it was constantly filling up. All the energy in the whole dragon realm began to circle around him and rushed into his body. The looming 9-colored cloud of light in the sky turned into a huge 9-colored vortex, causing all the dragon race on the Tenryu star to have their hearts in their throats. Although they were not completely clear about what had happened, they had a feeling that this was the moment to decide the fate of their race. They were all silently praying in their hearts. And all the dragon knights were even more nervous as they looked up one by one. They knew what had happened, and were incomparably familiar with the dragon realm. This was the first time they felt such violent fluctuations in the dragon realm. Could he succeed? Although they did not know why Lan Xuanyu had turned into a man, they were sure that whether he could succeed or not would determine everything in the future of the dragon race. At this time, they, as members of the dragon race, could not stop all this from happening. On the contrary, they must do their best to support him. That was the aura that belonged to their king, the aura that they were all looking forward to. Just the previous reign had made all their dragon race bloodlines evolve. Only such an existence could lead them further, and truly move in the direction of immortality. During the evolution process just now, they could feel that something in their bodies had disappeared. That came from before the dragon transformation period. The characteristics of their original race were disappearing. The only thing that remained was the pure bloodline of the dragon clan. This allowed their bloodline to be further enhanced. They seemed to be able to continue to move forward. This was the power that the dragon gods. Dragon god. Yes, he would definitely become a dragon god. Everyone's eyes were full of anticipation and nervousness. As long as they could have a real divine king, it was no longer important whether the Crimson Mother, who had disappeared for a few months, returned or completely died. At this time, suddenly, all the dragon knights seemed to be attracted by something and subconsciously looked in another direction. In space, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, who were nervously feeling the energy fluctuations from the dragon realm, also looked in the same direction at the same time. They seemed to have felt something. It was a strong sense of malice. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Tang Wulin's voice suddenly sounded and resounded throughout the world. Including the Tenryu star, all the human fleets heard his voice at the first moment. This strong sense of malice seemed to come from an extremely distant direction, but it was so clear. And this malice was completely directed at the Tenryu star. She really didn't die. Gu Yuna's eyes suddenly became sharp. Her body faintly flickered with a silver light. Tang Wulin frowned, then looked at Gu Yuna and said, "When the time comes, I will break the last seal. When the time comes, you will be the leader." Gu Yuna looked at him with a complicated expression. After a long while, she nodded and said, "Okay." Tang Wulin said in a deep voice, "This aura is coming from a very far direction. It should not be coming for a while. If I'm not wrong, she should have sensed the change in Xianyu's aura, so she has locked onto this place again. This also means that if she returns, she should come to the Tenryu star immediately. The defenses on Tianma star can be removed. Focus on defending this place." "Okay." Gu Yuna nodded and said, "I will go and inform our fleet. You inform the Ryuma Federation. Let all the powerhouses prepare for battle." On the huge star, light and shadow were faintly discernible. The extremely high temperature on the surface of the star was emitting intense light and heat. However, in the next instant, the light on the surface of the star suddenly became much dimmer. Following that, an inconspicuous dark red sphere suddenly shot out from the star's interior. When it first appeared, it was almost invisible, like a sunspot. However, as it flew, the flames behind it seemed to have become a part of its body. The star's light became dimmer and dimmer, but the small sphere rapidly expanded and became bigger. From the initial dark red, it gradually became bright red, then fiery red, and then crimson red. Finally, it turned into a huge purplish-red sphere of light and stopped in space. On the surface of this purplish-red sphere, streaks of crimson lightning constantly flowed, and its aura was rapidly expanding. The terrifying aura gradually shrank inwards, and the sphere also began to change. A figure slowly appeared. It was a woman. She was extremely beautiful, but for some reason, she did not seem to fit in with the entire world. She looked very awkward. Her entire body was covered in purplish-red armor. Every slight movement of hers seemed to go against the laws of the universe and everything in this world. However, she existed just like that, and was still a part of this world. The star's light in the distance had completely dimmed. Only the interior of the star still flashed. A cold smile slowly appeared on the woman's lips. She slowly raised her hands and looked at her palms. She felt that the entire world was incompatible with her. I succeeded. Have I finally succeeded? I have finally become the dark side of the universe, an existence that the laws of the universe do not allow. No matter what, I have finally succeeded. I am the great Crimson God King. Yes, I am the Crimson God King. Her eyes were filled with fanaticism. There was a sense of hysteria. Only she knew how difficult it was for her to become a God King. She did not know the price she had to pay. Even the plane that she had created was destroyed and sacrificed for her final success. Those children that she had created were all destroyed for her own success. She even crazily devoured the all-out attack from the 4 fleets and turned it into her own power to help her break through this final step. In the end, she had succeeded. An existence that the laws of the universe did not allow to exist still existed. Why did the Crimson Mother want to become a God King by devouring the Tenryu star or the Tianmo star? It was not only because of the energy she needed. More importantly, by devouring one of the 2 planets, she could use the aura of the 2 planets to conceal her own aura. She would not be discovered by the laws of the universe, and thus better stabilize her power. She could even quietly transform into a normal god realm. If that could succeed, it would be the most ideal situation. However, when she was attacked by the 4 fleets, she felt for the first time that she could use another method to reach the God King level. Therefore, she did not hesitate to try it. In the end, she succeeded. She became an existence like the dark side of the universe. She was an existence that the laws of the universe did not allow, but she did. After becoming a God King, she could truly feel how powerful she was. In front of a true God King, a half-step God King was just a joke. She could even establish her own God realm at any time and devour everything within her sight. Of course, she would not do that. Because she was the dark side of the universe. She was an existence that the laws of the universe did not allow. She was a great terror that destroyed the laws of the universe and the balance of the universe. If she established the celestial realm, she would immediately be attacked by the laws of the universe. Although she didn't know what kind of attack it would be, she knew what she had to do after fighting against the laws of the universe for so many years and looking for loopholes in the laws. She still had to carry out her previous plan. She still had to work hard to conceal her existence as the dark side of the universe. Only by obtaining a real entity, or even the entire Lanma double star, could she quietly convert it into her own power. Then, with the help of the enormous life force of these 2 planets, she could conceal her nature as the dark side of the universe. Then, she could possibly become a true God King. At least, she could delay the attacks from the laws of the universe. She felt it. Just as she was about to break through, she felt it. Her strong obsession with the Lanma double star allowed her consciousness to automatically sense some special aura coming from there when she became a God King. She had clearly felt a trace of danger before. Although it was very far away, the danger was very clear. Even as a God King, she could feel the danger. Clearly, something must have happened at the Lanma double star. A figure naturally appeared in her mind. It was a figure with long golden hair. Her eldest son had failed in the end. He did not complete the final possession. It also caused her best plan to go down the drain. In her original plan, the ideal situation was for her eldest son to have the possibility of becoming a God King. With the help of possession, he obtained the powerful bloodline of the dragon race. Thus, they could control the Lanma double star together. With 2 powerful god realms with different consciousness, it would be easier for them to conceal each other, and they would also become more powerful. Of course, it was impossible for them to fight against the laws of the universe now. However, if the god realm they were in was powerful enough to a certain extent, it might not be impossible in the future. The laws of the universe rejected her, but wasn't she also filled with malice towards the laws of the universe? If there was a chance, destroying the entire world seemed like a good choice. Unfortunately, his eldest son had fallen in the end. In that case, since his eldest son had fallen, the only thing that could make him feel threatened was the dragon race that had the bloodline of the godly king. She hadn't succeeded yet. Otherwise, the danger he felt would be even more intense. Since she hadn't succeeded yet, then she should never succeed. Wouldn't it be better if she became a part of him? A cold and incongruous smile appeared on her face. In the end, she had become a god king. In that instant, the Crimson Mother's perception of the entire world seemed to have changed. It was a very strange feeling. Although everything seemed to reject her, she could feel that she was the ruler of this world. The purplish-red figure disappeared silently. When she reappeared, she was already on the surface of another planet. In the next instant, she disappeared again. Her body seemed to have become a wormhole that could travel through space at will. Dragon Realm. A huge 9-colored vortex surrounded that enormous body. Lan Xuanyu's body had finally expanded to a height of 10,000 meters. His body was still cracking, still being reconstructed, still unstable. However, the intense pain in his body was miraculously lessening. It was still the same feeling as before. It was as if he hadn't become stronger. It was just that his body was changing, becoming another him. The dragon pillar was still providing him with a huge amount of energy. The 9-colored vortex formed by Dragon Realm was shrinking inwards. In other words, the entire Dragon Realm was becoming smaller and smaller as it approached him. Lan Xuanyu finally understood the meaning of Dragon Realm's existence. It wasn't just the graveyard of the dragon race. It was also the legacy left behind by the dragon gods. From the consciousness left behind by the dragon gods told him that they didn't want to revive because he didn't have the right to do so. He was the sinner of the dragon race. He didn't have the right to become the ruler of the dragon race. However, the dragon race couldn't be destroyed. The dragon gods had to be passed down. The new generation of dragon gods would be the key to the revival of the dragon race's glory. When he received the legacy of the dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu deduced that when the dragon gods finally fell, he might have regained his consciousness. That was why he had set up Dragon Realm. At that time, the dragon gods had already been killed. They became the core of King Jinlong, Silver Dragon King, and the dragon gods. Everything in Dragon Realm was done by the core of the dragon gods. One could only imagine how powerful the dragon gods were back then. The dragon god's unwillingness to resurrect was largely due to the mistake he had made in the past. However, the dragon gods didn't tell him the truth in their legacy. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his body was becoming more and more stable. Everything left behind in Dragon Realm, including the dragon god's remains, all the dragon bones in the graveyard of the dragon race, the core of the dragon gods, and the dragon pillar. These were all left behind by the dragon gods to create this body for him. A body that could bear the power of a god king. However, the power in this body hadn't reached the level of a god king. His body was becoming more and more stable, but the energy in Dragon Realm began to weaken. It wasn't as turbulent as it was in the beginning. Obviously, the power here wasn't enough for him to become a god king. It was just like what his father was worried about. So, what should he do next? Lan Xuanyu didn't know. The 9-colored light on his body began to recede inwards, and the cracks on his body began to heal, no longer splitting apart. Gradually, he began to have a sense of everything that he possessed in this newly reconstructed body. His power and consciousness began to combine again. The legacy of the dragon gods merged with this new body, allowing him to have a new perception and a new understanding of this world. Boom, on the Tenryu star, there was a sudden roar. In the next moment, the huge dragon pillar that had been on the Tenryu star for God knows how many years suddenly flew up, as if it was being pulled by the 9-colored vortex. It flew toward Dragon Realm, and in the next moment, it disappeared into Dragon Realm. On the dragon pillar, the mottled exterior quickly faded away, and it turned into a 9-colored pillar with 9,999 dragon carvings on its surface. This was a super divine tool that belonged to the dragon gods. It was his most powerful weapon. After the dragon pillar entered Dragon Realm, the last of the remaining energy inside rushed out and rushed toward Lan Xuanyu's body. In that moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if his entire body had come alive. From his tailbone, a feeling like an electric current ran through his entire spine, causing his entire body to tremble. He regained his ability to move. The moment he regained his ability to move, all the energy around him rushed toward him and was quickly absorbed into his body. The entire Dragon Realm began to collapse and condense toward him. The 9-colored light also quickly dimmed. End of chapter. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and gripped the dragon pillar in front of him. He could feel that he was like a huge whirlpool. His perception could even cross half a galaxy. Everything seemed to be swallowed and absorbed by him. The energy of the dragon world was rapidly depleting, and it looked like it was about to run out. He could also feel the allure of the Tenryu star. On the Tenryu star, the enormous life force was being pulled away from the planet's surface and towards the dragon world. Not only that, but all the dragon race on the Tenryu star began to emit draconic energy from their bodies. Not good. Lan Xuanyu immediately realized something. A silver light flashed in Lan Xuanyu's eyes, and Kong Kong silently appeared on his shoulder. In the next instant, silver light began to flow around his body, and he disappeared into thin air. On the surface of the Tenryu star, the dragon race looked up at the sky and suddenly realized that the giant nine-colored whirlpool was shrinking inwards. Then, the nine-colored whirlpool shrank into a single point. Just as they felt their draconic energy leaving their bodies, the nine-colored whirlpool disappeared with a whoosh. The dragon riders frantically tried to sense the dragon world, but they were shocked to find that the entire dragon world had disappeared. They couldn't sense it at all. Where the dragon pillar used to be, there was only a giant crater left. The dragon world had disappeared, the dragon pillar had disappeared, and their new head of Tenryu had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? Two figures appeared at the place where the dragon pillars used to be in the next instant. Tang Wulin and Guyu's expressions were solemn. They held hands and felt the remnants of the dragon pillar's aura, but they couldn't speak. They had no idea what had happened. Everything had happened too suddenly. The dragon world had disappeared, the dragon pillar had disappeared, and their son had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? Had he succeeded, or had he not? No, he hadn't succeeded. If the dragon gods had been born as dragon kings, they would have sensed it. But the dragon gods hadn't appeared, and their son had left. A spatial rift. Using the power of the space worm and his own understanding of space, Lan Xuanyu entered one of the spatial rifts. This was an existence similar to a wormhole. The energy inside was ever-changing and very unstable. The most frightening thing was that in this unstable wormhole, Lan Xuanyu could feel his body silently absorbing the spatial energy inside. His body had really changed, and he couldn't get used to it. But he knew that if he hadn't left it, he would have started absorbing the Tenryu star's life force energy. As for what would have happened, he didn't know. Was this the test of the dragon gods? He wasn't sure himself. At this moment, the dragon pillar in his hand suddenly trembled slightly, and an illusory shadow of light began to appear. Of the dragon pillar was light S of the dragon god. The colorful light drifting out of the dragon pillar gradually converged and condensed into a figure. It was not the dragon god that he had imagined. Instead, it was a human being. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was blurry. He wore a luxurious robe with 9 colors, but it didn't look glamorous. Instead, it gave off an air of nobility. Have we finally reached this step? His emotions seemed to be fluctuating. Lan Xuanyu could hear the complex emotions in his voice. You are? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, the dragon gods? The dragon gods nodded slowly. My descendant, my successor. Greetings. It really was the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a little strange. These dragon gods were really powerful. His divine sense remained in the dragon realm, in the remains of the dragon gods, in the core of the dragon gods, and in the dragon pillar. Furthermore, his parents had passed down the power of the Jinlong king and the power of the silver dragon king. It really wasn't easy for this supreme divine king to die even if he wanted to. Yes, for me, even if I wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. The dragon god said bitterly. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. You can sense my thoughts? You are me, and I am you. The dragon gods only have one divine seat. This is the last of my divine sense, so I can naturally sense what you are thinking. As a divine king, unless I was killed by the power of the laws of the universe, it wouldn't be easy for me to die. What's more, even among god kings, I'm the strongest existence. Back then, if it weren't for my own problems, how could the Azure god have killed me? Furthermore, if I really wanted to be reborn, I would have succeeded long ago. However, I didn't want to. I am the sinner of the dragon race. It was my mistake that caused the destruction of the entire dragon race. I don't have the right to be reborn because I no longer have the power to rule over them. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, Senior Dragon Gods, what happened back then that caused such a huge change in your mind? The dragon god said bitterly, actually, I don't know what happened. This is something you need to investigate. When I built the dragon race graveyard, I swore that I would rather never pass down my legacy than let the dragon race reappear without solving that problem. Therefore, if you want to truly become a dragon god, you must solve the problem that I once faced. This is my test for you, the test to become a dragon god. Are you ready? Ah? Lan Xuanyu looked at him in shock. What do you mean? Solve the problem that you couldn't solve in the past? Solve the problem that caused you to go crazy and even caused the destruction of the entire dragon race? If even you, the Supreme God King, can't solve it, can I? Senior, wait, I'm not ready yet. Lan Xuanyu said hurriedly. However, before he could ask again, the dragon gods nodded at him and said, all right, then let's begin. What? Let's begin? Didn't I say I wasn't ready? This was Lan Xuanyu's last thought. In the next moment, everything around him suddenly lit up. The dragon pillar in his hand seemed to have turned into thousands of strands of auspicious qi. Countless colorful halos surrounded Lan Xuanyu, spinning and rising crazily, as if pulling him into another world. Everything around him became illusory. Because of the disappearance of the dragon pillar and the dragon realm, the Tenryu star was shrouded in a layer of haze. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna did not leave. Instead, they stayed in the rising dragon city. This was the place where their son had left his last breath. They did not know where their son had gone, nor did they know what kind of changes would happen to their son in the end. Right now, all they could do was wait. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng was in front of Tang Wulin at this moment. King Jinlong, our chief is, Tang Wulin looked at him and said calmly, at this point, there's no need to hide anything from you. Actually, Lan is my son. All the dragon knights were present. When Tang Wulin said this, all the dragon knights felt their hair stand on end. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan's reaction was the most intense. Almost instantly, the dragon power in his body burst out. Zhong Zicheng raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. Calm down, don't be rash. Listen to King Jinlong. After saying that, Zhong Zicheng looked at Tang Wulin again. Actually, I already had some guesses. When the first human reinforcements arrived, I already had them. I believe that Jiang Weiqiang must have discovered something as well. That's why he's taking action against him, right? QQ Group 934068640, read in advance every month, non-free group. Read up to 30 volumes of Douluo is still free in one go, that's not the case. Jiang Weiqiang did it purely because of benefits. This story also starts with Jiang Weiqiang. The grudge between us is still because Tang Wulin began to talk about how head of Tenryu Jiang Weiqiang's clone attacked Lan Xuanyu, causing Gu Yuna to sink into a star. He talked about how Lan Xuanyu later sneaked into Tenryu's star and became a member of the dragon race. At first, the dragon knights were only shocked, but gradually, they couldn't help but be attracted by the story. Because they found that in the whole process, Lan Xuanyu didn't actually do anything to harm the dragon race, especially after the appearance of the Crimson Domain. It was because of him that humans became allies. That's about it. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing to hide. This is the origin of the dragon race. As early as 10,000 years ago, I entered the dragon world. But the dragon world chose to leave. And now, I can be sure that the Crimson Mother will return soon, and her target is still the Longma Double Star. And the only chance to destroy her is when Xianyu becomes a dragon god. You can rest assured that although he grew up in the human world, in a sense, he belongs more to the bloodline of the dragon race. He will never let the dragon race suffer for the sake of humans. The reason why I'm telling you this is because what we need to do now is to stop the Crimson Mother from devouring the Longma Double Star at all costs before Xianyu becomes a dragon god. For this, we have already made preparations. And you also need to make the same preparations. Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei couldn't help but ask, how can you be sure that he will become a dragon god? Tang Wulin said lightly, because only when he becomes a dragon god can you survive. Otherwise, it would be certain death. Do you think the Crimson Mother will let us go? You're right. However, it's not the Crimson Mother, but the Crimson God King. A cold voice suddenly appeared in the consciousness of every expert present. All the experts present couldn't help but be aghast. They could all feel the dense malice in that cold voice. The voice was so familiar, but the terrifying suppression of the divine sense made the whole world seem to freeze. The voice was still very far away, but at this moment, everyone present could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The Dawn Dragon Knight looked at Tang Wulin and said without hesitation, "Let's fight a common enemy together. The Dragon Horse Federation and the Douluo Federation will always be allies." All right. Tang Wulin simply agreed. In the next moment, his right hand grasped the void. Suddenly, a brilliant golden color appeared in his palm. The sea god's trident appeared out of thin air, and a strong aura burst out. After all, this was the divine weapon of the sea god Tang San. As soon as it was summoned, it immediately dispelled a large amount of the chill in the surroundings. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna held hands and instantly disappeared. Under the sweep of the silver light, all the dragon knights disappeared at the same time. At the same time, an ear-piercing alarm began to ring in every corner of the Tenryu star. The thing that everyone didn't want to happen the most had finally happened. She had returned. The Crimson Mother was at least still at the edge of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, but her divine sense was so strong that it could easily reach the Tenryu star and listen in on the experts' conversations. She could even transmit her divine sense. There was no need to guess anymore. She had succeeded. She was no longer the Crimson Mother. Just as she said, she was the Crimson Deity King. The incomparably powerful Crimson Deity King had finally appeared. In space, the 4 fleets of the human universe quickly gathered. Tangman and Shrek Academy's ecological fleet, led by the golden-eyed Black Dragon warship, also appeared in the void. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. His hands were clasped in front of his chest. Every time the light in his eyes flickered, there would be a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. The sea god's trident in his hand emitted a bright light, and this golden light seemed to have become the backbone of the two federation. After the news was transmitted, figures flew out from the Tenryu star one after another. Except for the Dragon Knights and the Pegasus Knights, those who could come out to participate in the battle were all transcendent experts. If they weren't transcendent experts, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. They were all waiting quietly. That formless pressure seemed to have already arrived, causing everyone's breathing to become a little hurried. A deity king. This was a deity king. It was precisely because they were strong enough that they understood the meaning of being a deity king more clearly. The dragon race had worked hard for thousands of years, almost exhausting all the resources of the Ryuma Federation, but they couldn't finally take this step and become a deity king. Only a deity king could create a deity seat and leave his own coordinates in this universe in the true sense of the word. Only by truly absorbing the power of the star system under his control could he lead everything in the celestial realm to eternal life. This was the hope in the hearts of generations of experts in the dragon race. Now, the arrival of the Crimson Mother had brought all of this with her. However, this celestial realm didn't belong to the dragon race. Instead, it was an existence that was full of devouring and great terror. Her goal was to destroy everything and devour the Lama double star. She wanted to turn everything into her power. With the appearance of such an existence, how could the experts present not be nervous? Perhaps they would die in the next moment. But at this time, for the sake of their own race, they couldn't retreat. The scene of Harmony Star's destruction was still fresh in everyone's mind. They didn't want their race and their planet to follow in the footsteps of the Crimson Mother and become dust in the universe, so now, they could only unite as one and fight against the great terror that was about to befall them. Tang Wulin's eyes were calm as he floated in space, his golden 6-word battle armor covering his body. The sea god's trident in his hand shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. His calmness was the most important pillar to everyone. Beside him, Gu Yuna was also clad in her suit of silver battle armor, and she was like a goddess standing beside her husband. Even the Dragon Knights, including Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zichong, stood behind them subconsciously. The head of Tianma had arrived with all of the Pegasus Knights. However, he didn't step forward and silently stood behind Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. In the previous battle, everyone knew who was the core power to resist the Crimson Mother. It was because the Ryuma Federation worshipped individual strength that they respected those with great power the most. No one spoke, because there was no point in speaking at this time. The previous battle was still vivid in their minds. This time, the Crimson Mother was going to be even more terrifying. No one knew how powerful the godly king was, but they could only move forward bravely. The main cannons of the four great Douluo Federation's fleet were already charging. After several months of adjustments, the 1st and 5th fleets that had performed meritorious deeds had been deployed back. Thus, it was still the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th fleets that they were familiar with stationed here. At this time, they had already completed their fusion and were waiting quietly. They didn't have to wait for too long. Suddenly, Tang Wulin's gaze turned in a certain direction. As his gaze shifted, all of the powerhouses present subconsciously looked in that direction. A gentle purplish-red color seemed to have appeared at the end of the universe, but in the next instant, it had already appeared in front of everyone. The moment the light appeared, everything around them seemed to have solidified. There were even faint colors flowing around. Roar, Tang Wulin was already prepared. A long dragon's roar suddenly sounded from his mouth. The deafening dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. All the dragon knights present, as well as their dragons, let out a dragon's roar at the same time. All the dragon's roars seemed to gather together, turning into a huge sound wave that tried to break free from the shackles that appeared in an instant. "You guys are too noisy." A cold voice sounded. The purplish-red light had quietly stabilized. A graceful figure that didn't fit in with the rest of the world silently appeared. And the few words that came out of her mouth seemed to shake the entire world. She suppressed the dragon's roar. Her beautiful face seemed to be rejected by the entire world. The moment she appeared, the space around her began to distort unconsciously, as if it was trying to expel her. But it also made her look more and more illusory. Yes, she had returned. The Crimson God King had returned. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna held hands and took a step forward in the void at the same time. Just this step alone was enough to cause their suits of 6-word battle armor to radiate dazzling light. But then, there was an ear-piercing sound of friction. On the surface of their battle armors, a purplish-red light was faintly discernible. But they were so determined to take this step. And with this step, the other powerhouses present felt the pressure lessen. It was obvious that Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna had shouldered most of the pressure together. Crimson Mother's expression was very calm. She only smiled faintly. "Do you still want to stop me? It's meaningless. Don't you understand? Where's that Princess Jinlong? Hand her over, and perhaps I'll allow you to have a place in my god realm." Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna's auras were both rather unstable, and the pressure emanating from their god monarchs was far too powerful. "When he returns, it will be your end." "Do you really want him to return?" Tang Wulin asked coldly. "Ha ha. The Crimson God King suddenly laughed, but her laughter was filled with disdain. "Are you counting on her to become a divine king?" In her heart, she had always thought of Lan Xuanyu as Princess Jinlong. If becoming a godly king was so easy, wouldn't there be godly kings everywhere in this world? Tang Wulin just looked at her calmly. "If you're not worried, why did you ask us to hand her over in the first place?" The Crimson God King tilted her head and narrowed her eyes as though she was sensing something. However, she soon frowned. Because she didn't find the existence she wanted to feel. That aura seemed to have completely disappeared. She had always known that the Tenryu star had a dragon realm. She even knew how the dragon transformation period came about. However, at that very moment, she discovered that she could no longer sense the existence of the dragon realm. Yes, she couldn't feel it at all. This feeling was not what she had hoped for. Not only did the dragon realm disappear, that person, Princess Jinlong, also seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The Crimson God King's eyes flickered. She disappeared? Did she disappear in the process of becoming a godly king? In the process of becoming a godly king, there were at least a dozen times when I almost collapsed. Her lifespan is only a few decades. Even if she has some inheritance, becoming a godly king is not something that can be done in a short time. Hand her over, and I can promise you that all of you who are transcendent gods and above can become a part of my Crimson God realm. You should understand that I, who have become a godly king, have no need to lie to you. Because all of you here are under my control. My God realm also needs more fulcrum points. When we build a brand new God realm with the Longma double star as the foundation, I will begin to go into seclusion. Even the God realm can be handed over to you to manage. As long as you hand her over, you can follow me and obtain eternal life. When this was said, it was not that no one was moved. That was eternal life. Just as the Crimson God King had said, she was now a godly king. If she wanted, she could build a God realm. The greatest attraction of a real God realm was eternal life, becoming a higher existence in the universe, standing on a higher dimension. But was eternal life really so easy to obtain? Most importantly, even the Dragon Knights did not know where Lan Xuanyu had gone. Moreover, if they agreed to her request, it meant that they had given up their entire race. Therefore, although the powerhouses of the Dragon Horse Federation had the intention to do so, none of them stepped forward. Tang Wulin said lightly, "You are right. Becoming a godly king is not an easy thing, but you are still worried about his return. Once he becomes a godly king, he is not someone that you, who went against the laws of the universe to become a godly king, can contend against. And for someone like you, can you really build a god realm? Even if you rely on the life energy of the Longma double star to interfere, will the laws of the universe let you go? The god realm that you build will eventually be obliterated by the laws of the universe. Let me ask you, who dares to build a god realm with you? No one here can answer your question for you. Not even us. The person you want to see is actually my son. His name is Lan Xuanyu. But even we do not know where he has gone. But I can tell you that he is building the dragon gods. Long before you existed, the dragon gods were the supreme godly king of the star field, the strongest godly king. Now, he is accepting the inheritance of the dragon gods. The Crimson God King's expression changed slightly. She had heard of the legends of the dragon gods. At least, she had heard a lot from the Abyss Saint. Therefore, she knew about the dragon gods and the power of the dragon gods. If I kill all of you, will he come out? Since you are his father, then your death will definitely affect his mind. Can he still become a godly king? The Crimson God King said coldly. Tang Wulin suddenly laughed, then you can try. Moreover, you have to be able to kill me first. As he spoke, a huge golden shadow began to slowly appear behind him. It was the appearance of a Jinlong. Its golden figure was incomparably resplendent. It did not look very powerful, but that golden figure emitted a strange luster, as if it was real. What was even more strange was that there was a blue halo around the head of this Jinlong. This halo seemed to be binding it. And this Jinlong did not seem to be one with Tang Wulin, because its body was constantly struggling. Tang Wulin's eyes suddenly became a little blurred, and he muttered, "Father, when I was born, in order to control the power of King Jinlong in my body, you placed 18 seals on me, so that I could gradually absorb these. And this last seal is what you always told me not to release. Because it has always sealed all the evil thoughts of King Jinlong. But now, I have to release it. Please forgive me. Please come back quickly." His voice could be heard clearly by everyone present, and even the Crimson God King was attracted by the struggling Jinlong behind him. The Crimson God King did not immediately stop him, but instead watched this scene with interest. It seemed that she was also feeling something in her heart. Tang Wulin's eyes began to change color. His blue eyes, which were originally emitting a golden light, suddenly became deep. The blue halo around Jinlong's neck began to stagnate, and cracks began to appear. 18 seals. The 18 seals that the sea god Tang San had placed on his body broke as he grew. Furthermore, the immense power provided to him began to fuse with his own power. This allowed him to become stronger day by day, and finally stand at the top of the Douluo continent. However, even at the last moment 10,000 years ago, he had only broken 16 of the seals. The last 2 seals were never broken. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to break them. According to the information that his father had given him, if he had broken these 2 seals back then, it was very likely that he would have become the existence that destroyed the world. King Jinlong's consciousness had always been branded with the most insane power and evil thoughts of the dragon gods. Back then, King Jinlong, who had been suppressed in the god realm, was released during the internal strife of the god realm. Although he was eventually killed by Tang San, at the last moment, in order to take revenge on Tang San, he injected all of his essence into the newborn Tang Wulin in an attempt to make him explode. In order to let his son live, Tang San placed 18 seals on him and sent him back to the Douluo continent. This was because if he stayed in the god realm, the immortal spiritual energy would definitely stimulate the energy that King Jinlong injected into Tang Wulin, causing him to explode and die. It was also because of this that their family was separated, and the legend of the Dragon King on the Douluo continent was born. 10,000 years later, Tang Wulin woke up. In order to save Gu Yuna, he broke the 17th seal and became a transcendent. In the end, he rescued Gu Yuna, but he never touched the 18th seal. He never wanted to touch it unless his father returned. Perhaps there was a way to help him expel the evil thoughts. Therefore, Tang Wulin's cultivation was actually not as good as Gu Yuna's, who had fully released and broken through. Gu Yuna was already a true half-step godly king, but he was still a transcendent. But at this moment, facing the returning God King Crimson, he had no other choice. Or it could be said that he was already prepared for it. Only then would there be a chance to stop this God King level existence. Clang! With a crisp sound, the blue halo suddenly shattered. The final seal was finally undone. A long sigh seemed to resound throughout the entire world. This sigh was filled with helplessness and a hint of sadness. Even the Crimson God Monarch couldn't help but feel her body stiffen upon hearing this sigh. She wanted to stop Tang Wulin, but her body stiffened, and she was unable to do so. Jinlong, who had been struggling non-stop, also froze for a moment when the last seal broke. In the next instant, Jinlong's eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling scarlet light. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Tang Wulin's body. Buzz, the dazzling golden light seemed to illuminate the entire space. At that moment, everyone subconsciously narrowed their eyes. An extremely terrifying aura surged forth, and Tang Wulin's aura swelled drastically. At the same time, his eyes also turned crimson in the blink of an eye. A blood red that was filled with madness. The sigh quietly ended, and a hint of doubt appeared in Tang Wulin's crazed eyes. His body also showed a hint of stagnation. At that moment, the silver figure beside him spread open her arms and a pair of enormous silver dragon wings on her back, silently hugging him. Ong 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 ong. Tang Wulin suddenly burst out with a crazy and ear-piercing dragon roar. The terrifying dragon roar resounded through the world. His aura had almost instantly reached the level of a half-step divine king. However, in the next instant, dazzling rainbow light began to rise up. The 6-word battle armor on Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna's bodies crumbled at the same time, fusing into their bodies. What was even more peculiar was that their bodies also began to fuse, and the two figures instantly became one. Rainbow-colored scales and rainbow-colored armor were squeezed out of their bodies and covered their entire bodies. At the same time, their auras also swelled explosively. Within the golden-eyed Black Dragon Monarch battleship, Ling Zichen stood in front of the porthole with a dazed look in her eyes. She had seen such a scene 10,000 years ago. At the time, they were far less powerful than they were now. At the time, they still didn't possess enough power to oppose the Abyssal Holy Lord. However, this was undoubtedly their most powerful ability. It was also the ultimate ability that they could unleash. In the instant that Gu Yuna hugged Tang Wulin, Ling Zichen already knew what they were going to do. Tang Wulin didn't hesitate to risk going crazy under the influence of Jinlong King's divine sense to break the last seal in order to unleash all of his power. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna used the Dragon God's transformation to forcefully fuse their powers to achieve the goal of erupting their strongest power. At the same time, Gu Yuna controlled the Dragon God's transformation. The sigh that appeared when the seal was broken finally disappeared, and the Crimson Godly King attacked without hesitation. This was because she felt an aura that was close to the same level as her from the body in front of her. In fact, it wasn't much weaker than her. She didn't understand at all how two beings who were so far away from the Godly King level could possess such powerful strength after fusing. However, she felt threatened. She had to nip this threat in the bud. The purple-red palm struck out like lightning. she no longer had a weapon. When she made the final breakthrough, all of the power of the Crimson Domain, including her own weapon, had been shattered and integrated into her body. This seemingly light palm strike seemed to cause the entire surrounding space to become awkward, and everything began to become disharmonious. The Dragon Knight and the Pegasus Knight who were about to react and attack felt everything around them become distorted. The divine power that was about to circulate suddenly reversed in their bodies. For a moment, all of the supreme powerhouses present couldn't help but groan, and their auras fell. The palm that was filled with the smell of error had already silently arrived in front of Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna after the dragon god's transformation. A seven-colored light burst forth at this moment. At the same time as the dragon's aura erupted, the silver dragon spear and Neptune's trident were already in her hands, crossed in front of her. Puff, a light sound was heard. The surrounding space distorted violently for a total of 7 times. During these 7 distortions, it was as if the entire world was about to be torn apart and destroyed. The Crimson God King erupted with an extremely terrifying suction force, wanting to devour them. However, the 7-colored dragon's aura was extremely stable. Under the 7 distortions, each of them violently fluctuated for a moment. However, it forcefully withstood the distortions and stabilized its body. The Crimson God King also couldn't devour any power from him. Roar. The dragon's roar sounded again. A huge 7-colored shadow appeared behind them, turning into a 7-colored dragon. Accompanied by this deafening dragon's roar, all of the dragon race present burned with dazzling 7-colored flames. The effect was even stronger than Gu Yuna's universe tracing. It made their bloodlines seem to have evolved by a level at this moment. At the same time, they erupted their dragon power in the direction of the Crimson God King, turning into pillars of dragon power that bombarded the Crimson God King. Under the dragon god's transformation, Gu Yuna controlled her body to suddenly retreat and merge into the huge 7-colored shadow. Suddenly, the 7-colored shadow materialized and turned into a 7-colored dragon that soared into the sky. The 7-colored dragon was more than 5,000 meters long, and its terrifying aura continued to erupt. In its eyes, there was a faintly discernible red light flickering, bursting forth with a taste of madness. The huge dragon claw suddenly slapped out, causing the distorted space to rupture, revealing the Crimson God King's body. Roar. Elemental fluctuations full of the taste of nirvana surged wildly. Under the traction of destruction and creation, the 9 elements fused. An unparalleled elemental storm broke out. However, the light around the Crimson God King's body was constantly distorting. Every time it distorted, a dazzling light would flicker, disappear, flicker, and disappear again. All the forces attacking her disappeared completely in these distortions. Here you go. The Crimson God King coldly shouted, and pillars of dragon force suddenly burst out from the distortions and shot towards the dragon knights. Only the elemental storm erupted from the 7-colored dragon did not have any feedback. The 7-colored dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a golden halo shot out from its mouth. It enveloped the Crimson God King. The golden halo suddenly transformed into countless golden halos in the air and drifted down. The light around the Crimson God King's body was violently distorted. It was unknown whether it was trying to expel her from this world, or if she was trying to expel the entire world. But a strange scene occurred. No matter how she tried to expel, the golden halos fell from the air, fell on her body, and fused with her body. They forcibly froze her there. The 7-colored dragon descended from the air, and its huge dragon claw suddenly turned brilliant gold. It brazenly slapped down and mercilessly slapped the stagnant Crimson God King. Boom. The dragon claw immediately sent the Crimson God King flying far away, disappearing from everyone's field of vision in an instant. The dragon knights who suffered the backlash of the pillar of dragon force did their best. Under the buff of the 7-colored flames, they resisted the counterattack of the pillar of dragon force. At this moment, the dragon knights were looking at the 7-colored dragon with strange looks in their eyes. They could clearly feel that in the body of the 7-colored dragon, there was a powerful bloodline that made them want to prostrate themselves in worship. It was a powerful bloodline belonging to the dragon race. Only then did they know that the strength of these 2 humans could be so formidable. In other words, they weren't humans at all. Compared to humans, they were more like the dragon race. The king of the dragon race, the seven-colored Dragon King's strength was not much weaker than godly monarch Scarlet's. He actually managed to force her back in a head-on battle. The powerhouses of the various races, who were already prepared to die, seemed to see the dawn of hope at this moment. For a moment, they couldn't help but let out excited dragon roars. But at that moment, the entire world distorted violently. Everything around him seemed to have solidified. Only the area covered by the seven-colored Dragon King's flames was untainted by the distortion. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, how long can you maintain this state? Even I wouldn't be willing to devour such an unstable force. In space, a figure slowly walked in their direction. With every step she took, her body began to grow larger. With every step she took, her aura also grew stronger. The body of the godly monarch Scarlet also began to change. On her back, a pair of huge wings slowly spread out. The wings were purplish-red in color and looked a little like the wings of a bat. However, there were layers upon layers of them, creating illusions. As her body grew larger, the wings seemed to become the back of the entire world. A terrifying suction force also erupted from the huge wings. Everyone present, even those who were enveloped by the seven-colored Dragon King's light, began to emit a dense fog of light. Even the cosmic battleship was the same. The fog of light gathered towards the gradually growing godly monarch Scarlet. I come from devouring. Devouring is the most powerful ability of my talents. Perhaps you don't know how powerful devouring is at the godly monarch level. If I want to, I can devour this entire galaxy. However, the abominable laws of the universe will repel me even more because of this, causing the power I absorb to be unbalanced. However, one day, when I have accumulated enough power, I will destroy all of this. The crazy aura continued to rise as a powerful force erupted in the air. The terrifying devouring power even caused the seven-colored Dragon King's body to tremble slightly. This was the power of a godly monarch. The foundation of a godly monarch was to dominate. At this moment, she seemed to have become the ruler of this world. The seven-colored Dragon King's body trembled violently. Every time it trembled, the blood-red color in its eyes would become a little brighter. That was the sign of a crazy backlash. As the most important main force, he was under the greatest pressure. The more power he gathered, the weaker his control over himself would become. King Jinlong's crazy will had been sealed for so many years and had just been released. This was the moment when it was the craziest for a backlash. If he had not completed the Dragon God's transformation when the seal was unsealed and Tang Wulin had not voluntarily handed over control of his body to Gu Yuna, the situation would have become even more dangerous. Even so, the pressure from the godly monarch Scarlet was too great. Her body had expanded to the point where it seemed to connect heaven and earth. General Bai Ling, who was standing in the 7th Fleet's main control room, waved his hand down forcefully. The 4 cosmic battleships, which had been fully charged, once again unleashed their strongest attack. The terrifying attack instantly burst forth with an incomparably powerful light. It turned into a halo, a beam of light, and a sharp triangle. All of them were focused on the huge figure. The godly monarch Scarlet's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You enlarged your body and turned into a Dragon King. Didn't you want to make me bigger so that you can use the power of this battleship to attack me? Unfortunately, I'm already a godly monarch. I'm no longer the Crimson Mother of the past. These are useless against me. They can only be turned into my own power. The combined power of the 4 cosmic battleships disappeared silently in the distortion the moment they landed on the godly monarch Scarlet. Only the godly monarch Scarlet's body was left with streaks of distorted electric light. You want to try too? The godly monarch Scarlet suddenly raised his hand toward the 7-colored Dragon King. Instantly, a huge distorted bolt of lightning broke through the air and blasted toward the 7-colored Dragon King. Roar! The 7-colored Dragon King suddenly roared. For a moment, the sky changed color. The many dragon race members behind him all released powerful dragon power into his body. Boom! Dazzling lightning bolts almost covered the entire surrounding area. Although the 7-colored Dragon King had blocked most of the impact, many of the transcendent experts were still sent flying by the impact. But at this moment, the right wing of the Crimson God King suddenly twisted violently. A black figure brazenly drilled out from it and actually tore a hole in the wing. The black figure disappeared in a flash, trying to escape into the void. "Where do you think you're going?" The godly monarch Scarlet roared angrily. The huge wing that was broken turned into a vortex, erupting with a powerful suction force. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King battleship that was covered in a dark halo was like an insect struggling in a spider web, trying to break free. However, it was easier said than done. Under Ling Zichen's control, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King battleship attacked at the same time as the 4 battleships attacked. The strongest battleship of the Tangmen still managed to injure the godly monarch Scarlet in the end. The powerful corrosive power of the Black Dragon cannon was something that even the godly monarch Scarlet could not devour. However, it was as if it had walked into a trap and could no longer break free. However, it was also at this moment that a rainbow-colored shooting star appeared. It carried an unparalleled aura as it went straight for the enormous figure. The rainbow-colored shooting star with a diameter of 5,000 meters had become the most terrifying weapon. The Crimson God King's eyes shone brightly with purplish-red light. She raised her hands and grabbed the air in front of her. She couldn't be bothered to destroy the golden-eyed Black Dragon warship anymore. She folded her wings inwards. Bang! She grabbed the rainbow-colored ball of light with both hands and forcefully stopped this shooting star in midair. However, purplish-black light surged from her body because of this collision. Evidently, she had been dealt a huge blow. However, she folded her wings inwards and unleashed a powerful devouring power. It frantically pulled the rainbow-colored light from the 7-colored Dragon King's body. Since the beginning of the battle, no one had died. However, all of the powerful beings from the Dragon Horse Federation and the Douluo Federation could sense that the battle was extremely tragic. The Crimson God King was simply too terrifying. Even the combined attack of the 4 fleets couldn't hurt her. Originally, the powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation had gained a new understanding of technology after the previous battle. It was the first time they felt that individual strength couldn't fight against technology. However, the arrival of the Crimson God King once again told them that no matter how powerful technology was, it was meaningless in front of a truly powerful individual. The 7-colored Dragon King formed by the fusion of Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna was the key to resisting the Crimson God King in this battle. As for these so-called transcendent gods, they didn't seem to have much meaning in existing anymore. People like the Pegasus Knights didn't even have a chance to attack. In front of this God King's strength, they could only feel how insignificant they were. Could the 7-colored Dragon King resist it? Could it destroy it? At this moment, no one knew. The Dragon Knights and their mounts were frantically releasing their dragon power. They didn't care about anything to help the 7-colored Dragon King resist the Crimson Mother's strength. However, how long could this stalemate last? All the illusions began to gradually solidify. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness also gradually returned. When he woke up, he was surprised to find that he had arrived in another world. The distorted space disappeared. Everything around him was filled with dense rainbow-colored light and shadows. That miraculous aura made him feel both physically and mentally comfortable, as if everything had been miraculously nourished. This feeling was very comfortable and strange, so much so that the pain caused by his body swelling and the crazy increase in strength was swept away. What was even more amazing was that his body seemed to be filled with this gentle aura. He immediately sensed the changes in his body and realized that he was no different from when he had escaped into the void. At this moment, he was still in his human form. The place they were in seemed to be a huge palace. There was no one else in this huge palace. He was the only one sitting quietly on a magnificent dragon throne in the main seat of the palace. Sitting here, one naturally had the feeling of overlooking all living beings in the world. What is this place? Lan Xuanyu tried his best to keep his spiritual consciousness awake, while at the same time he could clearly feel everything around him. His memories gradually returned and recovered. He remembered that it was the consciousness of the dragon gods that told him to accept a test. This was the test to become the dragon gods, and the content of the test was to solve the great incident that had once caused the dragon gods to go crazy and caused the entire dragon race to fall into tragedy. Of course, he didn't know what had happened to the dragon race, but he knew how powerful the dragon gods were. They were existences at the level of the Supreme Divine King. But even a Supreme Divine King like him would go crazy and cause the extinction of his own race. Then, how should he solve it? Without a doubt, this test wasn't as simple as whether he could become the supreme divine king, it was even related to whether he could survive. If he failed the test, not only would he not become the supreme divine king, he might even lose his life. At the very least, he would become as crazy as the dragon gods. What should he do? What should he do? Calm down. The more it was like this, the more calm he had to be. No matter what kind of problem he faced, he had to face it calmly. Since he couldn't run away, he had to bravely accept this challenge. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's mind gradually calmed down. He first adjusted his state of mind. His body's strength had reached the level where it could withstand the power of the dragon gods, making him a real powerhouse at the level of a half-step supreme divine king. At this moment, the aura he was emitting wasn't as simple as a half-step supreme divine king. It was a power that seemed to be able to cover everything, control everything, and destroy everything. But his essence was still at the level of a half-step supreme divine king. If he was evaluated by the level of a supreme divine king, then he could be said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He had the aura of the dragon gods, but he didn't have the power of the dragon gods. After calming down for a while, Lan Xuanyu slowly stood up. He raised his hand, and an ice mirror condensed on his palm and shone at himself. Suddenly, he found that he still had his original appearance in the ice mirror. Could it be that the dragon gods of the past were as handsome as him? The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Dragon gods, you're really unreliable. You actually gave me a test mission that I'm afraid is really impossible to complete. So, what should I do? Putting away the ice mirror, Lan Xuanyu slowly walked down from his throne. He suddenly found something different. As he walked down from the throne, the colorful halos around him naturally gathered towards him, forming a 9-colored halo behind his head. The strange and huge energy in the air was still gathering towards his body on its own. Absorbing this energy, Lan Xuanyu could feel that he was becoming stronger with every passing moment. Ah Bao, are you there? Lan Xuanyu called for the treasure-seeking beast in his heart. Master, I'm here. Ah Bao's voice was trembling, as if it was trembling because of excitement. Do you recognize this place? Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-seeking beast. Of course. Master, we're back, are we back? This is our god realm. Our divine dragon domain. The divine dragon domain that once controlled more than 10 galaxies and was known as a half-step god realm. The treasure-seeking beast's voice became more and more excited. Calm down first. Did you feel the conversation between the dragon gods and me before? Lan Xuanyu asked in a deep voice. The conversation between the dragon gods and you? Aren't you the dragon gods? The treasure-seeking beast was stunned. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood. When the dragon gods gave him this final test, their communication could only be sensed by his divine sense. Ah Bao. What was the disaster that the divine dragon domain once faced that you mentioned? How did the war between the divine beasts and the human gods start, do you know? Lan Xuanyu asked. He wasn't familiar with this world. If he wanted to solve the problem, he needed to understand more. And the treasure-seeking beast was undoubtedly a very good breakthrough point. However, what made Lan Xuanyu helpless was that the treasure-seeking beast's answer was very simple. I don't know, I've always been managing the nursery for you. Lan Xuanyu said, then let me ask you, in the divine dragon domain, are there already human gods? There are. In fact, in our divine dragon domain, there were no racial distinctions. Any race's powerhouse who cultivated to a certain level and passed the test could obtain the position of a god. Humans were one of the easiest races to become a god. At that time, they weren't much different from divine beasts. Could they coexist peacefully? Lan Xuanyu asked. Of course. With you around, who would dare to cause trouble? Your power suppressed the domain. At that time, you were incomparably powerful and determined to become a divine star, the pinnacle of existence in the universe. At that time, you led our divine dragon domain to not only incorporate a few small god realms, but also continuously expand outwards. You constantly made yourself stronger. You absorbed the power of faith of more than 10 galaxies. When our divine dragon domain was at its strongest, the 10 great dragon kings under you were all divine king level powerhouses. Even if the 10 of them joined forces, they were still no match for you, the Supreme Divine King. At that time, you were an invincible existence. Then how did the internal strife occur? Lan Xuanyu asked. He suddenly understood something. In the Divine Dragon domain, the most powerful race was undoubtedly the Dragon race, but the collapse of the entire domain in the end seemed to be different from what his father had told him. In other words, even if it was his own father, what he knew was passed down from the human gods. The Dragon race had the 10 great Divine Kings and the Supreme Divine King, the Dragon gods. How could the human gods of the past be able to contend against them? Then, the reason must be the Dragon race, the Dragon gods themselves. The internal strife was the root cause of the collapse of the Dragon race. At this point, the ultimate Douluo had reached the final stage of writing. I estimate that it will end in a month. When I first planned the Douluo series, this was the last one, so it was called the Ultimate Douluo series. Later on, I had plans for the next one. The reason for the destruction of the Dragon race will be revealed. Will Lan Xuanyu be able to become the Dragon gods in time to return and rescue his parents? Will the former divine realm return? Will the 3 generations of Tang San's family be reunited? And even what the story of the 5th book of the Douluo continent will be revealed to everyone in this final month. Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to leave the main hall. He had a hunch that the moment he walked out of the main hall, his Dragon God's test would really begin. Although the treasure-hunting beast was not clear about what happened back then, some of the things it described still gave Lan Xuanyu some inspiration. At least, it was good for his judgment. These judgments would determine his next course of action. He carefully thought about what the treasure-hunting beast said, and combined it with what he knew before, the scenes that had appeared in his mind. The first conclusion he came up with was that the collapse of the Dragon race, the destruction of the Divine Dragon domain, and the eventual domination of the human race should have been caused by the Dragon gods themselves. This point could be deduced from the fact that the Dragon gods were not willing to be resurrected. And the treasure-hunting beast said that the Dragon gods themselves were powerful enough to suppress everything, which meant that this conclusion was even more reliable. Other than the Dragon gods themselves, there should be no one in the Divine Dragon domain who could defeat them. Then, why did the Dragon gods go crazy? After going crazy, the Dragon gods affected the entire Dragon race, and even killed their own people. This should be the core of his test. Did something happen within the Dragon group? With the strength of the Dragon gods, who could affect them, there were no answers to these questions, so he could only guess. The Divine Dragon domain ruled the 10 major galaxies, which was the power of the Divine Dragon domain at its peak. After the Divine Dragon domain, the humans who inherited the domain and became the new god realm should be far less powerful. Otherwise, they should not have been so easily swept away by the space-time turbulence. In other words, the impact of that war on the Divine Dragon domain was fatal, causing the god realm to decline greatly, and the Dragon race to be destroyed. Vaguely, Lan Xuanyu felt that he seemed to have grasped something, but it was a little vague and he could not explain it clearly. Master, can you take me to see my nursery? I really miss how the nursery looked like back then. I want to see it, can I? The treasure-hunting beast's voice sounded again, its voice full of hope. Lan Xuanyu's heart moved. Where is your nursery? Take me there. Sure. Sure. The treasure-hunting beast's divine sense instantly connected with Lan Xuanyu's, guiding his divine sense outwards. When his divine sense left the main hall, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt his whole body shake. The outside world was actually boundless. Even with his level of divine sense, he could still sense it as far as the eye could see. The colorful clouds were filled with immortal energy. The boundless territory made the god realm look like a pure land of bliss. He had never seen such a beautiful place. Not only was there land, but there were also cities floating in the sky. There were even rivers flowing down from the sky, forming huge waterfalls. All kinds of birds and beasts soared in the sky, all of them emitting powerful auras. This was especially true for the dragon race. The dragon race flying in the air had a huge body, but it could coexist peacefully with the other types of mythological beasts. Under the guidance of the treasure-hunting beast, his divine sense arrived at a huge nursery. Just as his divine sense had reached this place, a voice suddenly rang out. A voice full of flattery suddenly sounded. My lord, what would you like to eat? Your servant Xiaobao will send it to you in a moment. With a flash of light, an existence in the form of a treasure-hunting beast appeared outside the nursery. Inside the nursery, immortal clouds lingered, emitting a rich aura of life. It was no longer as simple as life. The energy contained within was so abundant that it seemed as if it was about to flow out. At this moment, the biggest difference between the treasure-hunting beast and Xiaobao was their temperament. He was wearing luxurious clothes, and his face was full of flattery, but his eyes were full of metal. Obviously, as the person in charge of the nursery, he had considerable authority in the divine dragon domain, and was also a close minister of the dragon gods. I just came to take a look. Lan Xuanyu's divine sense transmitted a thought, but the treasure-hunting beast's divine sense in his body was somewhat excited. He's back, the treasure-hunting beast brought Lan Xuanyu's divine sense into the nursery. My lord, look. That's the 9 heavens profound fruit. Ah. That's the divine moon fruit that I've been cultivating for many, many years. It can absorb the power of the satellites in those galaxies that we control, and eventually become something like a bright moon. Even if a god consumes it, their cultivation will be greatly enhanced, especially the efficiency of absorbing immortal qi. My lord, that's... Listening to his introduction, looking at the immortal fruits and divine herbs that he had never heard of before, Lan Xuanyu's eyes couldn't help but become somewhat dazed. This was the divine dragon domain in its most powerful state. Even his own grandfather, the sea god Tang San, had never seen this world. Everything here looked so beautiful, but in the end, it was heading towards destruction. What was the reason for this? At this moment, his heart suddenly felt something, and he abruptly withdrew his divine sense, returning to the main hall. Outside the main hall, a deep and vigorous voice sounded, My lord, it's ready. Come in. Of course, Lan Xuanyu didn't know what this so-called ready meant, but he could sense that it was inextricably linked to his test this time, which was the destruction of the divine dragon domain. There wasn't just one being outside the main hall, but many beings had arrived. At his command, one figure after another walked in from outside. All of them were in human form, just like how Lan Xuanyu, the dragon gods, was also in human form. However, Lan Xuanyu could clearly sense from these gods that many of them weren't gods, but divine beasts. Walking at the forefront on the left was a tall and slender young man. He was handsome, and his entire body exuded a strange light, as if he were the walking light. On his forehead, there was a white spiritual scale that flickered with a faint golden light. What a powerful aura! This definitely wasn't the aura of a transcendent or a first-tier god. All of the light in the divine dragon domain seemed to be drawn by him. Coupled with the aura of the dragon race's bloodline, his identity was on the verge of being revealed. This should be one of the 10 dragon kings of the dragon race, the light dragon king. On the other side, opposite him, at the forefront on the right, was a woman. The light on her body was restrained, and her gorgeous black dress set off her mystery. She was like the opposite of the man opposite her, and all of the darkness was drawn by her. It was the Darkness Dragon King. Behind them were the other 8 dragon kings. Among them, the 6 dragon kings of water, fire, earth, wind, space, and earth did not attract much attention from Lan Xuanyu. However, it was the first time he saw the last 2 dragon kings. The dragon king on the left had a strange aura, and the light around his body was somewhat distorted, faintly discernible. It seemed to affect all the changes in time around him. This was the Time Dragon King? An existence that controlled time? From the looks of it, his aura was obviously weaker than the previous 8 dragon kings, but he should still be in existence at the divine king level. The one opposite him looked even younger. It was a young man, and his whole body was brimming with a youthful and lively aura. It was obvious that he was still a teenager. After walking into the main hall, he looked around brightly, and when he looked at Lan Xuanyu, he even winked at him. His body was emitting a faint rainbow-colored light. A rainbow-colored light. Who is the one emitting rainbow-colored light? Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-hunting beast in his heart. The treasure-hunting beast said, That's your son. Oh, no, he's the successor of the former master, and also the crown prince of our dragon race. The son of the dragon gods? The crown prince of the dragon race? Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. In his memory and his father's description, the dragon race seemed to have 9 dragon kings, right? There was no such crown prince of the dragon race. Previously, when the treasure-hunting beast mentioned the 10 dragon kings to him, he thought it was a slip of the tongue, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. The existence of the crown prince of the dragon race did not seem to exist in all the information he knew about the dragon race. He was also certain that even in the dragon race graveyard, there was no such skeleton. End of this chapter. After the 10 great dragon kings, the ones who walked in were all powerhouses. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu saw humans. There were quite a few of them. They could be said to be the second strongest group outside of the dragon race. However, in front of him, the dragon gods, they were all submissive and didn't show any inappropriate emotions. Why aren't you among these people? Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-seeking beast. The treasure-seeking beast said, I don't have the qualifications. Those who are able to worship you in the main hall are all big shots of our divine dragon realm. I'm only your vassal and am in charge of your nursery. Unless you specifically summon me, I'm not allowed to come here. Master, it's all ready. The ceremony can begin at any time. The dark dragon king on the right stepped forward and said respectfully to Lan Xuanyu. Ceremony, what kind of ceremony was it? Without a doubt, this so-called grand ceremony should be the content of his assessment. He hurriedly asked the treasure-seeking beast, but the treasure-seeking beast was at a loss. For the entire divine dragon realm to be led by him, the dragon gods, to participate in such a solemn ceremony, it definitely wasn't a small matter. Master. At this moment, the light dragon king on the left stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Lan Xuanyu. Speak. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently. He didn't know what the dragon gods of the past were like, so he could only keep himself mysterious as much as possible. The light dragon king said in a deep voice, Master, I think we should think twice about the ceremony. Although we've already made ample preparations. However, as far as we know, there hasn't been a divine star in the range we can currently detect. Can we really succeed? We now have the power of faith from many galaxies. Shouldn't we accumulate more? The dark dragon king on the opposite side retorted, We've already waited long enough. Why are you still so cowardly? There's no reason to continue waiting. We've already made ample preparations. This is the best opportunity for us to step into the next level. Once we become a divine star, our divine dragon realm's range will at least increase by several times. At that time, our god realm will become even more powerful. Just because we haven't discovered a divine planet doesn't mean that there is no divine planet. Once the divine star arrives, will we be able to protect our people? The dark dragon king's mood was clearly somewhat agitated. Clearly, this wasn't the first time this argument had occurred. Divine planet? The grand ceremony was for achieving the divine star? Had the former divine dragon domain already reached such a level? Lan Xuanyu immediately recalled the multidimensional space theory that Long Tianyang had once explained to him. According to her, the entire universe was divided into one-dimensional space to 10-dimensional space. Most of the planets were in a 3-dimensional space. If a planet could reach a 4-dimensional space, it would be a very powerful planet. It would definitely have powerful intelligent life forms. As for the evolution of the 4th dimension into the 5th dimension, or the ability to control a certain level of the 5th dimension, it was already the divine realm. The complete 5th dimension was an extremely powerful divine realm. At this time, the divine dragon domain was actually moving towards a higher level of divine star. What did this mean? This meant that this was the process of the 5th dimension evolving into the 6th dimension. Was the divine dragon domain this powerful? What kind of concept was the 6th dimension? Even when the Crimson Mother broke through to become the Crimson God Monarch, her goal was only to stabilize the 4th dimension and touch the 5th dimension to establish the divine realm. The difference in space by one dimension wasn't small at all. It was an enormous difference of several times. The divine dragon domain, which could already be touched and even completely transformed into the 6th-dimensional space, was so powerful that it was unimaginably powerful. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to think too much to understand that this grand ceremony was most likely the turning point for the destruction of the dragon race, or even the collapse of the divine dragon domain. The madness of the dragon gods should also have come from this grand ceremony. The dark dragon king is right. We can't wait any longer. We've already made sufficient preparations. Within the domain, the immortal spiritual energy has already expanded and stabilized. It's time to continue forward, the Mountain Dragon King said in a low, muffled voice. The Water Dragon King's brows furrowed. But the Light Dragon King's words make sense. We can actually continue to accumulate. Then what's there to accumulate? The Fire Dragon King interrupted without hesitation. Tell me, where can we continue to accumulate? Master has already reached the level of the Supreme God Monarch. We all know that this is the foundation of becoming a divine star. Why should we continue to wait? Once we become a divine star, even the laws of the universe can't easily interfere with us. This will allow the entire divine dragon domain to have a stronger resistance against the uncontrollable forces of the universe. Everything will become better once we stabilize in the divine star realm. The debate began. The 10 Dragon Kings were clearly divided into 2 factions. No, to be precise, it should be 3 factions. This was because the Dragon King and the Crown Prince of the Dragon race didn't speak at all. The Crown Prince of the Dragon race seemed to find their debate very interesting. He listened attentively, occasionally glancing over. He seemed to be overflowing with interest. The Time Dragon King, on the other hand, was submissive from beginning to end. He didn't seem to have any opinions about this debate. Among the 8 Dragon Kings in the debate, the Light Dragon King, the Water Dragon King, and the Space Dragon King were more inclined to delay. The other 5 Dragon Kings unanimously felt that they couldn't continue to wait. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to interrupt them. He could obtain more information from their debate and conversation. It was very obvious that the dragon race had already made sufficient preparations for this so-called ceremony to become a divine star. However, there were also some who were hesitant. Other than the 10 Dragon Kings, the numerous divine beasts behind them also had their own preferences. However, they didn't seem to have the right to speak here. Therefore, no one spoke. Lan Xuanyu carefully observed and discovered that other than the 10 Dragon Kings, there were actually 7 or 8 Divine King level experts. Among them, the number of humans was relatively larger. On the human side, there were 3 who had reached the Divine King level. There were also 2 who were close to the Divine King level. However, they stood at a position further back. In front of them were almost all divine beasts. Among the divine beasts, there were also a few Divine King level experts, but they were not of the same race. From the current situation, it could be seen that the status of the dragon race in the divine dragon domain was supreme. With him, the supreme divine king, the other races respected the dragon race. The dragon race was also the most powerful race. Whether it was the other divine beasts or the human side, Lan Xuanyu couldn't feel any dissatisfaction with them. All he could feel was reverence. Obviously, the dragon gods of this period were loved and respected by the entire divine dragon domain. Judging from the current situation, if things continued to develop, the grand ceremony would definitely be held, and it would definitely continue. Therefore, it led to a series of tragedies after that. He still didn't know what the tragedies were. However, if this ceremony wasn't held, would it not happen? It must be. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu was about to speak. Interrupting the ceremony and not allowing it to be held, the crisis of the dragon race would definitely not appear. The crisis of the divine dragon domain would also not appear. However, when he opened his mouth, he was stunned. Enough. Don't continue to argue. I've made up my mind. The ceremony will begin. After becoming a divine star, we are completely independent existences in the universe. We have the power to decide our own fate. Our accumulation is long enough. The divine dragon domain is stable enough. All members of the divine dragon domain, follow me. No, it's not like that. Lan Xuanyu screamed in his heart, Dragon gods, you're cheating. Didn't we agree that this is my test? Everything was fine just now, so why did it feel like my consciousness was being taken over the moment I opened my mouth, and I said these words? This definitely wasn't what he said, it was what the dragon gods said in the past. As soon as he said this, all the gods present bowed in his direction. We obey the Lord's decree. Lan Xuanyu's heart twitched violently, and he regained control of his body. However, he had already said it. Was he going to take it back? Yes, he had to take it back. So, he opened his mouth again. Then, roar, impassioned dragon roars, carrying an unparalleled fighting spirit and confidence, suddenly burst out from the mouths of the dragon gods. This dragon's roar seemed to have caused the entire god realm to tremble. The 10 dragon kings present felt the pull of the bloodline aura, and immediately raised their heads at the same time, letting out a long dragon roar at the sky. Dragon gods, you, Lan Xuan, you wanted to curse. Can't I stop it? Can't I stop it? I don't even have the power of the dragon gods, so when the ceremony is held, what am I going to do? Lan Xuanyu was helpless. He really didn't know what to do. And he had already stood up, and walked out in large strides. All the gods present spread out on their own, and as he walked forward, the 10 dragon kings followed behind him, and then the other experts of the various races accompanied him as he walked out. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness was a little dazed. This was no doubt true history that had happened before. And according to the current changes, the ceremony was irreversible. This could very well lead to the collapse of the entire divine dragon domain, and the ceremony had to be held. What to do? What should he do now? Lan Xuanyu was a little dazed. What would happen next? Did he fail to break through to God's star? Just as he was in a trance, he realized that he had appeared on a huge platform in the next moment. He didn't know how tall this platform was, but he could see the thick and incomparably dense immortal clouds surrounding it. Countless immortal spiritual energy rushed toward his body from all directions. This was Lan Xuanyu's real body, and he could feel that his body, which had been greatly strengthened by the previous breakthrough, was being filled with immortal spiritual energy, and his cultivation was increasing explosively every moment. What was even more strange was that standing on this platform, above his head, there was a boundless starry sky. Countless stars shone brightly in the sky, and it was as if he only needed to raise his hand to grasp these stars. Grasping the sun, moon, and plucking the stars, his heart throbbed and trembled a little. On this platform, there were a total of 18 existences as company. Among them were the 10 great dragon kings, as well as 8 other god king level experts. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu even had a strange feeling in his heart. Why did this feel like the 18 dragon knights on the Tenryu star? However, these were not 18 super god level powerhouses, but 18 god king level powerhouses. What kind of powerful existence was this? This should be the moment when the entire divine dragon domain strength was at its peak. His heart was filled with doubts and hesitation. However, he was able to sense how supreme he was on the high platform. Is this the feeling of ruling a domain? His heart was filled with shock. Of course, he was more terrified. The platform beneath his feet was covered with all kinds of divine patterns and inlaid with countless magnificent gems. The dense colorful light exuded an even higher level of aura fluctuations. Huge amounts of energy continued to rise upward. Lan Xuanyu could even feel that the countless stars in the sky were all under his control. These stars were producing invisible feedback to him, constantly injecting their power into him. The 10 major galaxies should be the 10 major galaxies controlled by the divine dragon domain. Is it really that difficult to become a divine star? With the great power of the divine dragon domain, did the 18 god kings and him, a supreme god king, still fail in the end? Did this lead to the defeat of the divine dragon domain? At this point, there was no stopping it. Lan Xuanyu also understood that the dragon gods would not let him stop the ceremony from happening. At this moment, even the eyes of the 3 dragon kings who had previously objected were shining with excitement and determination. Since they were going to do it, they must do their best. A divine star, how exactly was a divine star formed? A strange thought came to Lan Xuanyu's mind. Perhaps this was a precious treasure left behind by the dragon gods. It could be said that there were very few existences who could attempt to become a divine star. Come on, come on. Buzz. A powerful aura suddenly rose from under his feet. The entire platform instantly turned colorful, and all the stars in the sky became brighter at this moment. Immortal spiritual energy surged wildly in the direction of the platform. Lan Xuanyu did not know when a scepter appeared in his hand. When the scepter appeared in his hand, he immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the dragon pillar? The dragon pillar in his hand constantly emitted a blinding light. The 18 god kings around him all let out deafening dragon roars. The roars of the dragons shook heaven and earth. An incomparably powerful aura was crazily rising. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised the dragon ascending pillar in his hand, but all of this was out of his control. The 18 god kings all raised their own divine weapons. Among them, Lan Xuanyu saw that the leader of the human race was raising a blood-red longsword. He had a very deep impression of this blood-red longsword because it was the Azura god's Azura sword. Naturally, this was the Azura god. The two human god kings on either side of the Azura god each released a ray of black light and a ray of white light. The two rays of light merged together and emitted a strange feeling. At the same time, they shot towards the dragon pillar. The power of 18 god kings gathered together was so powerful that Lan Xuanyu felt as if his body was about to explode. However, the dragon pillar in his hand was still as stable as ever. The immortal spiritual energy in the air was crazily filling his body and transforming it into a part of him. His aura was also increasing exponentially. This was not just a test. It felt as if he was becoming a god king. However, this should be an illusory world. Why did he feel as if his power was increasing? At this moment, his body slowly floated into the air. Above the platform, the light from the millions of stars was also converging towards the dragon pillar in his hand. Supreme God King, longevity with heaven and earth. Sun and moon shine together. There is no me in this world. Unparalleled divine dragon. Lan Xuanyu spat out word by word. With every word that came out of his mouth, the divine dragon domain below him shook violently. Resplendent light gathered from the tens of thousands of stars and frantically poured into the divine dragon domain. The source of this influx was the dragon pillar in Lan Xuanyu's hand. At this moment, it was as if he had become a medium. The power that he was emitting covered the entire god realm. Under the convergence of the millions of stars' energy, the god realm began to undergo drastic changes. The surface of the domain was filled with layers of illusory light shadows. The enormous power contained in these shadows was rapidly fusing with the divine dragon domain itself, causing its aura to become even more powerful. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if his body was about to explode. Even though his body was already at the God King level, he was still unable to withstand such an enormous amount of power. Even if he was just a medium, it was still difficult for him to withstand it. However, this was not under his control. He was being forced to do something beyond his ability. It was the original dragon gods who were guiding everything and completing this ritual. End of chapter. Dead? Am I going to die just like that? Is this a test of certain death? Lan Xuanyu was a little panicked, but in the next moment, he suddenly shuddered. Calm down, I have to calm down. When he first inherited the cultivation method of the dragon gods reminded him repeatedly that he had to keep a little bit of clarity in his mind at all times. He remembered this sentence very clearly. Therefore, no matter what, he must never lose control. The intense pain in his body even caused his insides to disintegrate, but his body's self-recovery speed was also extremely astonishing. No matter how damaged his body was, it would immediately recover. Only the intense pain remained in his mind. But at this time, he could also feel the changes in the entire divine dragon domain, feeling the power of the universe coming from the thousands of stars. Imperceptibly, the divine dragon domain seemed to be struggling in the universe. And becoming a divine star seemed to be a transformation in this struggle. This was the promotion of the dimension. What did it mean to promote the dimension? Whether it was the promotion of a lower dimension or a higher dimension, there was one thing that was the same, and that was that a huge amount of energy was needed to support it. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to promote a dimension. Especially after reaching a higher level, this was breaking free from the shackles of the universe. In other words, in a sense, it was fighting against the laws of the universe. It was going against the heavens. Lan Xuanyu unconsciously thought of the Crimson Mother. The Crimson Mother once said that an existence like her was actually the cleanser of the universe, eliminating and devouring those disharmonious elements for the sake of the laws of the universe. Therefore, she would naturally be full of desire for such an existence. And what were these disharmonious elements? At this moment, he suddenly understood something. These disharmonious elements to the universe were actually existences that could continue to evolve and break through dimensions. The existence of the universe was almost eternal for life forms like them. However, once a civilization reached a higher dimension and was able to break through to the 10th dimension, then the Great Destruction would naturally occur. One universe would be replaced by a completely new one. For a devouring plane like the Crimson Mother, what she most desired to devour were those powerful life forms to promote her own evolution. These life forms also had powerful evolutionary abilities. The abyssal plane had been corrupted by the Douluo star in the past, and the Crimson Mother's desire for the Longma double star was the same. Even the Crimson Mother must have devoured a lot of life energy during her growth. What kind of change would that bring about? It was to end the evolution of those powerful life forms. This was the true meaning of the Crimson Domain's existence as a scavenger. In other words, the origin of the laws of the universe was most likely to prevent the plane from evolving to a level that could threaten it. Only in this way would the universe be stable and exist for eternity. When an existence like the Crimson Domain grew to a certain extent, the laws of the universe would destroy it, but a new scavenger would appear. The Crimson Mother understood this, which was why it had been struggling with all its might to find a chance to survive. After becoming a god, she would also face the destruction of the laws of the universe, unless she could grow to a point where the laws of the universe could no longer threaten her. From the conversations of the God Kings, it seemed that the God Star had such an ability. It had the foundation to resist the laws of the universe to a certain extent, therefore, becoming a God Star was the Divine Dragon Domain's struggle against the laws of the universe. It was also their struggle to survive in the universe, and their efforts to transform into a more powerful existence. In the many galaxies that it controlled, all the stars and the life cores of all the planets supported it. This should be so that when it completed its evolution, the powerful God Star would better protect these galaxies, allowing them to accelerate their evolution outside of the laws of the universe. In this regard, the interests of both sides should be the same. Therefore, the 10 galaxies supported the Divine Dragon Domain to become a God Star. In other words, the Divine Dragon Domain, led by the Dragon Gods, was fighting against the heavens. At this moment, many of the doubts and inspirations from before seemed to have been cleared up. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't know what would happen next, he knew the result. The result was that the Divine Dragon Domain would fall into chaos, and the Dragon Gods would go crazy. In the end, the Divine Dragon Domain would be greatly weakened, and even the dragon race would be destroyed. This was undoubtedly a huge tragedy, and he had found the origin of this tragedy. The culprit was actually the laws of the universe. Even if he didn't know how the laws of the universe did it, he was sure that it was the interference of the laws of the universe that caused these problems. After figuring this out, Lan Xuanyu shuddered. His eyes instantly lit up with a dazzling brilliance. It was also at this moment that he realized that he had regained control of his body. The Divine Dragon Domain continued to expand under the continuous infusion of star power, and it was beginning to become more and more powerful. However, Lan Xuanyu's body couldn't hold on any longer. The terrible pain didn't just appear on his body, but also in his consciousness. He could clearly feel that even his own bloodline was beginning to collapse. However, he could also feel that the divine star below him was rapidly taking shape, and it was developing in the direction of a true divine star. The God Kings were right. They had indeed accumulated enough resources and made ample preparations. Even if they became a divine star, it would feel like success would follow naturally. How powerful was the Divine Dragon Domain in the past? However, it was too painful. It was too painful for him. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness became more and more confused, and the surface of his body was already showing signs of collapse. His body was even losing power, and the dragon pillar in his hand was also beginning to tremble. The 18 Divine Kings had been watching him all this time. The Divine Kings couldn't help but look surprised. What's wrong with our Lord? Everything was going smoothly, but why does our Lord feel like he can't take it anymore? Even his consciousness is becoming unstable. It hurts so much, Lan Xuanyu screamed in his heart. It shouldn't be this painful. This wasn't a pain that could be endured under normal circumstances. However, the more it was like this, the more he screamed in his heart. Calm down, I must stay calm. I must protect that bit of clarity in my soul. Otherwise, I will fall into madness and collapse like the dragon gods of the past. I will fall into ultimate destruction. The more it was like this, the clearer his thoughts became. He suddenly understood one thing. The laws of the universe couldn't directly interfere with the appearance of a divine star. They could only suppress it as a whole, and interfere with it to a certain extent. The divine dragon domain was so powerful that even space-time turbulence wouldn't be able to cause any harm to it. In that case, the divine world where his grandfather, the sea god Tang San, had been in was eventually swept away by space-time turbulence. Was it because the laws of the universe had rejected the remnants of the divine dragon domain? It was clear that the possibility of the divine dragon domain becoming a divine star was very high. The pain he was feeling now, especially the intense pain in his consciousness, should have been there. However, it seemed like this pain had been magnified by the laws of the universe. It was still imperceptibly influencing his mind. However, could mere pain cause powerful existences like the dragon gods to collapse? He didn't truly possess the power of the dragon gods. Therefore, the process of the formation of a divine star should be quite a bit different from the process of the dragon gods of the past. He couldn't take it anymore. Could mere pain cause the dragon gods to collapse emotionally? My lord's consciousness is unstable, his bloodline is unstable. We must help him stabilize his bloodline. It was unknown which god king suddenly shouted out. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the entire god realm had begun to transform after receiving the enormous power of faith. This kind of transformation was completely like a sublimation. The immortal chi became more and more clear and bright, and everything was changing. The god realm was expanding, emitting a powerful belief to even more distant places, feeling even more distant galaxies. All the galaxies that were originally under control also received feedback. The life aura was affected by the divine dragon domain, and was changing and improving imperceptibly. This was the evolution of the life imprint. Being able to grow with the growth of the god realm and contribute to the divine dragon domain becoming a divine star, they would naturally receive corresponding benefits. The divine dragon domain and the 10 major galaxies formed an interactive virtuous cycle. The wonderful changes of the laws were affecting everything. Only Lan Xuanyu, who was in the middle, was enduring an increasing amount of energy impact. This was also constantly increasing his cultivation base, and even made him feel that he seemed to have reached the critical point of this body. He was really moving in the direction of the dragon gods, and had even reached the level of the dragon gods. However, this was not important to him at the moment. The most important thing was that these powers had not completely merged with him, and even more power had already rushed in, making his body almost unable to bear it. If this continued, it would not take too long for his body to burst. At this time, his consciousness had also begun to gradually blur, and he was beginning to become somewhat unconscious. Because of the intense pain in his body, the mania in the depths of his heart began to rise and attack continuously. It was as if it wanted to completely destroy his body. This feeling was definitely not pleasant. His heart was churning, and his consciousness was unstable. However, it was also at this time that Lan Xuanyu showed his great wisdom. The intense pain in his body required him to constantly adjust his body through his consciousness to absorb the huge amount of energy, and then convert it for the divine star. This was undoubtedly the most important thing for the dragon gods to help the divine dragon domain become a divine star. However, at this time, Lan Xuanyu put down this most important task. He suddenly withdrew a part of his divine sense and fiercely bit the tip of his tongue to make himself as clear-headed as possible. That's right. His current choice was that he would rather not become a divine star than to clear his head. When he accepted this test, he already understood that it would be extremely difficult to pass the test of the dragon gods. This was the inheritance of the supreme god king. Under normal circumstances, such an inheritance would not appear. It was because of the great tragedy of the dragon race that the dragon gods fell, and he inherited the power of the dragon gods. The dragon god's assessment requirement for him was to resolve the tragedy of the dragon race and resolve this disaster. That meant that the dragon gods of the past had failed. In other words, the dragon gods must have made many wrong choices in the face of this disaster. Lan Xuanyu had no way to judge which choices of the dragon gods were right and which were wrong. But he understood that if he followed the way of the dragon gods, this disaster was inevitable and would definitely appear. He had no chance to start over. This was his only chance. If he failed, not only would he not be able to become the dragon gods, but he would also be completely finished. Therefore, he had already thought about it before starting this ceremony, especially when the ceremony was irreversible. When he was almost shamelessly led to this situation by the dragon gods, he had already figured it out. He had to do the opposite. Whatever the dragon gods did in the beginning, as long as he could change it, he had to do it in reverse. When the dragon gods carried out this ceremony, their greatest hope was naturally to become a divine star. Then he would do the opposite, and do his best to cause trouble and not let the divine star succeed. He knew the result of that disaster. In the end, the divine star was definitely not completed. Otherwise, the dragon race would not have been destroyed. Therefore, at this time, he forcefully pulled back most of his consciousness to stabilize his heart instead of continuing to become a divine star. If the divine star failed, it would only cause the divine dragon domain to be damaged. The dragon gods would be severely injured, but it would not cause the entire dragon domain to collapse. After all, there were still 10 dragon kings in the dragon domain, and the 10 dragon kings were all powerhouses at the divine king level. From the situation in the hall before, there were a total of 18 divine kings. The divine kings of the dragon race were definitely the most powerful among these 18. Therefore, when he felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, he did not hesitate and immediately made his choice. At this time, there was nothing more important than staying awake. Only when he was awake could he make all kinds of choices. This was also what the dragon gods had reminded him at the beginning. No matter what, he had to keep his mind clear. As he withdrew his consciousness, the pain in his body suddenly became more intense. The entire divine dragon domain also showed signs of instability. The transfer station was unstable, and the process of becoming a divine star was naturally unstable. The divine kings could not help but be aghast. How could this happen? From what they knew, with the strength of the dragon gods, they should be able to support the divine star. However, things did not go as they wished. This was how it happened. The only thing they could do now was to face it. We have to help the Lord stabilize. Your Highness, only your bloodline is closest to the Lord's. Please make your move. The voice from before sounded again. All right. Father, I'll help you. In the next instant, a rainbow-colored figure soared into the sky and came to Lan Xuanyu's side. He forcefully squeezed into the incomparably huge energy core. At this moment, the light emitted from his body and the energy waves produced were extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Lan Xuanyu before he started to absorb large amounts of immortal qi. Without a doubt, it was the dragon race's crown prince. And his strength was even more powerful than Lan Xuanyu had imagined. There was even a hint of childishness on his handsome face, and even more so, there was a strong sense of anxiety. His eyes were filled with worry and determination. Their eyes met. He saw madness in Lan Xuanyu's eyes, and felt the instability of his body. He immediately released his own power without hesitation, and rushed toward Lan Xuanyu's body. And it was also at this moment that Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly produced a strong suction force uncontrollably, and forcibly sucked the dragon race's crown prince into his body, tightly adhering to his body. The enormous bloodline power that belonged to the dragon race's crown prince was immediately swallowed into his body. It was not just bloodline power, but also the dragon race's crown prince's life force. The dragon race's crown prince's face was filled with shock. He could clearly feel his divine power flowing away at an almost crazy speed, and his own life force was also rapidly flowing into his father's body. But in the next moment, after his shock, his expression was already relieved, and his eyes were filled with determination. Not only did he not resist, but he instead opened his arms and hugged his father's body. He did not hesitate to open up his entire body to his father, and took the initiative to pour his bloodline power and life force into his father's body. But it was also at this moment that a pair of strong hands suddenly grabbed his shoulders, and a low voice sounded in his ears. Can't, in the next instant, his body was forcibly pushed away. The dragon race's crown prince raised his head in shock, and saw a trace of clarity flash through his father's originally almost crazy eyes, and even more so, a strong resistance. And the bloodline power and life force he had just poured into his father's body was forcibly squeezed back, and was once again poured into his body. When this change occurred, the dragon gods in front of the crown prince of the dragon race began to tremble violently and unsteadily. The entire transition process was undergoing an irreversible and violent change. Not good, Lord, all the divine kings cried out in alarm. Boom, an apocalyptic explosion erupted at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's mind went blank. It was precisely because he was awake that when the crown prince of the dragon race was pushed in front of him and began to inject a huge amount of bloodline power and life energy into his body, he could clearly feel it. When this bloodline power and life energy merged into his body, the first thing he felt was extreme comfort. The pain in his body was greatly reduced, and the transition to becoming a divine star suddenly sped up. Everything became smoother. However, at this time, Lan Xuanyu was not immersed in his desire to become a divine star, nor did he go crazy because of the pain in his body. His cultivation was far inferior to the former dragon gods, and he entered this process much earlier than the former dragon gods. This also meant that the burden in the divine dragon domain was not as great as that of the former dragon gods. Most importantly, he was awake. When the crown prince of the dragon race hugged him, he could clearly feel the selfless devotion of a son to his father. He also seemed to see himself. If one day, his father needed him in a life and death situation, what would he do? He would definitely save him at all costs. And this feeling also meant that the relationship between the dragon gods and the crown prince of the dragon race was very deep. At this moment, he suddenly understood something in his heart. The madness and collapse of the dragon gods, and their schizophrenia, must be related to the crown prince of the dragon race. This kind of absorption, without the dragon gods knowing, what would happen if the crown prince of the dragon race died? It would definitely be the fuse of his madness. Yes, that must be it. Hence, Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate at all. At this moment, he tried his best to use his divine sense to control his body and used all his strength to push the dragon crown prince away. Yes, even if he didn't want the divine planet, he had to protect the dragon race's crown prince. Perhaps, this was the most important point of whether he could pass the test or not. If it were someone else, they might have thought that the test was about becoming a divine star. Of course, if he could successfully become a divine star, he would pass the test. However, when Lan Xuanyu began to accept this test, his brain had been operating at full speed, making all kinds of judgments. Especially when he found out the purpose of the ceremony, he had been considering all kinds of possibilities. In the end, he made his own decision, and that was to give up on becoming a divine star. Why give up? The reason was simple, and it was not difficult for him to make this decision. If he did everything he could, even sacrificing the space worms in his body and using the thunder fruit and purple lightning fruit, he might have a chance. However, this chance was undoubtedly very slim. When he sat in the main hall and saw the 18 divine kings treating him with such respect, the first thing he realized was the power of the dragon gods. To be able to make 18 divine kings listen to him, what kind of cultivation did he have to be to achieve this? The treasure-seeking beast had also told him that with his strength, even if the 10 dragon kings worked together, 10 divine kings would not be able to contend against him. Even if bloodline suppression was a factor, it was enough to show the terrifying strength of the dragon gods. And such terrifying strength was actually unable to make a divine star, and ultimately led to the tragedy of the entire dragon race. Then, why was he, a half-baked divine king, who was even inferior to an ordinary dragon king, confident that he could make a divine star succeed? Even if he used the 3 great treasures of heaven and earth, he still didn't have much of a chance. The test that the dragon gods gave him was to deal with this great disaster. The standard of success in dealing with this great disaster was not only to become a divine star, but more importantly, to protect the dragon race. He had felt the sorrow of the dragon gods in the memory fragments more than once. In the greatest sorrow of the dragon gods, there was never any memory of a divine star, but only the scenes of the fall of the dragon race. It could be seen that as the patriarch of the dragon race, what he feared the most and what he did not want to see the most was this. If he still wanted to become a divine star knowing that it was impossible, he would be a fool. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu had already decided to give up on a divine star at the beginning of this ceremony. Since he could not become a divine star, he might as well give up. At the same time, he was also gambling that he would not die from the backlash after giving up on becoming a divine star. His confidence in this gamble lay in the fact that everything was carried out in the consciousness imprint left behind by the dragon gods. In other words, all of this was illusory, assuming that he was the dragon gods. As the supreme divine king, even if the dragon gods failed to become a divine star and suffered a backlash, didn't they not die at that time? They could even go crazy and cause the dragon race to be destroyed in the end. That meant that he would not die from the backlash. As for whether he, whose strength was far inferior to the dragon gods, would die, Lan Xuanyu judged that there was a high probability that he would not. And even if he died in this illusion, so what? The test that the dragon gods gave him was to avoid the tragedy of the dragon race and avoid this great disaster. If he failed to become a divine star, the dragon gods would die. Would it lead to the disaster of the dragon race and the tragedy of the dragon race? It would not. The dragon race still had the crown prince and the other 9 dragon kings. With all of them added together, the 10 great dragon kings were still the strongest force. They were unparalleled existences in the divine dragon domain. With them around, the dragon race would still be the strongest in the divine dragon domain. It was nothing more than the divine dragon domain being the original divine dragon domain and losing the opportunity to become a divine star, but the dragon race itself would not be affected. Therefore, this should be considered as him being able to pass the test. It was because of so many considerations that Lan Xuanyu, at the critical moment, mobilized all of his strength at all costs and pushed the crown prince of the dragon race away from him. And returned all of the power that had devoured him. He let his body bear all the pain. When the big explosion came, he even heard the dragon race crown prince's panicked and anxious roar, calling out to him. And when the big explosion came, the corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth curled up. In the end, he still managed to grasp a chance of survival in this almost impossible task. There was only one doubt in his mind, and that was, which divine king was it that shouted for the dragon race crown prince to come up and help the dragon gods replenish their bloodline? Why did such a situation occur? His mind went blank in the next moment, unable to think, and his 6 senses were sealed. Everything seemed to have been lost. After an unknown amount of time, his consciousness gradually recovered, and all of his senses gradually returned. Intense pain assaulted him once again. Not dead? This was Lan Xuanyu's first thought after his consciousness recovered. It was good that he was not dead. With the powerful recovery ability of the dragon gods, as long as he was not dead, he would definitely be able to recover. Lan Xuanyu was secretly delighted. He was not dead, and the divine star realm had failed. But he was still a dragon god, and still had the 10 dragon kings. He should have passed the test. But, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When his vision recovered, he found that he was still there. Yes, he was still on the huge altar, still in the center, still crazily converting energy. And on top of him, there was a body that was gradually drying up. What was going on? What was going on? Wasn't the body on top of him the dragon race crown prince? No, it's impossible. She had clearly pushed him away earlier. While Lan Xuanyu was shocked, he immediately tried to control his body to push the dragon race crown prince away without hesitation. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered a problem. He could feel the sharp pain in his body and the madness in his divine sense. But the madness in his divine sense seemed to have nothing to do with him. It was not under his control, and his body was also not under his control. What's wrong? What's going on? Lan Xuanyu's heart instantly fell into panic. His original relief disappeared. He exhausted his mental and physical strength and finally found a glimmer of hope. How could it be back to square one? Could it be that the dragon gods deliberately did not let him pass the test? His mentality collapsed. If that's the case, dragon gods, you might as well just kill me directly. It'll save you a lot of trouble. However, in the next moment, he suddenly woke up with a start. He tried hard to keep his emotions calm. The sharp pain in his body still existed. He could also feel the madness in his divine sense, but he found that his consciousness was not crazy. The dragon race crown prince's body became more and more shriveled. His life aura was almost undetectable, gradually disappearing. Yes, this dragon race crown prince was about to die. His bloodline had already declined. Everything was irreversible. And Lan Xuanyu found that he could not only see the dragon race crown prince, but also feel the dragon god's current situation. At the same time, he could also see everything else on the altar. Around the altar, 18 divine kings were releasing their divine power for this ceremony, assisting the dragon gods to complete the final ascension. 2 divine kings were different from the other 16 divine kings. The 2 god kings moved slightly forward. Strange ripples of energy radiated from their bodies, twisting and changing, flickering and shielding. That's, after all, Lan Xuanyu had a very high vision. Moreover, he had mastered almost all kinds of elemental power. What's more, he could tell who the 2 divine kings were at a glance. They were both from the dragon race, Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King. Yes, it was these 2 god kings. At this moment, the Time Dragon King and the Space Dragon King were releasing their power. Time and space were equivalent to the power of spacetime. Powerful spacetime power lingered in the air, exuding strange changes. The distorted energy made everything different. For example, the acceleration of time allowed the power of faith to enter the bodies of the dragon gods at an even faster rate, speeding up the process of transforming divine stars and increasing the impact on the dragon gods. The distortion of space blocked the consciousness of the other god kings, making everything seem normal. This was the effect of the changes in spacetime. Even the godly kings in the outside world, who were clearly looking in this direction, did not seem to see the dragon race crown prince's body shriveling up and walking towards death. Everything seemed so eerily normal. It's them. It's them, Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized what kind of situation he was in. This was not his previous self. At this moment, the person who was completing the divine star transformation ceremony was not himself. It was the dragon gods of the past, the real dragon gods. And the scene in front of him was the disaster that the dragon race faced, the change that occurred in the dragon race. There really were traitors, there really were god kings who disturbed the completion of this ceremony. This also meant that if everything was normal, the divine star transformation could definitely be completed. If not for the Time Dragon King speeding up time and the Space Dragon King covering for him. Then, the possibility of the dragon gods becoming divine stars was very high. And, not only that, the pain that the dragon gods were enduring was so intense that it was definitely not added by these god kings. The intensity of the pain had already exceeded the range of normal perception, and even the consciousness was violently infected. That was why the dragon gods were unable to discover that the dragon race crown prince in front of them was being devoured by them. This was the rejection of the universe's laws. It was the interference of the universe's laws, Lan Xuanyu immediately understood. And at this moment, it was the remnant consciousness of the dragon gods that showed him how the tragedy of the past happened. Lan Xuanyu's heart couldn't help but tighten, although he had always hoped to know what happened in the past. And this secret, even his own grandfather, sea god Tang San, probably didn't know. At this moment, all of this finally appeared in front of him, but he really couldn't bear to watch. He knew that what he was about to witness would definitely be a huge tragedy. It was also at this moment that Lan Xuanyu's mind was shaken by the sudden loss of life. That was the shock of being connected by blood. The dragon race crown prince finally fell in the midst of being continuously devoured by the dragon gods. His body had completely shriveled up, and the dragon scales that had appeared on the surface of his skin during the process of being devoured had become dull. However, there was actually a smile on his shriveled face. It was a smile of relief. It was as if he was saying, "Father, I protected you with my life." His mouth was slightly open, as if he was calling out to his father, as if he was giving his father his blessings. The divine star's transformation was accelerating, and with the support of the blood and life energy of the dragon god's crown prince, it was finally close to success. However, the death of the dragon race crown prince and the violent bloodline pull shocked Lan Xuanyu. At the same time, it also caused the owner of this body, the former dragon gods, to wake up from the intense pain. His dragon eyes had just regained consciousness, but there was still some confusion, and even some joy. This was because he could feel that the divine star was finally about to be completed with his efforts. This had always been his greatest dream, and also the greatest hope of the entire divine dragon domain. He could feel that the divine star was only one step away from completion, and it could even be said that it was only the final accumulation. As long as this final accumulation was completed, the divine realm would be completely transformed and enter a new realm. At this moment, a large area of illusory light and shadow had already appeared around the divine dragon domain. These light and shadow seemed to be connected dots, but also like reflections. These were the reflections of the divine dragon domain. Each reflection was like a replica of the divine dragon domain. Through the connection with them, the entire divine dragon domain would control more distant space. That was an exponential growth. In time, when these growth accumulations began, the divine star would gradually stabilize. Finally, it would step into the six-dimensional space level. At the six-dimensional space level, it was a near-immortal existence in the universe. As long as the universe still existed, the possibility of the six-dimensional space collapsing was extremely small. Only the other six-dimensional space could have an impact on it. Thus, the divine realm would become a near-eternal existence. It could even continue to evolve. Everything was developing according to the established goal, and everything was so beautiful. However, his perception only lasted for a moment. The great sense of loss in his heart had already filled his consciousness. What woke me up? Why is my blood throbbing so fiercely at this time? The dragon gods subconsciously lowered their heads and looked in the direction of their consciousness. When his eyes fell on the dragon race crown prince in his arms, who was still clinging to his body and had become completely shriveled up, the confusion in his eyes instantly became clear. All of his excitement had disappeared at that moment. His incomparably powerful body began to tremble violently at this moment. He remembered. He suddenly remembered that when he was at his most painful moment, there was a sudden injection of power. It was this injection of power that allowed him to stabilize everything and continue the transformation of the divine star. This power made him feel so comfortable that all of his pain was greatly reduced. It was also this power that allowed the energy that was madly pouring into his body to be transformed. And this power actually came from, in an instant, the clear eyes of the dragon gods gradually changed. The original clarity gradually turned blood red. He carefully closed his arms and hugged the crown prince of the dragon race in his arms. However, just as his arms touched his son's body, the crown prince of the dragon race's body turned into powder and began to dissipate in his arms, flowing through the gaps between his fingers. Only that final smile of relief was deeply imprinted in the consciousness of the dragon gods. No, no, no. The dragon gods raised their heads and roared crazily. At this moment, the entire god realm trembled because of his crazy roars and roars. Dead, his son was dead. One of the 18 divine kings of the divine dragon domain, the crown prince of the dragon race, was dead. In order to help him become a divine star, he sacrificed his own life. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the eyes of the dragon gods. He almost crazily used his hands to grab the powder that dissipated in the air. However, there was nothing. He didn't catch anything. Only the fine powder was quietly disappearing, not leaving behind the slightest trace. The crown prince of the dragon race gave everything he had to his father, without holding back. Even when he sensed that he was about to be sucked dry by his father, he didn't struggle at all and chose to give everything he had. The consciousness of the dragon gods began to fade, as if he saw the scene from thousands of years ago. The wife of the dragon gods was also a dragon race. But she was just an ordinary dragon race. Even the dragon gods themselves didn't fully understand how the dragon race came about. It was in the long river of the universe, after who knows how many years of evolution, that this powerful race came about. They were the darlings of the universe, powerful existences that could cross time and space. Ever since they gained consciousness, the dragon gods were the hope of the entire race, leading the entire race to become stronger. But the one he liked was just an ordinary dragon race. His wife was gentle and kind, and accompanied him before he became the head of the race. She was older than him, and he used to call her sister. The love he had when he was young grew with age. Even though there were so many powerful clansmen and so many outstanding female dragons, none of them had ever received his attention. Because in his heart, there was only that sister who healed him every time he fought with his clansmen when he was young. Even if she wasn't very beautiful in the eyes of the dragon race, in his heart, she was the most beautiful. She was always behind his back, silently sacrificing for him. She silently supported him in everything he did. When he was in danger, she would appear by his side regardless of her own safety and protect him with everything she had. Later, when the dragon gods grew up, he began to show the talent of his bloodline. His bloodline continued to evolve, and step by step, he surpassed the powerhouses of his race. He defeated one opponent after another, and with his powerful strength, he also gained a place in the universe. He was the first existence in the dragon race to break through to the divine king level. For this, he put in thousands of years of effort. The moment he reached the divine realm, he was finally recognized by all the dragon race, and became a true divine king. He created the divine dragon domain, and gave the dragon race a true home. He gave the dragon race the power to control the galaxy, and absorbed the faith of the galaxy to become stronger. He gave the various attributes of his bloodline evolution to the most outstanding dragon race geniuses, giving them the 9 attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and stability, Mountain Dragon King. The 9 dragon kings recognized him as their father, and called him Lord. Under his leadership, the dragon race entered an unprecedented glory. It displayed an incomparably dazzling brilliance. He opened the divine realm, and allowed the outstanding people in the various galaxies to become the gods of the divine dragon domain. They developed the divine dragon domain together, and developed it in a stronger direction. He worked hard, and made the dragon race the king of all races. He himself also became an incomparably powerful supreme divine king. Even when other divine realms invaded, they were easily defeated. He was recognized as the divine king, and the strongest person in the world. However, in his life, the only one he truly loved was still the one who had accompanied him since he was a child, who had silently given up everything for him. When he succeeded in establishing the divine dragon domain and became the divine king of a generation, he held her hand in front of all the dragon race, and walked up to the throne in the main hall. Under the envy and jealousy of all the outstanding women of the dragon race, he brought her to his side, and announced that she was the matriarch of the dragon race. She was his wife, and she would be his only wife. How revered was the wife of the dragon gods! However, she had never changed. She was still so gentle and kind. She took care of him, and silently made her own contributions to the dragon race. She led the dragon race to stabilize the dragon domain, and when he was tired, she still guarded him by his side. Every moment, she encouraged him and gave him the warmth of his home. However, the level of her bloodline was too weak compared to the dragon gods. Therefore, although they were united, they were never able to give birth to descendants. This was also secretly criticized by the powerhouses of the dragon race. It was only when the dragon gods found out together, and in anger, they killed a few dragon race gossipers that it was finally suppressed. No one dared to say anything more. However, the problem of the dragon gods not having descendants still arose. As the master of the divine realm, although in theory, they would exist forever. However, during that period of time, the divine dragon domain was not strong enough, and would often be attacked by other divine realms. The dragon gods led the dragons to war. Rumor still inevitably appeared. What the dragon race was most worried about was, if one day, their king fell, what would they do? Who would inherit the mantle of the dragon gods? Because of this, the 9 great dragon kings also became hostile. Almost all of them, who had similar cultivation, had the qualifications to inherit. After all, they all respected the dragon gods as their fathers. As the matriarch, how could she not know about the internal instability of the dragon race? Therefore, without the knowledge of the dragon gods, she secretly forced herself to become pregnant. When the dragon gods found out, it was already too late. In the end, she still gave birth to the crown prince for the dragon gods. However, the powerful bloodline of the dragon gods sucked away all of her vitality at the last moment. No matter what the dragon gods did, they could not extend her life. At the last moment, she only said 2 words to him, "I love you. Take care of our son." After leaving these 2 words, the matriarch of the dragon race turned into ashes because of the exhaustion of her life, just like the sun who was disappearing in the arms of the dragon gods. Usually, the dragon gods were the most strict with their son, spurring him to grow at every moment. They did not even smile at him. However, all the dragon kings knew, as the father of the dragon gods, how deeply they loved the crown prince of the dragon race. The death of the matriarch of the dragon race had once made the dragon gods want to cut off all ties. It was the cries of the crown prince of the dragon race that woke him up. He endured the intense grief in his heart and continued to preside over the divine dragon domain. Until now, the crown prince of the dragon race still lived in the palace. His residence was only a wall away from the dragon gods. And it was also because of the appearance of the crown prince of the dragon gods that the internal strife of the 9 great dragon kings disappeared. Because they all understood, if the dragon gods really fell one day, only the crown prince of the dragon race could inherit his mantle. The crown prince of the dragon race had the most outstanding bloodline, talent, and also inherited his mother's kindness. He treated all the members of the dragon race kindly and had a good relationship with every dragon king. He was respectful to his father and gentle to his clansmen. He was also extremely talented. In a very short time, under the leadership of the dragon gods, he had already stepped into the realm of the divine king. After many years of cultivation, his powerful bloodline allowed his cultivation to surpass even the other 9 dragon kings, and he became the strongest person below the dragon gods. However, every time he stepped into the main hall to discuss matters, he would always stand last among the 10 dragon kings. This was out of respect for his 9 elder brothers. Almost all of the dragon race recognized this crown prince. Before the divine star ceremony, the dragon gods had already issued a decree that if anything happened to him, then the dragon race crown prince would be the ruler of the dragon race and continue to lead the divine dragon domain. On the night before the ceremony began, the father and son had an exchange. At that time, the dragon race crown prince said to the dragon gods, "Father, I will be like mother and always protect you by your side. We will definitely succeed." Yes, the divine star was about to succeed. However, the price was the life of the dragon race's inheritor. The dragon god's body trembled more and more violently. In his mind, scenes of the past kept flashing. His wife, his son. Every time he spent with them seemed to have become an eternal memory. Their family of 3 only spent time together on the day their son was born. Now, both their wife and son had fallen. In fact, the dragon gods had never told their son that he became a divine star not because of his great ambition. Instead, he hoped that when he passed the divine dragon domain to his son, the domain would be more stable and could exist for a long time, so that his son could rule it more smoothly. As for himself, he had already died on the day his wife died. What was left behind was only a shell. If it wasn't for his son and his people, he wouldn't have survived until today. He had already thought about it. Once the divine star was completed and he had left a strong enough foundation for his son, he would go in search of his wife. As the supreme divine king, back then, there was only one thing he could do for his wife. He couldn't keep her life, but he could barely let her reincarnate. He could vaguely sense the direction of her reincarnation. Only when he also reincarnated and gave up his life and body would there be a possibility of finding his wife. This was what he truly desired. However, his son was dead, the most precious thing his wife had left him was gone. The inheritance that allowed him and his wife to merge their bloodlines was gone. Moreover, he had died at his own hands. His son had actually advised him not to become a divine star. After all, it was risky. The current divine dragon domain was strong enough. Even if it didn't become stronger, it would be enough for the divine realm to exist forever. He was the one who had insisted on becoming a divine star. All of this was so that his son could better rule the divine dragon realm in the future. However, his son was gone, his son was gone. All of his efforts were meaningless, and all of his efforts were meaningless. How? In his eyes, it was as if the whole universe was rotating. The flow of time around him seemed to stagnate. Everything began to distort. The evolution of the divine star came to an abrupt halt. The entire divine realm was trembling slightly. The huge amount of energy that had been integrated before seemed to be dissipating at this moment. But this was not important to the dragon gods. Everything in front of him began to distort and change, appearing in the form of light and shadow. This was the divine realm. Even if it was him, it was impossible to reverse what had happened and save his son. He could only reverse the flow of time and look back at everything that had happened before. The dissipated figure condensed again, but it was only a shadow and not a real body. When he saw the smile on his son's face before he died again, the dragon god's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon race crown prince's shriveled body gradually filled up in the process of time reversal. The emotions on his face were also constantly changing. Anxiety, determination, all kinds of emotions were constantly revealed on his face. With the cultivation of the dragon race crown prince, when he realized that something was wrong, he could have completely separated himself from the dragon gods. But he did not do so. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of leaving at all. He was using his life to protect his father and help his father fulfill his greatest wish. The dragon gods never told him that all of this was actually for him. They only told their son that becoming a divine star was his life's wish. Because the dragon gods could not tell their son that when the divine star was formed, they would die for his mother and find her reincarnation. So, until the moment of his death, the dragon race crown prince did not know that the significance of becoming a divine star was mainly to stabilize his power in the future. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and the dragon gods were no exception. When he died, he also took away all the hope of the dragon gods to live. Turning back time, it was finally the moment before the dragon god's crown prince came up. That voice also sounded. Master's divine sense is unstable, his bloodline is unstable. We must help him stabilize his bloodline. Your Highness Crown Prince, only you can stabilize Master's bloodline. Please go up and help Master stabilize his bloodline. Your Highness Crown Prince, you only need to transfer the power of your bloodline and life force to Master. That should be enough. The dragon gods could clearly see that beside the dragon race crown prince, the dragon race crown prince's best friend and the youngest of the 9 dragon kings, the dragon king of time, was urging the dragon race crown prince. It was also under his urging and persuasion that the dragon race crown prince charged towards them without hesitation. All of the divine kings present could clearly see the reversal of time. When he saw this scene, the dragon king of time's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Only his face was deathly pale. Roar, a dragon roar filled with pain and madness erupted at this moment. A terrifying 9-colored light almost instantly enveloped the entire altar. It was also at this moment that the divine star, which was close to forming, completely stopped evolving. A terrifying explosion instantly appeared in every corner of the divine dragon domain. The huge amount of energy that had been accumulated and was about to be integrated into the entire planet to help it evolve expanded to the limit in an instant. Because of the instability, the integrated nodes began to explode wildly. A terrifying burst of immortal spiritual energy almost instantly swept through the entire divine realm. Why? Why did you kill my son? Why? The dragon god's eyes had turned completely blood red. The crazy aura even filled his entire body with a sense of destruction. Rumbles continuously sounded from his body. As the host of this promotion ceremony, he almost instantly suffered an incomparably strong backlash when the divine star's evolution was abruptly interrupted. However, the dragon gods were now incomparably powerful. After fusing with his son's bloodline and life force, his strength had even increased to an even more terrifying level. His body was constantly bursting with colorful lights and terrifying wounds under the backlash, but these wounds would heal in the blink of an eye. He ignored the intense backlash he was suffering and suddenly reached out with his right hand. A huge 9-colored dragon claw appeared in the void and grabbed the dragon king of time. The terrifying power that erupted in an instant was something that even the dragon king of time could not resist. The characteristics of the 9 dragon kings were all bestowed by the dragon gods. The power of time control could not be used at all in the hands of the dragon gods. The dragon gods didn't hold back. Only crazed roars and shouts came from their mouths. In the next instant, a terrifying explosion exploded in the hands of the dragon gods. He actually crushed the dragon king of time between his dragon claws. The energy explosion caused by the death of a god king almost instantly blasted the flesh and blood of the right claw of the dragon gods. The terrifying energy fluctuations even caused the altar to collapse. The other 17 god kings were all shocked. They were all sent flying. Ong 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 ong, crazed roars came from the mouths of the dragon gods. Our lord has gone crazy. We must stop him. While our lord is suffering from the backlash, we must stop him. Otherwise, the entire divine realm will collapse. Quick, everyone, let's work together to stop our lord. The voice came from the Dragon King of Space. Seeing the death of the Dragon King of Time, his eyes were filled with sorrow. The other 7 Dragon Kings were also filled with fear and shock. Their power came from the dragon gods. Naturally, they knew how powerful the dragon gods were. If the dragon gods really went crazy and attacked, the entire divine realm would definitely collapse. The 8 Dragon Kings spread out their bodies and turned into 10,000 meters long dragons. They surrounded the dragon gods in the center. At this time, the dragon gods had completely fallen into a state of madness. The dragon gods roared at the sky. Their terrifying divine power spread wildly and turned into a huge ball of light. It forced the 8 Dragon Kings to retreat at the same time. It was also at this time that the energy absorbed when they became divine stars completely erupted. The surface of the entire divine dragon domain fluctuated violently like a tide, erupting with an unprecedented amount of terrifying energy. The dragon god's body suddenly froze in midair. The waves of terrifying energy seemed to have gathered together and brazenly struck him, causing his body to erupt with an incomparably terrifying aura. Many of the surrounding god kings were sent flying by this huge amount of energy. The dragon gods themselves were also rapidly collapsing and reforming in the midst of their roars. This was equivalent to suffering the backlash of an incomplete divine star. If it were the previous dragon gods, no matter how powerful they were, resisting such a terrifying impact would cause them to suffer fatal injuries. But at this time, his body had merged with the bloodline of his son, who was the strongest among the 10 dragon kings. Their bloodlines came from the same source, which allowed him to evolve again. Although his body was constantly injured, it didn't reach a fatal level. It wasn't just him. The other 17 god kings present also suffered different degrees of injuries because they were part of the ceremony. For a moment, the originally incomparably powerful and stable divine dragon domain was in chaos. All the god kings were dumbfounded. The 8 non-dragon god kings were also filled with shock at the same time as they were suffering from the backlash. They were also incomparably shocked by the death of the dragon clan's crown prince. In their hearts, their lord, who had always been the supreme ruler of the god realm, had actually fallen into a state of madness. This was something they had never imagined. There was no doubt that this time, not only would the divine dragon domain not evolve into a divine star, but it would also be severely damaged because of the final blow. The big explosion lasted for a long time before it gradually stabilized. The dragon gods were already covered in injuries. Some of their wounds would explode again just as they healed. They were seriously injured. The 8 dragon kings were also not in good condition. They were all covered in injuries from the big explosion. They could only barely hold on by relying on the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race. What they saw was still the blood-red eyes of the dragon gods. That madness seemed to be about to erupt at any time. We must stop our lord. Otherwise, if our lord goes crazy, the divine realm will be finished. The Space Dragon King said anxiously. The entire divine realm will be destroyed. Roar, as if to match his words, the dragon gods let out a crazy roar again. They raised their huge dragon claws and slapped at the Space Dragon King. The 8 dragon kings didn't dare to hesitate. They each urged their own divine power to block the attack of the dragon gods. The death of the Time Dragon King had a strong impact on them. They all felt a little sad for the death of their kind. Although this was their lord that they respected so much, their lord was now delirious. They didn't know why this happened. The death of the dragon race's crown prince was supposed to bring glory to the entire divine star. Although the Time Dragon King's words at that time contributed to the death of the dragon race's crown prince, this was a situation that no one expected. Even the dragon gods themselves didn't discover it. How could they vent their anger on them, at? This time, the dragon gods displayed their terrifying strength as supreme divine kings. When they burst out with all their strength, their terrifying aura almost swept through the sky. Even though he was heavily injured, he still had the upper hand when he fought with the 8 dragon kings. He was suppressing the 8 dragon kings with his crazy outbursts. The other 8 divine kings didn't dare to come close at all. They all gradually entered the divine realm after the divine dragon domain was established and then cultivated to the divine king level. They all knew that the dragon gods were extremely powerful and were supreme divine kings. However, they didn't know the true extent of the dragon god's strength. Until today, when they saw it with their own eyes, they truly understood how terrifying and powerful the dragon gods were. Every dragon king of the dragon race's cultivation wasn't below theirs. They also had the innately strong physique of the dragon race. However, in front of the dragon gods, they didn't have the ability to resist. Even if they suffered the most serious backlash, the dragon god's powerful aura still caused the entire divine realm to tremble. Dragon roars rang out continuously. Large amounts of blood and scales fluttered in the air. Boom, the body of a huge dragon suddenly exploded and fell. It was the talkative space dragon king from before. His body was almost torn apart by the dragon gods. For a moment, blood appeared along with violent spatial fluctuations. The entire space seemed to collapse because of his death. "Lord, don't!" The light dragon king roared in grief. He used his body to block the attack of the dragon gods for the darkness dragon king, but a large piece of his flesh was torn off by the dragon claws. However, at this time, the dragon gods had completely fallen into a state of madness. Since the death of his wife, the negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart for many years erupted wildly. At this time, he only wanted to destroy everything. All the evil thoughts in his heart were wildly magnified. And all of this, scene by scene, appeared in Lan Xuanyu's vision. Such a battle was so cruel. And he finally understood why the dragon gods fell into such madness. His son was almost all his spiritual sustenance. He had long wanted to die. His son's death caused his emotions to collapse. Moreover, he could feel that the intense pain that the dragon gods suffered before and the magnification of their negative emotions now were probably related to the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe may not have an independent consciousness, but the meaning of the existence of the laws of the universe was to maintain the balance of the universe, so that the universe could exist more stably. Therefore, it would imperceptibly influence those unstable factors. The matter of the divine dragon domain becoming a divine star was undoubtedly regarded by the laws of the universe as an unstable factor of the universe. Therefore, in order to become a divine star, one must truly fight against the laws of the universe. Now it seemed that the dragon gods had failed in the end. It turned out that the once powerful dragon kings of the dragon race had all died in the hands of the dragon gods. In the past, the treasure-seeking beast only knew that the dragon gods had a problem that led to the eventual extinction of their race. What really happened had a huge impact on the history of the entire divine realm and even the 10 major galaxies it covered. The dragon kings could not resist the madness of the dragon gods at all. The suppression of the power of the bloodline made it impossible for the dragon kings to exert their full strength. They were completely suppressed. End of chapter. When the fire dragon king was torn apart again, the light dragon king could not help but ask for help from the other god kings who were trembling while watching the battle from afar. "We must stop the Lord and wake him up. Otherwise, everyone will die. Please help us resist the Lord's power together." Among the other 8 god kings, 3 were humans while the other 5 were from different races. Hearing this, they only hesitated for a moment before charging over. The god realm was the foundation of all gods, and even more so for the god kings. Although they were qualified to establish their own god realm as god kings, the god realm was stable in the god realm. However, the divine dragon domain was such a stable god realm. Who knew how many resources and how many years the dragon clan had spent to build it? Only here could they have a more stable life. They had also gotten used to it. Moreover, even if they could temporarily leave the god realm, their clansmen could not. The gods of the same race could only rely on the god realm to live. Therefore, the 8 god kings still took action. In an instant, more than 10 god kings attacked the dragon gods at the same time, fighting against the powerful dragon gods. Even in a situation similar to father and son working together, the dragon gods were still heavily injured. Under the combined efforts of more than 10 god kings, they were finally suppressed. However, the dragon gods had really entered a state of madness. He, who was suppressed, began to fight with his life on the line. A supreme god king fighting with his life on the line was really too terrifying. He forcefully endured the attacks of several god kings and tore the fire dragon king apart again. Yes, he specifically targeted his own clansmen. Because in his subconscious mind, it was his own clansman who killed his son and caused him to lose his last hope. Including the crown prince of the dragon race, 5 of the 10 dragon kings had already fallen. Only 5 dragon kings were left. At this time, the other 8 god kings who were still holding back no longer dared to hold back. They attacked with all their might, trying to stop the dragon gods. The dragon god's recovery ability was extremely shocking. Even in a situation where his injuries were worsening, he continued to fight crazily. The blood in his body seemed to be running dry, but he continued to injure his opponents. Soon, another 4 divine kings died. 2 of them were dragon kings, and the other 2 were other divine kings. At this time, only half of the 18 god kings were left. The strength displayed by the dragon gods was simply too terrifying. In such a tragic battle, apart from grief, Lan Xuanyu also deeply felt for the first time how terrifying the inheritance bestowed upon him by the dragon gods was. The power of the dragon gods' bloodline was used to the peak by this crazy dragon gods. If it wasn't for the fact that they were heavily injured, even if the 18 divine kings joined hands, they wouldn't be a match for the dragon gods. But after killing several god kings, the dragon gods finally showed signs of exhaustion. At this time, the divine dragon domain was already in a complete mess because the divine star had not been formed yet. Traces of destruction could be seen everywhere, and the feedback that could be bestowed upon him, a supreme god king, had been reduced to the lowest. He was already retreating under the constant attacks. The power of the dragon god's bloodline was indeed extremely terrifying. The attributes released by the dragon gods were no longer as simple as a simple addition of attributes, but a true fusion. It was a very distinct power of law. When he used law, all the divine kings would be suppressed by him. This was also the reason why he was able to continuously kill divine kings despite being heavily injured. Boom, the remaining light dragon kings, darkness dragon kings, and water dragon kings. Finally, together, they pressed the dragon gods onto the broken altar. And it was in this short period of time that another divine king outside the dragon race fell. There were only 8 divine kings left. Master, please wake up. The water dragon king cried out sorrowfully. At this time, the dragon god's body was broken and bruised. His aura had also fallen to the level of an ordinary divine king. The blood-red color in his eyes began to dim. He was really too heavily injured. The other 5 god kings also wore solemn expressions at this moment. The power of so many divine kings was actually almost completely wiped out by the dragon gods. And this was under the condition that the dragon gods had suffered such a backlash. Then, what if he was at full strength? It was simply unimaginable. The dragon gods won't wake up. What do we do now? A divine king that was neither human nor dragon race said in a deep voice. Yes, after fighting for so long and killing so many divine kings, the dragon gods didn't have any intention of waking up. The light dragon king said in a deep voice, Master will definitely wake up. A divine king that was completely covered in a black robe, a human divine king, said in a deep voice, even if the dragon gods wake up, I'm afraid he'll go crazy again. He killed 6 of you with his own hands. I'm afraid he'll only be in more pain when he wakes up. The light dragon king, darkness dragon king, and water dragon king all trembled. Yes. If the dragon gods woke up. Then, after killing so many of his clansmen, who could be said to be his children, what would he do? The divine king that spoke first said in a deep voice, I'm afraid we have to make a decision. What decision he was talking about was immediately understood by all the divine kings. Kill the dragon gods. Only by killing the dragon gods could they solve this biggest problem. This battle was simply too tragic. To the entire divine dragon domain, it was an irreparable blow. The backlash of the divine star's evolution had caused the entire divine realm to become extremely damaged. Not only did it not evolve, but it was also greatly weakened. And of the 18 divine kings, 10 had already died. They were all at the peak of combat power. The fall of the 10 great divine kings, 7 of them from the dragon race, would definitely be a huge blow to the dragon race. Now, none of them dared to say what would happen after the dragon gods woke up. Once the dragon gods woke up and went crazy, who could resist his power? Even in such a severe situation, his body was still slowly healing. As a supreme divine king, his recovery ability was too strong. After killing the dragon gods, the remaining 8 divine kings could clean up the mess and at least barely protect the divine realm. Let the divine realm slowly recover. However, they would no longer have a supreme divine king, and the divine realm would definitely decline by a large realm. But even so, it was better than the dragon gods going crazy again and causing the entire divine realm to be destroyed. That was why the divine king said such words. These words were obviously directed at the 3 dragon kings. The 3 human divine kings fell silent. Of course, they all understood that this was the most rational choice. However, the dragon gods had created the divine dragon domain, which was equivalent to all the gods in the divine realm receiving his favor. Who could easily make a move against the dragon god? Even if he had already killed the 10 great divine kings. What should they do? What should they do now? No, we can't. We can't. Master will get better, he will definitely get better. The water dragon king's emotions suddenly collapsed in the next moment. She used her body to hug the remains of the dragon gods, her body trembling violently. The light dragon king and darkness dragon king glanced at each other, then reached out and held each other's hands. The 2 dragon kings were also covered in wounds. Under the previous attack of the dragon god, the light dragon king, who was the strongest, also suffered the most. The light dragon king's eyes flickered with a peaceful light. Everyone, our dragon race flourished because of Master. As dragon kings, everything we have was given by Master. Everything we do is not just to make the dragon clan better, but more importantly, we exist for the sake of our Lord. Without Master, we wouldn't be here today. Not to mention becoming a divine king, even our lifespan would have been exhausted long ago. Everything we have was given by Master, the same goes for us 10 great divine kings. So, even if Master wants to take our lives, we will die without regrets. So, we can work hard to not let Master kill. However, we definitely can't kill him. If you want to attack our Master, then first, you have to step over our dead bodies. End of chapter. Darkness Dragon King said, "That's right. As Dragon Kings, our Master is not only the leader of the dragon race, but also our father. His Highness the Crown Prince can sacrifice his life for our Master, so can we. As Dragon Kings, we have the responsibility to protect him and not let outsiders invade." God Azura frowned. The white-robed human god king beside him said in a deep voice, "But now that Master is mentally unstable, if this continues, the entire god realm will be destroyed, including the dragon race. What should we do now? Please teach me." Although they had 5 god kings who were not part of the dragon race was very strong. The light and darkness dragon kings were the strongest among the 10 dragon kings. Even if the 5 of them worked together, they might not be a match for them. Most importantly, no one knew how long it would take for the dragon gods to recover. If the dragon gods continued to go crazy, not only would they die, but the entire god realm would collapse. Light Dragon King laughed bitterly. At this point, this is probably the biggest disaster in the history of the dragon race. However, as dragon kings, we cannot harm His Highness, nor can we watch as you harm him. The biggest mistake should be becoming a divine star. Darkness Dragon King snorted, "Are you blaming me?" "No, I'm not blaming you. No one could have predicted that becoming a divine star would lead to such a situation. We can't even predict our Master's mood changes. Light Dragon King, now is not the time to talk about this. You all know our Master's recovery ability. Once he recovers, the god realm will be in danger." Azura God said in a deep voice. Light Dragon King said indifferently, "We know. Azura God, you have always been known for your fairness. You are the most suitable enforcer. On behalf of the dragon race, I have a request to make." Azura God was stunned. "Please speak." Light Dragon King said bitterly, "After today, our dragon race will definitely decline. Azura God, on account of the fact that the divine dragon domain was created by our dragon race and our Master has helped you become god kings, please treat our people well." Azura God's body shook. At this moment, the Light Dragon King turned around and walked towards the dragon gods. In his eyes, there was finally an uncontrollable strong sadness. "I'm sorry, little water." As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on the Water Dragon King's head. With a flash of light, the Water Dragon King collapsed to the ground, its aura extinguished. You. The Darkness Dragon King was shocked, but she also understood what the Light Dragon King was doing. The Light Dragon King turned to her. Because of our attributes, we've been at loggerheads for our entire lives. I'm a little tired. Are you still willing to accompany me? The Dark Dragon King curled his lips. Is loving and killing each other our final ending? The Radiant Dragon King smiled bitterly. Perhaps. This is the only way to solve this problem. The Dark Dragon King looked at him before looking at the other God Kings. Agree to what my husband said just now. Shura God subconsciously clenched his fists. You too, you, don't talk nonsense. You already said it's going to be too late. Promise us. Tears flashed in the Dark Dragon King's eyes. Alright, I promise. We'll definitely treat the dragon race well and restore the God realm. Shura God said solemnly. The Light Dragon King sighed. From now on, I'll leave it to you. I didn't expect the dragon race to be so glorious and powerful for so many years. But my decline happened overnight. Master, little light can't protect you anymore. The Darkness Dragon King had already silently thrown himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. In the next instant, two sorrowful dragon roars rang out. The two Dragon Kings' auras were completely gone. The 10 great Dragon Kings of the dragon race had all fallen. When Lan Xuanyu saw this from an outsider's point of view, his heart was already filled with sorrow. He naturally understood why the Light Dragon King and Darkness Dragon King made such a choice at the last moment. It was because the other God Kings were right. Once the dragon gods awakened, they would continue to go crazy and destroy. Then, the entire God realm would be destroyed. And as the children of the dragon gods, they inherited the power of the dragon gods. They couldn't do anything to the dragon gods. Unless they died, they wouldn't stop the other God Kings. So, the Light Dragon King had said that if they wanted to hurt the dragon gods, the other 5 God Kings would have to step over their corpses. And at this moment, they had turned themselves into corpses. It was for the continuation of their race and for the God realm to continue existing. They had sacrificed their lives and used suicide to solve the most difficult problem in front of them. The 10 great Dragon Kings, looking at the corpses of the Dragon Kings, the remaining 5 God Kings couldn't help but sigh. How could the once powerful dragon race end up like this? And it was. Also at this moment that something happened that made their hearts jump to their throats. The dragon gods who had been suppressed on the ground suddenly slowly raised their heads. However, the blood in his eyes gradually faded. The 10 great Dragon Kings had all fallen, causing his bloodline to fluctuate violently. He subconsciously hugged the Water Dragon King who had died on top of him. This was the youngest Dragon King other than the Crown Prince of the dragon race. In private, she had always called him father, and he had always treated the Water Dragon King as his daughter. He had even hinted that his son could marry the Water Dragon King as his daughter-in-law in the future. Dead, they were all dead. The Light Dragon King and the Dark Dragon King had died hugging each other. All of this was actually done under the gaze of his blood-red eyes. But it wasn't until now that he had barely recovered a trace of consciousness. But, dead, they were all dead. An incomparably mournful dragon roar suddenly erupted from the mouths of the dragon gods. For a moment, blood spurted out from the wounds all over his body. His huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and he completely fell into a coma. Dead, they were all dead. His children were all dead. He clearly remembered that he was the one who had buried them one by one. It was because of him. How could he accept such a situation? Under the attack of anger, he fell into a deep coma. It wasn't until the moment he fell that the remaining 5 divine kings were able to relax a little. They were really afraid that the dragon gods would erupt again. In their hearts, the dragon gods were invincible existences. They really didn't have the slightest confidence that they could resist the terrifying power of the dragon gods. Do it, Azura God. The non-human divine king's breathing was a little hurried. If he didn't do it now, once the dragon gods woke up and went crazy again, everything would be over. The wounds on the dragon gods were still recovering rapidly. Their powerful self-healing ability had almost made them immortal. Azura God knew that he had to do it. In order for the divine realm to survive, in order for the gods to survive, he couldn't hesitate anymore. He slowly pulled out his azure sword, and with some difficulty, he walked towards the dragon god step by step. However, the process was so difficult. The dragon gods were not only supreme existences in the hearts of every dragon king, but also to them. Almost every one of them had received the favor of the dragon gods. Without the dragon gods, they couldn't have become divine kings, let alone reach where they were today. The dragon gods had always trusted him, and gave him the law enforcement authority of the divine dragon domain. This position was so important, but it wasn't given to any dragon king. It was so that the divine dragon domain's law enforcement of the gods could be fair and just. It could be said that he owed the dragon god a favor for recognizing his worth. However, the crazy dragon gods were really too terrifying. They were existences that could destroy everything. Right now, he had no other choice but to, end of chapter. He slowly raised the azure sword, and the bloody light on the sword gradually solidified. The azure god's eyes were filled with pain. However, he had to slash down with this sword. Only in this way could everything return to the right track. Stop! A mournful roar suddenly rang out. Just as the Shura god was in a daze, a huge ball of light was flying towards him at high speed. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, even the Azure god's cultivation was knocked back a few steps. However, a strong man had already appeared in front of him. This strong man's entire body was covered in scales, and his body was shining with seven-colored light. His entire body was bursting with an incomparably strong and sharp aura. He had no hair on his head, and he looked human. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with endless sorrow and crazy hatred. You actually want to kill my lord, and you even killed my dragon race's dragon king. I'll fight it out with you. Ah! He crazily shouted, and his entire body burst out with resplendent seven-colored light. He brazenly transformed into a long sword in the air, and madly slashed at the Azure god. He was a part of the dragon god's body, and was created by the dragon gods in order to manage the dragon race. He was the dragon race's blade. Refined from the horns of the dragon gods, the dragon race's blade was endowed with life. A series of shrill dragon roars rang out one after another, and a series of huge silhouettes were rushing toward this side at high speed. They were the dragon race, and they had just broken free from the explosion of the divine star, and were still injured from the dragon race. They heard the screams of the dragon gods, and felt the fall of the dragon race's aura. When the dragon race's blade arrived, it saw the Azure god raise the Azure sword. Lan Xuanyu, who was watching from a bystander's point of view, had already closed his eyes in pain. What happened next? Even if he didn't watch, he knew what would happen. The fall of the 10 dragon kings, and the Azure god wanted to kill the dragon gods. This was no longer as simple as a misunderstanding. They were mortal enemies. The crazy dragon race would definitely lead all the beast gods to attack the Azure god. Following this, the curtains to the great war of the entire god realm were raised. That terrifying war in the divine realm that was close to annihilation had finally been lifted from the veil of history. Everything had originated from the evolution of the divine planet. It had originated from a misunderstanding. Lan Xuanyu's ears reverberated with frenzied shouts, sounds of slaughter, and screams. The entire god realm was shaking violently. This earth-shattering catastrophe was unavoidable. At first, the Azure god tried to explain, but the dragon gods were severely injured and the 10 dragon kings had fallen. There was no way to explain why he wanted to kill the dragon gods. Even if the Azure god didn't want to attack the dragon race had already gone crazy. As the strongest race, even without the leadership of the dragon gods and dragon kings, they were still strong. They began to attack the human gods and the gods of other races crazily. They wanted revenge, and to protect the dragon god, the 5 divine kings on the altar had to kill the dragon gods. Otherwise, the god realm would be destroyed by the crazy dragon gods. Therefore, there was no room for mercy. Soon, the war entered a white-hot state. The dragon race was indeed strong. It was the strongest race in the entire god realm. However, as the leaders, the dragon gods could no longer lead them. The 10 dragon kings had already fallen. But their opponents were existences that had 5 great divine kings. In the entire god realm, the dragon race had the absolute upper hand. However, when the divine kings could no longer control their emotions and began to explode because of the death of their own race, the tragedy of the dragon race inevitably happened. The war that spread throughout the entire god realm had completely erupted. The dragon race was undoubtedly the strongest existence among all the races. However, the dragon gods were unconscious and the dragon kings had fallen. Although the remaining dragon race was strong, faced with the 5 divine kings and the other races led by the 5 divine kings, especially the human gods, they were still on the decline. The scene in Lan Xuanyu's vision was constantly changing. The entire god realm was changing amidst countless screams, roars, groans, and cries of grief. Bloody light continued to appear as more and more godly puppets fell. The rainbow clouds in the sky that were originally formed by the gathering of immortal spiritual energy had gradually turned blood red. The entire divine dragon domain was fluctuating unstably. Everything was exploding amidst the intense pain. Rays of strong light flashed across the sky like falling meteors. In the countless gods' battle, the entire god realm began to collapse. Every god was actually equivalent to a base point of the god realm. The god king level godly puppets were like pillars. Out of the 18 divine kings, as many as 13 had fallen. The destruction to the god realm was unimaginable. Coupled with the continuous deaths of a large number of gods, especially the dragon race, the entire race began to be slaughtered. The god realm began to collapse. Starting from the outermost regions, a large amount of collapse and destruction occurred. The immortal spiritual energy dissipated. If not for the 5 divine kings barely managing to control some of it, the entire god realm might have been irreversibly destroyed. Everything began to become illusory, like passing clouds. However, the tragedy within were deeply imprinted in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Although Lan Xuanyu was very clear that the dragon gods wanted him to see this in order to prevent a tragedy from occurring in the future when he became a god realm. However, that intense grief still lingered in his heart, causing his emotions to be greatly affected. It was too tragic. The divine dragon domain was so powerful, yet it had collapsed so horribly under such circumstances. This was simply unimaginable. However, everything had happened in such a dramatic manner. The dragon gods were so powerful, but their hearts were so fragile. His love for his wife was so deep that he did not hesitate to give up his immortal body to pursue her. The death of his son caused all of this to erupt, leading to the final tragedy. Was it the fault of the dragon gods? Was he to be blamed for everything? Were the dragon gods really in the wrong? At this time, Lan Xuanyu's mood was incomparably complicated. Without a doubt, the reason for such a problem was not caused by the dragon gods themselves. He wanted to become a god realm for his son, but at the same time, it was also for the stability of the entire divine dragon domain. Even after losing him, it could still exist for eternity. However, in the end, he did not succeed. Moreover, he failed so thoroughly. Everything went against his wishes. At this time, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear again. The huge body of the dragon gods once again appeared in Lan Xuanyu's vision. Even though his body was in tatters, his aura was still as deep as ever. The war in the god realm had ended, but the entire god realm had been covered in blood. The figure of the dragon race could no longer be seen. The number of gods of other races had also decreased substantially. Countless gods were heading towards extinction. The entire god realm had shrunk many times compared to before. Of the 5 remaining divine kings, only 3 were left. The 3 were human divine kings, including the Azura god. Lan Xuanyu previously heard humans calling the other 2 by their titles. They were respectively the good god and the evil god. At this moment, the 3 human divine kings were standing in front of the dragon gods with complicated expressions. The Azura sword in the Azura god's hand had completely transformed into the Azura blood sword. He was slowly raising it. After the tragic war, the chaos in the god realm had finally subsided. However, the severely injured dragon gods were still there. He was not dead. Around the huge body of the dragon gods, there were almost all the corpses of the dragon race. They had all died in battle to protect the dragon gods. Although the dragon race did not even understand what had happened, the 10 dragon kings had fallen and the dragon gods had been seriously injured. How could the dragon race not go crazy? In order to protect their lord, they gave their all and sacrificed everything. End of chapter. At this moment, no one from the dragon race could stand in the way of the three divine kings. They had even killed 2 divine kings with their own strength. The remaining 3 divine kings were also covered in wounds. However, the dragon race was still defeated in the end. At this moment, the 3 divine kings' faces were also filled with misery. There were too many gods who had died. The once glorious divine dragon domain was now left with less than a third of its peak. The dragon race was almost completely annihilated. The dragon race was really too powerful. In a situation where there were no divine kings or above, it still led to such an outcome. It should be known that although the dragon race was strong, there were not many of them. However, they were able to kill so many gods under the leadership of the 5 divine kings. It was clear how powerful the dragon race was. At this point, the entire divine realm was already greatly weakened. Although it had not yet collapsed, it was already on the verge of collapse. No one wanted to see this happen. The Azura god did not slash down with the Azura blood sword because he did not know what would happen if he killed the dragon gods. Would the entire divine realm collapse because of this? However, if he did not kill the dragon gods, once the dragon gods regained a certain amount of their strength, then all the remaining gods would be dead. Even if the dragon gods regained their consciousness, their race would be almost completely annihilated. Make up your mind. The evil god urged the Azura god, breathing a little hurriedly. Among them, only the Azura god's super divine weapon, the Azura blood sword, could kill the dragon god. The Azura god sighed, "Why must it be like this? Lord of the dragon gods, I'm sorry." He finally stopped hesitating and took a step forward. The Azura sword in his hand went straight for the heads of the dragon gods. But just as the Shura blood sword was about to strike the heads of the dragon gods, a 9-colored pillar of light suddenly shot up in front of the dragon gods and blocked the Shura blood sword. With a loud bang, the Azura god was forced to take a few steps back, and the 9-colored light beam flew back and landed on the dragon gods, instantly merging into their bodies. Dragon pillar? The Shura deity's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the 3 divine kings all changed greatly. Without any hesitation, they attacked the dragon god almost at the same time. However, a layer of 9-colored light barrier appeared on the surface of the dragon gods. The 9-colored light shield shone with a dazzling brilliance. The dragon god, who had been in a coma, slowly raised his head. His eyes were a little dazed, but when the attacks of the 3 divine kings landed on his dragon's repulse, the bloodline of the dragon gods was activated and burst out with a bright light, forcibly blocking the attacks of the 3 divine kings. In the next moment, the dragon gods had returned to human form. Although he was still covered in wounds, with the dragon pillar in his hand, his aura continued to rise. The powerful aura of a supreme divine king was undeniable. It's over. The Azura god, the good god, and the evil god all had the same thought. Not only had the dragon gods awakened, but they had also recovered some of their divine power. How terrifying would he be when he wielded the rising dragon pillar, a super divine item, but just as they thought the dragon gods were about to attack them, the dragon gods did not. He just stood there, looking at his surroundings in a daze, feeling everything around him. Dead, dead, are they all dead? His divine sense fluctuated around his body, and everything that had happened before turned into images and appeared around him. Those scenes were extremely clear, showing how powerful the divine sense of the dragon gods was. But at this moment, he just stood there in a daze, recalling what had happened. The divine kings had fallen, and the divine kings had been destroyed. There was no possibility of resurrection at all. Most of the divine realm had even collapsed. The dragon god's body began to tremble, especially when he saw the dragon kings being killed one by one in his madness, and when he saw the light dragon king and the dark dragon king choosing to walk to their deaths, his body trembled even more violently. The dragon race was destroyed. The dragon race was destroyed, the entire dragon race seemed to be only left with him. This was a battle that shouldn't have happened, but it did. None of the endings should have been like this, none of them should have been like this. His son was dead, and his own people were all dead. The dragon race was even destroyed to protect him. All of this was because of him. He did not even understand what he had done wrong. time, space, why are you doing this? The dragon gods closed his eyes in pain. The trembling of his body gradually calmed down. The sure god, the good god, and the evil god stood there, like criminals waiting to be judged. In their hands, they had killed a large number of dragon race. At this moment, seeing the dragon gods revive, they no longer had any thoughts of being lucky. The dragon gods in their madness were already so terrifying. Then, how terrifying would the dragon gods after waking up and holding the dragon pillars be? It was impossible for them to fight against them. The dragon god's gaze finally looked at the sure god. My lord. The sure god slowly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. It was meaningless to talk about right and wrong now. With the strength of the dragon gods, even if the surviving bodies of the entire divine realm attacked together, they would not be his match. As long as the dragon gods willed it, he would be able to recover at an astonishing speed. The dragon gods did not speak, he only slowly raised the dragon pillars in his hands. Then, the sure god, the good god, and the evil god were shocked to see a layer of dazzling 9-colored flames burning on the dragon god's body. The dazzling 9-colored flames exploded, and the blood energy in the divine realm began to gather in the direction of the dragon gods. The blood was not just blood, but also countless resentment, especially the resentment from the dragon race. At this moment, all of it was being absorbed by the dragon pillars of the dragon gods, and gathered in the dragon god's body. In the process of absorbing the blood energy, the surface of the dragon pillars was gradually covered in a layer of blood. However, the bloody light of the entire divine realm was gradually disappearing, revealing the devastated remnants of the divine realm. The 9-colored flames on the dragon god's body burned more and more fiercely, and the divine realm began to tremble slightly. The broken divine realm began to gather inwards, and traces of immortal chi were reborn under the stimulation of the 9-colored flames of the dragon gods, stabilizing the divine realm that could collapse at any time. My lord, you. The 3 divine kings could of course see that at this moment, the 9-colored flames burning on the dragon god's body were his divine king's flames of life. The dragon gods were already heavily injured, and doing this would only deepen the injuries on his body. However, the divine realm began to gradually stabilize under the influence of the dragon god's power, and all of the resentment and blood energy were being absorbed by him. All of the remaining gods could see the situation on the dragon god's side at this moment, and how could they not be pale? More than half of the divine realm was destroyed, and the dragon race was annihilated. Their hands were practically stained with the blood of the dragon race. Although this was also to protect themselves. However, in front of such a powerful supreme divine king, any explanation was useless. After all, they had killed all of this supreme divine king's clansmen. The flames on the dragon god's body began to fade, and the divine realm finally stabilized. The entire divine realm was less than 1/10 of its original size, and its aura was not even 1% of its original size, but it had finally stabilized. There was no danger of it shattering again. This was the dragon gods who could still turn the tide with their own strength. Even if he was heavily injured, he was still so powerful, and could still do things that the other 3 divine kings could not do even if they worked together. The dragon god's gaze once again focused on the Azure god and the other 2 divine kings. The light of the dragon pillar in their hands gradually faded. Finally, this super divine tool merged into the dragon gods' bodies. The dragon gods finally spoke at this time. Azura. When the Azure god heard his calm call, his body suddenly trembled. He lowered his head and said, Master. The dragon god smiled sadly, 2 lines of tears flowing down their cheeks. This situation is something I never thought would happen. I originally thought that our divine dragon domain already had the foundation to last forever, but I didn't expect that the success of the divine star would lead to such an outcome. There are a few things you must remember. First, even if the divine realm regains its glory in the future, don't try to become a divine star before you find the exact method. The reason why I went crazy and why this tragedy happened was because we violated the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe shouldn't allow a divine star to be formed easily. All of this seems to have been predestined. Compared to the laws of the universe, we are still too weak. Second, I've swallowed all of the resentment into my body. In addition, all of the resentment and negative emotions that I've generated have been sealed in my body. It will take a long time to wear them down before they can gradually disappear. Later, you will cut open my body. The good will leave and preserve a ray of hope for my race. The evil will be suppressed in the divine realm and use time to wear it down. Master, you. The Azure god was a little dazed. At this time, the dragon gods didn't just seem to have completely regained their rationality, they had also done something that was beyond their imagination. The dragon gods waved their hands, telling him not to speak. Let me continue. I've now split my emotions into two. The one talking to you is the good. I don't have much time left. Once the evil will burst forth, the divine realm will cease to exist, and even the universe will experience a great disaster. So, do as I say. The only one to blame for this tragedy is me. After I die, unless the dragon race revives and the dragon gods reappear. Otherwise, the beast race will not be allowed to become gods in the divine realm. Since we were the ones who caused this tragedy, then we have to bear this punishment. Our race perished, but many other races perished as well. I hope that this hatred will gradually fade after I leave. Yes, Azure God replied respectfully. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was watching all of this, suddenly felt enlightened. He finally understood why the beasts were unable to become gods. Even the powerful Golden Eyes Black Dragon King, Di Tian, was unable to become a god. All of this was not because of the seal of the god realm, but because of the dragon gods. The most important reason why the dragon gods did not allow the beasts to become gods was because of this tragedy. Too many gods had died, the dragon race had been destroyed, and almost all of the beast gods had been killed. However, they had also killed a large number of gods from other races and humans. How could this hatred not be remembered? Without the dragon gods and the protection of the dragon race, it would be extremely difficult for the beast men to become gods. Even if they did become gods, they wouldn't have a good ending in the divine realm. Since that was the case, they might as well not become gods until the day the dragon gods returned. Use your Azure sword to cut open my body. The era of the dragon race has come to an end. All of you, take care of yourselves. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. If one day, I can return. No, I won't return. If my successor can return, he will definitely be in existence that can lead all of you to break through to the divine realm. Master. The three divine kings cried out in grief, and at the same time, knelt down in front of the dragon gods. At this moment, they no longer had any hatred for the dragon gods. The awakened dragon gods did not take revenge, but instead stabilized the divine realm. At the cost of their own deaths, they took away all of the negative emotions of the divine realm and sealed it away. In the end, they were still the dragon gods who created the divine realm and led the divine dragon domain to glory. The mistake has been made, and there is no turning back. Come. A blood-red light soared into the sky, and the Azure sword was unsheathed once again. The dragon gods did not have time, their seal had been completed, and they had to cut open their bodies as soon as possible to completely seal all of the resentment. When the Azure god raised the Azure sword again, he was filled with mixed feelings. In front of him were the dragon gods calmly walking towards the Azure sword. Without dragon repulse, there was no defense. The dragon gods walked towards the Azure sword step by step, step by step. The sword light finally fell. An impassioned dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the divine realm. When the dragon roar rang out, all of the divine kings lowered their heads at the same time. In this battle, the dragon race had brought them too many casualties, so they were no longer willing to kneel to this former master, the supreme divine king of the divine realm. But they still could not control themselves from lowering their heads to bid farewell to this divine king under the dragon roar. It was not one dragon roar, but two. Two rays of light, one gold and one silver, soared into the sky. Then, a nine-colored light suddenly exploded in the air, and all of the corpses of the dragon race flew up and merged into the nine-colored light. Farewell, divine realm. The vast voice of the dragon gods rang out. In the next moment, the golden light figure suddenly fell, but the silver light figure silently disappeared without a trace. Only the nine-colored light hovered in the air for a long time before turning into a nine-colored meteor and flying into the distance. At this point, the scene came to an abrupt end. Everything seemed to have stopped in Lan Xuanyu's perception and vision. The scenes that appeared before him finally allowed him to understand exactly what had happened in the divine realm in the past. Why such a powerful dragon race would eventually decline. The azure sword cut open the two incarnations of the dragon gods. The silver one was his mother, the silver dragon king. She inherited the control of the elements of the dragon gods and the kindness in the hearts of the dragon gods. And the gold one was all of the evil and madness that the dragon gods had used their own dragon power to imprison, as well as the countless resentment from this great battle. In the end, it became King Jinlong who suppressed the dragon world. Later, after another great change in the divine realm, King Jinlong ran out. And at that time, the highest divine king in the divine realm was his grandfather, sea god Tang San. In the end, King Jinlong was killed by Tang San with the azure blood sword, but his resentment did not completely dissipate. Along with King Jinlong's essence, it was injected into his father, Tang Wulin. This was how the legend of the Dragon King in the Douluo continent came to be. For the story of the great change in the divine realm, please read my book, Legend of the Divine Realm from the Douluo continent, and what he inherited was the bloodline of the former King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. The reason why these two bloodlines caused so much trouble for him was all because of this great tragedy that once happened in the divine realm. Other than a deep sigh, how could his heart not be filled with sorrow at this moment? The dragon gods. Such powerful dragon gods, such a powerful supreme divine king. In the end, they ended up like this. He finally understood why the dragon gods were unwilling to revive. In a sense, with the cultivation of the dragon gods, even if they wanted to die, it would not be easy. There were too many opportunities and possibilities to revive. However, he did not want to revive, because he did not want to face the tragedy that happened in the past. His wife and son were already dead. If it were not for the connection of the revival of the dragon race, the dragon gods would have already completely fallen and reincarnated to find his wife. And now, his hopes were placed on Yi Shiwen, which was why there was this test. Just as he said to the azure god before, if one day, the inheritance of the dragon gods returned, then there would definitely be a way to solve the divine planet. That was why this test was so heavy for him. End of chapter. Lan Xuanyu's last bit of resentment towards the dragon gods had disappeared without a trace. It was precisely because the pain of the past was too deep that there was such a difficult test. If he wanted to become a dragon god, he had to bear the burden of the past dragon gods. The scene in front of him became clear again, and an intense pain began to spread throughout Lan Xuanyu's body. He was shocked to discover that the explosion that he had originally decided not to become a divine star did not appear. The intense pain continued to spread throughout his body, stimulating everything in him. The explosion was gone. At this moment, he was still at the scene where he had pushed the dragon race's crown prince away. At this moment, the 18 divine kings were all looking at him in shock. The ceremony was still ongoing, and the transformation of the divine star was still ongoing. Father. The dragon race's crown prince's call made Lan Xuanyu even more aware of his current state. His test was not over. He had pushed the dragon race's crown prince away to prevent a tragedy from happening. Next, the other part of his test was to become a divine star. With everything that he had seen before, he already understood that if he wanted to obtain the true inheritance of the dragon gods, then how to help the former divine dragon domain become a divine star was the final test. If the entire test was divided into 2 parts, then he had already completed the first part, and only the second part remained. But, how should he become a divine star? No one is to come near me. Leave everything to me. Lan Xuanyu suddenly roared, and his cold gaze swept across the faces of the Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King. The 2 Dragon Kings trembled and subconsciously lowered their heads. The dragon race's crown prince could not help but say, "Father, let me help you." "You are not helping me. Your survival is the greatest help you can give me." "Could it be that you do not believe that I can succeed?" Lan Xuanyu's dignified voice came out of his mouth. The crown prince of the dragon race subconsciously took a few more steps back and bowed deeply. The prestige that his father had left in his heart had taken effect. He didn't dare to refute and return to his original position. Lan Xuanyu's gaze swept past the various god kings as he said in a deep voice, "No matter what happens next, none of you are allowed to approach me. Don't disturb me." Even if the divine star could not be formed in the end, everything would be completed by him. If I die in the process of becoming a divine star, then, my position will be inherited by my son, and Azura will be the law enforcement god, controlling the laws of the god realm. Yes. The 18 god kings bowed in unison. But it was also at this moment that Lan Xuanyu clearly felt the entire god realm shake violently for a moment. In the next instant, an intense pressure suddenly entered his body. He wasn't the real dragon gods. He didn't have the strength of a supreme god king, but the pressure he was facing now was what the dragon gods had faced in the past. His body was already beginning to feel like it was about to collapse. Even in his divine sense, crazy thoughts had begun to erupt. What should I do? What should I do to help the god realm and become a divine star? Calm down, I must calm down. No matter what, I can't be taken over by madness. Only by being calm can I reach that step in the end. The intense pain was still crazily attacking him, and Lan Xuanyu's body also began to tremble violently. However, the immortal spiritual energy from the god realm and the power of faith from the 10 major galaxies were also frantically gathering in his body. What he needed now was to fight against himself, and also to fight against the laws of the entire universe. Become a divine star. How could he truly become a divine star? His heart had already become crazy, and his emotions had also begun to fluctuate violently. The energy above the entire altar was fluctuating extremely unstably. Perhaps because the first stage of the test had already been completed, the Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King didn't make any more moves. The 18 God Kings were also doing their best to help him stabilize the God Realm's evolution. No one else approached him. The Dragon Race Crown Prince looked at his father with a complicated gaze. In the end, he was still his father. He still passed the highest throne to him. Father, you must hold on, Lan Xuanyu was also screaming in his heart. Hold on, you must hold on. Success or failure depends on this. Everything that the dragon gods did back then was for their children, so that they could find their loved ones. And everything that he did was for his parents, his loved ones, for the entire human race, and for the dragon race. Tenryu Star. Looking out into space from the surface of the planet, one could see a huge explosion in space. Countless rays of light burst forth, and the entire universe seemed to be trembling from these explosions. Tenryu Star's defenses were fully activated, and the ordinary citizens looked at the flickering lights in the sky, their hearts filled with bewilderment. However, the higher-ups all understood, especially those who were God-ranked and above, that this was a battle of life and death. There was no way out. The Ryuma Federation had no way out, and even the human Douluo Federation had no way out. Failure in this battle would mean the end of everything, and it would mean destruction. At this moment, on the shore of a small, jade-green lake, two figures were flickering between illusion and reality. If Lan Xuanyu was here, he would be pleasantly surprised to discover that one of the figures was Bai Xiuxiu. However, Bai Xiuxiu's figure was still illusory, and her entire body was covered by a jade-green light. Opposite her was Long Tianyang, the Longma double star life core that was solid and stable. We're about to succeed, hold on. Stabilize your mind, Long Tianyang said softly. Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously raised her head and looked into space, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Yes, with Long Tianyang's help, she had regained consciousness. Long Tianyang was using his immense life energy to reconstruct her body, and even reconstruct her bloodline. This allowed her to completely recover to her previous state, and even improve her state of being. Don't be anxious. If you really want to help them, you have to recover first. Long Tianyang could tell what she was thinking, and consoled her. But can they really withstand it? I don't know if Xianyu has returned. Bai Xiuxiu furrowed her brows. Long Tianyang shook his head and said, he hasn't returned yet, but I can feel that he's in a very special state right now, and he's undergoing the final transformation. You're really lucky to have such a lover. He's blessed, and so are you. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. I only hope that he can return safely. As for whether he becomes a godly king, that's not important to me. Long Tianyang shook his head again and said, no, you're wrong. He has to become a godly king, because only then can the two of you truly be together. Furthermore, I believe that he will succeed. That's why I'm sparing no effort to help you resurrect. Bai Xiaoxiao was suddenly stunned, and she looked at Long Tianyang warily. Long Tianyang smiled. Of course, there are conditions for resurrecting you, and he's already agreed to it. Actually, to me, this long life has long been too boring. Especially after the betrayal, I've actually started to hate this world a long time ago. However, I can't bear to part with this land that I've created, and I can't bear to part with the Longma double star. Therefore, I have to continue persevering for the Longma double star's existence. That's why I chose you. Don't worry. Although I have my own goals, your man knows them very well, and I've told him clearly. If he becomes a godly king, based on my many years of sensing the dragon realm, he'll definitely be an incredible godly king. A godly king like him will definitely require an enormous amount of energy to support him in order to truly become a godly king. Even if he becomes a godly king in the future, he'll also need an enormous amount of energy. Therefore, the condition I propose to him is that after he becomes a godly king, he can't devour my Longma double star, and he has to ensure that all life here can survive. End of chapter. Did he promise you? Will that affect him in any way? Bai Xiaoxiao asked. Long Tianyang said, I don't know how it will affect him, but he did promise me. He is really good to you. In order to resurrect you, he would agree to whatever conditions I put forward at that time. However, I will still do something to you to make him keep his promise. You humans have a word called overt conspiracy. Using an overt conspiracy against your man is the best choice. This is also something he can't refuse. What are you going to do to me? Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. If it was something to hurt Lan Xuanyu, she would rather not be resurrected. Long Tianyang smiled and said, relax a little. It's also a good thing for you. A good thing? Although Long Tianyang had resurrected her divine sense and even reconstructed her body, Bai Xiaoxiao was still very vigilant towards her. This was because she knew that Long Tianyang must have a purpose for treating her like this. The most basic purpose was definitely to scheme against Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, she had always been on her guard. From the conversation with Long Tianyang just now, she understood that Lan Xuanyu had agreed to some of Long Tianyang's conditions. It was very likely that it was not only the conditions that Long Tianyang told her, so he resurrected her. Therefore, she was very worried that Long Tianyang would harm Lan Xuanyu. If that was the case, she would rather die than be resurrected by Long Tianyang. Of course. Why is it called an overt conspiracy? Because even if you know what my purpose is, you won't refuse. Because there's no harm in that for you. Xiaoxiao, do you know? I am actually very lonely. At this point, Long Tianyang's eyes changed a little. There was a touch of bitterness and loneliness. In terms of lifespan alone, I've existed even longer than the Crimson Mother. During this long period of time, I gradually created the Longma double star and had a beautiful wish. I hoped that in the future, with the help of the two planets, I could finally achieve a higher level of existence. Actually, I don't have much ambition. It's just that when I see the life forms I've created growing and evolving, I feel especially happy. However, the betrayal of the dragon race was a huge blow to me. They joined forces with other races to imprison me, borrowing my strength to continuously improve themselves, but also continuously absorbing my strength. In a sense, they are actually my children. As a mother, seeing my children treat me like this, how helpless can I be? However, no matter what, they are still my children. Actually, it's not like I don't have a chance to break free from my shackles. In fact, I might even have a negative influence on them. However, they are my children after all. Which mother would hurt her own children? Thus, I only watched silently and helped them in silence. I hoped that one day, they would come to their senses. However, I obviously thought too much. The bad things that I had imagined didn't happen. They only hoped to obtain from me, but never thought of giving back. The only good thing is that at least they didn't destroy the environment. Regarding all of this, not only was I disappointed, but I was also tired. The only thing I couldn't let go of was the billions of lives on these two planets. Those who betrayed me were only a few powerhouses. There were even more living beings living here, and they were also my children. I couldn't bear to part with them. Otherwise, even if they were devoured by the Crimson Domain, so what? In any case, the current me doesn't have much meaning in living anymore. That was until I met you guys and Lan Xuanyu. The unique aura on his body made me feel many, many things. He has a unique temperament. Within this temperament, there is the vastness passed down from ancient times, as well as his own powerful vitality. More importantly, he has faith, and it's not just for the sake of becoming stronger. He's helping himself and everyone who wants to help him. Just like his companions. Their talents are clearly far inferior to his, including you. None of you can truly help him after he becomes stronger. However, he still spares no effort to help you guys. When I first met him, I indeed only wanted to use him. However, the more I interacted with him, the more I realized that he was actually a trustworthy person. To me, the words trustworthy are too precious. Thus, don't worry. I won't harm him, and I won't harm you. The overt scheme I'm talking about is actually sacrificing myself to help you. If it's just an ordinary body reconstruction, you'll never be able to catch up to him. However, if I fuse with you, then you will have the foundation of the Dragon Horse Twin Stars. You will replace me and become the life core of the Dragon Horse Twin Stars, in addition to your original bloodline talent. With your bloodline, you'll have the foundation to become a divine king in the future. How can the wife of a divine king not be a divine king? Rather than causing trouble for him in the future, why don't I help you now? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned. You mean to let me become the life core of the Longma double star? What about you? What will happen to you? What good will it do you? Long Tianyang laughed. Naturally, I won't exist anymore. Perhaps, in your subconscious, some of my thoughts will have a slight effect on you, but it'll be negligible. I'm already tired, so I'll leave everything to you in the future. As for what benefits will this bring me? This benefit will help your husband fulfill his promise to me. At the very least, he won't go back on his word. After he becomes a divine king, he'll have to absorb a huge amount of energy to replenish himself. It'll be the same when he becomes a divine king in the future. I hope that he can use the Longma double star as his foundation to become a divine king, but I definitely don't want him to hurt the Longma double star and devour it like the Crimson Mother did. If you become me, you'll become the life core of this place. Then, for your sake, he definitely won't devour anything here. This way, the Longma double star will definitely survive. If you become me, with your bloodline talent, you'll be able to become a half-step divine king with real combat power. You'll also be able to help his parents hold on for a while longer and wait for his return. He'll definitely return. I'm more confident than you. Bai Xiaoxiao stared at Long Tianyang in a daze. Was this what she meant by an overt plot? She was actually going to sacrifice himself to help her become the life core of the Longma double star? How inconceivable was this? But, was it really possible? Long Tianyang slowly raised her hands. Following her movements, a faint white halo began to form a vortex that revolved around Bai Xiaoxiao. The white vortex contained a huge amount of energy that was filled with pure life energy. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately felt that her body was beginning to fill up. As for Long Tianyang, the smile on his face became even gentler. To her, perhaps this was another form of liberation, or even rebirth. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't bear to part with all of this, she might have chosen to leave this world long ago. If she really wanted to die and give up her life core, no one could stop her. It was just that the dragon race had always thought that it was impossible for her to do so. However, they didn't know that they had already made the Mother of Life completely sad. To Long Tianyang, Bai Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly a very good choice. Just as she said, this was an overt plot. Even if Lan Xuanyu was here, he wouldn't be able to stop her from doing so. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, even if she wanted to stop it, she wouldn't be able to, in space. Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin's fused bodies were once again blasted back. In their dragon god's transformation state, the blood in their eyes had become more intense. This was a sign that Gu Yuna was somewhat unable to suppress the crazy aura in Tang Wulin's body. End of chapter. In reality, even in the state of dragon god transformation, they were still half-step divine kings, and not true divine king-level existences. However, even though they were both half-step divine kings, they were much stronger than the former head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma. At the very least, the head of Tianma did not even have the chance to participate in the current battle. One could only imagine what kind of battle this was. God King Scarlet's aura did not weaken with the passage of time. On the contrary, her aura continued to strengthen. Previously, when the four fleets bombarded her, she had forcefully devoured a portion of the energy. In addition, she was becoming more and more familiar with her Divine King level strength. The only thing she was truly afraid of was the golden trident controlled by Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna in the Dragon God's transformation state. This Divine King level super divine weapon was the only thing that could truly harm her. However, a Divine King was still a Divine King. Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin had trapped her more than once with unpredictable storm. However, they could not harm her body that could devour anything. Even the golden trident could only leave her with a wound. Once she broke free from unpredictable storm, she would quickly recover and continue to devour all the energy around her. God King Scarlet's gaze became deeper and deeper. She was beginning to feel more and more impatient. This was because she could vaguely feel that there was an invisible pressure that always existed. This invisible pressure was very likely to have a great impact on her. She knew what it was, but she could not detect the existence of the divine realm. This was what made her most uneasy. Why did the dragon realm disappear? The dragon realm that was originally attached to the Tenryu star had disappeared. Why did she insist on attacking the Tenryu star and not the Tianma star? A large part of the reason was the dragon realm. She had coveted the energy contained in the dragon realm for a long time. This was because she knew that it was a higher level world. She even knew that it was the source of the dragon transformation. However, the energy there was filled with a decaying aura and did not have much vitality. But to her, this was not important. As long as it was energy, she could devour it. High-level energy was only beneficial to her. If it wasn't for the fact that she could sense the crazy spiritual fluctuations contained within the dragon god's transformation, she would have even wanted to devour Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna the most. However, that madness made her somewhat fearful. She was already rejected by the laws of the universe, so she knew all too well what the laws of the universe would do. Although the laws of the universe didn't have a unique consciousness, they could magnify or shrink some things according to their own rejection or affinity. For example, if she showed a little bit of madness, it was very likely that it would be magnified and make her do things that she shouldn't do. Just like that day, before she became a divine king, she forcefully devoured the collective attack of the four fleets. After devouring, she realized that logically, she should not have done this at all. She should have quickly fled far away and slowly improved. In any case, becoming a god king was already a certainty for her at that time. But she still did it. Even when she succeeded in breaking through to become a god king, she had some doubts in her heart. How did she succeed? The laws of the universe did not take advantage of such a situation to destroy her. Could it be that they were being kind? That was impossible. After the breakthrough, she could feel that she was being rejected by the entire universe. This was actually an extremely painful feeling. Even as a god king, it was the same. If not for this, she wouldn't have had to devour the Tenryu star and Tianma star. Wouldn't it have been better to find a place to stabilize her cultivation and establish a divine realm? But she had no choice. If she wanted to survive, she needed enough energy to cover up this rejection. Otherwise, although she was strong enough, she didn't know when the laws of the universe would erase her with the help of some special events. If she wanted to survive being rejected by the universe, she needed to struggle. She needed to constantly struggle and find more opportunities for herself. For so many years, she had been doing this. Even without the dragon realm, the Longma double star was still important. But she was worried that the disappearance of the dragon realm was related to that land's evolution. With his foundation, there was indeed a possibility of him developing in that direction. But the Crimson Mother, or the current Crimson God King, never thought that Lan Xuanyu could really succeed. How difficult was it to become a God King? How long did it take to accumulate? She was like this, and so was the Long Tianyang. They didn't know how much effort and time they spent to reach this step. And she could feel that Lan Xuanyu was only in his 20s. How could he become a God King? This didn't conform to the laws of the universe, right? But what she didn't know was that Lan Xuanyu didn't really come to this world for more than 20 years. He was only incubated for more than 20 years. Long before he was incubated, he was still in the dragon egg and had already existed on the Douluo continent for 10,000 years. In fact, it was very difficult for Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna to have children under normal circumstances. In a sense, the eternal ice seal back then had helped them. Tang Wulin's genes carried the madness that belonged to King Jinlong. And the fusion of the gold and silver dragon kings was to create dragon gods. This energy was also extremely huge. Therefore, if they were under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even be able to give birth to an embryo. But strangely, when the two of them loved and killed each other, their vitality directly fell to the bottom. Under such circumstances, the embryo, which should have been wiped out by the huge energy or even the powerful killing intent, survived. However, the conflict between the two bloodlines was still there. The more the embryo grew, the more intense the conflict would be. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lan Xuanyu would still die, and Gu Yuna would die in her womb before she could even give birth to a dragon egg. But Lan Xuanyu still survived. In the extreme cold and without the support of consciousness, even with the powerful bloodlines of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King, there were only a few weak fluctuations. The nutrition in the embryo was enough, and the conflict between the bloodlines was minimized. This allowed Lan Xuanyu to be nurtured for a full 10,000 years by chance before finally taking shape. In fact, when his dragon egg was born, it could be called the embryo of the dragon gods. This was because the bloodline of the dragon gods had already completed the initial fusion in the embryo. But even so, when Tang Wulin grew up and began to cultivate, countless dangers still appeared. If not for the help of Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin, he would have died countless times. Therefore, Scarlet God King didn't know how Lan Xuanyu grew. Therefore, although she felt the power and foundation of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, she didn't think that he could become a God King. Are you still not enlightened? Scarlet God King broke free from the restraints of the unpredictable storm once again, and the devouring power on her body became stronger. Under the suppression of absolute strength, the time that the unpredictable storm could trap her was getting shorter and shorter. Gu Yuna held the sea god's trident in her hand, and the red light in her eyes was faintly discernible. The dragon god's transformation gave them powerful recovery abilities, which was why they could hold on until now. At this moment, only they could truly stop Scarlet God King's advance. Even the Douluo Federation's fleet couldn't hurt her. This was the absolute difference in strength. Gu Yuna could vaguely sense the existence of her son, but her senses were no longer clear. She could only vaguely feel that her son's aura was constantly growing stronger, to the point that even her and Tang Wulin's bloodline after completing the dragon god's transformation was burning fiercely. End of chapter. However, Gu Yuna could no longer control herself. The other party's devouring had begun to affect her dragon god's transformation. More importantly, in this ultimate state of the dragon god's transformation, she herself was also in great danger. After Tang Wulin broke the 18th seal, he had already lost his mind and was fighting against King Jinlong's crazy will with all his might. Not only could this not help her, but it would also affect her instead. Crimson Mother slowly raised her right hand. With her palm as the center, a huge crimson vortex began to appear. She did not intend to be entangled any longer. Even if she had to pay a certain price, she wanted to quickly control the Longma double star and establish her own god's realm. Under the rejection of the universe's laws, the longer the time passed, the more obvious the feeling of rejection became. This made her more and more uneasy. When the crimson vortex appeared this time, the suction force was at least twice as strong as before. Even in the dragon god's transformation state, Gu Yuna could not help but be pulled in. The Neptune's trident shone with a dazzling golden light. Under her full power, she barely managed to prevent her body from being pulled into the vortex. Even so, she could feel the dragon power in her body dissipating. It was being forcefully pulled out of her body and then devoured by the other party. She was not the only one. In the distance, the supreme experts of the various races, including the Dragon Knights and the Pegasus Knights, felt as if a huge spider web had appeared out of thin air when the vortex suddenly erupted with a huge power. Everyone was stuck on the spider web and rapidly devoured their strength. If so many transcendent powerhouses were devoured, the outcome could be imagined. Gu Yuna wanted to use Unpredictable Storm again, but this time, she felt as if she could not even raise her arm. she was going against the heavens. Crimson Mother was going against the heavens. Yes, as the God King, Crimson Mother had always been holding back her strength. This was because she had to reserve most of her strength to deal with the suppression and even destruction of the universe's laws at any time. For example, she had to maintain an extremely clear mind and the ability to react at any time. But at this time, she didn't want to delay any longer. She knew very well that a long night would bring more trouble. If they continued to delay, the risk would be even greater than if they suddenly appeared. Why were these powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation so confident in resisting him despite knowing that they couldn't stop him? That must be because there was still hope in their hearts. Then, where did hope come from? If this dragged on, perhaps their hope would appear. Therefore, the Crimson Mother decided not to delay any longer. She instantly unleashed the power that she had been suppressing. She wanted to devour the powerful beings of the two great alliances in front of her first. Then, she would destroy the 4 great human fleets. Then, the Dragon Horse twin stars would be hers. Although there was a risk in releasing it at full power, it could greatly shorten the time needed. In space, it could be clearly seen that there was a dense mist of light emerging from the bodies of the powerhouses of the 2 great federations. That was clearly their own energy being drawn out of their bodies. They were all being devoured by the Crimson God King. What to do? Even Guyuna couldn't do anything now. She was the closest to Tang Wulin's dragon gods and was also being taken extra care of by the Crimson God King. Most of the power was being used on them. And at this time, the Crimson God King was no longer devouring the life energy of the Tenryu star. Instead, he was using it in space. Even the space fleets in the distance couldn't fly away now. The energy on the surface of the protective shield was constantly swaying. The most tragic thing was that they didn't dare to attack now because the energy that erupted from their attacks would also be devoured by the Crimson Mother and become part of her own power. All the experts could clearly feel that their bodies were getting weaker and weaker at an alarming rate. What to do? At this moment, no one knew what to do or how to deal with the situation in front of them. A dead end seemed to have appeared. However, at that moment, the heavenly dragon star's direction suddenly dimmed. It was the dimming of the entire planet. The Tenryu star has such a huge amount of life energy. It can be said that the entire planet has always been lit up by this huge amount of life energy. But just now, the life energy of the Tenryu star seemed to have suddenly extinguished. Not only the Tenryu star, but also the Tianma star in the distance. The same thing happened at the same time. As the master of the Tianma star, the head of Tianma's expression changed drastically because at that moment, he suddenly lost his sense of Tianma star. A furious roar burst out from the vortex of the Crimson God King. Long Tianyang, you dare! The Crimson God King was really afraid at this moment. She seemed to have found the source of the uneasiness in her heart. What does the extinguishing of the life energy of the Longma double star mean? The first thing she thought of was that Long Tianyang was willing to self-destruct all the life energy of the double star at all costs. Even if she self-destructed, she could still devour a huge amount of life energy. However, this was far worse than 2 stable and connected powerful planets. She also wanted to rely on these 2 planets to create her own divine realm. She wanted to devour everything here and then use them as the foundation to create her own divine realm and rebuild the rules. She never thought that Long Tianyang would destroy the Longma double star. Long Tianyang had long lost control of the 2 planets and was imprisoned to a certain extent by the dragon race and Tianma. If she had such an ability, why didn't she use it earlier? Moreover, the dragon race and Tianma should not have allowed such a situation to happen, but she never thought that at this time, the 2 planets would suddenly have problems. This was the situation she did not want to see the most. Once the 2 planets were lost, then a lot of what she was doing now would be meaningless. While all the powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation were shocked and the Crimson God King was furious, the Tenryu star lit up again. It felt like a light bulb had been switched off and extinguished. Then, the switch was switched back on and the light bulb lit up again. Such a change caused all the experts present to be slightly stunned. Even the devouring power from the Crimson God King relaxed a little at this moment. She did not self-destruct, just to scare people? At this moment, the Crimson God King's anger not only did not weaken, but became even more intense. She subconsciously thought that this was a threat from the Long Tianyang. If she wanted to destroy everything, then she would destroy the Longma double star. She was demonstrating to him that she had the ability to do so. But, was this useful? The Long Tianyang, struggling is meaningless. Even if you self-destruct the Longma double star, I will not retreat today. Now that things have come to this, it will only increase my risk. If you are willing to let go of the Longma double star and let me live there, I will guarantee you the position of deputy. You should understand that even if I am rejected by the laws of the universe, as the God King, I am already in the realm of law. You think too much, a calm voice came from afar, as if the Tenryu star and the Tianma star were speaking at the same time. At the same time, the voice became more and more intense, and it even felt like a wave of sound. Countless years ago, I created the Longma double star and gave life to these two planets. With creation as the foundation, I strengthened the existence of life. I made everything lively. I have no ambition, I just hope that these children of mine can grow up happily and better give birth to life. In order to not let the planet evolve too quickly, I even secretly suppressed the growth of technology. However, things did not go as I wished. The arrival of the dragon realm destroyed everything. During the dragon transformation period, the life energy of the planet became nutrients and bred the dragon race. It also made all the races stronger, and they began to find their own path to power. Even without the stimulation of technology, the Longma double star still became the ruler of the entire galaxy. At that time, I was still comforting myself that such growth would not destroy the planet. The appearance of the strong might make the Longma double star evolve faster and become more stable. However, my children were still not satisfied. They wanted to establish the God realm and become the ruler of the God realm. They began to take more and explore more of the planet. They even imprisoned me. Can you understand the feeling of being imprisoned by your own children? I am your mother. Everything that you have, and even everything that your ancestors had, was given to you by me. But in the end, you only treated me as a resource, and even a tool to be used. I am really tired. Long Tianyang's voice reverberated throughout space. There seemed to be a special power that carried her voice, allowing every powerhouse present, and even everyone in the Douluo Federation's battleship in the distance, to hear her clearly. Even the Scarlet God King couldn't help but restrain her devouring power at this moment, because she also wanted to know what Long Tianyang was trying to do. I'm leaving. I no longer have any attachment to all of this. But the Longma double star will still exist. I'm telling you all this because I hope that my children can treat your home well in the future. Blindly taking will only cause our home to collapse. Goodbye, children. You've never thought of me as your mother, but I've always treated you as my children. So, even in the most painful times, I've never thought of hurting you. Goodbye, I'll return to the origin of the universe, and we won't see each other again. Long Tianyang. The Scarlet God King roared, and the devouring power on her body suddenly increased. She couldn't let Long Tianyang self-destruct the Longma double star. As long as there was a chance to stop it, she wouldn't give up. But at this moment, the Tenryu star suddenly became extremely resplendent, and a vast amount of energy suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge light barrier that enveloped all the powerhouses present, forcibly isolating them from the Scarlet God King's all-out devouring power. In the next moment, a figure silently appeared within the light barrier. When she appeared, even Gu Yuna, who was in her dragon god's transformation state, had a hint of redness in her eyes, and her voice was filled with surprise. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao was wearing a white dress, and her sky-blue hair was even more sparkling and translucent. There was a hint of disappointment and complicated emotions on her pretty face. From her body, a strong white halo was bursting forth, isolating her from the devouring power. That white light was actually unable to devour even the Scarlet God King. Yes, Bai Xiaoxiao, she's back. Teacher Nana, she passed down all the power of the planet's life core to me and completely fused with me. He didn't even leave behind his consciousness, only some memories. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled everything that had just happened, as well as the sadness she felt when Long Tianyang left. Her heart still clenched. At this moment, she was the life core of Tenryu Star. Not only Tenryu Star, but also Tianma Star. The power she was borrowing now was the power of the Longma double star and her own power. At that moment, the Crimson God Monarch seemed to have understood something. In her memories, of course, Bai Xiuxiu existed because she was the target of the Abyss Saint's parasitism. Their original plan was for the Holy Lord to possess Lan Xuanyu through Bai Xiuxiu, thereby obtaining Lan Xuanyu's powerful bloodline and creating another path for them. However, the Holy Lord failed and perished in the end. With the Crimson God Monarch's powers, she was already aware of the exact situation. Long Tianyang had disappeared, but she had passed down her life core to this human. That's right, this human. She was already a god king, so it was extremely easy for her to identify the characteristics of life forms. How long can you last? The Crimson God Monarch harumphed coldly as her powerful engulfment power increased once again. It was undoubtedly the case that Bai Xiuxiu had used the power of the Longma double star to set up this final layer of defense. Bai Xiuxiu had also become a half-step god king after receiving the Long Tianyang's inheritance. However, this still wasn't enough. She was a true god king. As long as she could break through this final layer of defense, everything would come to an end. Gu Yuna was panting slightly, and there was a faint red light in her eyes. Wulin, she murmured. Let me do it. Tang Wulin's voice was a little hoarse. If I lose my way, you know what to do. Gu Yuna was silent for a moment before replying, if you lose your way, then that means that I'll die with you. For my sake, you can't lose your way. Do you understand? I love you. Tang Wulin's voice trembled slightly, but in that instant, their auras became even more powerful in their divine dragon transformation state. A thick layer of crimson color had appeared over the surface of his rainbow dragon scales. An aura that was close to a frenzied level continued to climb from his body, causing the power of the dragon god's transformation to increase explosively once again. Exchange. In that instant, the control of the dragon god's transformation had been exchanged with Tang Wulin, who was enduring the frenzied assault of King Jinlong's divine sense. Previously, when Gu Yuna was in control of the dragon god's transformation, she couldn't fully unleash the power of the dragon god's transformation because King Jinlong's frenzied will was still present in the dragon god's transformation. She had to divert some of her attention to help Tang Wulin suppress it. At this moment, when they chose to no longer suppress it, and instead borrowed King Jinlong's power to completely merge his power with Tang Wulin's, the power of the dragon god's transformation would naturally be pushed to the extreme. In a flash of golden light, Tang Wulin was already outside the barrier. With the protection of the barrier, at least the power of the other powerhouses and the Tenryu star behind them would not be devoured for the time being. Tang Wulin's body was accelerating. Not only did he not resist the suction force from King Crimson's vortex, but he also continued to accelerate, increasing his body's speed to the extreme. The crimson light became more and more intense. At this time, he was like a crimson meteor, rushing straight towards King Crimson. Humph. King Crimson snorted coldly, and the vortex suddenly reversed. The suction force turned into a repulsive force. Boom, in the violent roar, a terrifying explosion occurred. The crimson meteor that rushed up was almost instantly bounced back, and even countless fine cracks appeared on the scales on his body. Crimson light burst out from his body, and blood energy erupted. However, the vortex on the other side was actually a little illusory, and King Crimson's figure was faintly discernible. Roar. A frenzied dragon roar sounded. At this moment, Tang Wulin had completely let go of the suppression on King Jinlong's consciousness. He only used his unknown knowledge to tell the power under his control that the enemy was in front of him. He had already discussed with Gu Yuna that if he really could not resist King Crimson, he would break the last seal and let himself enter the half-step God King state, and use Gu Yuna's power to perform the dragon god's transformation. At the last moment, he would control the dragon god's transformation and release the power of the dragon god's transformation to the maximum. If he lost control in the end, he would let Gu Yuna kill him and devour his power. This was the way to squeeze out all their power, and it was also the strongest way. Gu Yuna's words just now were very clear. If Tang Wulin went completely crazy in the end, she would die with him. 10,000 years ago, they had loved and killed each other, but now, 10,000 years later, they would have to live and die together in battle. It was much better than 10,000 years ago. Everything was for her son. Boom. Waves of air burst out. Tang Wulin had already launched another attack. His powerful self-healing ability caused the cracks on his scales to quickly heal. Almost in the next moment, he had already charged above King Crimson's vortex. Boom. Violent roars sounded. Tang Wulin was like a blood-red meteor that did not know fatigue, constantly bursting out attack after attack. The collision caused King Crimson's defense to sway constantly and burst into dazzling lights. For a moment, it was suppressed in terms of momentum. The pressure on Bai Xiaoxiao's side was naturally greatly reduced. It's useless. Everything is in vain. King Crimson's body suddenly grew larger, and the energy circling around her body also began to expand outwards. When Tang Wulin crashed into it again, the enormous rotational energy abruptly became even more powerful, and he was sent flying through the air instead of crashing into it head-on. Just as he was about to run out of momentum, a powerful suction force erupted once again, forcibly dragging him to a standstill in mid-air. A divine king was a divine king. No matter how powerful a half-step divine king was, he was still not a divine king. Is this the taste of madness? Let me drain you of your strength and leave behind your madness. Divine King Scarlet's eyes were gradually covered with a layer of madness. She was extremely tired of being entangled, and the uneasiness in her heart was growing stronger. She could not wait any longer. She had to end this battle quickly at all costs. A huge burst of dragon power twisted crazily around Tang Wulin. Although it was still being stripped away bit by bit, the speed of extraction was very slow. Tang Wulin, I really owe you. If you don't like me in the next life, I'll fight it out with you. At this moment, a sharp voice was heard. In the distance, the golden-eyed black dragon warship that had been thrown away earlier had returned. The huge dragon mouth slowly opened, and two people stood in the dragon mouth. Compared to its huge body, the two people were really too inconspicuous. However, they existed just like that. Wasn't the one who roared angrily Ling Zichen? At this moment, she had taken off the mask on her face, revealing a beautiful face. However, her face was pale without a trace of blood, and she did not even look like a living person. Beside her, Zichen was silently accompanying her. The two of them stood side by side. If he doesn't die, he won't have a next life. Zichen told Ling Zichen the truth. Ling Zichen glared at him coldly, but when she saw the loneliness in his eyes, for some reason, her heart suddenly softened. You're really a stubborn guy. Ling Zichen said snappily. Zichen smiled and said, Isn't that like you? Who else is more stubborn than you? Even if we're both stubborn for 10,000 years, you'll have a few more years than me. Scram. Ling Zichen kicked him in annoyance, and her aura began to fluctuate unstably. Let me accompany you on this last journey. If, just in case, maybe. If you don't have him in your next life, is it possible for you to change your choice? Zichen seemed to have gathered his greatest courage, saying these words. Ling Zichen's body stiffened for a moment, but he didn't look at him again. Then, you should be more handsome. I like handsome men. Zichen smiled. This smile seemed to have been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, it was finally revealed. The intense joy that came from the bottom of his heart had diluted everything else. To him, nothing else mattered at this moment. She had finally given him a chance. Even if it was just an if, just in case, or even a possibility, for Beitai to be able to reach such a level, he could be considered unique, right? But, I'm willing. Come on. Ling Zichen suddenly grabbed Zichen's hand. Although Zichen knew what she wanted to do, at this moment, his heart still seemed to skip a beat. There were only two words echoing in his heart, it was worth it. As for whether or not it was truly worth it, only he himself would know. Crisp and rhythmic clanging sounds rang out from the two of them at the same time. Next, the two of them began to undergo changes. Specks of light emerged from their bodies. They were specks of light, red specks of light. Each speck of light was the size of a soybean. Following the clanging sounds, the number of specks of light increased. You bastard, what did you do? Why is this happening? Ling Zichen suddenly cursed out. Because she realized that following the clanging sounds, her body was actually moving closer to Zichen's body. The two of them were fusing together. Yi Zichen smiled. Back then, you were responsible for the development of the energy, while I was responsible for the final transformation of the combined form. Your request was to transform it into the strongest artillery shell. A true God-Slayer artillery shell. Combining the strongest single positive circulation core we have accumulated, it will become the ultimate weapon. Isn't this the same as combining? If we don't get close to each other, how can we combine? At this moment, the clothes on the two of them were already torn, but what could be seen was not their bodies, but an incomparably complex mechanical structure and the red specks that flickered with a strange light. Once the combination began, it was irreversible, so it could not be tested. I knew you weren't a good person. Ling Zichen said angrily. Yi Zichen smiled and said, that's right. Since it's already like this, let me let go of myself for a while. As he said that, he opened his mechanical arms and bravely hugged the person he had been thinking about for 10,000 years. At this moment, the old look on his face disappeared, and he returned to his youthful appearance. It was as if he was still the youth who only knew how to control sand and dust. Zichen, I love you. He said softly. Only she could hear it. All the energy in his body suddenly burst out and silently fused into her body. He did not even give her time to retort or curse. You. Ling Zichen was about to lose her temper, but she had already sensed that his life aura had quietly disappeared, and even his divine sense had disappeared. At that moment, he had already chosen to leave completely. Because he was afraid to hear her rejection and angry roar. He only wanted to leave in the best moment in his memory. More than 9,000 years ago, when their lives were nearing the end. Ling Zichen decided to transform herself into a cyborg. With the most advanced technology of Tangmen and Shrek Academy, and with her own cultivation, she was confident that she could live longer in this state. She had also asked the powerhouses of Shrek Academy and Tangmen of that era who were willing to complete such a transformation with her. However, most of them rejected her. They would rather die than become a machine. Because this was simply irreversible. However, Ling Zichen still made such a crazy choice. She wanted to protect Tangmen and Shrek. Moreover, in her subconscious, she still believed that Guy was not dead. And the only one who had successfully transformed with her was Yi Zichen. This once ignorant youth was one of the Shrek's 7 monsters of Shrek Academy, and he was even her student at that time. She resolutely decided to follow him. Until today. This was also the reason why they could live for 10,000 years, and they were the only ones in the entire academy who had succeeded. Ling Zichen sealed all the information in this regard, because after experiencing it for herself, she understood how painful it was and what kind of suffering she had to go through. In fact, there were a few others who had transformed with them. However, in the end, those few people became crazy because they could not bear the pain, and even went on a killing spree. They were destroyed by the powerhouses led by Ling Zichen. In the end, only she and Yi Zichen were able to complete the transformation safely. Ling Zichen's obsession with Tang Wulin in her heart made her persevere. Later, she understood that Yi Zichen was able to persevere because of his obsession, and his obsession was her. Sensing the disappearance of his life aura and the crazy growth of his own energy, it was as if he could still see the satisfaction and relief on his face after he said those words. There was even a strange expression of fear on his face. Ling Zichen's eyes had become blurry. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. But that guy has been branded in my heart for a long time. Even if I'm no longer a pure human, I still can't forget him. Ah, Ling Zichen roared, and a bright light suddenly burst out from her body. Her entire body began to change violently, and metal thorns rapidly drilled out of her body and into the dragon mouth of the golden-eyed black Dragon Emperor battleship. The entire battleship began to tremble violently, and all the energy was released in this direction. Many years ago, Ling Zichen had already researched metals to the extreme. As the founder of the single positive circulation source core, no one knew more about it than she did. She discovered that any metal had its limits, which led to the single positive circulation source core also having its limits. The strengthening of metals could be carried out through forging. For example, when creating battle armors, metals could be upgraded to spirit refined, soul refined, and even god rank. However, these metals that had been upgraded, especially those that had been melted and forged, were impossible to refine into a single positive circulation source core. Therefore, when creating a single positive circulation source core, it depended more on the quality of the metal itself. If this problem could be solved, it would be an important topic for the Douluo Federation in energy research. For this reason, Ling Zichen had researched for hundreds of years and conducted countless attempts and experiments. With the powerful forces and strength of Tang Men and Shrek Academy, as well as their unrestricted support for her research, she was unable to come to a better conclusion. It was just that they had made great progress in how to mobilize more single positive circulation source cores and how to use the single positive circulation source cores more efficiently. They had the initial accumulation of modern human technology in the universe. For example, the current battleships of the Douluo Federation contained countless single positive circulation source cores. These single positive circulation source cores formed various arrays and were even compressed, guided, and used through solar rays. This allowed the battleships to possess greater combat power. But in fact, this was not what Ling Zichen wanted. What she wanted was to find a way to greatly improve the quality of the single positive circulation source core. This would save more rare metals, and at the same time, allow the single positive circulation source core to contain a greater amount of energy. After countless years of research, she discovered a possibility. That was the self-evolution of the single positive circulation source core. How could a single positive circulation source core, which had already been forged into an energy body, evolve on its own? By chance, Ling Zichen discovered that bioenergy had a stimulating effect on the core of the single positive circulation source. Thus, she began to experiment with different creatures. In the end, she was astonished to discover that it was similar to the weapons that soul masters used to nurture their own weapons. It couldn't be a soul tool, but an ordinary metal weapon. It could also be a weapon that possessed a certain amount of power after being forged. If one possessed sufficient strength and vitality, and could stabilize the single positive circulation source core in one's body, it would have the possibility of slowly evolving. As for how far it could evolve, that would require time to verify. This was also the foundation for Ling Zichen to transform himself into a cyborg. That was how the ecological battleship came to be. There was no doubt that her research was successful. Moreover, until now, she still did not know what the cultivation limit of a single positive circulation source core was in a living creature. Because she and Zichen had already nurtured this for thousands of years, the single positive circulation spring core in their bodies was still growing. Although it was very slow, it was still growing. However, this was very difficult to replicate, because in order to control a single positive circulation source core, one had to possess great strength. Ling Zichen had experimented before, and only God-rank experts and above could control a single positive circulation source core more stably. Furthermore, this thing was equivalent to implanting an unstable bomb in one's body. If something went wrong, the bomb would explode, and then, one would be completely destroyed. How many experts would be willing to implant such a thing in their bodies? Rather than that, it would be better to establish a single positive circulation source core array. However, Ling Zichen persisted, and continued to test to confirm the various characteristics of this evolved single positive circulation source core. She was successful. When these single positive circulation source cores were nurtured to a certain extent, she discovered that the energy vitality became extremely strong, and it began to absorb external energy to replenish itself, which meant that it had the possibility of becoming a long-term energy source. However, in order to produce such a single positive circulation source core, it had to be nurtured in a human body for at least 1,000 years. This price was simply too great, which also meant that there was no way to promote it on a large scale. Therefore, this technology still existed within Shrek Academy until now. The only people who could nurture such a single positive circulation source core were Ling Zichen and Zichen, these two elders. In fact, all of Shrek Academy's ecological battleships had such a single positive circulation source core, which was why the golden-eyed Black Dragon King battleship could be built in such a short time. These single positive circulation source cores had been nurtured in Ling Zichen and Zichen's bodies for thousands of years. At this moment, what Ling Zichen wanted to do was to complete the final fusion with Zichen, and unleash all of the remaining energy of the oldest single positive circulation source core in their bodies with a single attack. She herself didn't know how powerful it would be. However, she understood that this might be their only chance. She had already lived for 10,000 years, and she could still see Tang Wulin again. Although that guy was still with Gu Yuna, she had no regrets. She had lived like this for so many years, half human and half machine. If it weren't for Shrek Academy, she would have chosen to end her own life long ago. It was the human canon from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years later, it had reappeared in the world. There were circular patterns on the metal cannon's mouth, and these patterns seemed to be formed by countless patterns. Among these patterns, there were images of her, him, and their time together. This cannon was also completely fixed on the golden-eyed Black Dragon King battleship's mouth. A strange red light flickered continuously at the golden-eyed Black Dragon King battleship's mouth. In the distance, the Scarlet God King subconsciously looked in this direction. She was shocked to discover that she actually felt threatened. She didn't feel threatened even when the 4 fleets of the human Douluo Federation teamed up, but at this moment, she felt it. What was that? Boom! A huge red cannonball shot out at this moment. When this red cannon shell appeared, the entire universe seemed to dim for a moment. Ling Zichen had once named this cannon, and it was called Unparalleled. It meant that he was unparalleled in the world, and it also meant that Ling Zichen and Yi Zichen no longer existed in this world. After the unparalleled cannon shell rushed out almost instantly, the energy fluctuations of the entire golden-eyed Black Dragon King battleship instantly weakened. Roar! An impassioned dragon roar suddenly sounded. As if it felt that the human cannon had been activated again, Tang Wulin's emotions clearly became even crazier. The power of his bloodline forcefully broke free from the restraints, and rushed towards the Scarlet God King again. The Scarlet God King's gaze was cold. Her right hand clenched into a fist, and she punched in the direction of the unparalleled cannon shell. At the same time, ripples of vortices once again enveloped Tang Wulin. Rumble! The universe shook, and a bloody light seemed to envelop the entire universe in an instant. That was the combination of who knew how many single positive circulation source cores. It had been nurtured in Ling Zichen and Yi Zichen's bodies for more than 8,000 years. The accumulated energy contained within was the Shrek Academy's ultimate trump card. Such an unparalleled cannon, even against all the Dragon Knights, would probably be able to turn them into ashes. It could even be said that this was the trump card of the entire human race. That was an energy world of a higher level. How could the Douluo Federation's fleet compare to it? End of chapter. That terrifying explosion almost instantly blossomed into an incomparably resplendent brilliance. The moment it exploded, Tang Wulin's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He seemed to have seen the woman from 10,000 years ago who shouted at him loudly and used herself as a cannon at all costs. She was really a crazy woman. But, at this moment, even in his crazy state, Tang Wulin was still in tears. What was even more strange was that such a huge and terrifying energy explosion didn't affect him at all. It actually avoided his body and poured all the power of the explosion on Crimson God King's side. Perhaps, this was humanity's last chance. And this cannon actually contained Ling Zichen and Yi Zichen's divine sense, which was used to control the power of the cannon. All the divine sense of 2 true god powerhouses. Even with Crimson God King's strength, the moment the explosion appeared, her divine sense fell into a momentary blank. Her first reaction was that the power of a weapon created by humans could reach such a terrifying level. After becoming a God King, this was the first time she found that there was energy that she couldn't absorb, and it was consuming her own power. That terrifying red light carried an extremely crazy aura. It was also at this moment that a cold feeling suddenly came. Subconsciously, Crimson God King raised her hand to grab. Puff, she grabbed Neptune's trident, but the huge power still penetrated her chest, and the huge divine power wreaked havoc in her body. It caused her God King level divine sense to tremble a little. Roar! Crimson God King roared in pain. She was injured, she was actually injured. Boom! All of the red light receded in the face of her frenzied attacks, and terrifying crimson ribbons of light swept forth in a frenzy, sending Tang Wulin's dragon god transformation body flying. The next moment, the terrifying energy exploded again. Neptune's trident disappeared, but the bloody hole in Crimson God King's chest was still very clear. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Die. The injured Crimson God King went mad. The crimson ribbons of light suddenly grew larger. Not only were they lashing out at Tang Wulin, but they were also lashing out at Bai Xiuxiu and even the Tenryu star. The further the belt of light flew, the larger it became. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire planet. The injured her seemed to have stimulated her divine sense, and she was no longer as calm as before. In her eyes, a crazy light also burst forth. Boom! Tang Wulin was sent flying by the impact. He tried his best to resist, but even in his frenzied state, he still couldn't hold on against an equally frenzied God King. The scales on his body were scattered in all directions, and he was constantly knocked back. The dragon god's transformation on his body was beginning to become unstable. Bai Xiuxiu relied on the power of the Longma double star to barely resist Crimson God King's attack, but she no longer had the strength to protect the Tenryu star. The frenzied Crimson God King became even more terrifying, and it was no longer a power they could resist at this time. What do we do? Is it over? Is it really over? But at this moment, the huge crimson ribbons of light that were about to hit the Tenryu star suddenly stopped. The madness in Crimson God King's eyes faded a little. He mobilized all the power back and lashed out at Tang Wulin. Damn the rules of the universe, they are really pervasive. Crimson God King roared, and the wound on his chest finally began to gradually heal. She knew very well that her sudden madness was caused by the rejection of the rules of the universe, which magnified the madness in her heart. And once she really went crazy, she was afraid that it would continue to develop until she died. She had always been very cautious, so she forced herself to calm down at the first moment. Boom! The heavy attack made Tang Wulin unable to withstand it any longer, and his body suddenly exploded, turning into two figures that flew through the air, and his aura instantly weakened. His golden body, even in his frenzied state, still withstood most of the attacks, and he was pulled into the silver figure's arms to stabilize himself. You actually hurt me, this is unforgivable. All of you must die, and no one can stop me from devouring the Longma double star. Crimson God King slapped out, and the crimson energy turned into a huge vortex, brazenly bombarding Bai Xiuxiu's shield. The shield, which was already on the verge of collapse, shattered, and all the Ryuma Federation supreme powerhouses, including Bai Xiuxiu, were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. And their own energy began to dissipate wildly, rushing in the direction of Crimson God King. All resistance collapsed at this moment, and there was no longer any power that could stop Crimson God King's invasion. The 4 fleets of the Douluo Federation also sensed the danger, and no longer cared about whether their energy would be devoured, and the 4 fleets opened fire in an attempt to stop Crimson God King. But all of this was futile, and a huge crimson light shield was propped up in the distance, blocking all the cannon fire, and the energy formed by the cannon fire would only be devoured by Crimson God King. Despair appeared in the hearts of every warrior, and even the Tenryu star began to dissipate a large amount of life energy. Crimson God King's gaze focused on Bai Xiuxiu. The current Bai Xiuxiu was the former Long Tianyang, the core of life here, the foundation to devour everything, and the foundation to become a god. A sinister smile appeared on Crimson God King's face. Success, she was finally going to succeed. After so many years of preparation and hard work, the first step to breaking free from the restraints of the universe's laws was about to be taken. Die, all of you go to hell. The devouring power suddenly increased, and Bai Xiuxiu's body was pulled closer to her bit by her power. Even though Bai Xiuxiu had already mobilized all her strength and struggled with all her might, how could she possibly escape from this powerful suction force? Xianxia. Du Yuna hugged the severely injured and unconscious Tang Wulin and screamed mournfully. Right now, only his return could put an end to all of this. And it was also at this moment that a strange dragon roar suddenly sounded, as if in response to Du Yuna's screams. Roar. When this dragon roar sounded, it seemed to come from an incomparably distant place, and when the dragon roar sounded, everything seemed to stop for a moment. It was as if time had frozen, and even the energy output by Crimson God King stopped in an instant, causing her to look over in confusion. The dragon roar grew louder and louder, but it seemed to have no source. It came from all directions, so no one could tell where this dragon roar came from. However, the dragon roar that was getting louder and louder was filled with tyranny and madness, and it was filled with a kind of coercion that no living creature could resist. A strange scene appeared in the next moment. The aura of all the members of the dragon race present, including Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, changed, and the devouring effect of Crimson God King's devouring power suddenly disappeared. Yes, it disappeared just like that. It was as if a stabilizer had been added to their dragon power, and it suddenly became abnormally stable, and they could no longer be pulled apart or separated. Bai Xiaoxiu was the same. Not only did she inherit the power of the Long Tianyang, but she also had her own dragon race bloodline. The energy of the ice-devouring dragon only became stronger under the nourishment of life energy, allowing her to possess the strength of a half-step godly king. Therefore, her life energy would no longer be devoured. This morning, episode 155 of the Douluo anime exploded. What is this? The Scarlet God King's pupils began to contract violently, and her power was quickly withdrawn into her body. She didn't know what was going on, but at this moment, the strong uneasiness had become more and more intense. A hole seemed to have been torn open in the sky. Dazzling rainbow-colored light scattered silently, and a figure slowly emerged from it. It was a humanoid figure. His eyes were closed, and his entire body was covered in armor shining with nine-colored light. The moment he appeared, all the dragon race members present, except for Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, involuntarily bowed in his direction. That was pure bloodline suppression. Even Bai Xiaoxiu was no exception. They seemed to have felt a call from the ancient times. It was a call from the bloodline power in their bodies. Their king had returned, with his eyes closed, his long eyelashes rested on his eyelids, and he seemed to be even more handsome than before. His fair skin was crystal clear, and his entire body was surrounded by nine-colored light. The Scarlet God King's devouring power still existed in the surroundings, but this enormous God King level devouring power would instantly vanish without leaving any ripples when it came near him. The atmosphere changed instantly. In the 4 fleets of the Douluo Federation, the soldiers watched this scene nervously. Although most of them didn't know who had come, they could understand a little from the Scarlet God King's reaction. Perhaps, this person would become their savior. The terrifying aura continued to rise and spread. Powerful energy fluctuations circulated and rose in the air. Every time the energy changed, it would give people an indescribably powerful pressure. Yes, he had returned. The head of Tenryu, Lan Xuanyu, also known as the head of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Lan Xuanyu, had returned. With his eyes closed, the aura emitted from his body was so terrifying. It was as if he was a world, and he was the core of the entire universe. Gu Yuna smiled. She smiled with tears flowing down her face. At the same time, Tang Wulin slowly regained consciousness. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and the injuries on their bodies were healing rapidly. All of this was because of the aura emitted from their son's body. This was the aura that truly belonged to the dragon gods. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna looked at each other. They both understood that their son was now a dragon god. He had finally merged with the power of the dragon gods and become a true dragon god. He didn't know how much power he could wield from the dragon gods. However, that was the strength of a god king. In the past, the dragon gods were the supreme divine kings. In the past, the dragon gods were the kings of the divine kings. The Crimson Mother had spent so many years to reach the god king level, but she was still rejected by the universe. In terms of strength, it shouldn't be stronger than the current dragon gods. Xianxia. You succeeded? God King Scarlet's shock was the most intense among all the existences present. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna could sense that their son had reached the God King level. How could Crimson God King, who was already a God King herself, not be able to sense it? What was even more frightening was that the aura of the person in front of her gave her a feeling that it wasn't as simple as being strong. It was unfathomable. As a God King, she couldn't sense his true strength. How could there be such a powerful existence? Even the Lord of the Divine Realm wouldn't be so powerful, right? Crimson God King suddenly laughed. Her laughter was filled with madness. It's here. It's finally here? Good. Really good. Universe law, what a great universe law. You're still so thorough in your calculations that you didn't leave me any chance? Even if this little guy only has 20 years of life, you still want to let him become a god king just to deal with me. Good. Come, then come. Let's see if he can kill me or if I can kill him. As she spoke, she seemed to no longer suppress her emotions. Streaks of crimson light ribbons appeared and shot towards Lan Xuanyu. She seemed to be in a frenzy. But the instant she attacked, she had already erupted with all her strength. She could sense that Lan Xuanyu was at the God King level. But she could also sense that Lan Xuanyu's current state wasn't quite right. Because he didn't directly use his divine sense to erupt with his God King level strength. It was just like a body that possessed the power of a God King. Lan Xuanyu didn't move. He was still floating in space. Only the dragon roar around him was still reverberating. However, when those streaks of crimson light ribbons reached within 1,000 meters of him, they silently disappeared. They were blocked by a layer of faintly discernible rainbow light. They disappeared without leaving any trace. The Crimson God King's attack had already reached the limit of what she could achieve. However, she couldn't even make Lan Xuanyu raise his hand. The Crimson God King was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. Even Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin were the same. Previously, the Dragon God transformation that they had jointly used was also the power of the Dragon God. But at this moment, it seemed that. However, at this moment, the difference between the Dragon God's transformation and the true power of the Dragon Gods was like heaven and earth. The difference wasn't just a little bit, the true Dragon Gods were actually so powerful. This was hard to believe for everyone present. However, while the Douluo Federation and Ryuma Federation were wild with joy, the Crimson God King felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She had never thought that she would meet such a powerful opponent after becoming a God King. He was so powerful that she felt suffocated. She couldn't even resist. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes were already filled with tears. He had returned at the most critical moment. He had finally returned, her memories of him were still stuck at the moment when he proposed to her. It was also at that moment that the Abyss Holy Lord forcefully took control of his body and grabbed his heart, wanting to possess him. And wasn't the power that the Abyssal Saint wanted to possess the powerful strength that Lan Xuanyu was displaying at this moment? He had returned. He had returned with an extremely powerful aura and strength. He was no longer the youth from before. He was a God King. He was also the ruler of the dragon race. After becoming a God King, he had even completely resolved all the problems between the Douluo Federation and the Ryuma Federation. It was great that he was back. No, impossible. How could you dispel my attack so easily? This is the power of a God King. The Crimson God King screamed crazily. Her attacks were becoming more and more intense. The crimson light on her body seemed to have been ignited, so much so that the space around her started to burn. However, the more this was the case, the stronger the repulsion from the universe would become for her. Lan Xuanyu was still hovering there. No matter how she attacked, her attacks would be destroyed in an instant. However, he didn't retaliate. He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Son, is something wrong? Gu Yuna asked Tang Wulin hesitantly. For some reason, after Lan Xuanyu appeared, the crazy thoughts in Tang Wulin's body seemed to have been suppressed by the power of the dragon gods. At this moment, Tang Wulin had regained most of his consciousness. No, something is wrong. He doesn't seem to have completely inherited the power of the dragon gods. He seems to be in a more special state now. Tang Wulin also furrowed his brows. Lan Xuanyu was able to return at this time because he was attracted by the crisis they and Bai Xiaoxiao were in. However, he didn't seem to have become a true dragon gods and possessed all their power. Otherwise, he would have attacked the Crimson God King when he first appeared. The Crimson God King continued to wreak havoc, but she was still unable to break through Lan Xuanyu's defense. However, the madness in her eyes gradually faded. She seemed to have thought of something, and at the same time, a sinister look gradually appeared on her face. I know, ha 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 ha. She suddenly laughed hysterically. Amidst her laughter, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna's hearts sank to the bottom. As for the other experts, they were even more at a loss. You haven't completely inherited the Deity King's power, and you're only at the initial stage of fusion. You've already been drawn back by the battle here. You still dare to stop me in such a state. You're dead, you're dead. Do you think it's so easy to fuse with the Deity King's power? You still dare to be distracted. Ha ha ha, I don't even need to care about you, you're definitely going to die. I'll kill your family, your people, and destroy the Tenryu star. Let's see how you're going to stabilize your mind and break through to become a deity king. As long as I don't fight you head-on, you won't be able to stop me. The Crimson God King understood. As a deity king, even if she was disturbed by the laws of the universe, she was still extremely clear-headed. Back then, when she first attacked the Ryuma Federation, she had already fully displayed her wisdom. At this moment, her wisdom was even more useful at the most crucial moment. She suddenly understood Lan Xuanyu's current state. He was still not a deity king, and had not truly inherited the deity king's power. Of course, the deity king's power that he had inherited was extremely powerful. However, the more powerful the deity king's power was, the harder it was to complete the fusion. During the process of breaking through, if one's mind was disturbed, the possibility of death would be very high. In other words, she did not have to fight him head-on. She could disturb his mind before he succeeded and cause him to fail completely. Then, this deity king's power would not be able to stop her, and would even become her nutrients. Even though this power was so powerful that she did not dare to try to devour it. However, even if she could not devour it now, she could still preserve it. When her realm of the gods was strong enough, she could then devour it. Then, everything would be perfect. In fact, it could even evolve the god realm that he had established. Thinking of this, the Crimson God King suddenly flashed away amidst his laughter. In the next instant, she appeared 10,000 meters above Lan Xuanyu. Sure enough, as she had expected, Lan Xuanyu was still floating there without moving. His eyes were still closed, as if he was unaware of everything in the outside world. The experts of the two Federation who had just obtained a glimmer of hope couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. They could even feel the ferocity of the Crimson God King. Protect our king! The Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, roared. Affected by the aura of the dragon gods, at this moment, they would not be devoured. Even his cultivation had been greatly boosted. Towards Lan Xuanyu, they invisibly had an extremely fanatical reverence. In order to protect him, she could do anything. All the dragon knights rode their dragons, burst out with their most powerful strength, and charged towards the direction of the Crimson God. However, the Crimson God King did not attack them at this moment. A dark red light flickered, as if there was an additional bridge in the air. In the next instant, she was already in front of Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. For the Crimson God King, although she had found what she thought was an opportunity, she also understood that Lan Xuanyu was actually in the process of fusing with the strength of a God King. No one knew how long it would take for him to succeed. And once he succeeded, she would be completely finished. Therefore, at this time, she must find the most effective way to interfere with him, so that he could not complete his breakthrough. Of course, she could feel that Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin were Lan Xuanyu's parents. This kind of bloodline aura could not be faked. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna just fused and displayed the Dragon God's transformation, which was exactly the same as Lan Xuanyu's aura at this moment, except that Lan Xuanyu's aura was now stronger. She also knew that Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu were a couple, but Bai Xiuxiu was now protected by the life energy of two planets, so she could not be killed immediately. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were already seriously injured. If she killed them, Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough would inevitably fail. Therefore, she had already made a choice at the first moment. Tangling with the Dragon Knights would only waste time. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna held hands. At this moment, there was no fear in their hearts, only anxiety. They only hoped that their son could succeed in his breakthrough. Before the start of this battle, they had already made up their minds to fight for enough time for their son to break through. Gu Yuna regretted that she had shouted just now. If she hadn't shouted, perhaps her son wouldn't have come back. Now that her son had returned, he had not completely fused with the God King level energy. This was harming him. The two held hands very tightly. They looked at each other, and the dragon power in their bodies began to burn. The Crimson God King stretched out both hands at the same time and grabbed at them. The terrifying power was not something they could resist in their current state. She would not kill them immediately. Instead, she wanted to control them and use them to threaten Lan Xuanyu. Only in this way could she achieve the best results. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna did not communicate, but their minds were connected. At this moment, they both ignited their own flames of life. Of course, they knew what the Crimson God King wanted to do, but even if it was self-destruction, they would not give the enemy a chance to threaten their son with their lives. However, at this moment, everything suddenly froze. The Dragon Knights who were turning back to stop the Crimson God King froze. Tang Wulin and Gu Yunna's flames of life were extinguished. Even the Crimson God King's hands seemed to have sunk into mud. Her movements became incomparably slow, and she was the only one who could barely move. She sensed in shock. What she saw was Lan Xuanyu slowly turning around and facing her direction. Failure, failure. He dared to move rashly in the process of becoming a God King. He will definitely fail. Die quickly, the Crimson God King screamed and cursed crazily in her heart. However, what she saw was Lan Xuanyu slowly raising his right arm as he turned around. Yes, he raised his hand. A resplendent 9-colored light pillar slowly appeared in his palm. The light pillar extended and turned into the shape of a long rod. When they saw the appearance of this long rod, all the Dragon Knights felt a strong sense of familiarity. It was as if they had seen the existence of this divine tool before. Yes, this was a super divine tool that once turned into the Rising Dragon platform. It was the super divine tool of the dragon gods on the Tenryu star for countless years, the Rising Dragon Pillar. But strangely, a golden light faintly appeared. It was the appearance of the yellow Jinlong spear. The projection of the golden dragon spear slowly fused into the dragon pillar, and the dragon pillar that was shimmering with 9-colored light immediately began to change. Sharp points slowly protruded from both ends of the pillar, and it had taken on an identical appearance to the golden dragon spear. However, it was now shimmering with 9-colored light instead of its original golden color. This was a super divine tool used by a God King. It would undoubtedly appear in the form most suitable for the God King. When the Crimson God King saw the transformation of this super divine tool, her face turned pale. Because she understood that to be able to transform an original God King level super divine tool into a form that was compatible with the user. Then, even if Lan Xuanyu had not completely become a God King, there was not much difference. End of chapter. This meant that the current him could already exert all or most of the power of this divine king. And this kind of power was not something that the current him could resist. The Scarlet Divine King struggled frantically. She knew very well that only by capturing Tang Wulin and Gu Yunna would she have a chance of survival. And at this moment, she was so close to them. However, such a close distance was like a world away, and she could not speed up. What kind of terrifying domain power was this? Even with her Divine King level cultivation, she could not move within it. The Dragon God's spear in Lan Xuanyu's hand had been completely formed at this time. The dazzling 9-colored light and the colorful strange patterns seemed to be engraved with the life experiences of the previous generation of dragon gods. On the Dragon God's spear, there was still a large area of blank space where more patterns were appearing. These patterns belonged to Lan Xuanyu, and they were engraved with his story. It was just that in this process, the speed of engraving had begun to slow down. In space, a large number of phantoms slowly appeared. These phantoms looked very scattered, but what could be seen was that all of them were Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu of different ages. There was when he was young, when he followed Gu Yunna to cultivate. There was also when he and Bai Xiuxiu were strolling around the campus hand in hand. There was also the moment when he sat on the throne, looking down at the Dragon Kings below. These scenes corresponded to various important moments in his life. In the end, only a small area of blank space was left, and the pattern's extension came to a sudden stop. And it was also at this time that Lan Xuanyu, whose eyes had been closed all this time, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the Scarlet Divine King's body, which could still move slowly, completely froze, and she could no longer move. The terrifying pressure made it hard for her to breathe. It was only at this moment that she understood that the Divine King level could be so powerful. At this level of strength, even if it was just divine sense, it was probably enough to destroy a planet. Lan Xuanyu's eyes exuded a blood-red luster, and that thick blood-red color seemed to turn the whole world into the same color. In that blood-red color, there was pain, sadness, and even more intense madness. When these emotions appeared, all the Dragon Knights present, including Gu Yunna and Tang Wulin, had the same emotional fluctuations in their hearts. Whoosh, the nine-colored dragon god's spear appeared like a dazzling nine-colored lightning, and descended in an instant. The Scarlet Divine King opened her mouth, but she could not make a sound. The dazzling nine-colored dragon god's spear was embedded in her chest. From the beginning to the end, she could not even make a move of the Divine King. Although she did not have a divine weapon, she was still a Divine King. How could this be? How could this be? Am I going to lose just like that? She was of the Divine King level. Was this the law of the universe? So, this was the fate that the law of the universe had arranged for her. No, I'm not reconciled. Light and shadow flickered, and the next moment, the Scarlet Divine King's body, driven by the nine-colored dragon god's spear, returned to Lan Xuanyu's front. Lan Xuanyu's blood-red eyes were filled with a cold light, without the slightest pity, only endless majesty. Boom! With a deep roar, the Scarlet Divine King's body burst open, and countless huge amounts of energy burst out from her body in an instant. The light on the nine-colored dragon god's spear became even more dazzling. Although it was the power of a Divine King, at this moment, it was madly absorbed by it, turning into a nine-colored halo that shrouded Lan Xuanyu's body. Devour, yes, he was devouring the Scarlet Divine King's power. When she saw this scene, for some unknown reason, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. It was not only because the Scarlet Divine King was killed by Lan Xuanyu, but also because of an indescribable emotion. In the next moment, she understood what it was. This should be the Long Tianyang's obsession. The Long Tianyang was most worried that Lan Xuanyu would devour the power of the planet when he became a Divine King. He destroyed the Tenryu star and Tianma star. Now that he had devoured the Scarlet Divine King's power, it should be enough. He would not attack the Longma double star again. All the stagnation disappeared, and all the powerhouses present regained their ability to move. The head of Tianma, the Pegasus Knights, and the Ryuma Federation's transcendent powerhouses all heaved a sigh of relief. Cheers also sounded from the 4 fleets of the Douluo Federation. They won. Lan Xuanyu's return finally allowed them to defeat the Crimson Mother. Lan Xuanyu was so powerful that he completely destroyed the Crimson Mother. This was a war that had only been won by the alliance of the 2 great federations. It was simply too difficult. If not for Lan Xuanyu's return, all of them would have died, and even the Longma double star would have been completely destroyed. And now, they had finally won. Although Lan Xuanyu was so terrifyingly powerful, he was still a human. For the Longma double star, as the head of Tenryu, he was the chairman of the Ryuma Federation. With such power, it was no longer important where he came from. No one dared to question his decisions. As long as he was willing, it would not be a problem even if the 2 federations joined forces. It was simply because he was too powerful. The Crimson God King that all the powerhouses present could not resist even when they joined forces did not even have a chance to resist in his hands. His strength had completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, whether it was the Douluo Federation or the Ryuma Federation, as long as he was around, no one could defy his orders. At least they had survived. Moreover, the Dragon Knights understood that this Divine King should be the Dragon God that they yearned for even in their dreams. The powerful aura of the Dragon Gods had already benefited them. Lan Xuanyu's crazy aura was restrained as he devoured the Crimson Mother's power. Most of the powerhouses from the 2 federations present were cheering, but no one dared to go near him. Bai Xiaoxiao revealed a relieved smile on her face. He's back, he succeeded. He's my man, my husband. However, her smile only lasted for a short while before it suddenly froze. This was because she was about to help Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin treat their injuries and use her life energy to help them recover. However, she saw that their faces were still full of solemnity. Teacher Nana, Uncle Tang, what's wrong? Could it be that Xianyu, he? Bai Xiaoxiao immediately understood something and asked. In shock. King Jinlong's consciousness was still struggling frantically in Tang Wulin's body, and the blood-red light in his eyes was faintly discernible. However, it was affected by Lan Xuanyu's aura not far away, so it did not burst out. Gu Yuna said in a low voice, he hasn't succeeded yet. He hasn't been able to control the power of the Dragon Gods. Moreover, with the interference of the Crimson God King, it will be even more difficult. Bai Xiaoxiao was shocked. Then what should we do? What will happen to him? Guyuna smiled bitterly. I don't know. We don't know what will happen to him either. Right now, he's not in the right state, very wrong. When he killed the Crimson God King just now, he clearly did not completely control his emotions, and only some of his instincts existed. This uncontrollable power is even more powerful. It's much more terrifying than the Crimson God King. Then when will he be considered to have completely absorbed this power? Bai Xiaoxiao's voice was trembling. This was because she understood Guyuna's meaning. Once the current Lan Xuanyu lost control, the destruction he would cause would be far greater than the Crimson God King. The Crimson God King and the others could still resist him if they tried their best, but at this moment, with such a powerful Lan Xuanyu, how could they resist him? There was simply no way to block it. Xianyu. End of chapter. The nine-colored radiance became even more intense. The strength of Lan Xuanyu's aura was not something that the experts of the two great federation could discern. At this moment, most people only felt ecstasy in their hearts. This battle of survival and destruction was finally over. How could they not be happy and excited? The energy of the Crimson God King's explosion gradually disappeared, completely disappearing into the Dragon God Spear. This existence that had gone through untold hardships to become a God King finally disappeared from the universe. Only a God King had the possibility of completely killing another God King. It was extremely rare for someone like the Crimson God King to be completely obliterated. That was the repulsion of the universe's laws, which had always been at work. Lan Xuanyu, who was floating in the air, seemed to be standing there for a long time. The dark red radiance on his body was faintly discernible. This was the energy he had absorbed from the Crimson Mother. The accumulation of the Crimson Mother's cultivation for who knows how many years, including the energy that had been refined when he had swallowed Harmony Star and broke through to the God King realm, had gradually become a part of his body. When the nine-colored radiance on his body became intense again, his aura had become even stronger. He had absorbed such a huge amount of energy of a God King level, just like that. Tang Wulin and Guyuna did not know why he could rush back so quickly. Was it because of Guyuna's call, or was it because he had absorbed the energy of the Crimson God King? Perhaps, both were possible. The moment before the Crimson God King died, her eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. It was not directed at Lan Xuanyu, but at the universe's laws that she had always been most afraid of and had always been trying to struggle against. The irreversibility of the universe's laws was once again displayed in front of everyone. Those who went against the heavens would definitely suffer a backlash. The Crimson God King had fallen so easily in the hands of Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu's aura had been constantly strengthening. However, both Tang Wulin and Guyuna could vaguely feel that Lan Xuanyu's aura seemed to be repelled as well. He felt like he was incompatible with this world. It wasn't the Crimson God King who gave him this feeling. Instead, it was the feeling he had when he first arrived. That was why Tang Wulin and Guyuna were so worried. The already destroyed Scarlet Deity King defied the heavens and became a deity king through devouring. She was strongly rejected by the laws of the universe and was not allowed to establish a deity world. Then, why was his son ostracized? Although it wasn't as strong as the Crimson God King's rejection. However, as his cultivation increased, this feeling of rejection also became stronger. Increase in strength? Thinking of this, Guyuna and Tang Wulin, who were telepathically connected, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In particular, Guyuna felt it the most. She could be said to have inherited a part of the power of the dragon gods, and it was the part of kindness. Relatively speaking, she still had some memories of the things left behind by the dragon gods. Although it was very vague, she could vaguely sense it. The destruction of the dragon gods back then was probably related to his strength being too strong. Xianyu is inheriting the true power of the dragon gods. Could it be that he was also rejected because he was too strong? I can feel that the entire dragon realm seems to have merged with him. Everything left behind by the dragon gods is being accepted by him. Guyuna murmured. Tang Wulin held his wife's hand tightly, and the light in his eyes gradually became firm. At this moment, the madness in his body was suppressed. In other words, when Lan Xuanyu appeared, the truly powerful aura of the dragon gods had suppressed the crazy negative emotions. Although King Jinlong had inherited all the negative emotions of the dragon gods, many years had passed, and a lot of them had been worn away in the divine realm. In fact, only a part of them had been integrated into Tang Wulin's body. Otherwise, with his fragile infant body, he wouldn't have been able to survive even with Tang San's 18 seals. Coupled with 10,000 years of grinding, this evil thought was the most violent when it first erupted. Now that it was suppressed by the aura of the dragon gods, and Tang Wulin's own determination, it was not as strong as it was at the beginning. Guyu, Tang Wulin called softly, then pulled his wife into his arms. Guyuna's delicate body trembled slightly. She opened her arms and hugged his waist. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was next to them, suddenly had a strong sense of foreboding. Teacher Nana, Uncle Tang, you guys, Guyuna slowly raised her head and looked at her with a gentle gaze. Xiaoxiao, you are a good child. For us, and for Xianyu, no matter what happens next, you must be strong. You must not let Xianyu devour the power of the Longma double star. Do you understand? He devoured the Crimson God King, which could be said to be erasing evil from the universe. However, if he devoured the Longma double star, then he would be no different from the Crimson God King. He would be completely rejected by the laws of the universe. We will find a way to help him break through as much as possible. After that, please take good care of him. If he becomes one of the dragon gods, his heart must not be disturbed. Powerful strength must be controlled by stable emotions. Once it is out of control, it will lead to the most terrible outcome. The dragon race was so powerful in the past, and its eventual demise was directly related to the emotional problems of the previous generation of dragon gods. Teacher Nana, you guys. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to have understood something, and tears flowed uncontrollably. No, Xianyu can control it. Just as they were talking, Lan Xuanyu, who was hovering in space, slowly turned around. He turned in their direction, which could be considered as turning in the direction of the Tenryu star. Red light flickered in his eyes, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body as he faced Ji Qingyu. The cheers of the Ryuma Federation's powerhouses came to an abrupt halt. All the dragon race powerhouses lowered their heads in unison and faced him respectfully. The powerful deterrence that came from their bloodline even froze the thoughts in their minds at this time. The spear of the dragon gods in Lan Xuanyu's hand flickered with 9-colored light. His powerful aura continued to rise along with his own aura. The surrounding space began to become viscous, and invisibly, images began to appear silently. These images were very complex, and they showed the great disaster that happened when the dragon race took control of the heavenly realm. It was the divine dragon domain, and it seemed to be the images projected from the spear of the dragon gods in his hand. An inexplicable sense of oppression made all the powerhouses present unconsciously hold their breaths. At this time, a pushing force was released from Tang Wulin and Guyuna, pushing Bai Xiaoxiao to the side of the Ryuma Federation's powerhouses. They were already holding hands and flying in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. They had already felt the thirst in Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, the thirst for power. Just as the Long Tianyang had said before, in order to become the dragon gods, the amount of energy needed to be devoured was enormous. After all, this was the divine king, the supreme divine king. However, at that time, the Long Tianyang did not know that Lan Xuanyu wanted to become the supreme divine king. After devouring the power of the Crimson Divine King and the entire dragon realm, he was still not completely satisfied. His body still thirsted for more power. Therefore, he turned in the direction of the Tenryu star, which was also Bai Xiaoxiao. And all the powerhouses of the dragon race who shared the same bloodline as him. These were the powers that he desired to devour. End of chapter. Tang Wulin and Guyuna had the strongest perception of his bloodline. After all, they were originally from the dragon gods. They didn't wait, nor did they have any hopes of getting lucky. This was because once Lan Xuanyu made a move, it would definitely become an irreversible situation. Therefore, they flew out in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. As early as Lan Xuanyu embarked on the path of the dragon gods, the couple had already decided that once their son encountered a problem in the process of achieving his goal, they would rather sacrifice themselves to help their son. The death of the dragon gods back then wasn't a true death. A part of their power was attached to the core of the dragon gods and the remains of the dragon gods to establish the dragon realm. It created a graveyard for the dead dragon race so that the aura of the dragon race could be preserved and prepared for the future revival. The other part of the dragon god's emotions and essence was divided into two, becoming King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. Therefore, what the real dragon gods yearned for the most was this divided power. Now, the dragon realm, the core of the dragon gods, and the dragon pillars had all been swallowed back by Lan Xuanyu. Then, only the pair of gold and silver dragon kings were left. Back then, if Gu Yuna had been ruthless enough to swallow Tang Wulin, there probably wouldn't have been Lan Xuanyu. Instead, she would have had the possibility of directly restoring the dragon gods. However, she fell deeply in love with Tang Wulin, who inherited the bloodline of King Jinlong. That was why there was the legend of the Dragon Kings and the current Xianyu. They understood that if they wanted Lan Xuanyu to become the dragon gods, the most direct way was to let him swallow them and return all the power of the dragon gods. The only thing they were worried about was whether Lan Xuanyu would be able to handle it emotionally after the devouring process was completed. That was why he had entrusted Bai Xiuxiu with the task. As long as Bai Xiuxiu was still around, Lan Xuanyu would at least have spiritual sustenance when he woke up. As for giving up their lives for their son, it was not a difficult thing for them. In their hearts, they were filled with guilt towards their son. They had been sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years, and their son had been sealed in ice with them for tens of thousands of years. When he was young, he lacked their love and care, and had to endure the oppression and torture brought about by their bloodline. Day by day, the pressure Lan Xuanyu had to endure was even greater than that of Tang Wulin. They had already thought about it a long time ago. No matter what, they could not let their son bear any more. Now that the Crimson God King had fallen, as long as their son could wake up and inherit the position of the dragon gods, everything would be settled. Lan Xuanyu also sensed them flying over. His gaze, which was originally looking in the direction of the Tenryu star, returned to the two flying towards him. The red light in his eyes seemed to be slightly restrained, but the aura on his body fluctuated somewhat unstably. Just as Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna expected, their bloodline came from the same source, so he yearned for their bloodline the most. For Lan Xuanyu, if becoming the dragon gods was to complete a complicated puzzle, then the two biggest pieces of the puzzle were these two. They were his parents, and also the most precious strength left behind by the dragon gods. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna looked at each other. They did not even say anything, and only held each other's hands tightly. Why was Tang Wulin so eager to propose to Gu Yuna when they were on Douluo star? Why were they stuck together like glue during this period of time? It was because they had long predicted that this day might come. They had already thought about helping their son complete the final breakthrough at all costs and fulfill their son's wish. Because this was the only way their son could survive. When the bloodline of the dragon gods reached the end, they would either become the dragon gods or die. As parents, their only wish was to let their son live a better life. A faint smile appeared on their faces. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna suddenly laughed. They had experienced far too much in their lives. But at the very least, they still had some happy moments in their lives. Everything flashed through his mind like a fleeting cloud. They did not have any regrets. Gu Yuna opened her arms to Lan Xuanyu, and gently released the aura of the Silver Dragon King, enveloping Lan Xuanyu. When this aura came into contact with Lan Xuanyu's body trembled slightly. He did not need to do anything at all, and a strong suction force had already erupted from his body, forcibly pulling Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna towards him. Tang Wulin also stretched out his hand, and a golden halo also enveloped Lan Xuanyu. Waves of low dragon roars began to burst out from their bodies. Gold and silver quietly enveloped and merged into Lan Xuanyu's body, and immediately, the 9-colored light on his body began to converge inward. Even the blood-red color in his eyes seemed to have become a little brighter. Under the effect of the strong suction force, Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin quickly came in front of Lan Xuanyu. The dragon god spear in Lan Xuanyu's hand disappeared in an instant. He raised his hands like lightning, and grabbed Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin's shoulders respectively. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted from his hands, and frantically absorbed the energy from his parents' bodies. Although Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna's individual energy was not as great as that of the Crimson God King, this was the purest bloodline of the dragon gods. It was much more useful to him than the mixed energy of the Crimson God King. Behind Lan Xuanyu, the huge nine-colored dragon shadow appeared again, and his aura instantly developed in a stable direction. Enduring the strong suction force, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna did not struggle at all. They just looked at their son with a smile on their faces, and occasionally turned their heads reluctantly to look at each other. In the distance, Bai Xiaoxiao was already sobbing and covering her mouth. She couldn't stop it at all. But the sadness in her heart had already reached its peak at this moment. She never expected that Xianyu would finally come back, but it would end up like this. Even if Xianyu could really wake up after devouring his parents, how could he accept all this? She knew too well how Lan Xuanyu felt about his parents. Back then, in order to save his mother, he resisted the urge to break down. If not for the fact that his own strength did not allow him to, he would have rushed into the lava himself. At that time, it was only teacher Nana. If Uncle Tang were to also die in his own hands, he would definitely go crazy. Lan Xuanyu's hands that were grabbing Gu Yuna and Tang Wulin's shoulders began to get closer and closer, and there were even sharp claws that pierced their skin. The terrifying suction force was madly absorbing their energy. It was madly replenishing the nutrients that it needed. But whether it was Tang Wulin or Gu Yuna, their faces did not reveal the slightest bit of pain. They just looked at their son and silently felt the power of the dragon gods taking shape in his body. Xianyu, you have to take care of yourself. You have to be well. Mom will always love you. Gu Yuna opened her mouth and said to him silently. Son, you have to be strong. It is our happiness that Mom and Dad are able to help you. We all love you. Tang Wulin also silently said to his son in his heart. He did not know why, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered everything that his father, sea god Tang San, had done for him 10,000 years ago. Even when it was almost impossible for them to defeat the Abyss Saint, his father's backup plan allowed them to defeat their opponent in the end. Compared to his father, he was still far from being able to do anything. Tang Wulin's consciousness began to blur as he was continuously being devoured. He and Gu Yuna were becoming weaker and weaker, and even their bodies felt like they were about to become illusory. End of chapter. At this moment, the hands holding their shoulders suddenly trembled, causing them to subconsciously focus their attention on their son. They were surprised to see that in Lan Xuanyu's red eyes, there was suddenly a hint of clarity. No, no, he said in a low voice, his body trembling, but in the next moment, his hands suddenly exerted force. Suddenly, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were forcefully pushed away. No, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted from his mouth, and in that instant, the terrifying dragon power that burst out almost instantly sent Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna flying. But they were surprised to find that two streams of light shot out from Lan Xuanyu's hands and merged into their bodies, helping them to recover the power that was previously devoured. However, Lan Xuanyu, who had done all this, had already fallen into an uncontrollable state of madness. The nine-colored light around his body twisted violently, and his body suddenly changed into the appearance of the dragon race, and then into a human form. His own energy had become extremely unstable. What was going on? Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were stunned. When he was about to complete the inheritance of the dragon gods and become the true supreme divine king, he suddenly woke up, rejected their power, and returned their power. One must know that this had a greater impact on him than when he didn't devour before. It was equivalent to forcibly stripping away the power that was originally very important to him. If this power was successfully fused, he would become the dragon gods. But he would rather not become the dragon gods and remove the devouring. And it was under the condition that he was not clear-headed. They did not know that in the process of accepting the test of the dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu had personally witnessed the tragedy caused by the dragon gods devouring his son. The scene just now was very similar to the one that the dragon god had once experienced. As he got closer and closer to the true dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu suddenly woke up for a moment. Only then did he forcefully push his parents away. He could not devour his parents. If he devoured his parents, even if he became a dragon god, he would still be a crazy dragon god. That would be a disaster for the entire world. Xianyu! Gu Yuna finally panicked. Tears streamed down her face. She never thought that her son would be able to remain conscious under such circumstances. He was even able to push them away so that he wouldn't devour their power. Along with this push, not only did they not help their son, but they also made him suffer even more. Roar. The dragon's roar rang out once more. The experts who were originally in space retreated one after another. It was too terrifying. Such strength was too terrifying. It had completely exceeded their understanding of strength. Even a transcendent would bleed from the 7 orifices of the dragon's roar. The space around Lan Xuanyu began to show signs of shattering. The red in his eyes was becoming more and more vivid. It was already a scarlet light, showing that he was getting closer and closer to losing control. With such terrifying strength, how terrifying would it be if he lost control? Sigh. At this moment, a long sigh suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. This sigh appeared very suddenly, but it was also very strange. The moment this sigh appeared, even Lan Xuanyu, who was in a state of madness, seemed to be affected to a certain extent. His entire body became a little more stable, and the red light in his eyes receded a little. Tang Wolin also heard this sigh. His body suddenly shook violently. He grabbed Gu Yuna, who was sobbing uncontrollably. His face instantly revealed a strong expression of excitement. This is, even though 10,000 years had passed, 10,000 years. However, this voice had long been deeply imprinted in his mind and bones. Is he back? Is he finally back? Tang Wulin's body trembled violently uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with trembling disbelief. Suddenly, his body shook. A golden light suddenly separated from his body and flew into the void of space. The moment the golden light left him, Tang Wulin could no longer control his emotions. He cried out involuntarily, "Father, father, are you back?" In the void, there seemed to be an invisible hand grasping the golden light. The golden light expanded in the air, instantly becoming infinitely large, illuminating everything around it in a golden color. It was the Poseidon's trident that Tang Wulin had previously possessed. The aura released by this golden Poseidon's trident at this moment was incomparable to the aura released by Tang Wulin when he was wielding it. The Poseidon's trident drew circles of golden arcs in the air. The golden halos quietly flew out and fell in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu, who had just calmed down for a moment, seemed to feel threatened. The 9-colored light on his body instantly shone brightly. The dragon god's spear appeared out of thin air and stabbed out. Suddenly, in the golden space, a 9-colored brilliance suddenly appeared and shot straight into space. However, the golden halos shrouded the 9-colored spear as it pierced out. The golden halos converged inwards. The 9-colored spear light was obliterated little by the golden halos. It gradually dimmed and disappeared. The golden halos expanded again and shrouded Lan Xuanyu's body, turning all the space around him golden. The 9-colored light on Lan Xuanyu's body surged violently, trying to break free from the golden halos. However, it was obvious that he was stuck in a net. Even with his powerful strength, he couldn't break free for a while. The powerhouses from the Ryuma Federation and the humans in the Douluo Federation space fleet were stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of power was this to be able to control the crazed Lan Xuanyu so easily? In addition to Tang Wulin's shout just now, the humans, especially the powerhouses from the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen, were in disbelief at this moment. The Poseidon's trident. Only in the hands of the Poseidon could the Poseidon's trident become so powerful that it could even be controlled by a god king. At this moment, a colorful halo appeared silently in the void. The colorful halo was like a cloud, but it was the kind that connected the sky and the earth. The bright colorful light filled everyone's vision. It was a feeling that they could only look up at. When the colorful light appeared, all the transcendent experts present felt as if their bodies were about to be sucked in, but that feeling made them feel extremely comfortable. They didn't know what kind of power this was, but they could clearly feel that there was something that they yearned for in this colorful world. What was this? What exactly was this? Figures were slowly walking out from the colorful light. Although the multicolored light was so bright, when they walked out, it seemed like it could only become their background. Many people walked out. There were more than 10 of them, both men and women. Their auras were restrained, and the powerhouses from the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation couldn't see their strength. However, they were all able to feel that wonderful charm. There was no feeling of being rejected by the universe. Instead, they felt as if they were one with everything around them. a man and a woman walked in the center. The man looked to be in his 30s. He was handsome, and his long blue hair flowed down his back. He was wearing a gorgeous blue robe that shone with a faint golden light. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and his gaze was as deep as the universe. At this moment, he was holding the Poseidon's trident in his hand. End of chapter. Beside him was a woman in a light pink dress. She was extremely beautiful, but her face was a little pale. Her long scorpion braid hung behind her head, and there was an emotional look on her beautiful face. There seemed to be tears in her eyes. Every man and woman beside them was so outstanding. Some of them were muscular, while others were slender. However, no matter who they were all extremely beautiful, and they all had different auras. Tang Wulin's eyes had already completely blanked out, and his lips were tightly pursed. Even though he was a half-step god king, his body was still trembling uncontrollably and violently. He didn't even know what to do at this moment. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He had been waiting bitterly for it. Even though 10,000 years had passed, he hadn't forgotten about it. At this moment, this day had finally arrived. They're here, they're back. Little brother. At this moment, a feminine voice suddenly rang out from the group of men and women who had walked out from the colorful world. Following this, a brilliant pinkish-blue figure flickered out. Huge 6 wings flapped behind her back. In the next instant, she was already beside Tang Wulin. She opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Tang Wulin was shocked. However, the moment he was hugged, he could clearly feel the warmth that came from the depths of his bloodline. Yes. Father once said that he had an elder sister. Compared to Tang Wulin, his elder sister's name should be Tang Wutong. She was the dragon butterfly Douluo, Tang Wutong, who had once shocked the entire Douluo continent. Gu Yuna was a little stunned. At this moment, she had already guessed what these people who had suddenly appeared in front of her were. That colorful world should be the true God realm, the God realm with the position of God. Among those people, especially the one who was walking in the middle and holding the sea god's trident, should be her husband's father, her father-in-law, the founder of the Tang men, the god of the sea, who had once saved the world of soul masters, Tang San, the god king of a generation. Tang Wutong hugged Tang Wulin tightly, tears streaming down her face. Her last impression of her younger brother was when Tang Wulin was just born. At that time, before she could even see what her brother looked like, she had already been corroded by King Jinlong's evil thoughts and energy. Sister. Sister. Tang Wulin's voice was also trembling slightly as he hugged the woman in his arms in disbelief. This was his elder sister, his biological elder sister. The figures were getting closer and closer. Tang San's eyes were still as deep as ever, but he wasn't as elated as Tang Wutong. At this moment, a trembling voice was heard. Wulin, Wulin, my son, Wulin. Mommy missed you so much. Tang Wulin's heart-wrenching cries rang out. Tang Wutong couldn't help but let go of Tang Wulin and stepped aside with tears streaming down her face. Tang Wulin looked at the beautiful woman with the scorpion braids who was already in front of him, and he couldn't control his tears anymore. Mommy. Mommy, yes, the woman with the scorpion braids wearing a light pink dress beside Tang San was Tang San's wife, Tang Wulin's biological mother, Xiaowu. Xiaowu's body looked a little frail, but at this moment, her eyes were shining with an unparalleled radiance. She had been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Son. Xiaowu opened her arms and hugged Tang Wulin as he threw himself at her. It had been 10,000 years. It had been 10,000 years. Their family was finally reunited, sea god Tang San, wife of the godly king, Xiaowu. The dragon butterfly Douluo, Tang Wutong, and a handsome young man who was standing not far from her with a gratified look on his face. He was Hui Yuhao, or Dai Yuhao. He was the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, the Spirit Ice Douluo, and the god of emotions in the god realm. Yes, the god realm had returned. The entire god realm had returned. At this crucial moment, when Lan Xuanyu was about to lose control, the god realm had returned. Xiaowu hugged Tang Wulin and cried loudly. Tang San quietly came behind her and gently stroked her back. A mother's embrace was very warm. This was the first time in his life that Tang Wulin had felt a mother's embrace. Even though he had lived for more than 10,000 years, at this moment, he was just a child. Tang Wutong wiped her tears and looked at Gu Yuna, who was beside her. Gu Yuna's face was slightly red. Facing Tang Wulin's sudden family reunion, she didn't know what to do. Tang Wutong smiled sweetly, holding her hand with tears in her eyes. I heard from father that you are Gu Yu, right? Thank you for taking care of my little brother all these years. You're so pretty. Gu Yuna lowered her head in embarrassment. Hello, elder sister. Taking care of Tang Wulin? She didn't dare to say that. After all, they had spent most of their time in ice. This is my husband, Dai Yuhao. Yes, he is the god of emotions. Tang Wutong pulled Dai Yuhao over. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Dai Yuhao. You can call me Hui Yuhao. Dai Yuhao nodded at Gu Yuna. Hello, brother-in-law. Gu Yuna's emotions had recovered a little, and her heart was filled with shock. This cultured and elegant man in front of her was the founder of the Spirit Pagoda. He was the one who created the spirit soul system that was still in use today. He was also once a supreme powerhouse. He was the most dazzling star of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen of that generation. Wulin, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well and let you suffer so much for so many years. Wulin, I can't bear to part with you. Xiaowu cried as she spoke. Her tears seemed to be endless, and she wanted to pour out all the longing that she had felt for him for the past 10,000 years. Tang San was still gently caressing his wife's back. His eyes were also filled with sorrow. It hadn't been easy for their family to be reunited. Tang Wulin seemed to think of something. He raised his head and looked at Tang San. Father, among the family, he was most familiar with his father. His father had left behind 18 seals, and old Tang, who had accompanied him as he grew up and taught him how to become strong. Old Tang had even teleported the sea god's trident from afar. Although the father and son had never truly met, he had always felt that his father was by his side when he was growing up 10,000 years ago. He had a special feeling toward his father. He respected, admired, missed, and looked up to him. Tang San looked at his son. His eyes were filled with many complex emotions. He had finally seen his son again. Their family was finally reunited. His son had really grown up. He was even more outstanding than he had imagined. His son looked more like his wife, so he was better looking than him. Father, Xianyu, please save Xianyu first. He's inheriting the power of the dragon gods. I don't know what's wrong, but he's always been delirious. I wanted to give Guyu and I our power to help him become the dragon gods, but he pushed us away. His own power is becoming more and more unstable. Of course, they were happy to be reunited, but their son's big problem hadn't been solved yet. At this moment, Tang Wulin was no longer so worried. In his heart, his father was omnipotent. He must have a way to solve his son's problem. However, Tang San's expression became somewhat serious. The gods of the god realm also looked in Lan Xuanyu's direction. At this moment, the 9-colored light that was bound by the golden light seemed to be on the verge of breaking. The 9-colored light grew brighter and brighter. Due to the strong impact, the sea god's trident in Tang San's hand trembled and hummed from time to time. Tang San said in a deep voice, Xianyu's situation is more complicated. The dragon gods used to be the supreme divine king. The divine realm that he ruled was the predecessor of our current divine realm. To be precise, our current divine realm is only a part of the divine dragon domain that the dragon gods once ruled. Even after we were swept away by the space-time turbulence and merged with the other divine king's divine realms, we still did not reach the level of the former divine dragon domain. Oh? So strong? A red-haired man with a strong build said in a deep voice. Tang San glanced at him and nodded. There are not many records of the former divine dragon domain in our divine realm. But what is certain is that the former divine dragon domain was in existence close to the divine star level. And now, we are still some distance away from the divine star. So, as the supreme divine king of the divine dragon domain, the dragon gods were definitely very strong. The Azure god that I inherited cut him in half with a sword and turned him into King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. But from the memory fragments that the Azure god left for me, it did not seem that he defeated the dragon gods. The Azure god did not leave behind any records of what happened. But what is certain is that the dragon gods were extremely strong even among the divine kings. And now, Xianxia is going through the divine king's examination. So, what you did earlier was not advisable. I am certain that even if he absorbed your power, he would not be able to become the dragon gods. Instead, it would become a bigger hidden danger. Hearing his father's words, Tang Wolin could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Gu Yuna could not help but ask, even you can't do anything? Tang San looked at her and smiled, we don't need to do anything. What he needs now is time. We have to believe in him. The divine king's examination can only be passed with his own strength. We can guarantee the external strength that he needs. Actually, we have been back for a while. When you were fighting with the Scarlet Divine King, we were already back. We did not make a move at that time because we wanted to let you grow better through this experience. Xianyu's return, in a sense, was also led by me. He is very good, as expected of my grandson. From the fact that he was able to push you away in that state, I was full of confidence that he could become the dragon gods. The Divine King's examination is definitely not a test of strength, because no matter how strong the candidate is tested, he cannot compare to the Divine King. To him, the most important thing is his heart. Is a process of training the heart. What I can be sure of is that the inheritance that the dragon god left to him doesn't have any intention of taking over his body. Instead, it has a kind of free and easy decisiveness. There was a special emotion in this inheritance. It seemed that the dragon god would rather not pass on his power than rashly pass on his power and bring disaster to the world. From this point, it could be determined that when the dragon god left this inheritance, he was awake, but at the same time, he was in extreme pain. Otherwise, it would not be like this. Xianyu already has a part of the power of the dragon gods, fusing more than 60% of it. This means that he has already walked a long way in the examination of the dragon gods. What he needs now is to finish the rest of the journey. After that, he will become a real dragon god. A blonde man came to Tang San's side and said, if it's just training the heart, can we give him some external help? Tang San looked at the blonde man and nodded, saying, although we can't help him train his heart, we can help him train his heart better. Next, I will have to trouble you. I will control the range of his outburst. Please take action one by one to wear down the restless power in his body. This way, when his power is exhausted, the restless divine power will be less disturbing to his consciousness, making it easier for him to comprehend and pass the divine king's examination. Tang Wolin could not help but ask, what if he can't pass? What if he can't pass? Tang San glanced at him and said, do you have so little confidence in your son? Believe in him, he can definitely pass. We have to give him confidence. Moreover, our family is reunited, and the call of his bloodline will have a very good effect on him. We will keep him awake as much as possible. The examination of the Divine King, especially the examination of the dragon gods, will definitely be very difficult. If he can't take the step, we can only help him maintain his current state until he can take the step. If a day is not enough, then a month. If a month is not enough, then a year. Although I can't help him complete the final breakthrough. However, I can ask for everyone's help to maintain him in this state and give him the opportunity to comprehend. Hearing his father say this, Tang Wolin immediately understood what his father wanted to do. The most dangerous part of Lan Xuanyu's current situation was that the power of the dragon gods could erupt at any time. Once it erupted, the damage it would cause would definitely be extremely terrifying. What Tang San wanted to do was to rely on the strength of the powerhouses present to wear down his power, so that his consciousness could be maintained as much as possible to face the examination of the dragon gods. This would make it easier for him to succeed. And even if he could not succeed in a short period of time, the powerhouses present could continuously wear down Lan Xuanyu's power, and replenish him with the immortal qi of the divine realm, so that he could always maintain the examination state. Simply put, it was like a student taking an examination. The examination questions were very difficult, but the teacher gave him an infinite amount of time to take the examination, and solved all the logistical problems of food, drink, and accommodation for him, so that he would have enough time to pass the examination. Thinking this point through, Tang Wolin could not help but admire his father even more. Perhaps this was the best way. It would not interfere too much, give his son a chance to become the divine king, and keep him safe. Father, I'll go first. The god of emotions Dayu Hao came to Tang San's side and said in a low voice. Tang San glanced at him, nodded, and said, okay, you go first. Be careful. The dragon gods are extremely powerful. Although Xianxia has not completely inherited the dragon gods, the foundation and power of the dragon god's spear in his hand is above Neptune's trident. You have to be careful. Okay, I understand, Dayu Hao replied, and with a flash, he had already floated in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. Around his body, there was also a faint colorful light flickering, but it was not the light of the elements, but the light of emotions. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was charging left and right, and the golden light that was controlling him was about to collapse. Tang San raised the Neptune's trident in his hand, and controlled the golden light around Lan Xuanyu to suddenly spread out, forming an even larger golden light barrier. At the same time, Dayu Hao was also enveloped by this light barrier. Xiaowu looked in that direction with teary eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Is that my grandson? Yes, mother, this is your daughter-in-law, Tang Wulin said as he pulled Guyuna over. Xiaowu looked at Guyuna, and Guyuna's beautiful face was slightly red. She hesitated for a moment, but still called out softly, Mother. Good, haha, I have another daughter. Xiaowu was overjoyed. She grabbed Tang Wulin's hand with one hand, and Guyuna with the other, and her beautiful eyes were filled with happiness. She turned her gaze and looked in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. Grandson, that was her grandson. Although Dayu Hao and Tang Wutong had always been by their side, they did not have children, whether it was because of the turmoil in the realm of the gods or some other reason. In the next generation of the Tang family, Lan Xuanyu was the only one. How could Xiaowu not be indescribably happy? This child is so good-looking. He has inherited the good points of both of you, Xiaowu praised softly. She was not too worried about the crisis that Lan Xuanyu was facing, because she knew that with her husband's ability, there would definitely be a way to solve it. End of chapter. At this moment, Dayu Hao had already entered the range of the golden light. He gently raised his right hand and slapped his palm in the direction of Lan Xuanyu from afar. At the same time, his eyes had already lit up, and a dazzling radiance flickered in the depths of his eyes. Dayu Hao had been in the god realm for many years, and under Tang San's deliberate nurturing, he had already stepped into the ranks of the god kings. Although he had just entered this level not long ago, his talent was extraordinary, and he had inherited the power of the god of emotions. His overall strength was extremely strong. In the past, he didn't just have twin martial souls, but by chance, it could be said that he had triplet martial souls. Among them, he only had one innate martial soul, and that was his eyes, known as the spirit eyes. The spirit eyes Douluo spirit came from his eyes. However, at this moment, when he condensed his spirit eyes and looked at Lan Xuanyu, he saw the unstable nine-colored radiance on his body, and his eyes faintly felt a stinging pain. Dayu Hao couldn't help but be astonished by this discovery. One had to know, what kind of cultivation did he have? In terms of eyesight, even in the entire god realm, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him. However, the radiance on Lan Xuanyu's body gave his eyes a strong sense of stimulation, and even a sense of oppression. This was simply an unprecedented encounter. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was suppressed by the external force from before, and in addition to returning the dragon power of his parents, he wasn't clear-headed to begin with, and was about to explode in an instant. The dragon gods in his hand pointed forward, and his aura suddenly locked onto Dayu Hao's body. In Dayu Hao's eyes, a gentle multicolored halo flickered, and turned into two faint multicolored radiances that enveloped him. The mission that Tang San gave him was very simple, and that was to wear down Lan Xuanyu's enormous and powerful divine power at this moment, and increase the time he could last in the dragon god's test. At the same time, he was the first to make a move, and also hoped that he could stabilize Lan Xuanyu's emotions. The two rays of light that shot out from his spirit eyes not only had the effect of intimidating his opponent's mind, but they also had the effect of stripping away his emotions. Dayu Hao's control over his various abilities was extremely strong. Once he discovered that something was wrong, he would be able to react immediately. He would definitely not harm Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't care about that. He had already lost his mind. Daiyuhao's dragon roar became louder and louder, to the extent that the space around him was distorted by 9-colored ripples, making him feel as if his bloodline was being suppressed. Facing the 2 rays of light from his eyes, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and a powerful 9-colored light burst out from his eyes, instantly shattering the light released by Daiyuhao. At the same time, the dragon god's spear in his hand stabbed towards Daiyuhao. Daiyuhao raised his right hand, and illusory lights flickered behind him. A total of 6 figures appeared, and 2 of them were women. One of the women's entire body was whiter than snow. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure suddenly enlarged. Daiyuhao grabbed at the air with his right hand, and a pure white sword appeared in his hand. With a slash of the sword, a snow-white sword beam that was like a thin line reached the tip of the dragon god's spear in an instant. If Lan Mengqin was here, she would definitely discover that this sword was very similar to her soul skill, Snow Sword, but much more powerful. With a crisp ding, the snow line collapsed, but Lan Xuanyu's body also became sluggish. Immediately after, a soft colorful light surged towards his body from all directions. Under the influence of these colorful lights, Lan Xuanyu's eyes became dazed for an instant, and his next attack couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. This was the light of the spirit eyes that seemed to have been defeated by him earlier. The attack of the spirit eyes had been defeated, but the power of emotions contained in the spirit eyes didn't disappear. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 attacks collided, it quietly invaded and affected him. As a god-king level god of emotions, how could he be so easy to deal with? He was far from being comparable to a fake god-king like the Crimson Mother. All of the god-kings from the god realm present here had god puppets as their foundation. However, when Hui Yuhao activated the power of emotions to affect Lan Xuanyu, his expression suddenly changed. An indescribable pressure suddenly appeared in his heart. In the next instant, a 9-colored dragon head projection silently appeared in the air. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. From the dragon's mouth, a 9-colored spear beam shot out and instantly arrived in front of him. What a guy! Daiyuhao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He made a circle with his right hand, and a golden halo was drawn in the air. It was the mysterious heavenly circle. The dragon head and the 9-colored spear beam in front of him disappeared as the mysterious heavenly circle revolved around them. Even so, the 6 projections behind him became illusory for an instant. He was the founder of the Spirit Pagoda. The projections behind him were spirits that he had possessed since he was on the Douluo continent. They had accompanied him all the way to becoming a god king. Even though they could become individual gods after entering the god realm, the god king Spirit Pagoda had been destroyed. However, because the godly realm had suffered a calamity and almost collapsed, these spirits felt that it would be safer to follow Daiyuhao. This dragon head projection was the true power contained in Lan Xuanyu's spear. It was like the breath of the dragon gods. The god kings from the god world in the distance could not help but be surprised when they saw the scene of their battle. Although they weren't familiar with Lan Xuanyu, they couldn't be more familiar with Daiyuhao. Daiyuhao had basically become Tang San's right-hand man. Back when the many god realms had fused, Tang San and his companions from the god realm had challenged many god realms by themselves. Hui Yuhao had been the absolute main force at that time. Back then, Hui Yuhao hadn't become a god king yet. Among all the god kings present, there weren't more than 5 who could defeat him in a one-on-one duel. If they wanted to defeat him, they would have to pay a heavy price. Furthermore, these god kings were all experienced god kings who had once presided over their own god realms. Some of their cultivations weren't inferior to Tang San's. At this moment, they all knew that Tang San's grandson, who was inheriting the power of a god king, hadn't become a true god king yet. He was even struggling in the god king examination. Even so, he was still evenly matched with Daiyuhao. Even though Daiyuhao couldn't use his full strength to avoid hurting him, such strength was enough to make others feel a little terrified. That domineering aura was still rising. Under Daiyuhao's influence, his emotions seemed to have stabilized a little. However, the energy undulations on his body didn't decrease because of the pressure. Beside Tang San, the radiant god king, Nagatsuki, had a head full of golden hair. Among all the god kings, only he and Tang San were the strongest. Regarding the story of the radiant god king, Nagatsuki, read my book, Son of Light. Brother Tang-san, your grandson is impressive. The divine power in his body isn't at the level of an ordinary god king. Even without a god seat, he's already so strong. Once he succeeds in inheriting the god seat, he'll have a god seat. His strength will be immeasurable. Our god realm is probably. Tang-san nodded and said, I know about the power this child inherited. Our original god realm was actually a part of another god realm. The god realm that was as strong as a god planet was called the Divine Dragon Domain. At that time, the ruler wasn't us human gods, but the dragon race. The dragon gods of the past were the supreme god kings of the Divine Dragon Domain. At its peak, the Divine Dragon Realm had close to 20 Divine King-level powerhouses. They were even more powerful than the god realm that we are in now. Later on, for some unknown reason, the Divine Dragon Domain was damaged. The god realm that remained was actually less than 1/10 of the Divine Dragon Domain's power. The dragon gods were once the masters of the Divine Dragon Domain, the only supreme god king. This grandson of mine should have inherited the power of the dragon gods. Including my son and daughter-in-law, they're also a part of the power of the dragon gods. However, these powers all belong to the dragon gods of the past. In the end, if he can become a dragon god, he'll have to combine all these powers. Therefore, my son and daughter-in-law should be able to enter our god realm. However, this grandson of mine must establish his own god realm. The dragon gods can't join any god realm. Although I've never seen the dragon gods of the past, I can feel many things from the history they left behind. Nagatsuki nodded and said, that's for the best. I just feel that the aura on his body is too domineering. If he becomes a god king, it'll be very difficult for him to integrate into our god realm. End of chapter. Tang-san nodded slightly and said, the higher our strength, the deeper our understanding of the universe. Although the laws of the universe are ethereal, they seem to affect each and every one of us. Whether it's us as individuals or the god realm, it's the same. All existences that threaten the development of the universe will inevitably be oppressed or rejected by the laws of the universe. Although the Crimson Mother from before was loathsome, in reality, she was also struggling to survive the laws of the universe. Her greatest hope was to break free from the suppression of the laws of the universe and become a god realm of her own. She thought she was about to succeed, but she didn't know that Xianxia was not the only obstacle waiting for her. In fact, we've already returned long ago. She can't cause any trouble at all. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, Brother Longgong, I have something to ask of you. Nagatsuki glanced at him and nodded, saying, go ahead. Tang-san took a deep breath, before you're fully prepared, don't try to become a god star. My grandson and I are connected by blood, so I can more or less sense what he perceives. I vaguely sensed from him that the destruction of the dragon gods and the Divine Dragon Domain should be related to becoming a god star. Do you understand what I mean? Nagatsuki's heart trembled, you're saying that the laws of the universe don't want a god star to appear? Tang-san nodded, saying, that's right. But from another perspective, this also means that if one can become a god star, then, in a sense, it's very likely that even the laws of the universe are unable to restrict such an existence. Nagatsuki nodded, saying, in reality, after becoming a god realm, our strength will also grow along with the growth of the god realm. On the other hand, the god realm will also become stronger due to the accumulation of power under our guidance. In the long run, it will develop in the direction of a god star. But to this day, we've never seen the existence of other god stars. It should be because the laws of the universe don't allow it. But why is that? Tang-san said, it should be because they're afraid of speeding up the development of the universe. The universe also has life. Who doesn't want to live longer? Nagatsuki's body trembled, but he didn't speak again. On the other side, the clash between Dai Yuhao and Lan Xuanyu had already begun. Dai Yuhao's fighting style could be said to be very strange. He could even create countless Dai Yuhao on the battlefield. Moreover, each of them had a powerful combat strength. On the other hand, Lan Xuanyu's fighting style was direct and effective. Every thrust of the dragon god's spear gave off a feeling of annihilation. No matter how strange you are, I will break it with a single spear. Looking at this scene, Tang Wolin could not help but secretly praise in his heart. Perhaps this was the true essence of the Dragon Emperor annihilation that he had created. However, no matter how the two great god kings collided, the shockwaves from the collision were unable to leave the range of the golden light barrier. They could only reverberate within the light barrier. Daiyuhao's divine power was endless. Although he was not as good as Lan Xuanyu in a direct confrontation, Lan Xuanyu's mind was not clear at the moment, and he did not have much ability to adapt. Under his entanglement, he could not do anything to Daiyuhao for the time being. However, Daiyuhao's method of wearing down Lan Xuanyu was clearly very effective. Relying on his emotional influence on Lan Xuanyu, it reduced his craziness by a lot. At the same time, it also consumed his excess dragon power. For a moment, the situation was in a deadlock. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were both looking on in a nervous manner, and they were also reflexively sweating profusely. Whether or not he could become the dragon gods was related to the life and death of their son. Don't worry, this child will be fine. Third brother will definitely be able to handle it. Xiao Wu gently comforted her son and daughter-in-law. Tang Wulin held his mother's hand tightly. At this time, Tang San's gaze would occasionally look over. When his gaze fell on Xiao Wu, it was filled with gentleness. I'll have to trouble Emperor Qin to take action. Tang San turned his head and said to a handsome young man behind him. The young man smiled slightly and said, "Let me play a piece of peaceful music for him using the Jiao Shao Huanpei zither." See God, your family is really powerful. Emperor Qin, Yi Yinzhu. Regarding the story of Emperor Qin, please refer to my book Emperor Qin for details. Yi Yinzhu stepped out of the void and sat down cross-legged not far from the area enveloped by the golden halo. His right hand stroked the air in front of him, and an ancient and beautiful zither quietly appeared on his knees. He pressed his hands on the zither strings with a faint smile on his face. In the next instant, his fingers pressed and strummed, and the zither with 7 strings and 13 emblems began to play a serene sound. The tone was gentle and elegant, and it carried an ancient charm. However, it silently spread throughout the entire battlefield. It was not only the two people in the battle between the divine kings who could hear it, but also all the powerhouses present. The powerhouses of the Ryuma Federation could feel it the most clearly. When the zither music entered their ears, they felt as if all their emotions were instantly soothed. They were intoxicated by the zither music, and their bodies felt so comfortable that they felt as if they were about to fall asleep. However, this drowsiness was also filled with joy. They were not the only ones who felt this. This divine king-level zither music spread throughout the entire human space fleet. No matter how strong or weak one was, after hearing this zither music, they all felt a sense of comfort. It was as if all their troubles had disappeared at this moment, and all that was left was endless comfort and relaxation. Within the golden light barrier, the speed of the two people who were fighting slowed down a lot. Daiyuhao was clearly less affected, because he was awake and had a divine king-level cultivation. Naturally, his resistance to the zither music was much stronger. Lan Xuanyu was more affected. His eyes glowed faintly, and there was even a hint of calmness that occasionally flashed through them. However, no matter what his gaze was like, all the god kings present could sense that the senses of his soul were not here. He should be struggling in another world, struggling in the god king's trial. On the surface, he appeared calm, but it only slowed down his battle, and his attacks weakened. Daiyuhao heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon god's spear was a considerable threat to him, and there were a few times when he almost could not block it. Most importantly, Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura was just too oppressive. Under this pressure, his 6 spirits could not even unleash half of their strength. Although he still had some strong moves, they could hurt Lan Xuanyu. This was his nephew, and there were some fighting methods that he could not use. Yi Yinzhu's intervention had clearly lessened the pressure on his side. Daiyuhao could not help but be shocked. What kind of monster did his brother-in-law and sister-in-law raise? However, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly retracted the dragon god's spear in his hand, and his eyes became unusually bright. A 9-colored light appeared in his eyes like a vortex, and it became brighter and brighter as it spun rapidly. Daiyuhao was shocked. He did not relax because Lan Xuanyu had retracted his spear. Instead, he felt an intense sense of danger. After being stimulated by the Emperor Qin Ji Yinzhu's peaceful music, he seemed to have recalled something, and that terrifying and enormous dragon power was instantly mobilized. All the members of the dragon race present were affected by Lan Xuanyu's retraction of his spear, and for a moment, the roars of dragons could be heard. Boom, brilliant 9-colored flames rose, and the 9-colored scales on Lan Xuanyu's body instantly turned into 9-colored armor. The dragon god's spear in his hand slowly pierced forward, and accompanied by the 9-colored flames, even the golden halo that Tang San had set up outside was shattered. End of chapter. What a guy! Nagatsuki couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, a figure flashed out like lightning. It was an inconspicuous gray figure. At least, it was inconspicuous when it first appeared, but in the next instant, it had already swept past him. Dai Yuhao also felt something, and didn't dare to hold back anymore. The divine light in his eyes exploded, and the dragon god intimidation appeared again, but this time it was clearly much stronger than before. The corner of Emperor Qin Yinju's mouth twitched. How could he not know that he had caused trouble? Originally, he wanted to calm down Lan Xuanyu's emotions, but who knew that it would stimulate him to comprehend something? It should be the powerful ability of the divine king that he had inherited. For a moment, Dai Yuhao actually felt a strong sense of danger. The sound of the zither changed, and suddenly there was a sonorous sound of metal. The song ambush from 10 sides instantly changed, and turned into a powerful oppressive force that suppressed Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu's spear thrust was so unyielding. The anger of the dragon gods caused the power of his dragon gods to be raised to the extreme. The spear of the dragon gods blossomed with an unprecedented brilliance. It was the fusion of time and space, the combination of all elements, and the pure power of the king of 10,000 dragons. All of this was condensed in this spear in an instant. This was actually not a divine skill inherited from the dragon gods, but a divine skill that Lan Xuanyu created in this unconscious state by combining the power of the dragon gods. It was a divine skill that belonged to himself. Unparalleled selfless dragon god's death, the gray figure swept past Dai Yuhao almost instantly, and a sparkling and translucent gray light flashed and disappeared. It carried a resplendent brilliance, but also a deep oppressive force. Ding! A crisp sound exploded. The surrounding defenses that Tang San had set up completely collapsed in an instant. Even when Tang San drew out circles of heavenly profound circles to envelop over, they all collapsed one after another. From this, it could be seen how intense the collision was. The gray figure bounced back, but the 9-colored dragon spear continued to stab forward. Whether it was the gray figure's attack or Hui Yuhao's spiritual intimidation, they couldn't stop him from advancing. This is... The god kings were all shocked. They naturally knew who the gray figure was. At this time, his figure had also appeared. It was a handsome existence with a somewhat deep aura. It was one of the god kings whose strength was above Hui Yuhao's, death god Mandorn. In his previous world, he had another name, Dummy. There is a story about Dummy. Read my book The Good Death. Dummy's eyes flashed with a faint divine light, and a look of surprise flashed across its face. He could feel that Lan Xuanyu, who had stabbed out with his spear, had already entered a special state. It was a state where all disturbances would be repelled, and any controllability would be ineffective. Therefore, whether it was Emperor Qin Yinju's ambush from 10 sides or the god of emotions Dai Yuhao's spiritual shock, they couldn't affect him. Instead, his attack would become even more unstoppable under these external influences. Dummy's right hand pressed on his chest, where there was a sword hilt. It was a short sword that was stuck to his chest all this time. Hell King's sword. This was a super divine weapon that belonged only to him, Hell King's sword. He attacked because he felt that Hui Yuhao, who didn't have a super divine weapon, wouldn't be able to block Lan Xuanyu's spear. He didn't expect that even his Hell King's flash could not completely block it. But he didn't retreat. Faced with the dragon god's spear that followed, he moved again. His figure flickered, and the gray sparkling sword light appeared again. Hell King's flash was once again frightening. Hell King's sword, Hell's 9 arbiters. Death god Mandorn's father was the previous ruler of the heavenly realm. In his heavenly realm, the god king and Hell King fought, and Hell King won in the end. After Hell King defeated the god king for the first time, he was born. As the death god, in order to avenge his mother, he embarked on the path of challenging his father. But in the end, he suffered a great defeat and fell into the human world, becoming Dummy. When he returned to the heavenly realm, Hell King had already defeated the God King again, and decided to give up everything because of his arrival. Many years later, under his efforts, the heavenly realm and the underworld finally became the two sides of the heavenly realm he was in. The entire heavenly realm was completely formed. But it was also at that time that they encountered the spacetime turbulence. Both the God King and Hell King died in that catastrophe in order to protect the heavenly realm. In the end, only he was left, and he became the new God King. And the Hell King's sword in his hand was passed down from Hell King. It was the real God King's sword, a super divine weapon. The Hell King's sword also had the 9 arts of Ming, a total of 9 swords. When it came to the last sword, it even had to sacrifice oneself as the price to release it, and it was also the most terrifying existence. Even Dummy, back then, only used the last sword of the 9 arts of Ming when he challenged his father. At this time, the Hell King's flash that he used shook heaven and earth, and the Hell King's flash that frightened ghosts and gods were the first 2 swords of the 9 arts of Ming. Dang, dang. 2 explosive sounds rang out. The gray color retreated, and the light on the dragon god's spear also dimmed a lot, but the spear light was still there. On the death god Dummy's body, there was a faint 9-colored light that was wearing down the aura on his body. Dummy's face was calm, and his low voice echoed in space. Hell King's blade slash. In an instant, body and sword became one. In space, a gray sword light burst out and instantly slashed down, colliding with the tip of the dragon god's spear. Boom, a terrifying explosion occurred. Even a powerhouse like Dalu, the god of emotions, was sent flying in an instant, and had to retreat far away. All the god kings present made their moves, releasing rays of light that enveloped the battlefield. They didn't allow more aura to escape. Once this terrifying energy escaped, it would cause an irreversible and terrible result. Even the Tenryu star, who was not far away, couldn't withstand it. In the god realm behind the god kings, the immortal chi was released. Under the control of Tang San, it turned into a large ray of light that strengthened the enchantment that the god kings had cast. Dummy's figure retreated, and Lan Xuanyu also retreated. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The death god Dummy used 3 of the 9 arts of Ming in a row to block his unparalleled Anata dragon god's war spear. It could be seen how strong the power of this spear was. Unparalleled dominating body. Dummy's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured. At this moment, Emperor Qin Yi Yinzhu, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side and playing the guqin, suddenly changed his expression. In the void, not far in front of him, a 9-colored dragon head suddenly appeared out of thin air. The dragon opened its mouth, and just like when it attacked Dalu, a ray of light shot out from the dragon's mouth. Although this ray of light wasn't as strong as the unparalleled Anata dragon god's war, it was at least equivalent to half of the power of that spear, and it came so suddenly. Yi Yinzhu's strongest point was his guqin and his control. Of course, he could also fight in close combat, and he could also fight with the guqin strings. However, in close combat, his strength was not as strong as that of the death god Dummy. A purple figure, like the cornerstone of the universe, quietly appeared in front of Emperor Qin Yi Yinzhu. His entire body was blooming with a purple crystal-like brilliance, and his steady right fist slowly swung out. With one punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom, the ray of light dissipated, and the purple figure also took 3 steps back. The purple crystal in his hand exploded, and after it exploded 3 times in a row, it reformed. It could be seen how strong the power of the spear was. See God, you bastard, you repay kindness with ingratitude. Emperor Qin couldn't help but laugh and scold. The figure that appeared in front of him was a burly man. His appearance was rugged and resolute, and his expression was incomparably solemn. Very strong. Incomparably sharp and incomparably firm. Violet, there aren't many people who can earn your praise. Yi Yinzhu couldn't help but laugh. It seems that if I don't show my true abilities, I won't be able to control this kid. The one standing in front of Emperor Qin Yi Yinzhu was once the strongest creature in his world, the king of the behemoths, the amethyst behemoth. The Violet Emperor and Emperor Qin were partners in a life-bound symbiotic contract. Wherever Emperor Qin was, there would also be the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor was also Emperor Qin's guardian. About the story of Emperor Qin and the Violet Emperor, please read my book, Emperor Qin. As he spoke, the guqin in Yi Yinzhu's hands changed, and a somewhat shabby Guqin appeared on his knees. But when this Guqin appeared, all the dragon race members present felt a special sensation, as if something was suppressing them. This Guqin is called the Withered Wood Dragon's Cry. Now listen to my ambush from 10 sides. Emperor Qinyi Yingzhu's eyes lit up, as if he'd encountered something that particularly interested him. His fingertips moved, and the ambush from 10 sides continued to play. But when the sound of the Guqin rang out again, Lan Xuanyu finally reacted. In the midst of the ambush from 10 sides music, there was a low buzzing sound. It was a sound similar to a dragon's roar, as if countless dragons had appeared in the void. Each dragon was faintly discernible, erupting with their own power and blooming with their own brilliance. The dragon race was one of the most powerful innate creatures in the universe. Not only did it exist in the original divine dragon domain, but in many other planes as well. It was just that the dragon race was different from each other. In Emperor Qinyi Yingzhu's world, the dragon race also existed. But in that era, more often than not, the dragon race stood on the opposite side of him. It was with the Withered Wood Dragon's Cry that he and the Violet Emperor had defeated countless dragons. Therefore, in a sense, the Withered Wood Zither of the Dragon's Song was the natural nemesis of the dragon race. At this moment, Withered Wood's dragon race zither played, and all the dragon race members present felt a strong sense of oppression. Lan Xuanyu's movements, and even the power of the dragon gods emanating from his body, became sluggish. Let me try too. How can I miss out on such an enjoyable experience? A wild voice rang out. A tall, burly man with red hair had appeared beside Dummy the god of death without anyone noticing. Dummy glanced at him. Get lost. I can do it. You can bullshit. He had only managed to break one spear with 3 swords, and that was not enough. You're getting weaker and weaker. I don't understand. You only have one wife. Why is she making you less and less effective? The red-haired man laughed loudly. Do you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Dummy's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless figures that suddenly swept towards the red-haired man. The red-haired man laughed, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of golden armor. At the same time, he punched the ground. Behind his back, 12 wings suddenly opened, and in his eyes, there was a burst of scarlet. Boom, the countless figures shattered and merged back together. They turned back into the appearance of Dummy. The red-haired man's golden armor had more than a dozen sword marks, but they were all quickly healing. Seeing this scene, Tang San and Nagatsuki couldn't help but look at each other helplessly. It wasn't the first time these two guys had fought. Hey, you two can fight if you want. Dummy, you're wrong about a horse like you. What's a stallion? I don't like it. A somewhat lazy voice sounded, and a long stick suddenly turned and blocked in front of Dummy. On the other side, the red-haired man had already rushed in the direction of Lan Xuanyu, laughing loudly. Dummy glanced at the lazy man in front of him and said lightly, well, you're not a stallion. I'm not talking about you. The lazy man was suddenly overjoyed and laughed, that's right. That's my good brother. Dummy said lightly, you're not even as good as a stallion. If you say that, I won't agree. Don't I have more wives? I'm still not as good as that damn fatty Zhou Weiqing. He's the husband of the triplets. Who can compare to him? The lazy man said angrily. Hai Long, have you had enough? Although I can't beat you, if you continue to talk about my integrity, I'll let you know who's the boss. A man covered in armor with an equally majestic figure slowly walked out. Strangely, when he walked out, the space actually shook with every step he took, as if there was an invisible force that was suppressing the space. The red-haired man was called Lei Xiang, and his godly position was Mad God. He was also once the master of the godly realm. The man called Hai Long came from another dimension, and was also the master of the godly realm in his own dimension. No, to him, it should be the celestial realm. He was an existence equivalent to the godly realm, the immortal Emperor Hai Long. The Zhou Weiqing that Hai Long mentioned in his envious and jealous tone came from another dimension that was managed by the same godly realm as Tang San, and his godly position was Titan God. He was the top existence among the level 1 gods. Although he was not a godly king, he was not afraid of ordinary godly kings. His strength had already reached the level of hating the heavens and the earth. There is a story about Mad God Lei Xiang. Read my book, Mad God. There is a story about immortal Emperor Hai Long. Read my book, Only the Celestial. There is a story about Titan God Zhou Weiqing. Read my book, Heavenly Jewel Change. While they were talking, Lan Xuanyu did not stop. The ambush from 10 sides, played by the Deadwood Dragon chanting zither, had a strong impact on him. The murderous aura stimulated his fighting spirit, and at the same time, the blood in his body did feel a little sluggish. It was a kind of comprehensive suppression. The Emperor Qin, Yi Yingzhu, was not the strongest among the godly kings in close combat. However, in terms of control, even the sea god Tang San was at a disadvantage when fighting against him. Among the godly kings, his control was definitely at the top. The Deadwood Dragon chanting zither was specially made to counter the dragon race. Even the dragon gods felt that all their abilities were weakened under the suppression of the Deadwood Dragon chanting zither. However, Lan Xuanyu, who was in a state of madness, did not care about what kind of opponent he was facing. The more he was suppressed, the stronger his rebound was. In the void, he took a step forward and raised the spear of the dragon gods in his hand again. The dragon power in his body gathered crazily, and an aura of persistence burst out from his body. It was still the war of the peerless dragon gods. However, this time, his movements seemed to be slower. However, in this slowness, there was an additional feeling of being pulled. The target was pointing in the direction of the Emperor Qin, Yi Yingzhu. When the tip of the spear of the dragon gods in his hand was pointed at Yi Yingzhu's 8 fingers that were playing the zither paused slightly. He only felt an incomparably sharp aura appear in his heart. Yes, it was in his divine sense. He even felt that his body had been penetrated. What the spear of the dragon gods gave him was a great sense of threat. Death God Dummy took a step forward to stop him, but the red-haired man beside him, Mad God Lei Xiang, beat him to it. Let me do it. As he spoke, he stood in front of Yi Yingzhu. The red light in his eyes shone brightly, and they were also filled with madness. A primitive aura burst forth from his body. Even the purple emperor, who was an amethyst behemoth, unconsciously took half a step back. Among the godly kings in the heavenly realm, Sea God Tang San, Light God King Nagatsuki, Mad God Lei Xiang, Death God Dummy, Immortal Emperor Hai Long, and Emperor Qin, Yi Yingzhu, were the strongest. Lei Xiang was best at fighting head-on. His Mad God armor was also a superdivine artifact. Whether it was attack or defense, it was top-notch. It was the most balanced in all aspects. With a single punch, space trembled. It was as if everything around him was about to shatter. In Lan Xuanyu's perception, the space in front of him seemed to shatter like glass amidst the frenzied red light. An incomparably dense bloodline aura rushed towards him. This was the power of the 12-winged blood-red angel bloodline after fusing with the Mad God's position. The Dragon God's spear continued to stab forward slowly. The Mad God's power, which seemed capable of shattering everything, began to shatter when it was 10 meters away from Lan Xuanyu. It shattered and turned into fine powder. The Dragon God's spear continued to stab forward with an unparalleled aura. No matter how strong the opponent's power was, it was still solid, steady, and unstoppable. The unparalleled sharpness made everything seem unstoppable. The same spear pierced out a second time, but it was different from the first time. It was clear that Lan Xuanyu's fusion with the Dragon God's power had improved compared to the first time he used this attack. It displayed an even greater power. A hint of surprise flashed through Lei Xiang's eyes, but he did not retreat. All 12 wings on his back opened, emitting a blood-red light. With a roar, he punched out with his right fist again. This time, there was no feeling of space shattering. It was as if there was only one punch. Ding! The fist collided with the spear. Space seemed to freeze at this moment. As a divine king, everyone knew about the relationship between Lan Xuanyu and Tang San. Naturally, they knew when to stop. However, the moment the two sides collided, Mad God Lei Xiang's pupils shrank. In the next instant, a buzzing sound rang out. The Dragon God's spear was jolted upward by the vibration. Lan Xuanyu's figure also flew back. Just when everyone thought that mad god Lei Xiang had the upper hand with this punch, the 12 blood-red wings on his back suddenly flapped. A large blood-red shockwave exploded in the air. He was using his own method, using the violent god armor and his 12 blood-red wings to deflect the force. Lei Xiang's face was a little ugly. The blood in his body was surging. The dragon god spear contained not a simple combination of various elements, but a special attribute that was close to the truth of the universe. It also had an unparalleled sharpness and persistence. He was almost injured by the spear. "You're not as good as me." Death god Dummy's gloomy voice sounded. Lei Xiang said angrily, "Cut the crap. How can this spear be the same as the previous one?" Yes, this spear was not the same. Lan Xuanyu was still suppressed by the Deadwood Dragon's dragon zither. However, not only did this suppression not weaken his strength, it was as if because of the suppression, that feeling of being peerless and unparalleled became even stronger. As a result, his power seemed to explode after compressing it. When he stabbed out with his spear, all the god kings felt like they were about to be shaken up. How could they not be shocked? Neither Death God nor Mad God used their full strength. But to be able to make it difficult for them to block in a head-on collision, one could imagine how strong Lan Xuanyu was now. "Let me try too. Get out of the way." Immortal Emperor Sea Dragon, who had a lazy look on his face, laughed and flashed out. A pitch-black long staff appeared out of nowhere. The long staff suddenly burst into thousands of golden lights in the air. It went straight for Lan Xuanyu, who had just been knocked back. Every golden staff shadow seemed to be filled with a strange rhythm. Thousands of golden staff shadows combined together, giving people a feeling that there was nowhere to hide. The strong pressure even made the 9-colored dragon scales on Lan Xuanyu's body burst out with unprecedented brilliance. The dragon god's spear in his hand trembled slightly. In terms of individual cultivation, Immortal Emperor Sea Dragon was not stronger than Mad God Lei Xiang and Death God Dummy. The reason why they were called one of the strongest divine kings in the realm of the gods was not only because of their cultivation, but also because they were divine kings with super divine artifacts. There was a big difference between having a super divine artifact and not having one. Moreover, their super divine artifacts were real super divine artifacts. They were completely different from the self-proclaimed super divine artifacts of Scarlet Divine King and the former head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. Among all the super divine artifacts, the long staff in Sea Dragon's hand could be said to be the best. It was even ranked above Sea God Tangsan's Sea God Trident. If it was not for the fact that he could not deal with Tangsan's indefinite disturbance, Sea Dragon might be the strongest existence in terms of individual combat power. Because the long staff in his hand was called the Jingu Staff, the Jingu Staff struck down. Thousands of staff shadows merged into one attack, layer by layer. It was Immortal Emperor Sea Dragon's top-secret skill, 1000 Caddy Clear Jade Universe of the 1000 Caddy Staff Technique. Before the staff shadows even arrived, Lan Xuanyu's body had already begun to tremble under the immense pressure. Immortal Emperor Sea Dragon saw that he had already blocked the attacks of Death God Dummy and Mad God Lei Xiang. Therefore, he naturally increased the power of 1000 Caddy Clear Jade Universe. They all wanted to see how much combat power this grandson of Tang San, who was about to become a powerful divine king, could unleash under pressure. At the same time, they also wanted to wear down his strength better and help him on his path to becoming a divine king more smoothly. It should be known that all the divine kings had their own divine seat. Each of them had their own divine world laws. These laws would more or less affect Lan Xuanyu during the battle. It was also a kind of guidance for him at the divine king level. During this process, the influence on him would definitely be positive. It would allow him to receive more stimulation, so that he would be able to produce better comprehension to complete his divine king examination. From the previous 2 stabs of the unparalleled selfless dragon god slash, it could be seen that this kind of stimulation was effective. Under the influence of external pressure, Lan Xuanyu's power and the dragon god's power were fusing more and more tacitly. This would definitely be very beneficial for him to become a true divine king. The dragon god's spear moved when Lan Xuanyu's body trembled. The tip of the spear was burning, and the resplendent 9-colored flames suddenly exploded. The spear light burst forth from a single point, transforming into threads of spear light, like fireworks exploding from his palm. Every spear light was filled with explosive power. In an instant, it exploded on top of the descending Jingu staff. The instantaneous explosion of light even caused the divine kings to squint their eyes. The series of explosions was deafening, as if 10,000 thunders were striking at the same time. Hai Long's imposing Jingu staff descended. Just as it was about to send Lan Xuanyu flying, it was forcibly lifted up by the resplendent spear light. The spear light was obviously being suppressed by the staff. However, the spear light that was being suppressed gradually rose up. It gave people a feeling of unruliness and explosiveness. The terrifying power burst forth with unparalleled stubbornness. Every spear light's explosion was weakening the 1,000 Jun Qingyu's pressure. Seeing this, even Tang San could not help but feel a little shocked. The explosive power of Hai Long's 1,000 Jun Qingyu was known as the #1 in the divine world. When the divine kings were in control of the divine world, they would often communicate with each other. Once, Tang San was asked who he would choose if he had to choose a divine king to cooperate with. Tang San did not hesitate to tell everyone that he would choose the immortal Emperor Hai Long. At that time, the divine kings were very interested in this answer. This was because they had always thought that Tang San would choose Death God Dummy, who was as loyal as him. However, they did not expect that he would choose the immortal emperor of the generation who had the most wives. Everyone asked him why. Tang San told them that it was because Hai Long's explosive power, especially his instantaneous explosive power, was the strongest existence among them. If he faced a strong enemy, he could use unpredictable storm to lock the opponent, and then let Hai Long unleash his explosive power. Then, at least in the divine world, no divine king would be able to escape. After hearing his explanation, the godly kings pondered for a moment, and realized that it was indeed the case. The explosive power of Hai Long's 1,000-kilogram staff technique was simply too strong. 1,000-kilogram Qingyu was also one of the most powerful techniques in the 1,000-kilogram staff technique. Although Hai Long wouldn't use his full strength, he still used his Jingu Bang. There weren't many godly kings who could block this staff head-on. Lei Xiang could barely block it, and then counterattack through other methods. Dummy, the Grim Reaper, would have to avoid it. The Purple Emperor and Emperor Qin might be able to suppress the Immortal Emperor. After all, there were two of them. However, the prerequisite was how long the Purple Emperor could last in front of the Jingu Bang, and how long Emperor Qin could interfere with him. Lan Xuanyu was using his Dragon God's spear to block 1,000-kilogram Qingyu's staff. What was even more strange was that the way he blocked it was similar to 1,000-kilogram Qingyu in reverse. From 1 point to 10,000, and fusing with 1,000-kilogram Qingyu, there was only one way to achieve the same result. It was important to note that Sea God Tang San's Fury of the Masses was based on 1,000-kilogram Qingyu in a certain sense. Lan Xuanyu knew how to be criticized by the masses as well. However, under such a situation where he was being suppressed, he used the spear in front of him. Fiery tree silver flower dragon gods exploded. The staff shadow and the spear light fused, and finally disappeared in the collision. Amidst an explosion, Lan Xuanyu was sent flying. However, the 9-colored spear light around the immortal Emperor Hai Long's body was faintly discernible. A low dragon's roar resounded, and even the sound of the withered wood dragon's zither was suppressed. It's indeed powerful. Hai Long placed his Jingu Bang on his back, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. The godly king's control and perception of power were naturally not something that the powerful individuals from the Ryuma Federation and the Douluo Federation could compare to. Through these clashes, the god kings could already sense that Lan Xuanyu's potential had exceeded their expectations. In a situation where he had yet to truly become a divine king, while they were taking turns to suppress him, he was still able to continuously erupt with even more potential. This showed that he was able to better fuse with the bloodline of the dragon gods. This was truly too rare. From this, it could be seen that once he truly became a god king, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Hai Long's strike was truly powerful. 9-colored divine light circulated around Lan Xuanyu's body as he was sent flying. He flew several tens of thousands of meters before coming to a stop. The light on his body flickered. However, the red light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and an unyielding will burst forth from his eyes. The tip of the spear of the dragon gods in his hand was slightly bent from the strike just now. At this time, with the infusion of draconic power, it was rapidly recovering and erupting with an even more powerful spear aura. He was like a piece of divine metal that was being forged under the attacks of the God Kings, continuously erupting with even more power. Lan Xuanyu raised his head, and his long hair fluttered behind his head. A bright light erupted from his body, and an even more intense aura erupted. In the next moment, his body had already begun to transform. His humanoid body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he had already transformed into a 9-colored dragon that was 10,000 meters long. The impassioned dragon roar became louder and louder. As a result, the entire Tenryu star was constantly emitting dragon roars. That was the response from all the dragon race who heard his voice. Not only that, even the universe seemed to have waves of dragon roars that resonated with his dragon roar. In the next moment, the huge dragon that Lan Xuanyu had transformed into flapped his dragon wings and charged straight towards the God Kings from the God realm. After transforming into a huge dragon, his aura became even stronger. The terrifying aura was filled with a sense of oppression and madness. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna could clearly feel a powerful suction coming from the body of the dragon gods. It was sucking in their bloodlines, as if it wanted to absorb their bloodlines and fuse them into one. "Good fellow," Sea Dragon said with a smile, and once again charged forward with the Jingu Bang in his hand. "Grow, grow, grow." As he shouted, the Jingu Bang suddenly grew in size, and brazenly smashed out with the staff. The 9-colored dragon gods opened their mouths, and spear light shot out from their mouths. It was smashed back by the Jingu Bang, but he used his own dragon heads to block the Jingu Bang's descent. The huge dragon's body was smashed down, but his huge body that was 10,000 meters long suddenly turned around, and his huge dragon tail swept out. Not only did it attack the immortal Emperor Sea Dragon, but it also covered the mad god Lei Xiang, Death God Dummy, Emperor Qinyi Inzhu, and the purple Emperor Purple Crystal Behemoth. He actually used his own strength to attack the 5 divine kings at the same time. Even the god of strength Zhou Weijing, who walked out last, was almost covered by the dragon tail sweep. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Lan Xuanyu, who was not clear-headed at all, did not know what level of opponent he was facing. Death God Dummy's body turned illusory, and silently disappeared, avoiding the dragon tail. Mad God Lei Xiang punched out with both his fists. He blocked the dragon tail with both his fists. The immortal Emperor Sea Dragon, who had just smashed out with the staff, turned his body at this moment, and used the other end of the Jingu Bang to point at the dragon tail that was coming at him. The purple Emperor's body instantly grew, and expanded to a height of 1,000 meters. He crossed his arms in front of him, forcibly blocking the attack. Emperor Qinyi Inzhu was already sitting on his shoulder. He played the withered wood dragon song Guqin in his hand more and more hurriedly. The sonorous sound of the Guqin caused the 9-colored dragon god's dragon scales to emit rings of colorful halos, and the speed of the whipping slowed down. Boom! The dragon tail collided with the few divine kings almost at the same time. A scene that shocked the entire heavenly realm appeared. Under the attack of the dragon tail, the 4 divine kings were sent flying at the same time, although they quickly regained control of their bodies in the air. However, the power of this attack actually forced the 4 divine kings to retreat. This showed how strong its power was. The 4 divine kings were all shocked, and they said almost in unison, "The only one in the universe?" What was the only one in the universe? Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna did not understand what it meant. However, all of the God King level experts present understood what was going on. Other than Tang San, whose expression did not change, as if he had expected this, the other divine kings were all shocked. The only one in the universe meant that there was only one divine king in the entire universe. This was the only one in the universe. The universe was boundless, and no one could measure how big the entire universe was. Therefore, in the universe, there were actually many existences like the heavenly realm. A universe was formed by the interweaving of countless parallel universes, which was why the theory of multidimensional space existed. Different universes, or even different galaxies, could give birth to their own heavenly realm. However, in different heavenly realms, it was very possible for similar divine kings to appear. For example, in the heavenly realm that Tang San was in, as the sea god, he could become the king of divine kings, the ruler of the heavenly realm. However, in another heavenly realm, the sea god could also be an ordinary divine king, or even a weaker divine king. However, if it was the only one in the universe, it meant that there was only one divine king in the entire universe, no matter how many parallel universes there were. Yes, that was the case for the dragon gods, the only one in the universe, the only dragon gods. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu transformed into the true form of the dragon gods, what his huge body received was the feedback from the dragon race in the different planes of the universe. His dragon roar was equivalent to summoning all the power and faith similar to the dragon race onto himself. He was telling all the dragon race in all the planes that their god had returned. This was the only power in the universe, the only divine king in the universe. He must become the divine king of the heavenly realm, and must control the entire heavenly realm. Otherwise, his unique characteristic would have a very strong impact on the other heavenly realms that he joined, and might even cause their heavenly realms to collapse, or be transformed into his own heavenly realm. Our Douluo's fifth book, Rebirth of Tang San, has released the introduction and the first chapter. Everyone can go and take a look, bookmark, and recommend. This book will end on May 20th, and we will officially start releasing the fifth chapter. End of this chapter, the unique of the universe meant two things. Firstly, it was powerful. It was powerful enough to rule over the entire category of gods. Secondly, it was exclusive. In the same god world, there wouldn't be an existence that was stronger than him or even as strong as him. Just like in the divine dragon world, the dragon gods were the absolute rulers. No other god could compete with him for the rule of the divine dragon world. At this moment, after transforming into his original form, Lan Xuanyu displayed the unique of the universe. This also meant that his fusion with the dragon gods had reached the final stage. This final stage was also the most dangerous. It was also the last moment of the godly king examination. All the godly kings looked at ocean god Tang San at the same time. This was his grandson. Lan Xuanyu, who had displayed the unique of the universe, wasn't someone that could be easily stopped. Regardless of whether it was his offensive or defensive abilities, they had reached a whole new level. Furthermore, the aura of the unique of the universe and the powerful unique of the universe on him had a guiding effect on their god world. To become a god world, one would need a huge amount of energy. Naturally, the more energy, the better. With such a powerful god world in front of him, Lan Xuanyu, who had transformed into the dragon gods, would definitely want to take over the place. Thus, his scarlet eyes were currently focused in the direction of the divine realm. Let's join forces and stop him. Wait for him to break through. Tang San said in a deep voice. The remaining godly kings beside him also floated out. They formed a line with the other godly kings and blocked the front of the god world. Other than the 5 godly kings, there were a few other existences on their side. One of them was godly king Tianhen, who controlled space and darkness. There was also godly king of light Nagatsuki, god of strength Zhou Weijing, and the previous god of emotions, Rong Yanbing, who was close to becoming a godly king. In addition, there were also the god of kindness, Lai Yan, and the god of evil, Ji Dong, who were originally in the same god world as Tang San. There was also the current god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, who had just become a godly king. A total of 12 godly kings or experts close to the godly king level stood together. This was the core strength of the entire god world. They were also all the members of the god world committee. Such a lineup was much stronger than the one before the god realm was swept away. There's a story about Rong Yanbing. Read my book, The Demonic Chef of Ice and Fire. There is a story about the heavenly scar. Read my book Space Speed Star Scar. There is a story about the god of kindness, Lai Yan, and the god of evil, Ji Dong. Read my work, God of Wine. The 12 god kings stood together. Including the Violet Emperor, there were 13 figures. The powerful god king auras fused together, producing a strange and dense aura. This huge aura pressed down on the dragon gods. This caused the 9-colored dragon gods, who had just succeeded in their attack, to slow down. These were the powerful auras of 13 god kings. Even if it was just the aura and pressure, it was enough to easily destroy a planet. The 9-colored dragon god's body continued to twist and struggle in the face of such powerful pressure. Every time he twisted his body, waves of the universal laws would naturally appear on his body, helping him to resist this pressure. It even made him feel like he was about to break through under the pressure. In his scarlet eyes, there was a hint of struggle. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had indeed reached the final stage of the God King examination. In his mind, his spirit had already returned, and he was facing the situation where he was about to become a God Star on the altar. He had decided to give up on becoming a God Star rather than devour the crown prince of the dragon race. This caused the entire altar to become extremely unstable, and it could collapse at any time. Furthermore, he had gathered so much energy from the God world. The power of 18 God Kings had nowhere to retreat. At this moment, he was faced with a choice. External, there was the rejection of the universe. Internal, there were many unstable factors. This included the Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King, who might have already betrayed him. Therefore, he was in the most difficult moment of the Dragon God's examination. If he failed, he might really be annihilated. After such a long period of examination and so many things that had happened before, Lan Xuanyu already felt that the examination of the Dragon Gods meant that if he succeeded, he could become a Dragon God. But if he failed, the Dragon Gods would rather let their inheritance completely disappear from the universe than forcefully inherit it and cause a disaster. Therefore, he was facing a real crisis. At this moment, the pressure from the 13 God Kings in the outside world was the same as the pressure of the universe for Lan Xuanyu, who was undergoing the examination of the Dragon Gods. At least, that was how it felt in his perception. If he wanted to pass the examination, he had to struggle out from under such a strong pressure. The 13 God Kings continued to exert pressure, causing the huge bodies of the 9-colored Dragon Gods to constantly twist and turn in the air. Every twist and turn gave people a soul-stirring feeling. The energy contained in their bodies was simply too great. Xiaowu was also very nervous. That was her grandson. The family was finally reunited, but her grandson had to face such a situation. This was something she absolutely did not want to see. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were naturally even more nervous than her. Becoming a dragon god was simply too difficult. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already displayed the characteristics of the only dragon gods in the universe. This also meant that the examination was absolutely irreversible. Either he succeeded, or he died. In this kind of God-King level examination, if he died because of failure, even if there were so many powerful God-level powerhouses present, it would be impossible to revive him. This was not allowed by the laws of the universe. Succeed. Son, you must hold on. You must succeed. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were so nervous that they did not dare to watch. They both knew that success or failure depended on this. Huge changes could happen at any time. However, they could not help but watch. They were all praying for their son in their hearts. As long as it was necessary, they were willing to give their all. At any time to support their son. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Xiaowu comforted them gently. Tang Wulin turned to look at his mother. At this moment, he was too nervous and did not notice that his mother's hand was even colder than before. Xiaowu looked at her son gently, then at her daughter-in-law. Finally, her gaze fell on the huge 9-colored dragon gods in the distance. She silently made a wish in her heart. My last wish is that my grandson can be safe. A faint colorful halo surrounded her body. The smile on her face became even gentler. Her eyes revealed a clear brilliance as she looked at the huge dragon gods in the distance. The dragon god's body seemed to tremble slightly. A strange brilliance appeared in their scarlet eyes. It was a penetrating brilliance that seemed to contain a special kind of enlightenment. Faced with the enormous pressure of the 13 god kings, his body began to gradually shrink. Yes, it was shrinking. Like an object that had been oppressed, it began to shrink under the enormous pressure. The huge body that was 10,000 meters long was slowly being compressed inwards, but the aura on his body did not weaken. On the contrary, as the compression became more and more concentrated, the fluctuations that were close to the laws of the universe on his body became more intense. The feeling of having the laws of the universe was not something that every god could do. True gods could not do it either. Only when one reached the level of a god king could they have the true laws of the universe. Just like the officials of the universe, they were in charge of one side of the universe. This was the true law of the universe. Just like the sea god Tang San, his law was related to the sea. No matter what plane or planet he was on, all the worlds related to the sea would be affected by him and be used by him. This was the law of the sea god. Douluo's fifth book, Rebirth of Tang San, has released the introduction and the first chapter. Everyone can go and take a look. This book will end on May 20th, and we will officially start updating the fifth book. End of this chapter, the light god King Nagatsuki naturally controlled light. If it wasn't for the fact that the sea god Tang San also possessed the power of the Azura god, he wouldn't be qualified to be a supreme god king just by being a pure sea god. He was equivalent to having two gods combined into one, which was why he was currently the strongest in the god realm. At this very moment, Lan Xuanyu, who had transformed into the nine-colored dragon gods, had already begun to fluctuate with the power of laws. As his body shrank, this feeling became more obvious. Moreover, as the only god in the universe, once he achieved the power of laws, it would also be the only power of laws in the universe. This was the scariest part. Although there were 13 god kings present, in their memories, they had never seen a god king who possessed the only power of laws in the universe. They didn't possess such an ability either. Tang San wasn't sure if the former dragon gods possessed such a unique power of laws, but the possibility was not high. To be able to possess the only power of laws in the universe, it must be an existence that was extremely recognized by the laws of the universe. However, because the power of bloodline was too strong, the current Lan Xuanyu was still being rejected by the laws of the universe to a certain extent. Rejection and the appearance of power of laws, these two were actually conflicting with each other. Therefore, his current state was even more dangerous than his previous state. However, at the same time, he was also getting closer to becoming a god king. Without a doubt, his test had reached the final stage. Continue? Nagatsuki asked Tang San. What Tang San could see, he could naturally see as well. At this time, if they continued, the result would be very two-sided, and it would be two sides that were beyond the control of these god kings. Previously, Tang San's plan was to wear down Lan Xuanyu's power so that he could last longer in the test, and thus have a higher chance of passing the test. However, the current situation was contrary to his wishes. Lan Xuanyu's transformation had caused his test to reach the final stage directly. If they continued to compress, his state would have a very extreme change. This kind of god king level existence with a unique power would be out of their control. Let's continue. Tang San said decisively. When he said these two words, Nagatsuki clearly saw that there were tears in his eyes. He will succeed. He will definitely succeed. Tang San's voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were not looking at the nine-colored dragon gods who were constantly compressing their own power, but at his wife, Xiao Wu, his son, and his daughter-in-law. Tears flashed in her eyes before they quickly returned to normal. With that, the god kings obviously did not hesitate. At the same time, they all secretly praised Tang San and felt some admiration towards him. In this situation, the scariest thing was being unable to make a decision. Once he couldn't make a decision, it would instead cause an even worse impact. Only by making a decision as soon as possible would he have a greater chance of success. The huge bodies of the nine-colored dragon gods had been compressed to about 9,000 meters at this time. Every scale on their bodies had a halo of light circulating within the corrosion. The invisible energy fluctuations and law fluctuations were becoming more and more intense. Under Tang San's command, the pressure released by the 13 god kings continued to increase. The compression speed of the huge bodies of the dragon gods that Lan Xuanyu had transformed into also began to increase. It only took half the time before he was compressed to 8,000 meters. Then, it was 7,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 5,000 meters. When his body shrank to less than 5,000 meters, the light around his huge body began to distort. The smell of law and rejection became more and more intense. It was as if he could collapse at any time, but also as if he could break through at any time. Lai Yan. Tang San shouted in a deep voice. The god of kindness, Lai Yan, nodded at him. A layer of milky white light was released from her body and drifted in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. Suddenly, the distortions around Lan Xuanyu's body became gentler. Even his aura seemed to have become much gentler. Jidong. Tang San shouted again. On the god of evil, Jidong's body, black light surged and turned into a strange vortex in front of him. The vortex seemed to have a huge suction force that sucked in evil thoughts. Not only was Lan Xuanyu affected, there seemed to be wisps of black air flowing towards him. Even on Tang Wulin's side, some of the evil thoughts that came from King Jinlong's bloodline were sucked away, causing him to become more clear-headed. It was also at this time that he noticed that his mother's hand was a little cold. He couldn't help but look at her. Xiaowu's face was rosy, and there was always a faint smile on her face. Seeing her son looking at her, she said, "Don't worry, my precious grandson will definitely be fine. Grandpa and Grandma will protect him well. Reward the good and punish the evil." The god of kindness, Lai Yan, and the god of evil, Ji Dong, said at the same time. Suddenly, black and white rotated, and a huge yin-yang fish appeared in space. It affected Lan Xuanyu's direction. The distortions gradually disappeared. Whether it was the power of laws or the power of rejection, it felt like they were weakening. It wasn't that they were weakening. Instead, they were scattering to two sides and condensing separately. It felt like they were becoming more solid. Under the combined efforts of the god of kindness and the god of evil, Lan Xuanyu's situation stabilized again. Even his condition seemed to be better than before. However, the pressure exerted by the 13 god kings didn't decrease. It caused his 5-kilometer-long body to continue shrinking. Emotions. Tang San shouted again. The god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, and the former god of emotions, Rong Yanbing, released emotional power at the same time. Under the guidance of their emotions, or rather, under the control of their emotions. The madness deep in the eyes of the 9-colored dragon gods was significantly reduced. It was during this process that his body was compressed to 4,000 meters. The distortions appeared once again. The power of laws and the power of rejection from the universe unstably intertwined and clashed once again. Lan Xuanyu's huge dragon eyes revealed a look of pain. However, there was also a determined determination in his eyes. His body was still being compressed. After breaking through 4,000 meters, it started to compress towards 1,000 meters. At this moment, the scales on the surface of his body were no longer transparent. Instead, they became deeper. Every scale seemed to contain the existence of a small world. They became denser and denser. Around Lan Xuanyu's body, deep dragon roars seemed to turn into thousands. Every scale seemed to reflect a world with a dragon race. At this moment, the god of the sea, Tang San, could vaguely sense how powerful the previous supreme god of the divine dragon world was. At this moment, with the combined power of the 13 godly kings, they could feel the strong pressure coming from Lan Xuanyu. 3,000 meters. He had finally reached 3,000 meters. Streaks of lightning began to appear on the surface of Lan Xuanyu's body. Under the lightning, his dragon scales began to crack. At first, it was just one piece. However, it soon became many pieces. Like a chain reaction, it spread throughout his body. However, after these scales cracked, they would be affected by his enormous dragon power and heal the wounds, returning to their original hardness. The determination in his eyes began to turn into confusion and pain. To become a dragon god, one would need an extremely large amount of power. Moreover, the dragon gods that Lan Xuanyu wanted to become now were different from the dragon gods of the past. Because he attracted the attention of the universe's laws, if he could become a dragon god, he would be the dragon gods with the unique characteristics of the universe. Or the dragon gods who controlled the unique laws of the universe. The dragon gods of the past did indeed possess the former, but did not possess the latter. Having the latter might not necessarily be more powerful than simply having the former. However, in a true sense, they would be recognized by the universe and become the assistants of the universe's laws. However, this process was really too difficult. Douluo's 5th book, Rebirth of Tang San, has released the introduction and the first chapter. Everyone can go take a look, save it, and recommend it. This book will end on May 20th, and we will officially start updating the 5th book. In other words, if Lan Xuanyu succeeded, he would no longer be rejected by the universe. Even in the future, when he developed towards the divine star, the universe would not reject him, because at that time, the universe would have tacitly agreed that he was serving the universe's rules. And the power that was constantly being compressed was the power that belonged to the original dragon gods. The huge amount of energy needed to become dragon gods again would be produced during the compression. The greater the pressure, the stronger the power of the dragon gods would erupt, and the greater the power formed would be, allowing him to return to the position of Supreme Divine King. But whether it was the process of compression or the process of getting the universe's rules to recognize it, it was extremely difficult. It was equivalent to adding another universe's test in addition to the original Divine King test. This was also what the dragon gods left for Lan Xuanyu. The dragon gods had drifted in the universe for so long, and had taken root in the Douluo continent and the Tenryu star. After so many years, they finally found Lan Xuanyu, the only existence suitable for their inheritance. The inheritance of the dragon gods could only be passed down this time. If it failed, the only divine king in the universe would completely disappear. Light illumination. Tang-san looked at Nagatsuki. The light god king Nagatsuki slowly took a step forward, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out. When the golden light appeared from his body, it was extremely dazzling. But when he slowly raised his right hand, and the holy light sword condensed in his palm, the light began to soften. A dazzling golden light shone down and landed on Lan Xuanyu's body, causing his body to be instantly covered in gold, as if he had returned to the state of Princess Jinlong. Under the illumination of this light, the cracks in the scales on Lan Xuanyu's body were instantly healed, and his body's recovery ability also increased explosively. This was the strongest power of light, full of recovery ability. It also gave him the taste of light. It made his heart more transparent. 3,000 meters, he finally fell below 3,000 meters. Under the cover of the holy light, Lan Xuanyu's body continued to shrink. The power of light helped him forcefully resist the two opposing energies, causing his aura to become even more condensed and powerful. However, the more powerful one was, the more dangerous it would be. Tang-san slowly raised his hand and looked at the good god and evil god. Lai Yan and Ji Dong seemed to have sensed something. After looking at each other, they nodded at sea god Tang-san. Only then did Tang-san turn his gaze to Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. Children, you've been through so much pain for so many years. You've always used your determination to protect the Douluo continent and resist the forces that threaten the planet. You walked step by step, inheriting the power of the dragon gods, and bearing the pain they brought. You have already endured too much training. Today, on behalf of the God realm, I will deprive you of the inheritance that belongs to the dragon gods, give you the position of God, and let you join the God realm and become a true part of the God realm. Are you willing? Hearing his father's words, Tang Wulin suddenly realized something and said without hesitation, "We are willing." Gu Yuna still didn't understand, but when she heard Tang Wulin agree, she immediately nodded. Tang-san slowly opened his right hand, and immediately, 2 rays of light rose from his palm, blooming with a dazzling brilliance. There were 2 seeds. One emitted a dark green light and was filled with endless vitality, while the other was purplish-black and emitted a deep darkness and destruction. The moment these 2 seeds appeared, the 8-armed god demon king in the distance almost immediately knelt in the direction of the purplish-black seeds. He could feel the purity of the destructive power, and it was also the purity that he had always been searching for. It was like the opposite of the ultimate life in the universe, and also the dark side of the entire world. But when it was placed together with the dark green seeds, it felt like they complemented each other. Creation and destruction were originally 2 opposite sides. But without destruction, how could there be creation? This pair was the perfect example of the saying, extreme misfortune brings joy. Ultimate life would lead to destruction, and ultimate destruction would also lead to life. Back then, before the God Realm was swept away, the God Realm Committee that was in charge of everything in the God Realm was actually formed by the 5 God Kings. They were the Sea God, the God of Kindness, the God of Evil, the God of Life, and the God of Destruction. The God of Life and the God of Destruction were originally husband and wife. Later, because the God of Destruction and the Sea God Tang-san had different ideals, they started a rebellion. It was also that rebellion that led to the tragedy of Tang Wulin being stranded in the Douluo continent. When the God of Destruction realized that he was indeed wrong, he and the Goddess of Life did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to protect the God realm, and only left these 2 God King seeds behind. For information about the rebellion, please see my work, The Legend of the God Realm from the Douluo continent. For information about the God realm after the spacetime turbulence swept it away, please see my work, The Legend of the Tangmen Heroes from the Douluo continent. At that time, these two God King seeds were kept by Tang San. The God of Life and the God of Destruction were two indispensable God Kings in the God realm. At this moment, there was no doubt that Tang San had already found a master for them. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna had experienced so many hardships, and everything they had experienced was projected in their divine sense. It was enough for any God King to examine. They already had the foundation to accumulate everything. At the same time, in order to save Lan Xuanyu and help him become the dragon gods, Tang San finally took out these two precious God King seeds. Gu Yuna, you inherited the Silver Dragon King's bloodline, and your heart has always been kind. Although you fought against humans for the survival of soul beasts, in the end, you followed your kind heart and gave soul beasts a place to live. You made a huge contribution to the peaceful coexistence between humans and soul beasts in the Douluo Federation. After 10,000 years, you are still fighting for humans. I will bestow upon you the inheritance of the God of Life. Are you willing? Tang San's solemn voice echoed in space. The God King's presence suppressed Lan Xuanyu while looking at the two God King seeds in Tang San's hands. Although the 6 God realms had merged into one, and Tang San was the leader. When everyone saw these two God King seeds, they couldn't help but look at the former Douluo God realm in a different light. This was the inheritance of a top-tier God King. I am willing, Gu Yuna said without hesitation. She bowed respectfully in Tang San's direction. She didn't have much attachment to the God King's position, and her cultivation was also at the half-step God King level. She accepted the inheritance of the God of Life without hesitation, and more importantly, she wanted to save her son. In Tang San's palm, the jade green seed slowly floated up and flew in Gu Yuna's direction. A gentle aura of life instantly enveloped her body, and Gu Yuna couldn't help but tremble slightly. Following this, she felt an unparalleled amount of life energy sweeping over and surging into her body. She also felt a call from the God realm, and there was a place that belonged to her there. Her life energy was quickly sublimating, and she felt everything around her being magnified. She could feel the life energy of all the experts present, including the fleet in the distance, the Tenryu star, and even the Tianma star. Every detail of life rippled in her divine sense. The jade-green brilliance made Gu Yuna seem to be magnified. On the God realm side, a colorful cloud floated out, and there seemed to be a bridge behind it. Heavenly music echoed, and it was filled with joy. The God of Life was once the most popular god in the God realm. The God King had returned, and the God realm had responded. Tang San pointed the sea god's trident in Gu Yuna's direction, and circles of golden light immediately enveloped her body. Gu Yuna felt an intense pain coming from her body, and it came from inside out. In the next instant, rays of silver light were sucked out by the golden light circles. Our Douluo's 5th book, Rebirth of Tang San, has released the introduction and the first chapter. Everyone can take a look, bookmark, and recommend. This book will end on May 20th, and we will officially start releasing the 5th chapter. End of chapter. Within this silver light, there seemed to be boundless rainbow light being nurtured. This was the elemental power that she controlled, and within this elemental power, there was a low dragon's roar. Gu Yuna's face paled slightly from the excruciating pain, but the enormous life force energy from the seed of life was quickly replenishing all of the emptiness that she had lost. At this moment, the seed of life had already stopped at her glabella, and it was slowly ingraining itself into her body, becoming a part of it. What Tang San was doing was actually very difficult. He was stripping away Gu Yuna's Silver Dragon King bloodline and the power that belonged to the Silver Dragon King, leaving behind only her divine power and divine sense. After bestowing the seed of life upon her, she would become the God of Life and inherit the godly seed of the God of Life. Gu Yuna endured the pain with all her might, and her eyes were always on her son. For her son, this bit of pain was nothing. Enormous life force energy surged through the air, and silver patterns of light gradually took shape. When the power of the Silver Dragon King that had been drawn out finally converged into a true silver dragon, Tang San released his control over it. Immediately thereafter, the Silver Dragon King flew directly toward Lan Xuanyu amid a thunderous dragon's roar. Tang San turned to Tang Wulin, and said in a grim voice, "Tang Wulin, you fought to protect the Shrek Academy and rebuilt the Shrek Academy. You fought alongside Guyuna and many other powerful human beings against the abyssal plane and achieved victory in the end. You saved the human race from calamity and allowed the Douluo continent to evolve. You made indelible contributions to the development of the Douluo Federation. Now, I will pass on the godly seat of the god of destruction to you. Are you willing? I am, Tang Wulin replied without any hesitation. Tang San looked at him with a complex expression. Back then, during the Battle of the Divine Realm, you suffered backlash from the near-death King Jinlong, and I had no choice but to place 18 seals on your body. My son, I know how difficult it was for you. Now, all of that is in the past. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Wulin could no longer control his emotions. Tears streamed down his face. His life had been too difficult. He had been threatened by the bloodline of King Jinlong since he was a child. If it were not for the help of the divine sense left by Tang San, he would have died under the ravages of the bloodline of King Jinlong. After that, he had a love-hate relationship with Guyuna, and the Shrek Academy had been destroyed by a Godslayer bomb. He had to rebuild the Shrek Academy, oppose the Spirit Pagoda and the Holy Spirit cult, and finally face the powerful abyssal plane. When everything was finally settled, he found that the woman he loved was standing on the opposite side of him. In the end, they loved and killed each other. After being frozen for 10,000 years, they woke up again, but lost their memories. It was truly too difficult for him to reach this point. His father's gentle gaze was the greatest comfort to his soul. With tears streaming down his face, he cowed out in the direction of Tang San. The purple halo of the seed of destruction flickered as it slowly flew out in the direction of Tang Wulin. The powerful aura of destruction seemed to be resonating with the bloodline of King Jinlong in his body, causing the madness that belonged to King Jinlong to rush out again. But the more this was the case, the stronger the attraction from the dragon gods became. After the fusion of destruction, Tang Wulin's first feeling was that he had left this world. It was a feeling that everything around him had collapsed. When his consciousness returned, all the collapsing things were reorganizing, and then collapsing again. A strong will of destruction lingered around his body. Although he had experienced the power of destruction in his early years, he still had an indescribable feeling in the face of the seed of destruction, which was the inheritance of the divine king. King Jinlong's bloodline was being pulled out of his body by Tang San bit by bit. When the bloodline of King Jinlong appeared, Jinlong's eyes were still filled with a strong will of madness. He seemed to recognize Tang San, twisted his body, and was about to rush toward Tang San. Tang San snorted coldly, his eyes full of coldness. King Jinlong, if it weren't for the fact that you are the power that my grandson must absorb to become a god, I would have destroyed your body and soul today. As he spoke, the Neptune's trident in his hand suddenly paused in the air. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying divine sense burst out from Tang San's body. When this divine sense appeared, the entire divine realm behind him burst out with a melodious rhythm. The Golden Dragon King's frenzied rage was instantly suppressed, and it wilted. The divine kings present also felt the aura on Tang San's body and were all shocked. They had always known that Tang San was very powerful. However, the strength of Tang San's divine sense at this time was beyond their understanding. The fluctuations of this divine sense were no longer at the level of a simple divine king. They did not expect that he had unknowingly become so powerful. What shocked them even more was the cold aura that Tang San was emitting at this time. It was an emotion of extreme disgust and anger. Even when the 6 divine realms were in conflict over their ideals and the integration of the divine realms, which eventually led to an abnormal war, they did not feel this kind of emotion from Tang San. In the eyes of the divine kings, Tang San had always been the image of a modest gentleman. At this moment, all of the god kings present could sense just how much he hated the Golden Dragon King from the emotions he was displaying. Yes. He should hate. If it were not for King Jinlong, he would not have been separated from his son for so many years. Roar, a passionate dragon roar sounded in the distance. A huge suction force burst out from the dragon gods. When the Silver Dragon King's bloodline was absorbed into Lan Xuanyu's body, his body was rapidly shrinking, and soon he was 2,000 meters tall. However, the smaller his body was, the more energy he had to bear. It was so huge that it gave people a feeling of extreme oppression. It was as if it could explode at any time. When King Jinlong's bloodline appeared, it was naturally attracted. King Jinlong looked at Tang San unwillingly, but his body was still pulled into Lan Xuanyu's bloodline by the dragon gods. The moment the golden light entered, the dragon god's body shone brightly and suddenly shrank by another 1,000 meters, from the previous 2,000 meters to 1,000 meters. Dazzling nine-colored light illuminated the sky. At this moment, the aura that burst out from the dragon god's body was as deep as the abyss. More importantly, its body had shrunk to 1,000 meters, and the energy fluctuations that seemed like it would explode at any time had disappeared. In its place was stability. A special kind of stability. At the same time, the madness in the dragon god's eyes disappeared without a trace. What was left was a cold brilliance. It was a kind of high and mighty majesty of a supreme god king. Even if there were as many as 13 god kings in front of him, the aura he exuded was not inferior at all. His aura was accumulating, and all the power was harmonizing in his body. Under the dragon gods, an extremely complicated halo was gradually forming. Complicated dragon-shaped patterns were quickly sketching out, and each pattern seemed to outline a story that belonged to the dragon race. Becoming a god in the void, the god seat knows. The light god King Nagatsuki exclaimed in a low voice. That's right, this was clearly a god sketching out his own position as a god. And it was not in the god realm, but in the void universe. This was equivalent to him creating his own law in the universal law. How powerful must his divine power be to be able to do this? At the very least, none of the 13 god king level experts present had obtained their god seat through this method. The former supreme god king had indeed displayed a power that they could not understand. The colorful halo became clearer and clearer, and the entire world seemed to be shaking slightly. The 13 god kings present suddenly discovered in shock that the god realm behind them was fluctuating slightly, as if it had sensed Lan Xuanyu's outline and was resonating with everything he had sketched out. Everyone's recommendation votes are for Tang San Reborn, and Dalu 4 will be ending in a few days. The serialization of Dalu 5 will officially start on May 20th. The brand new Fiend God transformation system I wrote myself felt very good. Not good, his power is drawing in our god realm, Sea Dragon said in a low voice. We can't let him complete the outline of the god seat. Once the outline of the god seat is completed, a god realm that belongs to him will be born, and it will directly absorb the surrounding power. Especially the immortal chi, a part of our god realm's power will be taken away, or even, all of it. See God, what do we do? Emperor Qingyi Yingzhu was also shocked. Tang San made a prompt decision, attack, stop him from continuing. He's very close to completing the Divine King's inheritance. Once the Divine King's examination is completed and he wakes up, he can avoid us and create the god seat. We can't let him create the god realm while he's unconscious. As he spoke, the sea god's trident in his hand was already stabbing towards Lan Xuanyu. Rings of golden light rippled out. It was his powerful divine skill, unpredictable storm. At the same time, pairs of golden wings slowly spread out behind Tang San's back. On the golden wings, there was a faint flicker of blue light. This was a change that would only occur when he raised his divine power to the limit. The golden rings of light formed by unpredictable storm instantly arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu and compressed inward. The 1,000-meter-long dragon gods shook their bodies, and their 1,000-meter-long bodies transformed back into human form. It was still Lan Xuanyu's appearance, but at this moment, with the dragon god's spear in his hand, he looked completely different from before. It was an increase in the level of life. Fusing the power of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King was equivalent to completing the last piece of the puzzle on his path to becoming the dragon gods. He gathered all of his power and unified it. At least in terms of power, he was already a dragon god. Facing the control of unpredictable storm, Lan Xuanyu slowly thrust out his dragon god spear and looked coldly in Tang San's direction. At this time, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna had the energy of the god of life and the god of destruction rising from their bodies respectively. They were in the midst of their god-king fusion. Although they were anxious about Lan Xuanyu's current state, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as everything happened. Xiao Wu was also looking at all of this with a nervous expression. Sun Zai's strength was getting stronger and stronger, but if this powerful strength was uncontrollable, it could very well bring about a disaster. It had been a long time since she had seen her husband use his full strength. Clearly, it was because Lan Xuanyu's strength was already very difficult to suppress. Xiao Wu also understood that her husband must be selfish when it came to his grandson. If it was any other god who wanted to become a god king in such an uncontrollable way, then the other god kings would have already taken action to suppress it. They would rather not let it succeed than take the risk. However, Lan Xuanyu was their grandson. 10,000 years had passed, and the family was finally reunited. How could they do anything to their grandson? Although the other god kings did not say anything, they all tacitly approved of Tang San's actions and tried their best to help. This was their recognition of Tang San, and they were willing to help him. The more this was the case, the more pressure Tang San had to bear. Therefore, when he found that his grandson's strength had reached a level that was close to uncontrollable, he did not hesitate to use his full strength. The dragon god's spear in Lan Xuanyu's hand slowly thrust out. Rings of 9-colored halos rippled, and a large area of light began to appear behind him. It was a scene of 10,000 dragons falling. In the scene, it was incomparably bloody. Giant dragons were being killed one after another, letting out mournful cries and screams. When this scene appeared, the dragon knights in the distance were affected, and their emotions fluctuated violently almost instantly. The spear thrust out, and in the center of the 9-colored light, there was a blood-colored light. Tang San used all his strength to display unpredictable storm, and the golden halos began to tremble. The most terrifying thing about the real unpredictable storm was that it was absolutely established. In other words, the unpredictable storm displayed by a god king could not be blocked or destroyed. It would definitely have a binding effect. However, under the suppression of the dragon god's spear, the unpredictable storm could not land on Lan Xuanyu's body. This was the most terrifying thing. Even the absolute establishment seemed to be resisted by him. He was indeed worthy of being the only powerful god in the universe. Lan Xuanyu let out a Tenryu roar. In the next instant, the dragon god's spear in his hand suddenly exploded, and tens of thousands of 9-colored spear lights suddenly exploded from his hand. The dragon gods exploded with flaming trees and silver flowers. His spear lights actually enveloped the 13 god kings that he perceived to be a threat to him, and attacked them collectively. "Open for me!" Immortal Emperor Hai Long roared. Beside him, Mad God Lei Xiang let out a low roar. Darkness gathers the soul, and only the fallen can be free. Awaken, the endless demonic power slumbering in my blood. The blood-colored light on his body suddenly flourished, and the 12 wings on his back flapped fiercely. He had already turned into a blood-red figure that brazenly advanced. Wherever the blood-red angel passed, the spear lights would be destroyed. However, his advance was not smooth. Every time he blocked a spear light, the blood-red angel would tremble. The sound of a zither rang out, and a golden spear and armored horse appeared. Under the influence of the zither music, Mad God Lei Xiang's aura rose sharply. Emperor Qingyi Yinzhu had already discovered that his zither music did not have a strong effect on Lan Xuanyu. Even if he used the withered wood dragon hell zither, the effect on Lan Xuanyu was very limited. Now that Lan Xuanyu was much stronger than before, it was naturally more difficult to control him. Since he could not control him, then he might as well strengthen his own side. Under his amplification, Mad God Lei Xiang's 12-winged blood-red angel exploded with great battle power, and blocked more than a third of the spear lights by himself. Immortal Emperor Hai Long seemed to be attached to his back, and quickly followed him forward. The golden banded staff in his hand shone resplendently. It did not become bigger, but it was accumulating a large amount of immortal power. The various god kings each displayed their own abilities, and each used their own powerful divine skills. Not only did they have to face Lan Xuanyu, they also had to suppress the god realm, and prevent the god realm's power from being drawn by Lan Xuanyu. If the god realm was forcefully pulled over by Lan Xuanyu, and he borrowed the immortal qi, then today's scene would be ugly. There were still a large number of gods living in the god realm, and if something went wrong, it would cause great destruction. The flaming tree silver flower dragon gods exploded into spear lights, and the 12-winged blood-red angel's power reached its limit. At this moment, Lei Xiang's heart was also filled with shock. One must know that when he fought with Lan Xuanyu previously, although he felt that his opponent was strong, he did not go all out at that time. He thought that if he went all out, he should be able to suppress his opponent. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's flaming tree silver flower dragon gods exploded, and he did not block all of it, but when he rushed out of the spear lights, he also felt a little exhausted. Although he had achieved his goal, he still felt a little displeased. When he rushed out of the spear lights, the first thing he saw was that the golden halos formed by the unpredictable storm had already landed on Lan Xuanyu's body, controlling him so that he could not move. The absolute stability of the unpredictable storm was still achieved, and the spear lights that Lan Xuanyu used before he was controlled were only to prevent the God Kings from attacking him while he was being controlled. With his current strength, he could break free from the unpredictable storm in a short period of time. However, the God Kings had rich battle experience, and with the berserk god Lei Xiang opening a path, they forcefully broke through the spear lights. Behind Lei Xiang, the immortal Emperor Hai Long had already soared into the air, and in an instant, he was in mid-air. The Jingubang in his hand directly smashed towards Lan Xuanyu's head. This time, Hai Long did not hold back, because they could all feel Lan Xuanyu's strength, and they had to suppress him so that he could not form the God Realm before he woke up. Otherwise, the God Realm would be in big trouble. Although they all wanted to help Tang San, under such circumstances, protecting the God Realm was the most important. Tang San was also very clear about this point, which was why he used his unpredictable storm with all his strength. Everyone's recommendation votes are for rebirth of Tang San, and Dalu 4 is about to end. The serialization of Dalu 5 will officially start on the 20th of May. I wrote the brand new Fiend God transformation system myself very well. The Jingubang struck 3 times in the air with lightning speed. Like a thunderbolt, it struck down in an instant. It was the ultimate move of the 1,000-pound staff technique, 3 thunderclap strikes. The 3 strikes were like one strike, bringing with it an incomparably ferocious aura. Lan Xuanyu, who was being controlled, had no way of resisting. Boom boom boom. The Jingubang's power was unimaginable. The 3 strikes all landed on Lan Xuanyu's body fiercely. It immediately interrupted his drawing of the god's rune. Hai Long still held back. He didn't attack his head. The Jingubang landed on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. The heavy Jingubang smashed Lan Xuanyu's shoulder, causing dragon scales to splatter everywhere. In terms of explosive power, Hai Long could be said to be second to none in the entire God Realm. However, after the 3 strikes, he was slightly taken aback. The reason for his stupor was very simple. It was because he realized that his Jingubang didn't hit a body, but an insurmountable moat. The shattered scales and bones seemed to have healed in the next instant. The red in Lan Xuanyu's eyes became even more intense. Hai Long didn't dare to be negligent. He turned around and used the Jingubang as a whip. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed. The god, human, and ghost combo from hell struck out again. His strongest burst was the 3 thunderclap strikes and the god, human, and ghost combo. Before the attack, he actually only wanted to use the 3 thunderclap strikes because he was afraid that he would really kill Lan Xuanyu. If he was hit by all 6 strikes, even Lei Xiang with the berserk god armor wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, when the divine kings sparred with each other, almost all of them had to avoid a direct confrontation with Lei Xiang. At least, they couldn't be hit directly by his 6 strikes. However, Hai Long was shocked to discover that his 3 thunderclap strikes didn't seem to have the desired effect on Lan Xuanyu. In his shock, he also struck out with the god, human, and ghost combo. Ong, an impassioned dragon roar sounded. The golden halo on Lan Xuanyu's body instantly dissipated. He raised the dragon god's spear in his hand and struck out 3 times in an instant. Dang dang dang. With 3 explosive sounds, Lan Xuanyu took 3 steps back in the air. The dragon god's spear was violently trembling from the Jingubang's attack. However, the immortal Emperor Sea Dragon didn't have it easy either. A powerful force seeped in, forcing him to retreat in the void. At this moment, Lei Xiang had already caught his breath. When he saw the scene, his face was also filled with shock. Although they were blocked by flaming tree silver flower and dragon gods, they had faced Tang San's unsettled disturbance before. That absolute control was too terrifying. It was definitely not something he could break free from in a short time. However, Hai Long had only used Thunderbolt 3 strikes. Although Celestial Being and Ghost were delayed for a moment, it was only for an instant. It was actually blocked by Lan Xuanyu, who had already received the 3 strikes of the thunderbolt. Aren't the dragon gods a little too strong? However, it was at this moment that something terrifying continued to happen. Lan Xuanyu, who had taken 3 steps back, slowly put away his dragon god spear. In the next instant, rings of 9-colored light had already shot out from the tip of his dragon god spear. Damn! The immortal Emperor Sea Dragon in the air shouted. Those rings of light had already landed on his body. Unsettled disturbance. Yes, it was the unsettled disturbance. Moreover, it was the dragon god's version of the unsettled disturbance. Tang San's family was passed down from one generation to the next. Although Tang San had never taught his grandson, he had taught Tang Wulin the unsettled disturbance back then. Tang Wulin had never been able to unleash the full power of the unsettled disturbance because of his cultivation. However, his son could now. Sea Dragon had suffered a great loss during the indefinite storm, so when the 9-colored halos wrapped around his body, he felt like crying, but no tears came out. Why was it happening again? Moreover, Lan Xuanyu's unsettled disturbance was different from Tang San's. Tang San's unsettled disturbance was vast and broad, while Lan Xuanyu's unsettled disturbance was majestic and domineering, and had a strong sense of suppression. If not for the Jingu Bang helping him withstand most of the suppression, he even felt like he would have been injured by the unsettled disturbance. Simply put, Tang San's unsettled disturbance only had the ability to control, and it had the strongest control. However, Lan Xuanyu's unsettled disturbance also had the ability to attack, and it had the ability to collapse and cut inwards. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would be at risk of being cut into pieces within the unsettled disturbance. Therefore, this was no longer Tang San's version of the unsettled disturbance, but Lan Xuanyu's own unsettled disturbance Dragon God's Ring. In the process of his body's continuous evolution, he was also constantly combining his various abilities to form an ability that was exclusive to him. The Sea Dragon relied on the Jingu Bang as a foundation to struggle in the Ring of Dragon Gods, but it directly lost its ability to fight. The absolute stability of the Ring of Dragon Gods actually existed. Its control of time was not as good as the original unsettled disturbance, but its destructive power was much greater. In the process of drawing the Ring of Dragon Gods, Lan Xuanyu's injuries from the 3 strikes of Thunderbolt had already recovered. His own aura had also become more and more terrifying. Attack! Tang San shouted in a deep voice. Another unsettled disturbance surrounded Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's gaze also followed his, and the Dragon God's spear in his hand stabbed forward. Unsettled disturbance Dragon God's Ring. Unsettled disturbance against unsettled disturbance. His unsettled disturbance was unable to block Tang San's unsettled disturbance, but it could definitely land on Tang San, affecting the existence that was the greatest threat to him. The various god kings no longer hesitated, and they all pounced towards Lan Xuanyu. A pair of huge dragon wings suddenly opened behind Lan Xuanyu's back, and his body flashed as he was about to use Void Shift. God King Tianhen's eyes flashed with silver light, and the surrounding space seemed to become clear. Lan Xuanyu actually did not succeed in using Void Shift. His body shook in the air, and he reappeared. At this moment, God of Strength Zhou Weiqing, God of Emotions Hui Yuhao, God of Kindness Lai Yan, and God of Evil Ji Dong had already arrived in front of him, and the 4 of them attacked him at the same time. The 4 of them were originally from the God world, and they had a close relationship with Tang San. Of course, they knew how important Lan Xuanyu was to Tang San's family. They were afraid that the other god kings would be too heavy-handed, so they took the initiative to attack first. God King Tianhen became a god king with the darkness and spatial attributes. Although he wasn't considered the strongest among the various god kings, he was still a god king, and his control over these 2 attributes was extremely strong. Even the space worm couldn't compare to him in terms of spatial energy. Facing the attacks of the 4 god kings, Lan Xuanyu reacted. He didn't take it head-on, and he instantly stabbed out with the Dragon God's spear, which transformed into countless spear lights. The wings behind his back flapped, and his body twisted nimbly in the air, and he soared into the sky. The spear lights of the Dragon God's spear were simply too strong, and the 4 god kings could only choose to block it. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu had already broken free. His speed increased explosively. Although he couldn't use Void Shift, His current physical strength was definitely stronger than all the god kings present. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recover from the 3 strikes of the thunderbolt so quickly. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he was already in front of Emperor Qin Yinzhu. He was too fast. While the dragon god's spear in his hand was accelerating in the air, the unparalleled dragon god's war was already stabbing out. At this moment, he was like a fighter jet, instantly shaking off the encirclement, and arrived in front of Yinzhu. Yinzhu's withered tree dragon melody's ether still had some effect on him. Although he wasn't fully awake, he knew that he couldn't win against so many strong opponents in a head-on confrontation. He could only take them down one by one. He had to pinch the weakest persimmon. In terms of defensive capabilities, Yinzhu was the weakest, and he could still cause a strong disturbance to him. Therefore, he had to deal with him first. "You brat, are you trying to be a son?" Yinzhu saw this brat pouncing towards him, and he couldn't help but feel bitter. Since when did he become the weakest god king? There's another update at 5 p.m. End of this chapter. However, Lan Xuanyu's pounce still missed. With a flash of silver light, Yinzhu disappeared and appeared beside God King Tianhen in the next moment. God King Tianhen waved his right hand and the sword in his hand shone brightly. A great dimensional slash sealed the space around Lan Xuanyu. In terms of control over space, he was indeed an extremely powerful existence. That great dimensional slash slashed out and suddenly turned into fine dimensional slashes around Lan Xuanyu's body, sealing the space and forcefully obstructing him. At this moment, Hai Long and Tang San broke free from the ring of the dragon gods. The 13 god kings had already surrounded Lan Xuanyu. In the distance, Tang Wulin's control over the power of the god of destruction was becoming more and more stable. The more he controlled the power of the god kings, the more surprised he was by it. The power of destruction wasn't just increasing his cultivation level. It was also subtly influencing his mentality. The moment he received the inheritance, he even had the urge to destroy everything. He also understood why his father wanted him to inherit the power of the god of destruction. He had been cultivating and growing under the influence of King Jinlong for many years. In terms of determination, he was definitely the best. In order to control the power of the god of destruction, one's consciousness had to be strong enough to not be tainted by the power of destruction. At this moment, he watched as his son was trapped by the 13 god kings in the distance. However, his son was able to charge around and display great strength. The 13 god kings were actually unable to do anything to him for a moment. He could not help but feel proud. This was his son. He was someone who could fight against 13 god kings at the same time. Even if the god kings had their reservations, the fact that he could make so many god kings take action was enough to show how powerful he was. Lan Xuanyu's body froze in the air for a moment. The unpredictable wind ripple controlled him again. The moment he was controlled, he was surrounded. He was surrounded by 13 god kings. Nagatsuki's holy radiance sword slashed out and struck Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. Suddenly, rays of dazzling golden light formed a cage around his body, restricting his movements. In terms of cultivation, Nagatsuki was almost at the same level as the sea god Tang San. The holy light spiritual formation that his radiant sacred sword displayed was known as the number 1 in the god realm. At this moment, the holy light spirit array was directly used on Lan Xuanyu's body in order to control his body and prevent him from escaping. The various god kings also took action. Layer after layer of restrictions enveloped Lan Xuanyu's body. It would be enough as long as they could control him and stop him from being a god. Even though he was being controlled, he was still able to continue taking the God King's test. However, they had clearly underestimated Lan Xuanyu's strength. If the restrictions of the various God Kings all landed on Lan Xuanyu's body, not to mention him, even the former dragon gods would not be able to break free. After all, among the various God Kings present, there were quite a few who had the potential to become supreme God Kings. They were even stronger than the God Kings of the former divine dragon domain. However, this powerful pressure also caused changes to appear on Lan Xuanyu's body. 2 balls of light were silently released from his body. These 2 balls of light were respectively golden and purple. In an instant, everything in the surroundings went berserk. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion suddenly appeared. What is this plaything? Even the God Kings did not recognize the two things that Lan Xuanyu took out. Rumble, the terrifying explosion was accompanied by thousands of thunderbolts. The thunder fruit that represented the beginning of lightning. The purple lightning fruit that represented the mother of lightning. The two great sources of the universe were simultaneously detonated by Lan Xuanyu. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not do this. This was because the energy contained in these two sources of the universe was really too huge and too strong. If something went wrong, not only would he hurt others, but he would also hurt himself. However, under this kind of siege, not only did he feel the pressure, but the treasure-seeking beast in his body also felt it. The treasure-seeking beast's perception was not clear, but it could only feel that its master seemed to be going through the same situation as when the god world was destroyed. Therefore, it did not hesitate to take out these two super treasures of heaven and earth and gave them to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was not in a clear state of mind. In the face of such powerful pressure, he naturally had to struggle with all his might. The unyielding will of the dragon gods made him rather perish than compromise, therefore, the thunder fruit and the purple lightning fruit exploded at this moment. The violent explosion wreaked havoc. Golden thunderbolts and purple lightning exploded wildly in the air. The restrictions imposed by the 13 god kings on Lan Xuanyu collapsed almost instantly. They worked together with all their strength and borrowed the power of the god world to barely control the explosion within a certain range. However, they could no longer press inward to affect Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, the 13 god kings' eyes were filled with shock. Even Tang San was no exception. The full explosion of the thunder fruit and the purple lightning fruit could easily injure even a god king. What would happen to Lan Xuanyu, who was at the center of the explosion? At this moment, it had turned into a world of destruction. A world of destruction that no one could get close to. In this thunder and lightning filled with the smell of destruction, only two things could happen. One was that Lan Xuanyu was destroyed in it. However, from the strength and self-recovery ability he had displayed before, the possibility of him dying was not high. Then, the other possibility was that the explosion of these two sources of the universe would provide him with a huge amount of energy, allowing him to outline his own god seat in a short period of time. Becoming a god in the void and establishing the god world. No matter what the outcome was, it was definitely not what the god kings present wanted to see. This was Tang San's grandson. If he died, it would be a huge blow to Tang San's family. If he became a mad king, it would be even more terrifying. If such a powerful god king established the god world in an unconscious state, it would definitely be destructive. The destructive power would be more than 100 times greater than that of the Scarlet God King. Even their god world would be threatened. However, at this moment, the energy from the thunder fruit and the purple lightning fruit and the purple lightning fruit and the god kings were unable to break through and enter. Tang San's expression turned ugly. However, it was also at this moment that a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Nothing will happen to our grandson. Nothing will happen to him. A small, ice-cold hand held his hand. The moment he held her hand, Tang San felt all the haze in his heart disappear. He subconsciously pulled her into his arms, but his eyes were red. Yes, nothing will happen. Everything will be fine. Xiao Wu allowed him to hug her as if the surrounding god kings did not exist. In her eyes and heart, there was only this man beside her. There was still a faint smile on her pretty face as she looked at the thunder fruit and the lightning fruit with confidence. However, her pretty face seemed to have turned even paler. At this moment, the thunder fruit and the purple lightning fruit that were erupting suddenly seemed to freeze for a moment. One had to know that lightning was the most unstable form of energy, and it was the same in the entire universe. The thunder fruit and the purple lightning fruit contained the thunder fruit's thunder origin, and it belonged to the power of lightning in the universe. Its power was incomparably terrifying. However, at this moment, they suddenly froze. The next moment, all the thunder and lightning suddenly collapsed in the direction of the center. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they quickly disappeared without a trace. In just a few breaths' time, the thunder and lightning disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. At the center where they disappeared, Lan Xuanyu, with his long hair draped over his shoulders and his 9-colored dragon scale armor emitting a faint halo, appeared in front of all the god kings once again. Chapter 3. Everyone, remember to save your recommendation tickets for Reborn Tang San. The serialization will officially start on the 20th. The 13 God Kings could clearly feel a strange feeling. When they saw Lan Xuanyu devouring the lightning and purple lightning, the youth in front of them had already entered a state of harmony and perfection. The tip of the dragon god's spear in his hand was emitting faint golden lightning and purple lightning. It was obvious that it had undergone another transformation. The 9-colored dragon scales on his body were also absorbing the lightning energy from the outside world bit by bit, accumulating all the energy within. Even though they were God King level experts, the 13 God Kings present could clearly feel that Lan Xuanyu was giving them an oppressive feeling. The aura contained within made them feel a strong sense of threat in their hearts. It was a premonition that once it erupted, it could very well cause a great destruction. In the distance, all the dragon race had already knelt down in this direction. The Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, led the Dragon Knights and their dragons. At this very moment, what they felt was a reverence that originated from the deepest part of their bloodline. A faint 9-colored halo lingered. Lan Xuanyu's eyes seemed to be less frenzied. The aura of the 13 God Kings had already been raised to the extreme. When they felt the danger, or even the threat of death, they could no longer hold back. The power that the person in front of them had inherited was already beyond their imagination. In order to protect the realm of the gods, which was also to protect themselves, they had to give it their all. Wait a moment, don't do anything. Tang San suddenly shouted. This made the mad god Lei Xiang, immortal emperor Hai Long, death god Dummy and the other god kings who were already ready to make a move stop. You are. At this moment, a somewhat doubtful voice suddenly rang out. The youth that the God Kings were suppressing with all their might opened a 9-colored barrier around him. All the pressure was blocked 3 feet away from his body. He was having a hard time, but he still clearly said these 2 words. Only at this moment did the God Kings discover that his eyes had cleared up before they knew it. It was as if everything had become peaceful. The confusion and emptiness from before were gone, and there was no more irritation. Lan Xuanyu blinked and placed the dragon god's spear in front of him. For a moment, his eyes were filled with joy. His gaze was fixed on Tang San, who was holding the Neptune's trident. He looked at the familiar face and felt the familiar aura. Most importantly, the Neptune's golden trident was shining in his hand. You are my grandfather? Lan Xuanyu said in surprise. As soon as he said this, Tang San's face finally revealed a faint smile. Yes, he was sober. The inheritance of the dragon gods had finally been completed, and he had passed the Divine King's examination. The moment he woke up, he was already a true dragon gods. Many years later, he would become a true dragon gods who had inherited the Supreme Divine King's position. Perhaps the current Lan Xuanyu could not be compared with the former dragon gods in terms of overall strength. After all, he did not have a powerful divine realm to back him up. However, he was indeed a dragon god and had the potential to become a supreme divine king. In the near future, he would definitely become a supreme divine king. Yes, I am your grandfather. I am Tang San. Intense pain swept through his body. Lan Xuanyu was forcibly interrupted in the middle of his divine star. What he encountered was an incomparably strong backlash. A terrifying pressure crazily pressed against his body from all directions. Above the altar, he could only feel his own existence. He could only feel that his powerful aura was constantly collapsing. The will left behind by the dragon gods seemed to have lost control over him. Everything around him was causing him to gradually lose his consciousness. Pushing away the crown prince of the dragon race allowed him to pass one of the most difficult examinations. However, the examination was not over yet. In the hearts of the dragon gods, there was still an obsession. How to become a divine star. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu truly understood how difficult the dragon god's divine king's examination was. Not only did they have to avoid the tragedy of the dragon race and the divine dragon domain, but they also had to think of a way to become a divine star. In a sense, perhaps the dragon gods subconsciously did not intend to pass down their positions because of their own tragedy. Otherwise, they would not have set up such a difficult divine king's examination. Even with his authority as the supreme divine king and the support of so many divine kings, he still did not succeed. How could he succeed in finding a way to become a divine star? Lan Xuanyu's mentality had changed a little. He was already beginning to feel like he was about to collapse. How could he reach the end of the examination with an impossible task? Could it be that it would only lead to destruction? If that's the case, then what's the point of everything I've done before? In the depths of his heart, evil thoughts inevitably surged out, as if they could explode at any time. Was it going to end like this? He could feel his body collapsing under this huge pressure. Even with the powerful recovery ability of the dragon gods, he was afraid that he would not be able to recover much. In the unseen world, this pressure continued to erupt with powerful oppression, suppressing him, making him unable to breathe, unable to release, unable to survive. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain gave him a sense of reality. Lan Xuanyu could not help but recall the various experiences he had when he received the inheritance of the dragon gods. The most important hint the dragon gods gave him was that no matter what, he had to try his best to keep his mind clear and awake. Did the dragon gods really not want to continue his inheritance? Did they not want to pass down the positions of the dragon gods? If that was the case, then what was the point of everything he had done before, the creation of the dragon domain? He still hoped to pass down the inheritance, but what he hoped for was a nearly perfect inheritance. He hoped that his inheritor would be able to lead the dragon race further and more firmly in the near future. He did not want the tragedy of the dragon race to happen again. That was why he gave him such a difficult test to become the divine king, and made him face such a difficult situation. Was there really no way to break out of this situation? What was the reason for the pressure he was facing at this moment? Lan Xuanyu reluctantly thought up to this point, but the pressure from the outside world became even stronger. His thoughts had no choice but to be interrupted, and he almost lost consciousness. But it was also at this moment that a ray of light suddenly lit up in front of him. It was a 9-colored ray of light. When it appeared, the pressure from the outside world suddenly lessened by a lot, allowing Lan Xuanyu to regain some clarity of mind. Then, he saw a dignified face. It was a middle-aged man, covered in 9-colored armor. He suddenly appeared from the pressure and appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but they were also filled with incomparable hope and expectation. He just stared at Lan Xuanyu, but it made Lan Xuanyu feel as if his blood was boiling. The dejection from before had silently disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was as if a kind of conviction had appeared. Dragon gods, this was the human form of the dragon gods. The dragon gods did not open their mouths, nor did they speak to him. They just looked at him like this, but it was this kind of gaze that seemed to ignite the fighting spirit in Lan Xuanyu's heart. He controlled his body, and nodded heavily at the dragon gods. Yes, I can definitely do it. No matter how difficult the test is, I will definitely be able to complete it, and I will definitely become the dragon gods. I will lead the dragon race to continue passing down the inheritance, and return to glory. The dragon god slowly raised both hands, and above his hands, the dazzling dragon pillar appeared. Then, in the palm of his hand, a spear that Lan Xuanyu was familiar with appeared. Wasn't it the yellow Jinlong spear? The dragon gods grasped the yellow Jinlong spear and the dragon pillar in his hands, and stuck them together. Lan Xuanyu immediately saw these two artifacts fusing with each other. There are a total of 4 chapters today, and the remaining 3 chapters are at noon, 2 p.m., and 5 p.m. End of chapter. The dragon pillar's veins were still there, but there were sharp spears protruding from both ends. A divine artifact and a super divine artifact had actually fused in his hands. The spear of the dragon gods. In Lan Xuanyu's divine sense, the name of this super divine artifact appeared almost instantly. When the dragon god slowly brought the dragon god's spear in front of him, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a strange feeling of bloodline fusion. The dragon gods gently nodded to him. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised his hand and carefully took the dragon god's spear into his hand. The moment he held the dragon god's spear in his hand, he immediately felt a large amount of energy rushing in from all directions. Just like that, it entered his body through the dragon god's spear and strengthened his strength. It let his body, which had already been upgraded to the level of the dragon gods, begin to pour in a large amount of energy. This energy was somewhat familiar, but it was instantly transformed into his divine power of the dragon gods. The feeling of emptiness that he couldn't resist before suddenly weakened greatly. The dragon gods looked at him, the sadness in their eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a faint smile. They nodded to him again, and the figures of the dragon gods became illusory again. Holding the dragon god's spear in his hand, that feeling of substance rekindled Lan Xuanyu's confidence in his heart. It wasn't that the dragon gods didn't want to inherit his position as a divine artifact. In fact, he had always been silently helping him to become a true dragon god. He had placed a lot of hope on him. He had brought his own super divine artifact, one that was most suitable for him, and a large amount of divine power to replenish himself. This was all part of becoming a divine king. And with these powers, he seemed to have the strength of a divine king. He could finally face all this pressure head-on. Taking a deep breath, Lan Xuanyu circulated the dragon power in his body and slowly poured it into the spear of the dragon gods. The pressure that had weakened from all directions suddenly increased again, rushing towards him. The dragon god's spear in his hand slowly gathered power, and an inexplicable understanding burst forth from the pressure. The war of the peerless dragon gods. With a thrust of his spear, the pressure exploded, but it was forcibly withstood by him. An even greater pressure came from all directions. At this moment, the realization in his heart reached its peak. Another spear thrust out, and thousands of spear lights exploded outwards like fireworks. Flaming tree silver flower dragon god explosion. In the face of such pressure, the dragon god's spear was his mainstay. Everything he had learned and the power that the dragon gods had passed down to him was constantly being mixed and integrated under this pressure. Rings of 9-colored halos spread outwards, enveloping the greatest pressure and reducing it, so that he could struggle better in it. Ring of the dragon gods. Unknowingly, he had used his own method to fuse the divine skill unpredictable storm that his father had imparted to his grandfather into his own power. But at this moment, the pressure of becoming a divine star became even more intense. There was an almost unparalleled pressure coming from all directions. The sudden increase in pressure made Lan Xuanyu feel as if his whole body was about to collapse. Under this pressure, his body finally began to disintegrate again. No, the dragon gods have already passed down the dragon god's spear to me. No matter what, I must persevere. I must not compromise. Divine power erupted, and he used all his strength to resist. But the pressure was really too great. It suppressed his dragon power until it shrank bit by bit, and his body collapsed bit by bit. But for some reason, the more he was in this state, the more clear-headed Lan Xuanyu felt. Yes, his brain and divine sense were in an extremely clear-headed state. How could he survive the calamity in front of him, and even help the divine realm become a divine star? How could he achieve this? Previously, when he went through the dragon god's test, a flash of inspiration had appeared in his mind, and at this moment, this inspiration seemed to be fermenting in his special state of clear-headedness. Seize this inspiration, he must seize it. The divine dragon domain was so powerful, and it already had the foundation to become a divine star, but why couldn't it succeed? What was the most basic reason? This was the most important key to the problem he was facing. Whether it was the death of the dragon race's crown prince or the inexplicable betrayal of the two divine kings, it should all be related to this. It should all have appeared because it interfered with the divine star. Who was the mastermind behind all this? Who could have such a deep understanding of the dragon gods, and even used his attachment to family and love to lead him to madness? Judging from the situation at that time, the divine dragon domain would have no problem becoming a divine star under normal circumstances. Otherwise, the majority of the divine kings would not have agreed. After absorbing the power of the dragon race's crown prince, the divine star was already complete. It had become a true divine star. It was the madness of the dragon gods that caused the collapse of the newly formed divine star, leading to the appearance of the great calamity. At this moment, the scenes that he had seen and experienced before kept appearing in his mind. The answer was obvious. The laws of the universe. It was the laws of the universe that could affect all of this. Only the laws of the universe could understand the most vulnerable part of the dragon gods' hearts. At the level of the supreme divine king of the dragon gods, even the laws of the universe would not be able to destroy him easily. They could only rely on such special circumstances to suppress him. The laws of the universe did not want a divine star to appear, because it would cause the multidimensional space to progress faster, and even accelerate the collapse of the universe, thus causing the universe to decline faster. However, the laws of the universe were invisible, and he could not transform into a stronger force to destroy the divine dragon domain. It was even difficult to find an opponent of the same level as the divine dragon domain to be his enemy. Therefore, he chose to suddenly attack the divine dragon domain when it was in the process of becoming a divine star. When the divine dragon domain's power erupted in an instant, the laws of the universe caused some interference from the cosmic level when they absorbed the energy of the galaxy under their control, causing their devouring and absorption to become unstable. This instability caused the dragon gods to have to expend more power, and also caused the dragon race's crown prince to step forward to help, resulting in a series of tragedies. In other words, the ultimate culprit of this tragedy was the laws of the universe, and the cause was the divine star. In other words, if he wanted to help the divine dragon domain overcome this difficulty and become a divine star, then he would have to fight against and defeat the laws of the universe. However, how could this be possible? Even the dragon gods of the past could not do it, let alone the current him. No, it should not be defeating the laws of the universe. Unless it was a power that could transcend the laws of the universe, otherwise, who could truly defeat the laws of the universe? If it could not be defeated, then what should it be? The pressure from the outside world was increasing, but Lan Xuanyu's mind was becoming clearer and clearer. He had grasped something. He was completely sure that he had grasped the key to the problem, which was also a point that the dragon gods had overlooked. In other words, the divine dragon domain was too powerful in the past, and the dragon gods did not consider these problems at all. In the eyes of the dragon gods, becoming a divine star should be a matter of course. Therefore, he should not be fighting against the laws of the universe. It was not fighting, but the laws of the universe did not allow the divine star to become a divine star. So what should he do? When Lan Xuanyu thought of this, the pressure from the outside world had reached its peak. His body was constantly collapsing and recovering, and the nine-colored light in his body was also becoming more and more intense. He had a feeling that if he could not think of a countermeasure when this pressure was compressed to a point, he was afraid that he would really collapse, along with the complete collapse of the Divine King's trial in the illusion. Today's second update. End of chapter. No, it definitely won't work. There must be a way. What is it? How can I meet the requirements of the universe's laws and become a divine star? At this moment, perhaps because the external pressure was too strong, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a strange power being squeezed out of his body. He felt the power of space, felt that the little cute space worm seemed to be calling out to him, and also felt a power full of explosive power. There were a total of 3 parts, and these 3 parts of power surrounded his body. The strange stimulation made him burst forth with inspiration in an instant, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. His eyes brightened as well. I understand. Divine stars are not allowed to exist, but they must have appeared in the universe before. Otherwise, how could the divine dragon domain know about becoming a divine star? From the perspective of multidimensional space, divine stars should belong to the 6-dimensional space. Since it has been achieved before, then that means the laws of the universe are not completely exclusive. As long as a certain condition is met, one can achieve a body, and this condition should be. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter, and from his body, a strong power suddenly burst forth. He could feel the violent fluctuations of the unparalleled thunder. He could feel the intense stimulation of the purple lightning. The dragon god's spear in his hand also burst forth with more and more brilliant light. The next moment, he smiled. He slowly but firmly raised the dragon god's spear in his hand. The laws of the universe. I am for the law. I am for the law. These 4 simple words almost came out of his mouth like a roar. And the moment these 4 words burst forth, the power that was extremely compressed in his body also burst forth in an instant. In the violent roar, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness subconsciously fell into a blank space. His entire consciousness seemed to have left his body, separated from the whole world. He seemed to have seen the origin of the universe, saw the explosion from a point to a line, from a line to a surface, and then to a solid. This was clearly the transformation of the universe. From 1-dimensional space to 2-dimensional space, then to 3-dimensional space, and then to 4-dimensional space. This wonderful change gradually constructed the entire universe. The universe was so vast, yet so small. Perhaps a grain of sand itself was a universe. Or perhaps, the countless galaxies were just a corner of the universe. This was the mystery of the universe. This was the strangeness of the universe. Imperceptibly, a wonderful feeling flowed in the air. All the strange changes lingered in his mind. All the explosions seemed to have disappeared, and he could no longer feel the pain. When his consciousness gradually returned, he felt his incomparably solid body and the shocked gazes around him. 18 God Kings, the 18 God Kings of the former divine dragon realm, were all watching him at this moment. Their eyes were filled with respect and gratification. Lan Xuanyu looked at them one by one. Now that he had become the master of the divine planet, he could clearly see everything that these divine kings were doing. He could even see their thoughts in the depths of their souls. His gaze finally landed on the Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King. In their consciousness, he saw something special that was gradually dissipating. It was a dream that once lingered in the minds of the Time Dragon King and Space Dragon King. In their dream, the moment the divine planet was formed was the moment the entire divine dragon realm collapsed. Only by stopping the divine planet's formation could the divine dragon realm continue to exist, and only then could the dragon race be passed on. They had once sought out the other dragon kings to persuade them, but the other dragon kings did not believe anything they said. They had also tried to tell the dragon gods, but at that time, the dragon gods were already immersed in the dream of completing the divine planet, passing on the throne to their son, and finding a wife for themselves. In the end, they chose to take the risk. They did not hesitate to betray the dragon gods in the hope of continuing the dragon race. The moment they pushed out the dragon race's crown prince, they had already regretted it. However, for some strange reason, they had done it at that time. This was clearly the influence of the universe's laws. The universe's laws did not allow an independent divine planet to be formed. The universe's laws, I am the law, this was the countermeasure that Lan Xuanyu came up with at the last moment. In this universe, how many existences were there that violated the universe's laws? Just like the Crimson Mother that he had faced before. Wasn't the Crimson Realm such an existence? Following the universe's laws and allowing the universe to develop more smoothly was in line with the universe's interests. In that case, the universe needed a strong law enforcer to maintain the balance of the universe. There was nothing wrong with the universe's laws rejecting the formation of the divine planet. In fact, it was the same for the entire universe. It was for the sake of allowing the universe to exist forever. This was also for the sake of the divine realm's interests. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu finally found the true path to becoming a divine planet. The universe's laws needed law enforcers, so let us be law enforcers. Although this was only a test and an illusion, he had succeeded. He had finally succeeded in finding the true path to becoming a divine planet. He had finally led the divine dragon realm to become a divine planet. If the dragon gods had thought of this back then, perhaps many things would not have happened, and all the tragedies would not have happened. However, at that time, the dragon gods were only thinking about finding their wives and reincarnating. How could they have thought of this? He could not have done it at all. Could it be that after becoming a divine planet, he, who had just become a law enforcer, had to run away from everything? If that was the case, what was the point of him being a law enforcer? Therefore, fundamentally speaking, the dragon gods could not fulfill Lan Xuanyu's promise, and the tragedy was inevitable. Everything kept replaying in Lan Xuanyu's mind. His consciousness was clearer than ever, and he could clearly feel that his power was stronger than ever. He heard a call that belonged to the dragon race. This call came from all directions, from countless planes. This was the call of his people, and also the excitement of his people because of the return of the dragon gods. The dragon race was finally going to have a home again. That was because their parents were back. The 18 divine kings in front of him gradually returned to normal, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. Their appearances were changing, and one by one, they gradually became the dragon gods that Lan Xuanyu had seen before. Their faces were filled with relief, and they were smiling affirmatively. They raised their hands one by one and waved goodbye to Lan Xuanyu. Then, one by one, they turned into bubbles and disappeared out of thin air. Every time a figure disappeared, a strange aura was integrated into Lan Xuanyu's body. That was the position of a god. A total of 10 divine seats with imprints were integrated into Lan Xuanyu's sea of consciousness. These were the divine seats belonging to the 10 dragon kings of the dragon race. From this moment on, Lan Xuanyu was already a real dragon god. When he rebuilt the divine realm, it was also the time when he was given the position of dragon king. Everything began to become illusory. When Lan Xuanyu felt that everything had returned to normal, for some reason, an invisible pressure appeared again. Grandpa. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, he felt the warmth from them. Lan Xuanyu's gaze then fell on Xiao Wu, who was beside Tang San. Is this Grandma? Xiao Wu smiled, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. She let go of Tang San's hand and opened her arms to her grandson. Yes, he was awake, he was finally awake. Today's third update, there is still one more at 5 p.m. End of this chapter. At this moment, all the God Kings finally understood. This grandson of Tang San, who had previously posed a great threat to them, had completely awakened. This also meant that he had truly inherited the position of a God King. Furthermore, he was an extremely powerful God King. All the God Kings couldn't help but look at each other, and they all had a strange feeling in their hearts. How many God Kings were there in Tang San's family? Tang San himself was the ruler of the God realm, a top-notch God King. By his side, his wife, Xiao Wu, could also use the power of a God King to a certain extent. His son-in-law, the god of emotions, Dai Yuhao, had just become a God King. His son and daughter-in-law were also becoming the god of life and god of destruction. In addition, there were also the one and only dragon gods in the universe. A family with 6 God Kings. What kind of powerful strength was this? With the potential that Lan Xuanyu had displayed, he could contend against many God Kings by himself. If Tang San's family were to gather together, in addition to the God Kings who originally supported them in the Douluo God realm, their overall strength would completely surpass the sum of all the other God Kings in the God realm. Lan Xuanyu's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, he opened his arms and threw himself into his grandmother's embrace. Good, very good. Xiao Wu smiled with tears in her eyes as she hugged her grandson. She could clearly feel the surging divine power in her grandson's body. In terms of control, he clearly hadn't achieved perfect control of his own power. However, such a powerful aura was something that even Tang San had never experienced before. This was the inheritance of the god of the dragon race, the supreme God King who had once turned the entire God realm upside down. Congratulations, brother Tang San. The radiant God King, Nagatsuki, drifted over and nodded slightly to Tang San. The other God Kings also gathered around and congratulated Tang San one by one. At this time, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna had finally completed the absorption of the God seat of the God of life and the God of destruction, and each solidified their own God seat. Seeing that their son was safe and sound, they were naturally overjoyed and quickly flew over. Grandma, your health. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's voice, which carried a bit of doubt and surprise, suddenly rang out. It also caused the congratulatory voices present to be interrupted. Lan Xuanyu held Xiao Wu's hand and looked surprised. He was held in his grandmother's arms. He could feel it very clearly at such a close distance. Tang Wulin had also felt it when he hugged his mother. However, he was not as strong as Lan Xuanyu, and his divine sense was not as strong as Xiao Wu's. The other reason was that Lan Xuanyu was still in extreme danger at that time, and his attention and focus were all on his son. Hearing Lan Xuanyu's words now, Tang Wulin was also shocked. He quickly came to his mother's side and held her other hand. Xiao Wu's smile did not change at all. She said gently, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm satisfied to see all of you good children. It's great that our family is finally reunited." Yes. The family was finally reunited. See God Tang San, God of emotions Hui Yuhao and Tang Wutong, God of life Gu Yuna, God of destruction Tang Wulin. The family of 6 was finally reunited. What could be more blissful than this? But, grandmother, your body. Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly trembled. He had already become one of the dragon gods. He was a true God King level expert. Although he was not the supreme God King like the dragon gods, he was definitely one of the top existences among the God Kings. He could clearly feel that there was a kind of broken aura in his grandmother's body. It was not something a god should have. Even an ordinary person would not be like this. He tried to inject some of his divine power into his grandmother's body, but Xiaowu's body was like a black hole. After he injected his divine power, it immediately disappeared without a trace. It's okay, it's okay. I'm very good. Xiaowu smiled and patted his head. Then, she grabbed his hand. Her gaze swept across her son and daughter, then looked at her daughter-in-law and son-in-law. Third brother, you're here. Xiaowu looked ahead with a smile and called out to Tang San. Mother. Tang Wutong could not hold it in any longer. She threw herself into her mother's arms and burst into tears. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna also realized something, because Tang San was not far in front of Xiaowu. But she was calling out his name. Her eyes were clearly looking in his direction, but there was only a smile in her eyes, and it was gradually becoming empty. Tang San's eyes flashed with deep sadness. He quietly stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. I'm here. I've always been here. Tang San hugged his wife tightly. His voice was warm and peaceful, and there was a faint smile on his face. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The god kings who were originally congratulating them all fell silent. They quietly surrounded them, not saying anything, not asking anything. In fact, they all knew something. They just did not expect that all of this would happen so quickly. The light god king Nagatsuki raised his hand and released a ray of holy light, shining on Xiaowu's body. But the moment the holy light entered Xiaowu's body, it silently disappeared. It was just like the divine power that Lan Xuanyu had injected into Xiaowu's body. Tang San turned to look at Nagatsuki and shook his head gently. Nagatsuki sighed and took half a step back. At the same time, he waved his hand, indicating for the god kings to step back and give their family some time. How could this be? Father, how could this be? What happened to mother? Tang Wulin's voice trembled violently. He had been looking forward to reuniting with his parents' and sister's family for so many years. But they had only just reuniting. His son had also managed to escape from the greatest crisis with great difficulty. But his mother had suddenly fallen into such a state. It's okay, son. Mother is fine. I'm doing very well, Xiaowu said gently. Tang Wulin's lips trembled violently. Of course, he could feel something at this moment. He was already the god of destruction, so his perception of destruction was very clear. Within Xiaowu's body, there was a strange power. It was no longer the power of destruction. It was even more terrifying than destruction. It was death. It was clearly the smell of death. In other words, the current Xiaowu was not only not a god, she could not even be considered a living body. There was no vitality in her body at all. Even though there were as many as 16 god kings present, they could not take back her life. Xiaowu said softly, I'm really satisfied. Do you know? I'm really satisfied to be able to reunite with our family. I'm very happy. Especially when I see that you all have families. My son-in-law is very good. My daughter-in-law is also very good. You all have to live well in the future. You all have to live well. Spend more time with your father. My grandson is also very good. Do I have a granddaughter-in-law? Yes, grandma, yes. Lan Xuanyu tried hard not to cry out loud. Bai Xiuxiu had already come to his side. Looking at him, Lan Xuanyu nodded at her. Bai Xiuxiu quietly came in front of Xiaowu and held her hand. Grandma, I'm Xiuxiu. I'm Xianyu's wife. Xianyu's wife. Xiaowu held her hand and said with a smile, that's great. My grandson also has his own lover. That's great. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. It's our first meeting. Grandma doesn't have anything good to give you, so I'll give you this. This is the comb that your grandfather gave me to comb my hair. It's very memorable to me. As she spoke, she stuffed a small comb into Bai Xiuxiu's hand. It was not a divine weapon. It was just an ordinary comb. And it was obviously a comb that she had always been using. But this comb seemed to be entrusted with thousands of emotions. Today's fourth update. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, the 4 consecutive updates will officially come to an end. End of chapter 1788. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.